In the era of mechas, Xia Xiaomo harbored but a singular wish: to safeguard the precious bond of kinship that she had fought so hard to preserve. Chapter 1 Prologue. On the evening of December 31st, 2120, at 10 p.m., the majority of people were gathered in their homes, preparing to welcome the new year in the square. Yet, Xia Xiaomo found herself embroiled in a strenuous battle. The mere thought of it made her want to curse. Just the day before, she had received a mission to eliminate a high-ranking official from a certain nation, only to discover that this individual was protected by a formidable body. Ward, underestimating the task's complexity, had left her besieged on all sides. Although she had dispatched most of the adversaries brought by her opponent, just as she sensed Summit hing amiss and prepared to retreat, this expert suddenly appeared and inflicted injury upon her. Now, she was encircled by a throng, with her target, Gao Han, seated opposite her. "Who sent you?" Gao Han inquired, directing his gaze at Xia Xiaomo. She merely stared at him in silence. At that moment, she was in a state of disarray. Her body bore wounds, and a significant gash marred her face, from which blood trickled down her features, cascading to her delicately sculpted chin and dripping on her chest, painting her attire with crimson blossoms. Her left hand was clenched tightly, while her right gripped a dagger, poised defensively across her chest. Unnoticed, the blood was being gradually absorbed by the jade pendant she wore, transforming the once pristine stone into a vivid crimson hue as it became drenched in her lifeblood. Gao Han, perceiving her silence, understood that further inquiry would be futile. He gestured to the bodyguard beside him to resolve the matter swiftly. At that moment, Xia Xiaomo seized the opportunity and lunged towards Gao Han, simultaneously pressing down on the microbomb in her left hand. With a resounding explosion, Gao Han was hurled into the air by the force of the blast, while she was instantly torn apart. Year 3035 of the Scorpion constellation. In a renowned hospital located at the heart of the Scorpion interstellar system, a delicate woman with exquisite features and a petite frame lay in a medical chamber adorned with Stein white walls. Her eyes were tightly shut, resembling a beautiful sleeping beauty, surrounded by an array of tubes connecting to various instruments that hummed softly. A lovely lady, drowsily waiting beside the medical chamber, was suddenly awakened by the piercing sound of the instruments, echoing like thunder in the serene room. She stumbled out, shouting, "Doctor, hurry, come quickly to see what has happened to my daughter." The doctor promptly rushed in, beginning a series of examinations. The mental faculties have indeed revived. After 5 years, her consciousness has awakened. What a miracle! Exclaimed an elderly physician in disbelief. "Is it true, Dr. Bill? Has my daughter's mental capacity returned? Does this mean she is about to awaken?" "Ms. Bai, congratulations. Your daughter's mental faculties have indeed recovered, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will soon awaken. You need not worry, this is truly a remarkable miracle in the medical field. I have never witnessed a person whose mental faculties were thought to be extinguished regain consciousness. Your daughter is incredibly fortunate, Dr. Bill exclaimed with palpable excitement. Xia Xiaomo found the noise outside quite overwhelming. Just as she was about to scold them into silence, a sudden surge of memories struck her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Waves of recollections flooded her mind, causing excruciating pain. After a prolonged struggle to assimilate the memories, she succumbed to an elegant faint. When she awoke again, it was the following day. She gazed at the group of people before her, feeling somewhat bewildered. The memories of this body, also named Xia Xiaomo, had fully integrated into her consciousness. She realized that over a millennium had passed since her death, and she had traversed into this era 1,000 years later. Chapter 2. Discharge from the hospital. After enduring a protracted war, humanity established bases on various planets throughout the stars, successfully driving mutated animals to remote areas. However, these creatures frequently encroached upon the bases, wreaking havoc in the towns and endangering human lives. To safeguard humanity, mechanized armies were formed, routinely patrolling the different planets. The body she now inhabited belonged to a 16-year-old named Xia Xiaomo. Her father, Xia Qianxi, served as a general, while her mother, Baiyu, operated a clothing store. Additionally, she had two 19-year-old brothers named Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming. Reflecting on her situation, Xia Xiaomo felt a profound sense of exasperation. Her parents adored her, as did her two elder brothers, And perhaps it was this familial indulgence that had fostered her haughty demeanor. Despite possessing an great talent, she had squandered it completely. Talents are categorized into 6 levels: SS, S, A, B, C, and D. The incident that had transpired was a direct consequence of her personality, which had provoked others to teach her a harsh lesson. Additionally, her negligence in training had rendered her talent impotent, leaving her utterly defenseless against the assault. This led to her mental faculties succumbing, resulting in her becoming a vegetative state, from which the assassin, Xia Xiaomo, seized the opportunity for rebirth. It is worth noting that not every individual who suffers such a fate can be reborn. A significant degree of compatibility is required. All right, Xia Xiaomo replied, recognizing the concern reflected in her mother's eyes. Before long, after meticulous examination by Dr. Bill, Xia Xiaomo's wishes were fulfilled, and she was discharged from the hospital. Upon exiting, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Although she had inherited the memories of the original Xia Xiaomo, the awe of witnessing it firsthand was unparalleled. The hovering vehicles darting through the air, the expansive streets, everything was utterly astonishing. As she settled into her family's hovering car, a sense of unreality enveloped her. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality when Bayu nudged her, prompting her to disembark. Xia Xiaomo felt a pang of frustration at her momentary lapse. Had there been an enemy nearby, she could have met her demise multiple times over. Although she was in the company of her mother, who would never harm her, maintaining vigilance was paramount. Please bring a glass of juice to the young lady. Bayu nodded and ushered Xia Xiaomo into the house. Certainly, madam, the robotic butler replied, turning to enter the kitchen. Before long, the robotic butler emerged, presenting the juice to Xia Xiaomo. After finishing the juice, Xia Xiaomo ascended the stairs to her room, which was predominantly beige, adorned with sky-blue curtains. The room contained a bed, a desk, a chair made of an unknown material, and a small bookshelf filled with several books, which she found quite satisfactory. After surveying her surroundings, she seated herself on the chair and activated her cognitive device, a symbol of one's identity akin to an ID card, serving multiple purposes much like a transparent computer. Upon accessing the device and inputting mecha, she discovered a plethora of mecha types, ranging from those specializing in offense, defense, to agility. They stood slightly taller than humans and came in various forms, resembling animals, insects, and even humanoids. Chapter 3. Mecha. Not everyone possesses the ability to pilot a mecha. To do so, one must have a mental capacity of at least B grade. The higher the mental grade, the deeper the bond with the mecha, resulting in a more intuitive operation. Xia Xiaomo watched several recorded mecha battles, her blood surging with excitement, igniting a desire to operate a mecha herself. However, she was reminded that her predecessor, under the protection of family, had never possessed a personal mecha, and thus her enthusiasm waned. Her distracted demeanor did not escape the notice of those around her. "My dear daughter, is there something on your mind? Please tell your father, and I shall help you," said Father Xia, unable to suppress his concern. Xia Xiaomo glanced at her father and then at her mother, ultimately unable to hold back. "Dad, I want to learn how to operate mechas." Surprised by her unexpected declaration, everyone momentarily froze, staring at her as if she were a ghost. "Why the sudden interest in mechas? Weren't you quite averse to them before?" Father Xia inquired. Xia Xiaomo swallowed a mouthful of nutritional supplement and replied, "That was in my ignorance. After what has transpired, I realized that strength is paramount. Besides, those who pilot mechas to protect our homeland are so admirable, I wish to be like them." Xia Qinshi exchanged an excited glance with Bayu, their eyes sparkling with unrestrained enthusiasm, while Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming also wore expressions of pride. "Very well, since my precious daughter has made this decision, I shall support you," Father Xia said, slightly agitated. "First, my dear, practice with virtual mechas on the Star Network. I will have your older brothers teach you how to operate them. Once you are familiar with mecha operations, we will customize one that belongs to you." "Thank you, Dad," Xia Xiaomo responded, deeply touched. In her previous life, she had lost her parents at a young age and had entered an organization thereafter with no other relative. To speak of, having resolved a significant dilemma in her heart, her spirits lifted. She joyfully finished her dinner and eagerly pulled Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming into the virtual network. Xia Yuxuan stands at around 1 meter 80, with smooth chestnut hair gracefully adorning his head, a captivatingly handsome visage, and deep-set eyes. Most notably, the gentle smile that perpetually graces the corners of his mouth is truly striking. In contrast, Xia Yuming exudes the warmth of a friendly older brother from the neighborhood, possessing a lively and approachable demeanor. However, beneath this cheerful facade lies a certain emotional aloofness. This sunny disposition is revealed only in the presence of family. To the outside world, he remains the stern and indifferent Xia Yuming. Having never ventured into the virtual star network before, this marks Xia Xiaomo's inaugural experience within this realm. Upon entry, she is prompted by a soft female voice. Please register your nickname. After choosing the name Mo Wuxin, the voice reappears, requesting, please select a character. Before her, a virtual screen materializes, showcasing a variety of character designs, some male, some female, tall and short, stout and slender. She selects a petite girl with blue short hair, finalizing her choice, and subsequently enters the Virtual Star Network. Chapter 4. The Virtual Star Network. The Virtual Star Network is a simulation of the real world, bearing a striking resemblance to reality. The streets are scattered in an intricate layout, while a myriad of shops line the sidewalks in an orderly fashion. The Virtual Star Network resembles a colossal online game, wherein individuals can establish shops to earn star coins. Xia Xiaomo's destination is the Mecha Simulation Training Room, a dedicated space for mecha training. Within this realm, one can train without concern for injuries. At most, one might experience a slight headache, easily remedied by consuming a restorative potion upon logging out. Naturally, engaging in training incurs a cost in star coins. Xia Xiaomo arrived at the predetermined meeting spot with Xia Yuxuan. Yet Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming had yet to arrive, prompting her to seek a place to sit and await their arrival. Little sister, why are you here all alone? Where's your elder brother? Xia Yuming inquired upon spotting Xia Xiaomo, seated with her back to him, an inexplicable sense of solitude emanating from her figure. All right, little sister, I must admit you have changed significantly. Please don't take offense, the former you was rather unlikable, but now you are quite charming, he continued. People inevitably change, and becoming who I am now is not such a bad thing, Xia Xiaomo replied, her gaze drifting into the distance. This left Xia Yuming and Xia Xiaomo exchanging glances before they silently followed Xia Yuxuan towards the training room. The mecha can be operated manually or commanded directly through mental prowess. Therefore, your first task is to familiarize yourself with the mecha. To master it, you must establish a mental link. The stronger and more stable the connection, the greater your combat potential, Xia Yuxuan explained as they walked. Xia Xiaomo nodded, absorbing his words attentively. Understood. Thank you, elder brother. Little sister, as you embark on your journey with the mecha today, focus on becoming acquainted with it and attempting to establish a mental connection. Remember to learn about it and cultivate trust, Xia Yuxuan added. Xia Xiaomo continued to nod. Observing this, Xia Yuxuan turned to Xia Yuming and said, Younger brother, let us engage in a match first. Without further ado, he pulled Xia Xiaomo along with him. Xia Xiaomo was somewhat bewildered. Wait, weren't they supposed to teach me how to control it? Why they left on their own? Scratching her head in confusion, she entered the training room. Upon entering, a beautiful lady greeted her with a warm smile and inquired, Hello, welcome. What services may I assist you with today? I wish to train in piloting a mech. Could you please guide me on how to proceed? Asked Xia Xiaomo. Would you prefer to use one of our recommended mechs or your own? All right, please lead the way, the lovely lady replied, guiding Xia Xiaomo to the simulated mech area. She pointed to a striking crimson mech and began to elaborate. This mech is named Gale, renowned for its incredible speed. This particular mech, Xia Xiaomo's gaze was drawn to a purple mech adorned with sleek silver lines, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. It captivated her at first sight. That I choose that one, Xia Xiaomo declared, pointing towards the purple mech. Very well, please hold on a moment while I register you, the beautiful lady said as she took a scanner and swiftly scanned a section of the mech. With a beep, she informed her, registration complete. You are now cleared to pilot it for training. Chapter 5. Practicing with the mech. Thank you. Xia Xiaomo nodded appreciatively. Upon entering the mech, Xia Xiaomo did not immediately connect her mental energy. Instead, she took a moment to familiarize herself with The interior of the mech. Once she had surveyed her surroundings, she engaged her mental energy, and the once lifeless machine sprang to life as if infused with vitality. Xia Xiaomo was profoundly astonished. The mech's 360-degree scanning capability provided an expansive field of vision, heightening her sense of perspective and rendering humanity diminutive in comparison. This exhilarating view stirred her blood and ignited her spirit. However, she quickly shook off her astonishment, recalling that today was dedicated to mastering the operation of the mech. The beautiful scenery could wait after all. She would soon possess her very own personal mech. She endeavored to command the mech to walk using her mental energy. Initially, her movements were awkward, causing the mech to sway unsteadily. Yet, as she grew more accustomed to it, her control became increasingly proficient and the mech's speed quickened. Xia Xiaomo's learning capacity was remarkable. Within a mere 2 hours, she could command the mech to perform relatively simple foundational maneuvers. The violet mech extended its mechanical arm, spun around gracefully, and then came to a halt, signaling that time was up. Stepping out of the mech, she leaned against its exterior, gently patting its surface in a gesture of satisfaction. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she exited the training room and immediately spotted Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming waiting for her. Xia Yuming was the first to inquire, how did it feel to pilot the mech for the first time? It was quite enjoyable, Xia Xiaomo replied cheerily, her voice a clear reflection of her elation. A subtle smile graced Xia Yuxuan's lips, forming a graceful arc. That's wonderful, he remarked, reaching out to affectionately tousle her fluffy hair. The sudden contact rendered her momentarily stiff, yet the thought of their affection swiftly alleviated her tension. A gentle arc graced the corners of her lips. Upon exiting the virtual star network, Xia Xiaomo glanced at the clock and noted that it was time for a break. She seized a towel and entered the bathroom. Emerging shortly thereafter, she collapsed on the large bed, slipping into the realm of dreams. Perhaps she dreamt of something delightful, for she turned over, murmuring softly before sinking back into a deep slumber, a faint smile lingering on her lips. As dawn's light began to break, Xia Xiaomo's biological clock urged her to awaken from her dreams. Still in a haze, she sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes blinking sleepily. After a couple of minutes, she rose, completed her morning routine, and selected a casual outfit from her wardrobe before heading to the living room. Given the early hour, the household remained undisturbed. She summoned the robotic butler to fetch her a glass of milk from the kitchen for breakfast. In this era, milk was a rare commodity, not easily accessible to all. Having resolved her morning meal, she made her way toward the garden. Upon reaching the garden, Xia Xiaomo began to run around it, soon realizing that this body was somewhat weaker than the average person's, lacking endurance and untapped potential. Fortunately, her flexibility was commendable. Although the humans of this age had undergone enhancements, generally improving their physical capabilities, the original owner had neglected exercise, rendering her condition far from optimal, a lamentable waste of inherent talent. To attain strength, one cannot rely solely on mental prowess. Physical conditioning is equally imperative. Xia Xiaomo resolved to first enhance her physical fitness, ensuring that she would not be left breathless from even the simplest of exercises. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, the last thing she wished was to be hindered by her physical condition, which could lead to her despair. Initially, her running was rather unremarkable. However, as time passed, she began to feel a sense of fatigue creeping in. Nevertheless, she persevered until she felt it was time to halt. Upon stopping, instead of resting immediately, she seated herself cross-legged on the ground to meditate. The reason she had been able to enter the organization in her previous life was due to her accidental acquisition of a tome that could unlock one's physical potential, a secret known only to her. Chapter 6. Returning to School. This tome also possessed the ability to rejuvenate one's mental acuity. Upon awakening, she realized it was already lunchtime. After stretching her limbs, she felt invigorated, her entire body relaxed, and even her gait felt considerably lighter. With a sheepish smile, Xia Xiaomo stuck out her tongue, addressing her family, "Mom, Dad, big brother, second brother, I apologize for my tardiness." The two brothers merely nodded in acknowledgement. She knew they were not particularly loquacious and took no offense. Ultimately, It was her mother who instructed her to take a shower before joining them for a meal. Xia Xiaomo ascended the stairs and indulged in a refreshing bath. Her silky long hair cascaded down her back, and her delicate face, adorned with large eyes and a rosy, pouting mouth, exuded an adorable charm. When she descended the stairs, every member of the Xia family looked upon her with a sense of awe, followed by a gradual swell of pride. They simultaneously thought, "Our precious daughter, beloved sister, has grown up, becoming increasingly beautiful, adorable." After dinner, Father Xia inquired, "My precious daughter, now that your health has improved, isn't it time to prepare for school?" Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaomo was reminded of the impending return to academia, and she felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Indeed, she had to resume her studies at the Mecha Academy. Previously, she had been compelled to suspend her enrollment due to being rendered a vegetative state after an assault. Now that she had recovered and regained consciousness, it was only natural for her to return to school. However, as she contemplated her past actions at the academy and the repercussions they had wrought, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Yet, she quickly reminded herself of her identity. She was Xia Xiaomo, a figure whom others once feared. There was no reason for her to succumb to fear now. Moreover, the knowledge to be gained at the academy was vast, and her urgent need for expertise in mecha technology was undeniable. Yet after a moment of reflection, she acquiesced. After a few days of recuperation at home, the day of the new term arrived. Early in the morning, Mother Xia busied herself with preparations. Father Xia wished to assist his daughter, but his military obligations prevented him from being present with his family. He often had to attend to matters concerning the army, and just then, he received a message summoning him back to the military. Reluctantly, he departed, leaving Xia Xiaomo to don a forlorn expression, while Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming exchanged amused glances at their father's exaggeratedly endearing demeanor. Mother Xia meticulously prepared clothing and daily necessities for her beloved daughter, checking and rechecking to ensure nothing was overlooked. Once she was satisfied that everything was accounted for, she carefully packed the items into a spatial pouch and entrusted them to Xia Xiaomo. Xia Xiaomo gazed at her mother, who was bustling about, feeling a lump in her throat as if something were about to spill from her eyes, yet her heart brimmed with warmth. As Xia Mama escorted Xia Xiaomo to the door, she grasped her hand and earnestly imparted her advice. Xia Xiaomo listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement. Had someone spoken to her in such a manner in the past, she would have surely retaliated with a swift punch. However, now, as she absorbed her mother's words, she felt not annoyance, but a profound sense of comfort. Soon, the departure time approached. Xia Yiming leaned closer to Xia Mama and whispered, "Mom, if you keep talking, little sister will be late." Only then did Xia Mama pause, seemingly aware of her own verbosity, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Xiaomo, you must take good care of yourself at the academy. If you face any grievances, do not endure them in silence. Stand up to anyone who bullies you. And if you find yourself outmatched, call upon your two older brothers for support," Xia Mama concluded with a final admonition. Upon hearing her mother's words, Xia Xiaomo could not help but feel a wave of disbelief wash over her, her face etched with exasperation. Even Xia Dage and Xia Urge struggled to contain their reactions, exchanging glances that silently questioned, "Is this truly how one raises a daughter? Is this approach truly beneficial?" Chapter 7. The Academy. Under the reluctant gaze of her mother, Xia Xiaomo embarked on a spacecraft bound for the Mecha Academy. As she settled into her seat, she gazed out at the swiftly receding buildings, her heart brimming with anticipation for her future in mecha studies. Truly, it was the finest academy in the galaxy. Even standing at its entrance, one could feel the overwhelming aura it exuded. It was no wonder that so many aspired to be part of this esteemed institution. Though naturally beautiful, Xia Xiaomo had previously lacked an air of sophistication, but now, with her inner transformation, an innate grace began to emanate from her. It is well known that individuals who possess both charm and good looks are always in demand, regardless of the era. Many of her peers were new students who did not recognize her, yet there were also some familiar faces among the upperclassmen. Upon her arrival, a few individuals quickly identified her, pointing and whispering amongst themselves, while others regarded her with curious expressions before discreetly retreating from the crowd. As a continuing student, Xia Xiaomo needed to report to the administration office. Along the way, she paid little heed to the gazes directed her way. Following her memory, She found the administration office and politely greeted the director, clearly stating her purpose. With a warm smile, he welcomed her, and she calmly made her way toward her classroom. Intent on one thing, familiarizing herself with the surroundings. To facilitate her studies, she chose to reside on campus. Initially, her parents, Xia Mama and Xia Papa, were opposed to the idea, but after much persuasion, they reluctantly acquiesced. The academy primarily focuses on two disciplines, the Mecha department, which involves the design and manufacturing of mechas, and the Starship Operations Department, which, as the name suggests, entails understanding and mastering the operation of mechas in combat. The operation of warships entails acquiring knowledge about various vessels and mastering their usage. One may choose to specialize in a particular category or explore them all, provided one possesses the requisite capability. Familiar with her surroundings, Xia Xiaomo ambled leisurely towards her dormitory. As she walked, she absorbed the ambience of the academy, feeling inexplicably at ease, contingent upon the absence of disturbances. Suddenly, she found herself enveloped by a shadow, causing her to pause momentarily before lifting her gaze to confront the imposing figure that obstructed her path. No, more accurately, a person. This individual was tall and robust, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure simply by standing before her. In her past life, Xia Xiaomo had been a somewhat renowned assassin, having encountered all manner of individuals. Thus, she was hardly intimidated by such trivial intimidation. "Oh, is that not Xia Xiaomo? You've become even more beautiful in these few years." On the surface, this remark appeared complimentary, yet it was evident to all that the speaker was subtly mocking her as a mere pretty face. Xia Xiaomo squinted at the person before her, and after a prolonged silence, she uttered a statement that would nearly induce this individual to spew blood. "May I ask, who might you be?" Xiong Hao stood dumbfounded, on the brink of frustration. Once, before Xia Xiaomo's unfortunate incident, he had accidentally dropped her plate while dining in the cafeteria. He had sincerely apologized. Yet she disregarded him entirely and launched a barrage of verbal assaults that left Xiong Hao utterly humiliated. Subsequently, she had repeatedly embarrassed him, all the while knowing that her father was a powerful general, a hero in the eyes of the nation, leaving everyone reluctant to confront her. Thus, their encounters had devolved into a series of mutual disdain and confrontations. Having grown accustomed to competing fiercely, he felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing that she had encountered some trouble. Indeed, the transformation within her was akin to a complete metamorphosis. Chapter 8. Half a year later, after pondering the matter without reaching a conclusion, he chose to relinquish his worries. With a casual shake of his head, he turned and strode away. After all, Xia Xiaomo had also come to school, so what was there to fear about not seeing her again? But wait, why did he even want to see her? Surely, it was merely to irritate her. With a huff, he decisively lifted his leg and departed with purpose. Time slipped away like water through fingers, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, Xia Xiaomo's life felt almost surreal. First, she had gained loving family members, and now she could attend school like everyone else, albeit in an academy that differed from her memories of her previous life. Everything felt so wonderful, save for the occasional individual who would pop up before her, acting foolishly. After 6 months of diligent study and guidance from her instructors, her proficiency in mech piloting had skyrocketed, leaving behind the days of being a novice. She had now become quite the expert. The training facility had also transformed significantly compared to 6 months prior. It was no longer just a space for beginners. It had been divided into areas for novices and experts. Additionally, a new format for team combat had been introduced, allowing players to engage in solo battles or form teams for competitive play. With each victory, participants could earn star coins, the quantity of which varied according to the difficulty of the challenges faced. In the early days of the improvements, when Xia Xiaomo had triumphed in 20 consecutive matches in the novice area, she had only garnered around 2,000 star coins. It was worth noting that while the cost of living in the galaxy was not exorbitant, it was certainly not negligible either. Even though the living standards of the Xia family were quite elevated, sufficient to support her, she refused to become a parasite on their wealth. Thus, she embarked on her journey of combat. As was her custom, she opted for the purple mech that had accompanied her throughout her time on the Star Network. This mech, since its inception, had been her steadfast companion in the virtual realm. Upon investigating its model, she discovered it was a highly coveted assassin-type mech, known for its swift movements and exceptional endurance and explosive power. An assassin's forte lay in striking unexpectedly when the moment was ripe. Given her current proficiency, she could effortlessly execute no less than 10 high-intensity, rapid maneuvers within a mere 5 seconds. Xia Xiaomo tossed the mech hub outside the door of the novice zone. Site 7575. As the door swung open, she swiftly activated the mech hub, connecting her mental energy to enter the cockpit. Upon entering the arena, she found herself in a vast space resembling an inverted bowl. Her opponent was a diminutive yet robust green humanoid mech, categorized as a power type. As the battle commenced, Xia Xiaomo, brimming with determination, was taken aback to see her opponent charge at her with reckless abandon, reminiscent of her own past. Nevertheless, despite her surprise, she was eager to conclude the fight swiftly. As the green mech passed her, Xia Xiaomo deftly maneuvered her mech to extend a leg, tripping her opponent, who fell unceremoniously onto its back. Realizing the opponent was utterly unprepared, she resolutely decided to immobilize the rival mech to expedite the conclusion of the battle. After engaging in several more matches, she felt that the novice zone could no longer satisfy her aspirations. With her current prowess, she believed she was adequately prepared to venture into the advanced arena. Resolute in her confidence, she decided to change the battlefield and test her skills among the elite. She was self-assured yet not arrogant, having long anticipated the opportunity to compete against formidable opponents. Without hesitation, she promptly approached the front desk to request a duel in the advanced zone. Aside from the director of education and the principal, no one was aware that her time at the academy was not solely dedicated to studying. She had participated in a few small-scale skirmishes, though limited in number. The experience gleaned from her past life had proven invaluable, and the mutated creatures she faced were exceptionally lethal, with even a momentary lapse in focus potentially leading to disaster. Her practical combat skills had significantly improved, laying a solid foundation for her advancement into the elite zone. The Xia family was renowned for their combative spirit, a fact evident in the frequent appearances of Xia Xiaomo and his two brothers at the training facilities over the past 6 months. Conversely, those who faced them often experienced considerable hardship, as the Xia family's prowess in mecha combat transformed them into formidable warriors, striking with ruthless precision and leaving no room for their adversaries. The mere thought of dueling in the advanced zone ignited a fervor within her. While her innate talent might not be the most exceptional, a saying from her home planet, Earth, resonated with her. Genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work. This wisdom underscored her belief that with determination and perseverance, one could achieve greatness. The advanced zone frequently attracted numerous spectators, and as she approached the outer confines, she was greeted by rows of occupied seats filled with eager onlookers. Xia Xiaomo composed herself and, with a gesture of encouragement, stepped into the arena of the advanced. Unlike the novice zone, the individuals in this realm had truly been tempered by the crucible of battle. They possessed no ostentatious techniques, only a fierce decisiveness. War is a brutal and sanguinary affair, wherein it is a matter of either your demise or that of your adversary. To avoid death, one must eliminate the enemy. For no foe will show mercy simply because you are unarmed. If you do not vanquish your opponent, you shall be consumed by them. Xia Xiaomo found this battle exceptionally arduous, yet her spirit soared with an unprecedented fervor. This raw engagement was precisely what she craved. The fierce and resolute aura of her opponent's blue mech had fully awakened the bloodlust she had kept hidden. She extended her tongue to moisten her lips and maneuvered her mech directly towards the adversary. Having gleaned the opponent's tendencies from the initial skirmishes, she opted for close combat, the very style she had mastered in her previous life. The core power of the mech resided in its chest. Yet this section was encased in a formidable armor that was not easily pierced. She would need to exert her utmost strength. Grasping a laser dagger, her violet mech lunged towards the opponent's chest. If successful, this strike would surely leave a mark upon the adversary's mech. However, at this critical juncture, the opponent remained remarkably composed and retreated, evading her ferocious thrust. Undeterred by the miss, Xia Xiaomo adeptly executed a 360-degree spin, directing the dagger towards the neck of the opposing mech. Yet, in a surprising turn, the adversary's mech extended its mechanical arm and grasped the hand of Xia Xiaomo's mech that held the dagger. With a sudden pull, her mech was forced to retreat a step. At that moment, Xia Xiaomo realized that her opponent's mech had completely overpowered her. She fell into contemplation. The adversary's mech was built for strength, while her own was designed for speed. Clearly, she could not match the brute force of her competitor. However, speed was her advantage, and she believed that utilizing her mech's stealth ability, combined with an element of surprise, would yield effective results. Then, everyone present witnessed the purple mech vanish at an astonishing speed. Inside the blue mech, Suja paused for a moment, seemingly discerning the intentions of the purple mech. and a slow smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, "Interesting." Suddenly, the purple mech reappeared swiftly from the left side of the blue mech, launching an almost imperceptible attack. The blue mech executed a backflip to evade the strike, narrowly avoiding the blow. The purple mech immediately activated its invisibility, circling stealthily around the blue mech, waiting for the opportune moment. The outcome of this encounter appeared imminent. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Suja realized that he had underestimated his opponent this time. Chapter 10, Mercenary Mission. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaomo logged off, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead that had accumulated due to the strain on her mental faculties. The sticky sensation on her skin was quite uncomfortable, prompting her to turn towards the bathroom. She did not possess a severe aversion to cleanliness. Rather, it was the discomfort of her sweat-soaked clothes clinging to her that she found most unpleasant. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at the familiar yet alien visage reflected back at her, momentarily lost in thought. What would the original owner of this body be experiencing now? Shaking her head, she dispelled those unrealistic musings from her mind, a bitter smile forming on her lips as she acknowledged that she had yet to fully immerse herself in this role. She was acutely aware that her victory in today's battle stemmed from two primary factors: the opponent's underestimation and her newfound ability to disrupt mental energy gleaned from a secret tome. Typically, mental energy is utilized solely for piloting mechs or conducting reconnaissance. In essence, it is limited to a singular application. However, from the ancient manuscript, she had grasped a method to bifurcate her mental energy, akin to multitasking. Yet, this technique bore its own drawbacks. It was challenging to master and considerably depleting. Had her opponent not underestimated her and rushed into a swift resolution, she would not have triumphed so effortlessly. With prolonged engagement, her mental energy would eventually wane, rendering her a vulnerable target. It was evident that diligent practice was imperative to proficiently manage her mental energy's bifurcation. Suddenly, a task notification flashed on her wrist-mounted device. She had also registered an account with the Mercenary Guild, a secret known only to her two brothers and the guild itself. The guild frequently issued numerous bounty tasks, systematically organized by intelligent robots, categorized into 3 levels of difficulty: simple, ordinary, and challenging, reminiscent of game quests where varying difficulties yield different rewards. One could select tasks suited to their capabilities via the intelligent interface. The task presented was published merely 10 minutes prior, on a distant planet. An assault by otherworldly beasts had occurred a day earlier, and your mission was to search for survivors. The difficulty was classified as ordinary, with rewards contingent upon circumstances. The question of whether to accept the task was posed in a monotonous, emotionless mechanical tone. Xia Xiaomo merely pondered for a moment before accepting the mission, at which point the intelligent system presented the following notification: Mission: Rescue survivors. Difficulty: Ordinary. Time limit: none. Xia Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. How long do you intend to keep this from Mom and Dad? Are you not planning to tell them? Aren't you afraid they might go berserk? Well, just be cautious. If you encounter anything insurmountable, it's best to flee for your life, Xia Yuxuan said with utmost seriousness. All right. I understand. I will pack my things and set off immediately, Xia Xiaomo stated before terminating the video call. Chapter 11. Departure. Having gathered the necessary supplies for the rescue, she boarded the flying vessel and headed towards the military guild. This mission was a collective endeavor, involving approximately 20 to 30 individuals, who were divided into groups of 5, each heading to different coordinates. In Xia Xiaomo's group, there were 3 men and 2 women, including herself. The other female, named Luna, was a striking beauty with fiery red hair and an alluring figure. For some reason, she felt as though Luna's gaze burned with intensity, as if she were intent on devouring her. The 3 men were named Brycel, Locke, and Hour. Brycel appeared to be a refined young man, wearing a subtle smile, while glasses obscured his eyes, concealing his true emotions. Hour, on the other hand, was tall and imposing, with amber eyes and a prominent scar over 10 centimeters long at the corner of his eye, lending him a somewhat fearsome appearance. As Xia Xiaomo assessed her companions, her 4 teammates were likewise observing her. The first impression 3 men had of her was that she was a diminutive woman, questioning whether such a fragile figure could truly accompany them on their mission. It is no surprise they thought this, for Xia Xiaomo's current physique appeared exceedingly delicate, standing at 1.65 meters, with rosy lips, exquisite features, a complexion that glowed with a hint of pink, a petite nose, and large, luminous eyes reminiscent of a starry sky. She could only be described in 3 words: utterly adorable. Yet, her aura commanded respect, suggesting she was not to be underestimated. The perceptive Bryce observed her, feeling an incongruity in her appearance, as a flicker of brilliance passed through his eyes behind his glasses. Luna, on the other hand, found the girl before her irresistibly cute, yearning to reach out and tousle her hair. As for Or, he merely cast her a glance before turning away, the thoughts swirling in his mind known only to himself. In summary, one could encapsulate the sentiment with a single phrase. None of them were to be trifled with. Upon boarding the spacecraft bound for Lyon, Xia Xiaomo gained a genuine appreciation for the vastness of the cosmos. Gazing through the large screen at the enchanting expanse of space, she beheld a breathtaking array of celestial bodies, both large and small, adorned in a spectrum of colors, forming a magnificent starry tableau. They moved in a harmonious dance along fixed trajectories. Xia Xiaomo could not help but be captivated by the allure of the night sky. Aside from the lurking instabilities within the interstellar realm, this universe was indeed a splendid place. Xia Xiaomo couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful starry sky! How wonderful it would be if peace could last forever." She mused that once she had grown strong enough to eliminate all those threats to her loved ones, she would contemplate becoming an interstellar traveler, exploring the splendors of various celestial bodies. Indeed, the four companions alongside her nodded in agreement. "One day, we shall eradicate those pests of the universe," Luna, with her fiery temperament, declared, shaking her fist in determination. However, the unique sounds emitted by the ship's machinery soon captured everyone's attention. Chapter 12. The Invasion of the Insectoid Race. Alert! Alert! The spaceship is about to enter the asteroid floating zone. Please ensure your safety. The warning echoed through the vessel. This so-called asteroid floating zone was composed of numerous asteroids of varying sizes, with a structure that was exceedingly unstable. Even from the periphery, one could observe some asteroids suddenly descending and colliding with others, resulting in the scattering of smaller fragments. In this treacherous area, the ship had to navigate not only the myriad asteroids, but also contend with the volatile magnetic fields, for a moment's inattention could lead to catastrophe. We have entered the asteroid floating zone. The ship is beginning to experience erratic turbulence. In such moments, an individual's reflexes and capabilities are put to the ultimate test. The captain, a male of the distinct Yamage race, known colloquially as the Black Race, exhibited remarkable composure as he methodically issued commands, clearly accustomed to such perilous situations. As he issued his commands, the spacecraft gradually stabilized. An alarm blared, signaling the approach of unidentified entities. Just as they sighed in relief, this information heightened their tension once more. Yamager turned his gaze towards the radar scanner, and indeed, 3 red dots were rapidly closing in on their vessel. The mech warriors prepared for combat, activating the radar imaging. Yamager called out through the intercom, inquiring about the distance of the unknown organisms. Distance from the spacecraft, 15,000 miles. 14,500 miles, the calm voice of the onboard system reported. Yamager observed the screen displaying the gargantuan creatures, resembling locusts, and tentatively identified them as a variant of the insectoid race, classified as a Level 2 threat. Upon hearing this, Yamager promptly issued combat orders to all personnel aboard the ship, his eyes fixated on the screen. The insectoid race, beings mutated from insects, colossal in size, with razor-sharp limbs, capable of expelling a highly corrosive liquid. They are ferocious by nature, endowed with an extraordinary reproductive capacity, capable of spawning thousands, even tens of thousands of eggs at once. They are among the most terrifying and loathsome creatures in the universe, surpassing mutated animals in their dreadfulness, though they appear infrequently. Each emergence heralds a catastrophic event of immense scale. Their prolific nature has thwarted the Alliance's military efforts to eradicate them completely on several occasions. The guards aboard the spacecraft, having encountered the insectoids before, were less agitated, whereas Xiaomo and others, who had only faced mutated beasts, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of the impending battle. They were filled with anticipation for the confrontation that awaited them. The exoskeleton of the Zerg is remarkably resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to cleave through. Their abdomens, though supple, are challenging to approach, and their venom possesses the capacity to corrode even mechanized armor, illustrating just how formidable they are. They are now merely 5,000 feet from the spacecraft, reported the first officer to Yamig. Fixated on the projected imagery, Yamig commanded the mechanized warriors to enter the mech deployment chamber in preparation for battle. The ship unleashed a barrage of firepower to divert their attention, while a segment of the mechanized warriors was tasked with drawing them away from the spacecraft. Should they breach the vessel, our fate would be sealed. Meanwhile, another contingent scoured the surroundings for vulnerabilities, poised to strike with lethal precision. "Yes, we shall ensure the execution of the orders," came the resolute reply. The battle unfolded methodically under Yaming's command. Chapter 13. The Clash of Insectoids and Humans. Xiaomo and her 4 companions formed an impromptu squad, each summoning their respective mechs for combat. Luna's mech was a striking creation, adorned in vibrant red and white. Its shoulders embellished with fiery motifs that mirrored her own fiery spirit. Bryce piloted a more subdued gray mech, exuding an aura of understated elegance. Yet when he linked to his mental prowess, it became apparent that he was not to be trifled with. Or's mech was a powerhouse. Its robust build and formidable strength were immediately apparent. Rocky commanded a lake blue mech, characterized by its dual offensive and defensive capabilities, which afforded it remarkable speed and explosive power. Nonetheless, the mech retained an air of mystery, its noble purple hue a testament to its unique design, an amalgamation of terrestrial, aerial, and aquatic functionalities, modified by Rocky himself, making it truly one of a kind. It is often said that every profession has its own specialization, and the realm of mechs is no exception. In this world, combat mechs are categorized into 3 types: aerial combat, terrestrial combat, and aquatic combat. Xia Xiaomo's mech possesses the capability to engage in all 3, indicating its versatility in any battlefield. Moreover, she has modified the original plasma cannon of the mech. Her enhancements have not only extended its range and increased its lethality, but also alleviated the mech's gravitational burden. This revelation is known solely to her family. She vividly recalls the astonishment on their faces when she disclosed this information, as if they had encountered a ghost. Consequently, her father promptly convened an emergency family meeting in a private room, solemnly instructing everyone to keep this matter confidential. Only after repeated assurances of discretion did the meeting conclude. Xia Xiaomo understands the principle of innocent bystanders suffer for the guilty. Although the Galactic Alliance appears peaceful on the surface, beneath it lies a tumultuous undercurrent. She is certain that if she were to divulge this secret, the high-ranking officials of the Alliance would exert relentless pressure on her father, compelling him to surrender her. Should she fall into their clutches, they would exploit her in every conceivable manner until she is utterly drained, only to be discarded or erased thereafter. Given her father's character, he would never acquiesce to such demands. Thus, they would resort to all means to eliminate her. In such a scenario, her parents would be devastated. Xia Xiaomo yearns to avoid a life of constraints, after having been granted a second chance at life, blessed with a loving father, mother, and brother. How could she tolerate such a fate? She yearns to grow stronger, to strive tirelessly for strength, with the intent to protect her family, to become formidable enough that no one would dare to provoke her. Yet, she is acutely aware of her current frailty. Thus, she must diligently fortify herself before any crisis arises, enhancing her power so that when the time comes, she will possess a greater assurance. She believes that the Xia family genuinely cherishes her, and whatever may transpire in the future, they will stand by her side. Xia Xiaomo and her companions are tasked with distracting the insects, preventing them from approaching the spacecraft. They must not only divert the creature's attention but also manage to draw away their ire, akin to evading a game boss while kite flying. Xia Xiaomo and Luna jointly confront a single insect, constantly dodging and striking. The insect, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 2 mechs, briefly hesitates. A look of excitement flashing across its face, its greenish eyes gleaming as if it has stumbled upon a treasure. Xia Xiaomo glanced at Luna. Does it perceive us as prey? Luna returned a glance at Xia Xiaomo. It appears. Yes. Both shivered in unison, rubbing the goosebumps that had arisen on their arms. Chapter 14. The battle of humans and insects in contrast to the previous occasions when hordes of insects descended upon them. This time, only 5 insects appeared. However, the spacecraft was equipped with no more than 10 mechs, originally designated for the mission of rescuing survivors and escorting them to safety. The task itself was not particularly daunting. Who would have anticipated an encounter with insects along the way, due to their current positioning within the asteroid suspension zone? Aside from Xiaomo, none of the other mechs possess flight capabilities. The myriad of asteroids, both large and small, flitting about in this suspended area complicates the battle significantly. In such an environment, the mechs on Xiaomo's side are already at a disadvantage, and the necessity to evade these moving asteroids renders them nearly powerless. They must maneuver their mechs with constant leaps to escape the relentless pursuit of the colossal insect and the incessant collisions with the asteroids. Although they manage to evade most of the asteroids, some still strike, leaving varied marks upon the exteriors of their mechs. The most severe damage occurs when a mech warrior's chest plate is significantly dented. At the onset of the battle, they could cope, but as time progresses, the lack of aerial capability becomes increasingly pronounced. This predicament cannot persist. If it continues, their demise is inevitable. What can be done? Is there a method to vanquish the colossal insect while concealing her mech's secret? Xiaomo feels a surge of anxiety. Yet she understands that panic is counterproductive at such a juncture. She compels herself to regain composure and devise a strategy. She surveys her surroundings, glances at the 4 other teams struggling to evade the giant insect, and notices several relatively large and stable asteroids. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. Her eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Luna," she called out as Luna leaped forward. "Find an opportunity to inform Rocky and the others to lure the giant insect towards those larger meteorite fragments. That is where we can deal with it." Luna, upon receiving the message, swiftly relayed Xia Xiaomo's instructions to the other 4 teams without a moment's hesitation, executing the directive with an instinctive ease, as if it were the most natural course of action. Xia Xiaomo watched as Luna ventured into the distance, activating the mecha's flight system to draw the giant insect away, far from their sight. Everyone was preoccupied with the insects before them, leaving no time to concern themselves with her. Yet, Luna cast a fleeting glance in the direction of her departure, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaomo navigated the swiftly moving meteorite fragments, distancing herself from the group, alleviating any concerns. She darted through the debris, effortlessly evading the falling rocks, exuding a sense of mastery, while the giant insect behind her appeared increasingly beleaguered, its once formidable form now covered in dust and numerous wounds. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the creature lamented its plight. It was merely following orders to seek out a reserve of energy for the soon-to-hatch insect monarch. Energy is the wellspring of power, and what they termed energy sources were viewed by the insect race as human beings, akin to batteries brimming with energy. A single battery may seem insignificant, but what of thousands? In their eyes, humanity was precisely that. Even though calamities had drastically reduced their numbers, the survivors still represented a vast potential. The conquest of humanity in the cosmos would signify an inexhaustible supply of energy at their disposal, along with ample resources and manpower. Their initial strategy involved capturing a number of humans, devouring them, and seizing their corporeal forms to masquerade as them, thus insidiously achieving their ultimate goal, dominating the human alliance. They aimed to confine humanity and transform them into mere sustenance, providing the energy required for their survival. However, unbeknownst to them, their intentions were compromised, leading to a brutal onslaught from the human alliance. After enduring numerous devastating conflicts, their numbers dwindled, and at that time, the insect emperor had yet to emerge. Reluctantly, they were forced to seal this plan away, entering a prolonged period of dormancy that lasted a century. Now, as the hatching of their insect emperor draws near, and energy resources dwindle, the insect matriarch has resurrected this scheme for implementation. The first wave of advanced insects has been dispatched, tasked with capturing those humans who traverse the cosmos. Endowed with formidable perception, they can detect moving energy forms from considerable distances. The insect race is characterized by its insatiable greed, embodying the adage that they consume everything in their path, akin to locusts ravaging the land. A single energy-rich planet, comparable in size to Earth, would scarcely sustain them for a month. Unfortunately for this particular cohort of insects, fortune has not favored them. Their mission has been fraught with misfortune. Had they encountered other humans, their nefarious plot might have succeeded. Yet fate has led them to cross paths with the peculiar Xia Xiaomo, sealing the fate of their initial endeavor in failure. Little do they realize that such setbacks are merely precursors to a multitude of failures that await them in the days to come. Xia Xiaomo swiftly navigated through the asteroid field, desperately seeking a stable space. She needed to swiftly eliminate the creature that relentlessly pursued her. As she searched, she noted the instability of the magnetic field in her vicinity, with sporadic small wormholes threatening to ensnare her in a black void. Through her mental perception, she identified a region where the magnetic field was relatively stable and directed her flight towards it, the creature hot on her heels. At last, she came to a halt, abruptly pivoting to draw her laser longsword and cleave at the creature. Her speed was remarkable, and the creature matched her pace. Just as her sword was about to strike its head, its forelimbs intervened, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, accompanied by a dazzling shower of sparks. In this volatile asteroid realm, Xia Xiaomo refrained from utilizing her particle cannon unless absolutely necessary, as the immense force could disrupt the magnetic field, leading to catastrophic collisions and the risk of being cast out of the suspended zone. Even if she were to vanquish the creature, she could still face dire consequences, potentially affecting nearby celestial bodies. The most prudent course was to rely solely on raw strength to achieve her goal. The rhythmic clang of metal reverberated around her, with sparks flying from the impacts, and her exosuit began to show signs of wear. Beads of sweat adorned her pale face, a clear indication of her heightened mental strain. As this was her inaugural battle against the insectoid foes, after considerable effort in discerning its weaknesses, she had determined that its underbelly was particularly vulnerable. She could only breach it from that point. As they distanced themselves, the creature leapt high, raising its forelimbs to strike at her. Just as the appendages were about to pierce her mech, she suddenly swung her sword in an exceptionally clever maneuver, twisting aside. Simultaneously, her lightsaber plunged into the creature's abdomen, piercing it entirely. Chapter 16. The Battle of Insect and Human. 3. The massive forelimbs of the creature grazed the head of her mech, crashing down onto the ground a mere 3 centimeters from her. The impaled insect writhed violently, attempting to extricate the lightsaber from its body. However, its struggles only exacerbated the wound, causing it to widen as a dark green liquid continuously oozed from its injury and mouth, dripping onto the exterior of Xia Xiaomo's mech. With great effort, Xia Xiaomo crawled out from beneath the creature, disengaged from the mech, and gasped for breath as she gazed upon the still-living insect before her. Regaining some strength, she approached the creature, gripping the lightsaber to withdraw it. Alas, it was transmitting information to its companions before she could intervene. Suddenly, she felt as though a massive hammer had struck her head, leaving her dizzy and momentarily blinded, nearly succumbing to the shockwave. When Luna and the others arrived, they were taken aback to see Xia Xiaomo, pale and suddenly prone, accompanied by a roll of her eyes. Her body was smeared with an unknown liquid from the creature, adorned with numerous wounds. From a distance, she appeared strikingly beautiful in her bloodied, pristine attire. Initially, Luna and the others were startled by her appearance, fearing she had sustained severe injuries, their eyes welling with concern. Later, upon hearing the medical personnel explain that she had merely succumbed to profound slumber due to exhaustion, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Observing her battered form, they hastily lifted her onto the spacecraft and into the medical chamber. Although this team was hastily assembled, they had come to understand each other's personalities during their days aboard the ship. They genuinely accepted Xia Xiaomo, a girl of few words, youthful yet resembling a porcelain doll, who selflessly considered others and maintained an unwavering politeness. Witnessing her current disheveled state stirred their hearts, evoking even a rare flicker of concern from the typically aloof Uncle Miguel. Miguel, the nutritional supplement specialist aboard the ship, was always greeted with a cheerful Uncle Miguel from Xia Xiaomo whenever she collected her rations. If she were aware of how they perceived her, she would undoubtedly retort, "Hey, where did you see me being selfless? I merely dislike causing trouble. And by the way, I am not that young. Besides, I am nearly 40 in my past life." Yet, she remained oblivious. Thus, when she awoke from her restful slumber in the medical chamber, she found herself surrounded by a group of men, all fixated on her in silence, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, an intensity that only deepened. Just then, the captain's voice resonated, shattering the peculiar atmosphere. Chapter 17. The Insectoid Conspiracy. 1. With the captain in action, one could accomplish the feat of two. Meanwhile, the Xia family had gathered, all except for Xia Xiaomo. General Xia sat on the sofa with an expressionless face, his eyes filled with anger. Beside him, Mother Xia stood with her hands on her hips, yelling at someone across from her. The Xia brothers stood there, looking pitiable as they endured their mother's wrath. "You must tell me honestly, where has Xiaomo gone?" Mother's roar echoed throughout the grand hall, causing the entire room to tremble, a testament to her fury. "Mom, please don't be angry. Sit down and have some water to soothe your throat. Let me massage your shoulders." Xia Yumming quickly rushed behind Mother Xia, urging her to sit on the sofa while gently placing his hands on her shoulders to appease her. This was his usual tactic, playing the spoiled child while diverting her attention. However, this familiar strategy seemed less effective at this moment. "Humph." Mother Xia swatted his hands away and grasped his ear, yelling into his ear, "Tell me honestly, where has Xiaomo gone?" Realizing his tactic had failed, Xia Yumming cast a desperate glance at his older brother, his eyes clearly pleading, "I can't handle this anymore. What should we do now?" Xia Yuxuan glanced at their father and then at their mother. Understanding that both were still troubled by the memory of their younger sister being left unconscious for so many years, he knew that unless they clarified this matter today, it would remain unresolved. While their father seemed manageable, the consequences would certainly be dire if their mother discovered that her recently recovered daughter had gone off to become a mercenary. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Mother, I can tell you where my younger sister went, but you must promise not to be angry." Xia Yuxuan gazed earnestly at her mother. Upon hearing her words, Xia Mama felt an ominous premonition, yet she assured herself to remain as calm as possible. My sister. She has become a mercenary and is currently out on a mission. Meanwhile, on Xia Xiaomo's side, after everyone had departed, Captain Yamig glanced at Xia Xiaomo, who was just about to leave the medical bay. I'm relieved to see you're all right. Everyone was quite concerned for you, he stated. His expression inscrutable yet laden with meaning. Feeling the weight of Captain Yamig's gaze, Xia Xiaomo's heart skipped a beat, though her face remained ambiguously neutral. After exiting the medical chamber, she suddenly recalled something of great significance and swiftly turned back towards Luna's quarters. Chapter 18. The Insectoid Conspiracy, 2. I apologize for interrupting you, Luna, but there is something of utmost importance I wish to discuss. What is it? Luna inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded her. Xia Xiaomo's expression grew grave. When I distracted that insect, while you were dealing with the other two enormous creatures, did they exhibit any peculiar behavior? Luna pondered for a moment, then shook her head, indicating that she had noticed nothing unusual. Think carefully. This matter is crucial and pertains to the safety of many. Orr and Lockie had been assigned as a team, while the others were crew members aboard the ship. With her arrival, their burden was significantly alleviated. Initially, they could only hold off the insects, but with her joining the fray, they gradually turned the tide and successfully vanquished the creature. Just as they were about to assist another team, the creature abruptly turned and fled, leaving them momentarily stunned. Eventually, someone suggested, perhaps the creature fled because it couldn't contend with us, a notion that the group reluctantly accepted. In retrospect, Luna pondered that the creature's sudden retreat seemed not born of fear, but rather as if it had received some command. With this thought, she abruptly lifted her gaze to Xia Xiaomo and shared all her suspicions and musings. Yet, her emotions were tumultuous. She found it perplexing to confront a diminutive woman, younger than themselves, who had single-handedly vanquished a creature. She was at a loss for words to convey the tumult within her heart, akin to being trampled by 1,000 galloping steeds. Indeed, it must have detected the signal emitted by the creature I lured away just before its demise. I suspect that the signal wave it transmitted was a command of sorts or perhaps a message it was compelled to relay. Otherwise, considering the relentless nature of those creatures, escape would have been improbable. Xia Xiaomo was suddenly startled. He recognized that the creatures possessed an acute sensitivity, capable of perceiving their companions' signal waves even from afar. This matter must be reported to Captain. Upon concluding this thought, he sprang to his feet and dashed out of Luna's quarters, heading straight for the spaceship's control room. Upon his arrival, he found Captain Yamig reprimanding his subordinates, who appeared visibly shaken by the scolding. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have dared to intrude at this hour. However, today, the gravity of the situation compelled her to disregard her reservations. She knocked on the control room door and called out, "Report." The occupants within turned their gazes towards her in unison, and she immediately sensed a formidable aura emanating from Captain Yamig. Upon recognizing Xia Xiaomo, Captain Yamig swiftly retracted his imposing presence. You better have a valid reason for this interruption, he warned, his mood evidently soured by the disruption. Unfazed, Xia Xiaomo expeditiously relayed the events of the day along with her suspicions in a single breath. Chapter 19. The Insectoid Conspiracy, 3. After hearing Xia Xiaomo's account, Captain Yamig furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the edge of the control panel as he fell into deep contemplation. The only sounds in the control room, apart from the mechanical hum, were the rhythmic taps of his fingers on the console. Did your mecha intercept the soundwave signal? Captain Yamig inquired, his expression grave. We managed to capture a portion, but it is incomplete. The intensity of the sound wave was overwhelming, rendering it impossible to maintain consciousness, she replied. Xia Xiaomo then handed over the captured fragment of the signal to Captain Yamig. After receiving the recorder, Yamig commanded, "Someone, go to Bowen and fetch a language translator." A soldier stationed outside saluted sharply and turned to leave. Soon, the soldier returned with the translator, connecting the recorder to it. They heard fragmented voices. Retreat. Report. Empire Star. Plan failed. Please. Scheme. Upon hearing the translated words, Xia Xiaomo furrowed her brow, deep in thought. The report must be from their so-called Mother Empress, she pondered. Does the latter part imply that their initial plan has been thwarted by us, and they are now resorting to a secondary one? What could that plan entail? Could it be that the swarm is concocting some conspiracy against all of humanity, primarily targeting the Empire Star? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she voiced her concerns. Yamig seemed to share her apprehensions. Suddenly, A realization struck them both. Xia Xiaomo's expression shifted to one of shock, while a flicker of fear crossed Yamag's typically impassive face. If their suspicions were correct, humanity would indeed be facing its apocalypse. Yamage promptly made a decision, instructing his aide, "You must report this to the Alliance's military command immediately. There is no time to lose." The aide understood the gravity of the situation and acknowledged with a firm nod, swiftly transmitting the signal to the Alliance, which lay several light years away, and recommended the establishment of a defensive base as a precaution. Upon receiving the signal, the Alliance escalated the matter to its higher echelons, convening an emergency meeting without delay. "Ahem, Captain, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Xia Xiaomo cast a somewhat anxious glance at Yamag, clearly realizing she had inadvertently interrupted someone's reprimand. Feeling a bit sheepish, the seasoned Yamag, well aware of her psychological state, acknowledged the gravity of the situation and refrained from pursuing the matter further. He waved his hand, urging her to depart swiftly. Instantly, Xia Xiaomo exhaled a sigh of relief and discreetly patted her chest, observing her subtle gesture. Captain Yamag could not help but stifle a laugh, his lips twitching in amusement as he silently reflected, "Am I truly that intimidating?" If his subordinates were aware, they would undoubtedly nod in agreement, perhaps adding, "It is said he can cure nocturnal crying in children." Luna rushed over upon seeing Xia Xiaomo, urgently inquiring, "How did it go?" "Well, it's rather serious. It has already been reported." "That is reassuring." Luna sighed in relief at Xia Xiaomo's response. "Why are you so anxious?" Xia Xiaomo, intrigued by her demeanor, found it curious. Someone of her disposition shouldn't exhibit such expressions. Luna rolled her eyes dramatically. "Aren't you worried?" Xia Xiaomo fell silent, indeed quite anxious. After all, it pertained to the safety of her own home. She had finally found someone she wished to protect, and she could not afford to lose them again. Chapter 20. Arrival. Attention all personnel. We are about to initiate a spatial jump. Please ensure your safety. The expected duration of this spatial jump is 59 seconds. All personnel, please remain vigilant. Everyone hurriedly checked their safety equipment, making certain they would not be flung away by the gravitational forces generated during the spatial leap. In that fleeting minute, everyone felt as if they had entered a swirling vortex, disoriented and dizzy. The soldiers stationed aboard the spacecraft fared better, having experienced such phenomena before. They merely felt a touch of nausea. However, for the group consisting of Xia Xiaomo and her 4 companions, the sensation was far more unpleasant, dizziness accompanied by waves of nausea. Once they came to a halt and Luna confirmed their safety, they promptly removed their safety gear and rushed, hands clasped over their mouths, toward the restroom. Yamag glanced at her, nodding in acknowledgement, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Luna, Lockie, and AOL could not resist the call of the restroom either. When they recovered, Captain Yamag's voice resonated through the communicator. "We have arrived at our destination. Record the transmission coordinates, equip yourselves, and disembark the ship. Pair up in twos and initiate a search from different directions, while the remaining members will guard the spacecraft to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Immediately, they divided into groups. Luna instinctively paired with Xia Xiaomo, while AOL teamed up with Lockie. Bryce was partnered with a boy named Leon, and the last duo comprised 2 brothers, Nanshin and Nanqing, with Nanqing being the elder. Once the groups were established, each selected a direction. "We choose the south," Bryce declared first, while AOL and Lockie opted for the north. Following them, Nanqing and Nanshin took the west. Ultimately, Xia Xiaomo and Luna were assigned to the south. After connecting their communicators, they were instructed to promptly send an emergency signal to the nearest teammate should any insurmountable situation arise, facilitating swift assistance. With their directions confirmed, the 4 groups swiftly separated, hastening toward their respective paths. "Bryce has arrived in the town. Please provide instructions." Bryce and Leon were the first to reach the urban area, and upon their arrival, they sought guidance from their superiors. Gradually, the other 3 teams also encountered the town. Yamag, both the captain and their temporary superior, received the report and issued the command to exert all efforts in rescuing survivors, and once found, to gather them and await the military's arrival for their retrieval. Caution was paramount. They were to remain vigilant of their surroundings and not to let their guard down. The 4 teams promptly sprang into action, searching for any living souls. The once vibrant scenery had vanished, leaving only the ruins ravaged by monstrous beasts, collapsed buildings, and utter chaos. The mood of the 4 teams inevitably grew heavy. They searched while remaining alert. Although the beastly assaults had ceased, who could tell if any remnants lingered behind, potentially ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment? Chapter 21. Search and rescue. Their recent passage had taken them through small towns and villages. The further they ventured towards the central town, the more severe the destruction of the surrounding structures became. They even glimpsed some human corpses that had been gnawed upon by the beasts. Life detected 300 meters ahead. Luna's voice echoed through the communicator into Xia Xiaomo's ears. Cautiously, Xia Xiaomo made her way towards the location Luna indicated. Before her lay a desolate ruin. She activated the infrared sensors of her mech and discerned a child huddled in a narrow space beneath the debris. It appeared to be a corner of a building, fortuitously supporting a large fallen structure, creating a triangular space where the child was curled up inside. Xia Xiaomo cleared away the surrounding debris and carefully moved aside the large blocks of fallen structure, revealing a child within. He appeared to be a young boy, who coughed up dust a few times before lifting his head. His face was covered in grime, obscuring his features, yet his beautiful large eyes shone through, glistening with moisture and tinged with redness, likely from recent tears. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Are you hurt? Are your parents still with you?" Xia Xiaomo endeavored to soften her tone as much as possible to facilitate communication. The boy initially appeared frightened. He recognized the iron mask before him as a mech, akin to one his brother owned. He had witnessed his brother training in that mech and had felt a pang of envy at the sight. Noticing the boy's intense gaze fixed on her mech, Xia Xiaomo assumed he was simply startled and repeated her questions. The boy quickly nodded and, using all his limbs, crawled out from the cramped space. He trembled slightly from the lack of nourishment after such a prolonged period without food. Upon emerging, he looked up at Xia Xiaomo, revealing a charming smile with his small white teeth. At that moment, Luna approached from behind Xia Xiaomo. Upon seeing the boy, she suggested, "Shall we take him to the spaceship now? He appears to have been hungry for quite some time." Xia Xiaomo handed the boy over to Luna and said, "Yes. Please take him to the spaceship. I will continue to search the area for other survivors." Understanding the unspoken trust between them, Luna did not offer any further comments. She took the boy and hurried towards the spaceship. Seizing the opportunity, the boy poked his head out and called out to Xia Xiaomo, "Sister, my name is Ouyang Lele." Xia Xiaomo was taken aback for a moment, shook her head with a smile, and turned to search for other survivors. The other three groups also managed to rescue several survivors and, along the way, eliminated a few remaining mutated beasts. This was merely a small planet, situated in a remote area. When the beasts attacked, there was no time to call for help. Almost all the buildings and towns had been utterly destroyed, and even the few that appeared relatively intact were teetering on the brink of collapse. The Lord's mansion was encircled by several mechs, with the corpses of several mutated beasts strewn about. In the center of the circle lay a middle-aged man, his brow furrowed, lips devoid of color, clearly in a state of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. "Young Lord, do you think anyone will come to our rescue? It's been so long. Have they abandoned our planet?" questioned one of the green mechs. Young Lord Ouyang Xiao furrowed his brow, his eyelids drooping to conceal the emotions within his gaze, and spoke with unwavering confidence, "They will surely come to rescue us." Upon hearing his resolute words, the other mechs fell silent. Chapter 22. Young Lord Ouyang Xiao as Ouyang Xiao and the others looked at the injured man in the center, concern etched their faces. The Lord's injuries were severe, requiring immediate transport to a medical facility. However, the medical bay within the mansion had been destroyed. What could they do? Another medical bay was located on the opposite side of the planet, but it was impossible to reach in time. Anxiety gripped everyone's hearts, as they feared the Lord might not survive until help arrived. Witnessing his father's diminishing vitality from blood loss, despair gradually enveloped his heart. From a young age, Ouyang Xiao had lost his mother, leaving him solely with his father and younger brother. Tragically, his brother went missing, leaving his fate unknown. Now, after 2 decades of companionship, his father lay gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. The world around him seemed to be enveloped in darkness, just as despair threatened to consume him. A voice pierced through the gloom, exclaiming that a purple mech was approaching. Instantly, Ouyang Xiao's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked up. Not far away, a mysterious and noble mech raced towards them, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that made it appear as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens, captivating the hearts of many young onlookers. As the distance closed, Xia Xiaomo swiftly arrived at the Lord's residence, her sensors detecting a life form nearby, one of which appeared to be extremely faint. Without hesitation, she made her way towards them. The sun was setting in the evening sky, casting a warm glow as she traveled from west to east, creating an ethereal spectacle reminiscent of a divine apparition. Though she had not intended for it to appear that way. Why has the mech taken him for treatment? Why are we still waiting here? Xia Xiaomo inquired. The person she addressed was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the celestial being before them was a girl. Blushing, they replied, "Our mech has exhausted its energy, and the medical bay here has been rendered inoperable. The other unit is too far away. Given the Lord's condition, we cannot afford to wait." "I see," Xia Xiaomo responded, disengaging from the mech and moving beside Lord Ouyang to assess his state. Upon confirming he had lost an alarming amount of blood, she stated, "With this level of blood loss, he is in grave danger and requires immediate assistance. Are you all part of the Lord's residence? Please, I implore you to save my father," pleaded Ouyang Xiao, overwhelmed with gratitude. Xia Xiaomo rolled her eyes and asked, "Is your blood type the same as your father's?" She produced an object resembling a modern syringe and 4-tube from her spatial pocket, handing it to Ouyang Xiao. She then retrieved some gauze and instructed another individual to tend to the city lord's wound. When she turned back and noticed Ouyang Xiao standing still with the syringe in hand, her frustration flared, and she kicked him lightly, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you not wish to save your father?" Surprisingly, Ouyang Xiao did not take offense. Instead, he inquired, "How does this work?" He was accustomed to entering a medical pod when injured and had never seen such a device used for healing. Chapter 23. The girl with a different vibe. Xia Xiaomo was utterly speechless. Could he truly be so ignorant of the most basic procedure of blood transfusion? Yet, it was somewhat understandable. In this era of advanced technology, humanity's reliance on machinery had intensified. Many ancient practices had been gradually lost to the sands of time. In contemporary society, excessive blood loss was remedied by directly infusing artificially cultivated stem cells, rendering the old-fashioned method of blood transfusion obsolete. This explained Ouyang Xiao's unfamiliarity with the 4-tube. Reluctantly, Xia Xiaomo began to instruct him step by step on how to use the equipment. "This is for drawing blood. I trust you know this part. Once you've drawn the blood, transfer it through this tube into the bag. I'll handle the rest, understood?" Her tone was somewhat harsh. Reflecting her own frustration, Ouyang Xiao nodded repeatedly, pondering internally, "Are all girls this fierce? It's quite terrifying." He thought it prudent not to draw too much. 2 vials would suffice until the rescue team arrived, as any excess would be wasted once he entered the medical chamber. Although he yearned to draw more, he acquiesced upon hearing Xia Xiaomo's advice. The individuals from the Lord's manor were fully aware that Xia Xiaomo was saving the Lord, adopting a demeanor that betrayed their frustration yet rendered them voiceless. Xia Xiaomo observed the blood flowing from the bags into the tubes and subsequently into the Lord's veins. She clapped her hands and stood up, noticing the onlookers from the Lord's manor staring at her intently. A hint of shyness crept upon her as she revealed a perfect set of pearly whites, exclaiming, "It's finally done." The crowd instinctively recoiled and took a step back in unison. Xia Xiaomo. "Ouyang Xiao, father, I am sorry. I did not wish for her to pierce you with needles. I am here to save you." The crowd. "Lord, we are saving you." Silently drawing a cross in their minds and whispering, "May the God of war protect." Thus, the delayed rescue teams, witnessing the scene before them, stood speechless outside the gate, caught in a moment of bewilderment. "How long do you intend to remain there?" Xia Xiaomo gazed at those who had arrived yet remained immobile, tilting her head skyward at a 45-degree angle, inwardly relishing, "See, my charm remains as potent as ever." The crowd. Who is this woman? They did not recognize her. Where had the cute and obedient girl gone? As everyone hurried towards the spacecraft alongside the rescue team, apart from Ouyang Xiao and her companions, the others occasionally cast glances at Xia Xiaomo, harboring doubts about whether she was indeed the same Xia Xiaomo they knew. The atmosphere had shifted remarkably. Could it be that this young woman was inherently enigmatic? The crowd felt they had unraveled the truth. Thus, unbeknownst to Xia Xiaomo, she was once again labeled as enigmatic, and one could only imagine the discontent she would feel upon discovering this later. Stay tuned. Chapter 24. Ouyang Xiao's anguish. The rescue team gathered the survivors they had located, distributing sustenance and erecting temporary tents in the expansive plain while awaiting the military's arrival for handover. This indicated that the rescue team would remain on this planet for several more days until the military personnel arrived. As night fell, the satiated survivors and the rescue team members formed circles around the campfire, engaging in conversation, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Initially, Xia Xiaomo sat among them, observing her surroundings. Noticing that no one paid her any heed, she discreetly withdrew from the group, making her way to a nearby patch of grass. Unbeknownst to her, She idly plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it, reclining on the verdant ground while gazing up at the star-studded sky. A faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. What thoughts occupied her mind? At some point, Ouyang Xiao approached and lay down a few paces away from her. Ouyang Xiao, indeed, there will come a day when we eradicate those interstellar pests, and peace will reign among the stars. However, where there is light, darkness inevitably lingers, often. Peace is merely a facade, concealing the persistent shadows that dwell beyond our sight. Xia Xiaomo continued to gaze at the horizon. Why ponder so much? She mused, finally realizing that her thoughts had spiraled into excessive sentimentality, prompting her to halt her restless musings. A fleeting emotion crossed Ouyang Xiao's eyes, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared, almost as if it had never existed. Hey, I must ask, have you always been this grumpy? Ouyang Xiao remarked, unable to resist diverting the conversation from the melancholic atmosphere enveloping them. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaomo's temper flared instantly. Am I really that grumpy? Look at you. And yet you claimed you're not grumpy. Be careful, or you might end up unmarried, Ouyang Xiao teased, then swiftly leaped from the ground, summoning her mech and dashing away from Xia Xiaomo. How dare you, Ouyang Xiao, you jerk. Stop running. Stand your ground, and let me show you what I can do. Do I really seem like someone who would struggle to find a partner? You big fool, just try to escape. Xia Xiaomo retorted, leaping into her own mech in pursuit, determined to teach him a lesson that would make him understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Due to her modifications, Xia Xiaomo's mech had significantly enhanced speed, making it impossible for Ouyang Xiao to shake off his furious pursuer. Ultimately, he was caught and thoroughly beaten, resulting in a rather bruised visage. In reflecting upon Xia Xiaomo's existence, one could assert that her sole regret from her past life to this present one is the absence of romantic entanglements. Approaching the age of 40, she had indeed been a quintessential leftover woman in her previous life, though her current form is that of a mere 18-year-old. She remains indifferent to the notion of marriage. However, she cannot abide being the subject of ridicule. Ouyang Zhao's ability to shift attention is rather unfortunate, as he unwittingly treads upon Xia Xiaomo's sensitive territory. This is the essence of the adage that one who seeks trouble shall surely find it, and he has chosen to court disaster without any hope of salvation. Ouyang Xiao, engulfed in indignation, laments the fact that a robust young man such as himself has been bested by a seemingly delicate young lady, rendered incapable of retaliation to the extent that he could not even maintain his mech suit. Though it is not life-threatening, the pain is considerable, striking a severe blow to his masculine pride. Chapter 25. The Awakening of Lord Ouyang. The following day, the crowd noticed the absence of their young lord, Ouyang Xiao, from the food distribution line, instead replaced by a peculiar figure adorned with a scarf. Ouyang Xiao cautiously evaded the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, internally chanting, "Do not see me, do not see me." After finally securing his rations and escaping the throng, he lowered his scarf, preparing to exhale in relief, only to feel a sudden tap on his shoulder from behind. Instantly, he froze, acutely aware that turning around would expose his delicate, flower-like visage, thus shattering his carefully crafted image. At this moment, Ouyang Zhao's heart was steeped in despair. Who could rescue him from this plight? He desperately yearned to search the internet for advice on concealing his swollen, pig-like face from the prying eyes of others. Waiting online, quite urgent. Young master, Miss Luna has come to inform you that the Lord has awakened. Would you like to go and see him? The voice of a guard sounded behind Ouyang Xiao. Father has awakened? Ouyang Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly recalled his disheveled appearance. His eyes darted as he replied, "You go ahead. I shall follow shortly." Very well. The guard finally departed, and Ouyang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He hastily pulled up his scarf to conceal himself and inspected his attire for any discrepancies before making his way to the spaceship. Upon explaining his intentions and presenting his credentials to the guards, he entered the vessel. Following the escorting guard, he continuously surveyed his surroundings, nodding occasionally, while internally reflecting on the opulence of the ship, truly a marvel from the Imperial Star, a testament to the lavishness of the affluent. This is the place. Your father is inside. You may enter, the guard announced, stopping before a glass door before turning to leave. Ouyang Xiao took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The first sight that greeted him was a white medical chamber, but it was utterly vacant. Panic surged momentarily within him until his gaze fell upon a man seated in the corner, his father. Xia Xiaomo and Luna were patrolling near a makeshift tent. Halfway through, Xia Xiaomo suddenly recalled the boy with the beautiful eyes and wondered how he was faring. Luna, where is that Ouyang Lele now? Xia Xiaomo inquired casually. Ouyang Lele? Who is that? Luna, momentarily taken aback, pondered as they neared the Lord's manor. The young boy they had unearthed from the ruins came to her mind. Tilting her head, she recalled, it's him. He was in the area overseen by the Nan brothers. What prompts the sudden inquiry about him? Xia Xiaomo replied, it's nothing significant. That child left a profound impression on me, particularly his enchanting eyes. Indeed, Luna acknowledged, those eyes are undeniably beautiful. She then reminisced about the boy's words before her departure and added, he is quite endearing as well. Why don't we visit him later? We will be passing by that way anyway. Xia Xiaomo smiled faintly, pleased with the suggestion. The two resumed their patrol, albeit with a slight increase in pace. Meanwhile, Lord Ouyang sat in a daze, gazing at the figure before him, whose head was adorned with a scarf. He found himself questioning, who is this person? Do I know him? The figure's build bore a resemblance to his son, yet he could not fathom his child dressing in such a vulgar manner. Reflecting on his son, he turned his gaze back to the poorly attired individual, his face betraying a look of disdain. This expression struck Ouyang Zhao's heart like a dagger, filling him with despair. In that moment, a thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. My father disdains me, I am despised by my father. The words replayed repeatedly until Lord Ouyang's voice broke the silence. Excuse me, sir. Have you taken a wrong turn? Ouyang Xiao. The Disdained. Chapter 26. The Return Voyage. 1. Father, I am your son, he exclaimed, as he pulled down his scarf to reveal a face so battered that even his parents could scarcely recognize him. The Lord of Ouyang was furious. You foolish impostor. Dare to masquerade as my son. With that, he reached out, intending to seize the scoundrel who dared to impersonate his offspring. Father, I truly am your son. I am not an impostor. Ouyang Xiao pleaded, exasperated. You still claim to be my son? Just wait until I give you a proper thrashing. The indignation of Lord Ouyang was palpable. His handsome son had not come to see him. Instead, he was presented with a visage resembling a pig, albeit one adorned with a floral beauty. How could he endure such a sight? As Ouyang Xiao observed his father cracking his knuckles, preparing for an onslaught, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Father, I genuinely am your son. This face was the result of an unfortunate altercation. Just as Lord Ouyang was about to unleash his wrath, he paused, blinking at the grotesque visage before him. After scrutinizing it from various angles, he finally recognized the unmistakable mark of his true son. Is it truly you, my son? Lord Ouyang confirmed at last. Ouyang Xiao took a deep breath, gazing at his father with a sense of resignation. Father, now that you have established my identity, might it be time to release me? My dear son, I did not intend to mistake your identity. It is simply that your transformation is utterly remarkable. He nodded affirmatively, then added, if you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with anyone. They surely would not recognize you. Ouyang Xiao raised a hand to his forehead, contemplating his father, who, despite his advanced age, still reveled in playful antics. Oh, by the way, where is your brother? Why hasn't he come to see me? Isn't he the one who enjoys lingering by my side the most? Ouyang Xiao furrowed his brow, a shadow of concern crossing his face as he thought of his brother. He has not been located yet. I have dispatched individuals to search for him, but so far, there has been no news. However, I firmly believe that it will not be long before we hear something. Father, please do not worry too much. You know him well. He is quite clever and will not encounter any calamities. Ouyang Cheng, understanding that his son was merely attempting to comfort him, replied, Indeed. No news can often signify the best news. Rest assured, I am well. Now, let us go meet that young lady who has given you such a thrashing. I am eager to see what sort of girl could bring you to such a state. He reached out to grasp Ouyang Xiao. Upon hearing his father's intent to introduce him to that fierce girl, Ouyang Xiao instinctively leaped back, a cold sweat cascading down his neck. Just as he was about to protest, I won't go, he caught sight of his father's outstretched hand and swiftly darted away, his speed rivaling that of a rocket. Ouyang, the city lord, stood with his hand raised, utterly astonished as he beheld the rapidly retreating figure of his son, his silhouette a chaotic blur against the wind. Observing Ouyang Zhao's expression of sheer urgency was undeniably amusing, intensifying the city lord's desire to meet Xia Xiaomo. Meanwhile, the individual he yearned to encounter was convening a meeting. Just after Xia Xiaomo departed under the lingering gaze of Ouyang Lele, he received a summons from Captain Yami to gather for a meeting. The purpose of this assembly was merely to report the outcomes of the rescue operations, facilitating the handover with the coalition's military personnel. Nanqing. Have you compiled the statistics on the number of survivors? Captain Yami inquired from one end of the meeting. Indeed. We have rescued a total of over 3,600 survivors, of whom more than 500 have sustained serious injuries and have all been transported to the medical facility for treatment. The remainder consists of healthy individuals or those with minor wounds, who only require a dose of restorative medicine, Nanxing promptly responded, standing to salute before activating the recording device for his report. Chapter 27. Return Voyage 2. Nearby, Luo Qi and the others wore expressions that radiated more joy than usual. By the way, having spent so much time together, we still haven't learned where you all come from. Let us introduce ourselves. Luna exclaimed, raising her hands enthusiastically. Xia Xiaomo, noticing the exuberance of the group, did not wish to disappoint them and shared the name of her home planet, Imperial Star. While Xiaomo, I reside on Kamo Star, which is quite close to yours. I must visit you sometime, Luna exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon learning how near Xia Xiaomo's planet was to her own. She could not comprehend why, but upon encountering Xia Xiaomo, she felt an immediate sense of familiarity, a comforting ease in her presence. Unlike certain individuals with whom one must tread carefully, navigating conversations with circumspection for fear of causing offense and incurring their wrath, this was refreshingly different. Following Luna, everyone took turns introducing the planets they resided on, expressing a desire to visit one another in due time to strengthen their bonds. Xia Xiaomo typically stored her belongings in a spatial pocket, thus there was little to arrange. Bored, she idly fiddled with her holographic device. Having previously disabled it for a mission, she was unable to receive any information. Now, upon powering it back on, it emitted a continuous series of beeps. A glance revealed messages from her parents, her two brothers, and the school amounting to several hundred notifications. She began with the school's messages, which were largely focused on mecha testing. Whether she could safely arrive at the Imperial Star before the competition was left to fate. Chapter 28. The Return Journey 3. Indeed. Upon opening the message from her eldest brother, she found it confirmed her suspicions. In just a few terse sentences, it conveyed that their parents were already aware. The matriarch was furious, and she ought to take care. Wiping non-existent cold sweat from her brow, Xia Xiaomo closed the inbox. Noticing the time was nearing, she exited the spacecraft to report at the gathering point. Sister. Xia Xiaomo turned at the sound, spotting Lele, who inquired, how did you end up here? Sister, I heard that you were leaving. Is that true? Ouyang Lele asked, her fingers intertwined nervously, her head bowed, a frown etched on her face. She crouched down to maintain eye level with him and immediately noticed the look of grievance on his face. It was clear that the child was reluctant to part with her, yet she could not take him with her. Alas, she sighed inwardly. Sister Xia, can you not leave? Ouyang Lele gazed up at Xia Xiaomo with wide, pleading eyes, his reluctance evident. I cannot, Xia Xiaomo replied gently. Ouyang Lele became anxious. Sister, will you stay and accompany Lele? He insisted. Lele is very obedient. If you leave now, won't your family worry about you? Ouyang Lele looked up at Xia Xiaomo and nodded softly, recalling a time when he had run away from home. His father and brother had been so worried that they couldn't sleep, and when they finally found him, his father had fainted from exhaustion, while his brother's eyes were red from crying. Only after hearing Xia Xiaomo's words did Ouyang Lele manage to put on a smile, adopting an adorable expression as if the previous distress had never been his at all. Xia Xiaomo couldn't help but chuckle at Ouyang Lele's swift change in demeanor. Oh, you little rascal, are you only thinking of your sister Xia and not Sister Luna? She teased. Back then, I carried you all the way. And now I'm so sad. Luna interjected, feigning sorrow, her demeanor exaggeratedly mournful. Her tone and gestures sent a shiver down Xia Xiaomo's spine. Since becoming familiar with Ouyang Lele, Luna's hidden traits had been fully revealed. Chapter 29. Return Journey 4. Ouyang Lele rubbed his forehead. I really cannot stand you, he remarked, shaking his head with mock seriousness. Luna, with a look of feigned innocence, lamented, Woo, Lele, you no longer love me. Xia Xiaomo coughed. Ahem, Luna, you're being quite dramatic. I can feel goosebumps creeping up on me. Humph, what do you know? I am merely fostering a bond with Lele, Luna retorted, disregarding Xia Xiaomo's discontent, arching an eyebrow as she continued her endeavor to cultivate their relationship. Xia Xiaomo's lips twitched as she hastily took a step aside, seeking distance from this unpredictable character. She had initially perceived Luna as merely hot-tempered, but to her astonishment, she discovered an endearingly eccentric side to her. Once this quirky nature was unveiled, it was undeniably overwhelming. While Xia Xiaomo contemplated maintaining a safe distance from Luna's whimsical outbursts, Luna was engrossed in conversation with little Lele, who listened attentively, nodding along and occasionally uttering something that sent Luna into fits of laughter, drawing the attention of many onlookers. As Yangshan arrived, he was immediately captivated by Luna's radiant smile. It was not a superficial grin, nor the typical kind. It emanated from the depths of her heart. Suddenly, the phrase "a smile that could topple a city" flashed through his mind. He felt his heart racing, as if it might leap from his chest. And an inexplicable warmth spread across his face. In this remote planet, where women were a rare commodity, Yangshan, who had little exposure to the female presence throughout his life, found himself grappling with emotions he deemed quite unusual. Could he be unwell? Yangshan pondered secretly. Yet his feet carried him towards Xia Xiaomo. Had Yangshan's mother still been alive, she would undoubtedly have remarked, "My child, it seems you have developed feelings for someone." However, Yangshan felt utterly perplexed, as if he were afflicted by an ailment. He contemplated visiting a hospital for a checkup after bidding farewell to a certain individual. Sensing something amiss, Xia Xiaomo also took notice of him, waving her hand in greeting. Upon his approach, she discerned that he appeared somewhat unwell. Xia Xiaomo scrutinized Yangshan and inquired, "Are you running a fever? Your face is quite flushed." As she reached out to touch his forehead, Yangshan felt his cheeks grow even warmer. You do feel a bit warm. Are you all right?" she asked, her concern evident. Despite her initial disdain for the person who had once mocked her inability to find a spouse, her experiences had softened her feelings towards him. Observing his increasingly reddened face, she worried that he might be on the verge of losing his senses due to the heat. I'll just," Yangshan stammered before hastily retreating, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit. Thus, the unfortunate Yangshan unwittingly committed an act that he would later regret, believing himself to be afflicted by some incurable malady. He wandered in a daze, oblivious to the calls from behind him. Little Lele, watching the figure fade into the distance, felt a sense of disorientation. After conversing with Sister Luna, he had inadvertently spotted someone who bore a striking resemblance to his brother, prompting him to pursue the figure. Yet, despite calling out several times, he received no response, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Chapter 30. Return Journey 5. Father, brother, where are you? I miss you all, sobbing. Xia Xiaomo and Luna followed Lele and found him crouching alone on the ground, quietly weeping and murmuring about missing his family. Xia Xiaomo gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Yangshan had departed. If she was not mistaken, Lele had come with Yangshan, but why was he crying? Yangshan. Yang. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her eyes, and she quickly crouched down to grasp Lele's hand, asking, "Lele, do you live at the Lord's mansion? Is your brother's name Yangshan?" How did you know where I live and my brother's name?" The little friend Lele looked perplexed, recalling that he had not divulged such information. Xia Xiaomo shrugged her shoulders and replied, "Lele might be Yangshan's younger brother." "Are you saying?" Xia Xiaomo nodded in silent affirmation. Luna's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, Lele, Yangshan, both sharing the Yang surname. How obvious. We should have figured this out sooner." Exchanging glances, Luna and Xia Xiaomo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. They needed a moment to digest this revelation. It was such an evident connection, yet they had failed to notice it. How oblivious could they be? Lele blinked his innocent eyes, gazing at the interaction between Xia Xiaomo and Luna, wondering what had caused the two sisters to behave this way. Seeing that Xia Xiaomo and Luna fell into a momentary silence, Lele grew anxious. "Sisters, what's wrong? Are you upset with me? I didn't mean to keep it from you." His voice trembled with the hint of tears. "We're not angry. We're just deep in thought." Xia Xiaomo composed herself, gently caressing Lele's head. "Lele, your brother and father have been found. Are you happy? Really? My father and brother have been found? Where are they?" Upon hearing the news of her father and brother, little Lele was overwhelmed with excitement. She clutched Xia Xiaomo's hand tightly, fearing that if she let go, the news would vanish. "How about we take Lele to find them?" Xia Xiaomo suggested. Initially, they had felt helpless for not being able to reunite Lele with her family. However, they never anticipated that a farewell would serendipitously lead to this reunion. It was indeed a case of when one door closes, another opens. With little time to waste, they promptly set off to the residence of Yang and his son. Yang, holding some clothes, froze upon hearing the voice. He self-deprecatingly mused, "Am I imagining things? Is my little son calling for me? I must be missing him terribly." He shook his head in disbelief. But no, this was not a figment of his imagination. The voice was persistent and growing closer. Suddenly, he turned around to see his small child running towards him, calling Daddy. Tears welled up in his eyes. Embracing his long-lost son, he could hardly believe it. Chapter 31, The Return Journey 6. To confirm that he was not dreaming, Ouyang Xiao pinched his thigh sharply, only to feel pain, which assured him of his reality. Daddy, I missed you so much, Lei exclaimed, her emotions bursting forth as she cried uncontrollably upon seeing her father. Ouyang Xiao, as if fearing his son might flee, held Lei tightly in his embrace, tears of joy glistening in his eyes. Ahem. Xia Xiaomo's cough interrupted the poignant scene of the weeping father and son. Well, Lord Ouyang, since you have reunited, we should take our leave, she remarked, her gaze shifting to Lei. Lei, the sisters are departing, and we shall miss you dearly. Be good and wait for us. We will visit again when time permits. She truly did not intend to disrupt this touching reunion, but time was of the essence, as the captain had sent word that it was time to board the spaceship. Reluctantly, they had to interrupt this heartfelt moment of father and son. Sister Xia, Sister Luna, Lei will miss you too. Once you are home, please send me a message to reassure me, Lei said, her reluctance palpable. Daddy, can we go see the two sisters off? The little one pleaded, shaking her father's hand. Xia Xiaomo nodded in agreement, unaware of whether this promise would be called upon in the future. The father and daughter accompanied Xia Xiaomo and Luna to the spaceship, which was fortunately not far away, arriving in just a few minutes. Ouyang Xiao and Ouyang Lei stood outside, watching them board the vessel until it took off into the sky. Unknown to Xia Xiaomo, as the spaceship ascended, a dark figure swiftly approached from a distance, halting at the very spot where the spaceship had lifted off, observing as it gradually vanished into the horizon. Ouyang Xiao, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, was consumed by melancholy, entirely oblivious to the murmured conversation between his companion Lei and her father. Gradually, a look of distortion crept across Ouyang Xiao's face, and after adjusting his sleeves, he approached her. Chapter 32, Buried Memories. 1. Aboard the spaceship. All eyes were fixated on the main screen displaying a virtual map drawing ever closer to the Imperial Star, hearts brimming with excitement and eyes sparkling with hope. Given the chance to survive, none would wish for death, particularly since most still had loved ones. If alternative paths were available, few would willingly choose the perilous life of a mercenary. Yet, for myriad reasons, they found themselves compelled to tread this treacherous road. Of course, some were drawn to adventure and the thrill of accumulating practical experience, embracing a profession that, while fraught with danger, could unleash one's latent potential in critical moments. The life of a mercenary is a precarious existence, with a metaphorical blade held to their throats at all times. Upon receiving orders to return, it signified yet another opportunity to live. How could they not feel exhilarated? Although they had already reported the situation to the upper echelons of the Alliance and prepared their defenses, the horrifying reproductive capabilities of those repugnant creatures left one to wonder how long humanity could endure. Human reproductive capacity pales in comparison to that of the insects, with each loss felt acutely. Furthermore, as she had recently discovered, unity within the Alliance was tenuous at best. There were 4 generals: General Xia Qianqi, General Tu Hu, General Gu Ming, and General Du Zhonghao. Among them, General Xia happened to be the father of Xia Xiaomo, thus rendering her a second-generation official. General Tu Hu and General Xia have long harbored animosities towards each other, each unable to endure the other's presence, perpetually at odds. Meanwhile, the other two have maintained a facade of neutrality, neither aligning with nor offending either party. Furthermore, she has discovered that the mastermind behind the assault that left Xia Xiaomo in a vegetative state was none other than Tu Hu's son, Tu Zhu. This individual, despite possessing only mediocre talent, is relentlessly pursued by many young women. As for his appearance, her recollections have become hazy. Although she has inherited all of the original owner's memories, some have been deeply buried and only emerged sporadically due to external stimuli, rendering them somewhat indistinct. He typically presents himself as genteel and refined, yet beneath this veneer lies a morally bankrupt individual, leading a chaotic personal life. Relying on his father's status as one of the few prominent generals in the Alliance, he engages in unscrupulous behavior, ruthlessly targeting those he disdains, exhibiting a level of arrogance that surpasses that of the former Xia Xiaomo. Additionally, he harbors intense jealousy, particularly towards Xia Xiaomo, whose exceptional talents he perceives as squandered. He delights in provoking her at every opportunity. The previous Xia Xiaomo took great pains to avoid him, ultimately leading to her being incapacitated by his hired thugs. a fate that persisted for 5 long years until she assumed her place. It is evident that his father tacitly approved of these actions. Otherwise, they would not have coexisted without conflict for so long. As for the past, the assertion that she was beaten into a state of brain death due to others' disdain for her arrogance stems from the fact that her memories were concealed. She only perceived the superficialities. Chapter 33. Buried Memories. 2. Regarding your inquiry about why General Xia did not seek vengeance on her behalf. The truth is that General Xia is well aware of the circumstances, yet he is hindered by the lack of evidence. 2. Who possesses a considerable reputation within the alliance, and those involved in the incident were discreetly eliminated by him. Should he act impulsively, it would undoubtedly lead to severe discord within the alliance, implicating even more individuals. Thus, to confront them, a credible justification must be found. Xia Xiaomo silently organized these suddenly resurfaced memories and let out a faint sigh. However, Tu Zhu, since you dared to act as you did, do not blame me for being ruthless in return, even if the one who was assaulted was not her. And even if she had not recalled it, what could she do? After all, the two of them were once again stirring up trouble, and she just happened to remember. As Xia Xiaomo pondered this, a sinister smile crept across her face, leaving those around her, who were already aware of her true nature, shivering inexplicably. They could not help but wonder who would be the unfortunate one this time. And simultaneously, a moment of silence was observed for that individual. Subsequently, Xia Xiaomo was once again plagued by a headache. Her primary concern now was how to navigate her parents' scrutiny. Ever since her awakening, her mother had transformed into an overprotective figure, insisting on being involved in every aspect of Xia Xiaomo's life. She would incessantly remind her to safeguard herself during competitions, fretting over any minor injury as if it were a calamity. However, there were certain pursuits that were utterly forbidden, such as the perilous profession of a mercenary. This time, unbeknownst to her mother, Xia Xiaomo had registered as a mercenary and accepted a mission, while her father was somewhat more lenient. The mere thought of her mother's reaction sent a shiver down her spine. As they approached the Imperial Star, anxiety gnawed at Xia Xiaomo. She reassured herself, bracing for whatever challenges lay ahead, even if it meant enduring a beating. Just hand over the tasks stored in your minds. I shall now proceed to the window to collect our commissions. Upon entering the Mercenary Guild Hall, Captain Yamig directed them to wait in the lobby while he queued at the window to receive their remuneration. Since this was a team mission rather than an individual one, there were additional steps involved. The team mission required the task initiator to publish the mission and its bounty through the Mercenary Guild, after which others could accept it for execution. This type of mission necessitated team member matching, and once the intelligence system entered the task into the database, it would automatically match suitable mercenaries for the undertaking. Naturally, those matched could decline the task if they deemed it unsuitable. Upon rejection, the robot will promptly rematch the vacancy created until the number of participants meets the task requirements. Once they have successfully collaborated to complete their assigned task, the group members need only submit the task directly to the individual who summoned them, who will then approach the intelligent robot to transfer the rewards earned from the task into his luminous brain, subsequently distributing the rewards among the other team members. Individual tasks can be undertaken solo. Upon completion, one simply needs to visit the guild hall and request the intelligent robot to transfer the earned rewards into their luminous brain. Extremely convenient. Chapter 34. Confession team tasks are generally more challenging, with their ordinary difficulty surpassing that of individual tasks, thus offering more substantial rewards, while the compensation for individual tasks pales in comparison to that of team endeavors. Nevertheless, the planet they inhabit is not far from the Imperial Star. And with the upcoming mecha competition between the Imperial Star and the Carmo planet in a few days, there is little sentiment of sorrow and parting. As they prepared to leave, Luna mentioned she had also received notification, as she too was a student from Carmo planet, and had been designated as a participant in the mecha competition, expressing her eagerness for an exhilarating match with her. Xia Xiaomo gladly agreed. Upon reaching the living room, she was taken aback to find the entire Xia family gathered. Xia's father and mother were seated on the sofa. Xia's father was engrossed in his luminous brain, seemingly perusing some important documents. Despite her greetings, he remained oblivious to her presence. Xia's mother merely cast a fleeting glance at her upon her entry before returning to her motionless state on the sofa. Brother Xia and second brother Xia sat opposite, their demeanor grave and vigilant. Upon witnessing this atmosphere, Xia Xiaomo realized that if she did not resolve the matter today, her future would be devoid of peace. Resolutely, she decided to come clean. Dad, Mom, there is a reason I registered as a mercenary, she boldly declared. The Xia family remained utterly silent, seemingly unresponsive. I understand that you wish for me to follow in the footsteps of Dad and my brothers, serving in the Alliance military department. However, I am not suited for military life. The regulations and discipline are too stringent. Given my personality, entering the military would only lead to adverse outcomes. Xia Xiaomo paused, observing the continued silence from her family before continuing. Moreover, I am not strong enough. Even if I were to join the military without sufficient strength, what achievements could I possibly attain? And lastly, the most crucial point at this juncture, Xia Xiaomo hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed, when suddenly, her father spoke up. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. Have you ever considered that within our Xia family, with father and my 2 elder brothers already enlisted in the military, there are those who harbor envy? If I were to join the military as well, it would inevitably incite jealousy, and should I inadvertently infringe upon someone's interests, it would be us who suffer the consequences first. She chose not to elaborate further, instead lifting her gaze to look at Father Xia. Clearly, Father Xia, along with her elder brother and second elder brother, as well as Mother Xia, were all lost in contemplation regarding the implications of her words. Yet, you need not confine yourself to becoming a mercenary, Mother Xia finally interjected, unable to contain herself. With so many professions available, why would you choose the most perilous one? What if something were to happen to you? What am I to do then? As she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. Witnessing her mother's distress over this matter, Xia Xiaomo felt a pang of sorrow as well. However, even if given the chance to start anew, she would unhesitatingly choose the path of a mercenary once more. Xia Xiaomo approached her mother and wrapped her arms around her. Mother, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Moreover, with such wonderful family by my side, how could I ever bear to leave this world? Please, do not be upset. See, I'm still here. She then leaped in place a few times, declaring, look at me. I'm lively and full of energy. Accompanying her words was a playful expression. Observing her quirky daughter, Mother Xia could not help but let out a soft chuckle, the tension momentarily alleviated. Chapter 35, The Darkening of Mother Xia just moments ago. He had witnessed this whimsical side of his daughter. Ever since she had awakened, she had suddenly transformed into a mature and composed individual, causing others to overlook her true age. It is only in unguarded moments that a mischievous side is revealed, reminding one that they are still a child at heart. General Xia sighed, if you choose to become a mercenary, at least discuss it with us beforehand. Isn't it because I'm afraid you might not agree? Xia Xiaomo retorted, pouting and lowering her head to murmur softly. How could you presume we would disagree? Xia's father replied, visibly frustrated. Weren't you the one who always wanted me to join the military? Xia Xiaomo countered quietly. You. Xia's father stared at his daughter, rendered speechless. All right, if my daughter wishes to pursue a life as a mercenary, why should I blame her? Xia's mother interjected, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. Once the murmurs subsided, he realized something was amiss. The hall had fallen into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. He turned to find his beloved daughter and 2 cherished sons staring at him wide-eyed. Suddenly, a sinking feeling gripped Xia's heart as he thought, oh no, I inadvertently revealed my wife's secret. This is disastrous. With a smile plastered on his face, he slowly turned around, hoping to seek forgiveness from his wife behind him. However, as he turned, the smile on his face froze, and cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. At that moment, the expression on Xia's mother's face visibly morphed from a healthy flush to a deepening shade of fury. Her lips curled into a strained smile, teeth grinding together audibly. Fists clenched, and fiery eyes fixated on him as she advanced slowly, a dark mist emanating from her, gradually engulfing the surrounding atmosphere. It was clear she had succumbed to the darkness. The entire Xia family was startled into trembling thrice by such a fearsome display from Mother Xia. Xia Qianqi, what did you just say? Repeat it, one of the trio demanded. As they departed, Mother Xia gazed at Father Xia with a smile. Dear, I said nothing at all. Father Xia vehemently denied, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with emotion. His wife's transformation was terrifying. Who could instruct him on how to appease a wife who had turned dark? He was anxiously awaiting assistance. The fully transformed Mother Xia chuckled ominously, while Father Xia's expression soured as he cast a desperate glance towards the 3 siblings who were secretly observing. His eyes clearly pleaded, please save your father. Realizing they would not come to his aid, he could not help but inwardly curse the bratty kids. Chapter 36, Pre-match preparations. Mother Xia observed their interaction with keen eyes, maintaining an outward composure while inwardly seething. You Xia Qianqi. It's one thing to speak in front of our son, considering they have witnessed my earlier indiscretions. But I had explicitly warned him to keep this matter under wraps. Yet, he still exposed my secrets before our precious daughter, not only robbing me of my dignity in her eyes, but also obliterating my gentle persona. Truly, when left unchecked for 3 days, one might as well dismantle the roof. If I do not discipline you properly today, you shall remain blissfully unaware of why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Mother Xia approached Father Xia, her smile unwavering as she suddenly seized his ear, then turned to the trio hiding nearby, who were eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. With a toothy grin, she uttered a menacing question. Is this entertaining? Since her gentle image is already lost, she no longer cares. However, will this make her daughter perceive her as fierce? What if, in the future, her daughter chooses to distance herself? The 3 individuals who were caught suddenly trembled in unison, hastily shaking their heads and exclaiming, "Not appealing. Not appealing, heh. Then why are you still here?" Mother Xia glared at them with a furrowed brow, casting a sharp glance. Well, I still have a report to write, so I'll be on my way," Xia Yuming hurriedly said before rushing upstairs. Next, Mother Xia fixed her gaze on Xia Yuxuan. Noticing her unwavering stare, Xia Yuxuan solemnly picked up the cup from the table and declared, "I merely came to retrieve this teacup. I have seen nothing." With that, he calmly carried the cup and departed, leaving only Xia Xiaomo behind, who, witnessing her elder brother slip away with excuses, couldn't help but mutter, "Disloyal." Xia Xiaomo pondered rapidly, contemplating what kind of excuse she could conjure to escape this unspoken battlefield. Mother Xia, intrigued by her daughter's expression, was eager to see what excuse she would devise to flee. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xiaomo finally blurted out, Mom, I need to use the restroom," and then swiftly dashed away. Upon hearing this excuse, Mother Xia rolled her eyes dramatically, inwardly grumbling, "Isn't there a restroom in your bedroom? Why do you need to go outside?" Upon hearing this reasoning, Father Xia could not help but twitch his lips, secretly pondering. This justification is truly formidable. Ouch, that hurts. Dear wife, please be gentler. While he marveled at his daughter's impressive rationale, Father Xia felt another sharp pain in his ear and cast a pitiful glance towards Mother Xia. "My dear, I beg for mercy." Mother Xia shot him a sidelong glance, huffing in response, and dragged Father Xia into the room. Soon after, cries of pain and pleas for mercy could be heard emanating from within, accompanied by Mother Xia's scolding. This was followed by her soft exclamations, and then a series of sounds that would leave one blushing deeply. During dinner, Mother Xia did not emerge to join the meal. The 3 siblings hastily finished their dinner, and each concocted an excuse to slip away, leaving Father Xia alone at the table, his spirits high as he continued to eat. After finishing, he took another portion and stomped back into the room, leaving behind a diligent robot to clean up the remnants of the meal. Meanwhile, the 3 siblings had gathered online to discuss tactics and preparation for the upcoming Met competition a few days hence. "I have a list of the participants," Xia Yuxuan said, retrieving a document from the quantum computer and sending it to Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuming. Chapter 37, a competition we cannot afford to lose. Upon receiving the document, they swiftly skimmed through it before comparing it with their own team's information. Xia Xiaomo noticed that both sides had dispatched their strongest competitors from the academy. Furrowing her brow in apparent confusion, Xia Yuming seemed to discern her thoughts and addressed her this time. "Both our factions will each select 10 of the strongest members to compete. This is not merely a contest, should we suffer defeat. Our academy would lose its qualification to remain stationed at Emperor Star. Does that mean the victorious side can replace our academy at Emperor Star?" Xia Xiaomo inquired. "Indeed," Xia Yuming replied with a slight nod. "Is it truly so terrible to be stationed on another planet?" Xia Xiaomo still struggled to comprehend. Xia Yuxuan, exasperated, reached out to tousle her hair. "Others may afford to lose, but we must prevail." Clutching her disheveled hair, Xia Xiaomo asked, "But why is that?" "Oh, sometimes you are as clever as a little monster, yet at other times, you can be quite simple-minded," Xia Yuxuan sighed softly. "It is because of our status. If we were to lose, it would not bode well for our family, while it would be a significant boon for certain individuals within the alliance." Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaomo fully grasped the gravity of the situation. She clenched her fists tightly, resolutely reminding herself that failure was not an option. She had wholly integrated into this era, embodying the true Xia Xiaomo. The Xia family had been entirely embraced by her, becoming those whom she would protect at all costs. Anyone who dared to threaten her newfound family or harm her loved ones would surely face dire consequences. Though her heart twisted with darkening thoughts, her exterior remained composed, concealing the gradual corruption of her soul from those around her. After training for a while in the virtual network with her two older brothers, she promptly logged off, took a shower, and lay in bed gazing at the ceiling. She now believed that overcoming the formidable mecha experts was not a daunting task, yet inexplicably, a sense of crisis lingered deep within her heart. This feeling had not been present initially, but it emerged once she truly opened her heart and embraced this era. Though faint, it inexplicably instilled in her a sense of vulnerability. She felt that her arrival in this world was not merely coincidental. And coupled with this sudden sense of foreboding, her determination to grow stronger intensified. She had an unsettling premonition that a significant event, challenging for humanity to confront, would transpire in this age. Regardless, becoming powerful would ultimately be advantageous. Even if her intuition proved erroneous, it would bear no consequence. She had never confided this matter to anyone, not even to the Xia family. After all, who would believe in such premonitions? The only course of action available to her was to diligently enhance her capabilities. Perhaps one day in the future, she might share this with others. As they continuously improved their combat skills, time passed unhurriedly. Before long, the day of the competition arrived. The arena was set within the academy's training grounds, surrounded by aerial surveillance devices that transmitted recorded footage to the monitoring headquarters, which would then relay it across the starry expanse for all those equipped with light brains to witness. Thus, this competition would directly or indirectly influence the reputations of both academies. The Imperial Star Academy has stood majestically on the Imperial Star for several centuries, a phenomenon unparalleled in history. It is said that 500 years ago, this celestial body was known as Kuta Star. Although it is situated at the very heart of the interstellar realm, it was a paradise for monstrous beasts, leaving humanity to survive only on the surrounding planets. Eventually, the interstellar leader proclaimed that whoever could successfully inhabit Kuta Star would have the planet recognized as an independent entity and would be granted its rights of use. This proposition was irresistibly enticing for a number of ambitious souls who chafed under control, especially given the bountiful resources of Kuta Star. Possessing Kuta Star would essentially offer them a sanctuary of their own. Thus, they began to stir, gathering waves of mercenaries to venture forth, all of whom met with an eternal burial on Kuta Star. It was then that they understood why some referred to it as the Demon Star. Those eager individuals began to regard it with trepidation. This period marked the intense struggle between humanity and the monstrous beasts, with frequent clashes erupting between the two sides. Over time, fewer and fewer were willing to attempt to settle on Kuta, until, eventually, a human named Ni Huang emerged from the coalition's military ranks. He formed a mecha squad named Furious Wind and, in a remarkably brief span of time, led them to vanquish many of the invading beasts with unparalleled ferocity. In recognition of his valor, during a commendation ceremony, the interstellar ruler conducted a video conference and personally bestowed upon him the title of War God, making him the first in the world to bear such a distinction. The Furious Wind Squad was thereafter honored with the designation of Furious Wind Brigade. When the leader explicitly expressed his desire for the Stormwind team to settle on their home star and bestow upon him the esteemed title of Galactic Commander, everyone anticipated that Ni Huang would acquiesce to such generous rewards. However, the outcome left them utterly astounded. She shook her head in refusal, rejecting the leader's terms for settling and instead articulating her ambition to establish a presence on Kuta Star. At that moment, many were baffled by her intention to pursue that treacherous planet. Some deemed her overconfident, others labeled her as mad, and even within her own team, there were those who urged her to abandon this unrealistic notion. Yet Ni Huang was resolute in her belief that she could indeed occupy Kuta. Disregarding their advice and feeling disheartened by their lack of faith in her, consequently, the Stormwind team teetered on the brink of dissolution. Upon hearing the news of the impending disbandment, many displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Among Ni Huang's followers was one who had silently supported her throughout, and witnessing her despondency pained him deeply. Thus, he discreetly reached out to the team members to elucidate the feasibility of her plan and reminded them, "Do you remember the words Ni Huang spoke when she originally formed our team?" Upon the utterance of those words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Once, they had been the downtrodden of the interstellar realm, but through their allegiance to Ni Huang, they had transformed their fates. They still vividly recalled the moment their team was established, when their captain, Ni Huang, stood upon a lofty platform and proclaimed, "We do not possess illustrious families or abundant resources, yet we possess a valiant heart, daring to strive and forge paths where others hesitate. Perhaps on this arduous journey, we shall encounter death and injury, as well as derision and scorn. Yet, It is precisely in such moments that we must prove to them that we are not inferior, that we excel beyond them. Should we succeed, our name shall be etched in history. Even in failure, we shall retain our dignity, leaving no trace of regret. From once being scorned by all to now being admired, they gradually succumb to vanity, with the adulation of others leading them to forget their initial aspirations. How long had it been since they last summoned their mechas? Upon retrieving the mecha hub, they realized they had grown estranged from it. After this gathering, every member unanimously sought out their captain, Ni Huang, expressing their desire to undergo rigorous training anew and to re-establish their presence on Kuta Star. Thus, they slowly faded from the public's gaze, and people began to forget their existence. Only a select few were aware that their silence would not endure for long. Then, one fateful day, the Supreme Leader announced throughout the galaxy, humans have established a presence on Kuta Star, and it is none other than the long-vanished Stormwind team. The leader also fulfilled his earlier promise, entrusting the complete command of Kuta Star to the captain of the Stormwind team, Ni Huang. On that day, the entire galaxy was engulfed in astonishment. Even those who had previously witnessed the Gale team were rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events. Those who had quietly observed the Gale team were overwhelmed with joy, embracing one another in celebration. In stark contrast, those who had once mocked them felt an overwhelming sense of shame. After consulting with her team members, Ni Huang announced to the galaxy that Kuta Star had been seized by the Gale team and renamed as Imperial Star, where they established the Imperial Star Academy. Consequently, the reputation of the Gale team soared to unprecedented heights, drawing numerous admirers eager to settle on Imperial Star. Among the crowd, joy was palpable among the initial supporters of the Gale team, while despair lingered among those who had ridiculed them. A group of envious individuals, comprised of ambitious souls who had once attempted to settle and failed, harbored resentment. In their eyes, settling on the planet should solely be their prerogative. How could a mere team of several dozen individuals dominate such a vast celestial body? These ambitious figures began to plot against the Gale team once more, rallying a legion of mech warriors in a futile attempt to eradicate them and seize the coveted planet they had long coveted. Had it been the earlier incarnation of the Gale team, they might have been easily dispatched, but having endured countless battles, they were far from being easily extinguished now. Their past experiences were etched firmly in their minds, serving as a reminder to remain true to their original aspirations and to face the present with equanimity. When these ambitious adversaries issued their command to attack, the Gale team calmly summoned their mechs, adopting an even more defiant demeanor than before. This battle concluded with a resounding victory for the Gale team, showcasing their formidable strength in a crushing counterattack. Chapter 40. The Gale Team 2. It is said that those ambitious individuals subsequently organized several clandestine activities, attempting to entice certain members of the team, all of which were disregarded and reported to Ni Huang. Within a few days, Ni Huang proclaimed that anyone wishing to dominate the Imperial Star must first seek the consent of the Gale Team's mechas. This declaration not only intimidated the ambitious but also garnered considerable admiration from many. Thus, the Gale Team took root within the Imperial Star, and the Imperial Star Academy gained fame across the galaxy, attracting a multitude of supporters and admirers. As the adage goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Due to the sensational establishment of the Imperial Star Academy, numerous young individuals from across the galaxy flocked to it, including nobles from other planets. Consequently, other academies began to grow discontent, collectively petitioning their leaders to address the matter. The leader, upon receiving their joint petition, found himself in a predicament. For now, Kuta Star, Imperial Star, was autonomous, and he no longer held authority over its affairs. In desperation, he invited Ni Huang to negotiate, hoping for an amicable resolution. The specifics of this negotiation remain unknown, but it is only known that shortly after Ni Huang departed from the Central Star, their leader issued a proclamation. It announced, each year, one academy will be recommended to compete in a mecha contest against the Imperial Star Academy. The victor shall replace the Imperial Star Academy's position and gain entry into the Imperial Star. Upon the release of this announcement, a wave of excitement swept across the galaxy, particularly among those so-called interstellar academies. Meanwhile, the populace was divided into two factions. Some individuals believe that the academy established by the Storm Brigade truly lives up to its reputation, exuding a commanding presence even in its discourse. Conversely, others contend that the Storm Brigade is still rather immature. As a nascent institution, it is audacious to compare itself to long-established academies. Akin to an egg striking a rock, an endeavor fraught with peril. This contention has once again elevated the Imperial Star Academy to prominence. Meanwhile, After deliberation among the leaders of various interstellar academies, the relatively formidable Shoha Academy was recommended to compete against the Imperial Star Academy. The outcome was unequivocal. The Imperial Star Academy triumphed resoundingly. Henceforth, every year, other academies from across the stars have sought to challenge the Imperial Star Academy, only to meet with inevitable defeat. This competition has persisted for centuries, continuing to this day. After hundreds of years, how could they possibly still be alive? Xia Xiaomo was astounded. Although the average human lifespan has indeed increased, surpassing the age of 200 is still uncommon. The notion of individuals alive from over 5 centuries ago was truly astonishing. Upon hearing her question, Xia Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling her hair affectionately as he remarked, "It's merely a legend. The truth of it remains unknown. Why dwell on such matters?" Xia Xiaomo, irritated by her elder brother's playful tousling of her hair, swatted his hand away, her expression one of annoyance. "Brother, please stop messing with my hair. It will hinder my growth." Xia Dage smiled. And even Xia Urge wore an expression of suppressed laughter, caught between mirth and restraint. Chapter 41. The competition. Xia Xiaomo pouted and turned her head aside, just in time to catch a glimpse of her second brother stifling a laugh. This sight ignited a flicker of annoyance within her. She was about to roll up her sleeves and approach him to foster a bond, but her elder brother from the Xia family restrained her, saying, "Enough of the antics. The competition is about to commence, and we must take our places." Upon hearing her brother's words, Xia Xiaomo's lips curled into a disdainful sneer, and with a cold huff, she let her sleeves fall and strode towards the competition arena. As she turned, she cast a meaningful glance at Xia Yuming. Meanwhile, Xia Yuming, still rooted in place, felt an unsettling premonition, particularly as he caught the fleeting look his dear sister shot him as she departed, which only heightened his unease. He glanced towards the competition area where Xia Xiaomo had headed, then turned to his elder brother, Xia Yuxuan, and inquired, "Brother, what did that glance from our sister mean? Why do I have this ominous feeling?" Xia Yuxuan sighed deeply, casting a sympathetic glance at his bewildered younger brother before he too turned away. Xia Yuming, perplexed, extended his hand to scratch his head. "Hey, brother, wait for me." Seeing his elder brother grow increasingly distant, Xia Yuming hurriedly chased after him. The perimeter of the arena was already thronged with spectators, a sea of heads filling the view. Upon entering, Xia Xiaomo was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of people. However, she quickly recollected that both academies were sending forth their elite fighters. Though such spectacles were familiar each year, the competitions offered invaluable insights into combat strategies, enhancing their own prowess in mechanized combat. Thus, they attended annually, eager to glean wisdom from the battles displayed. After both representatives delivered a stunning speech from the podium, the competition was officially declared to commence. The competitors from both sides were unfamiliar with one another, possessing knowledge of each other solely through written documents. Thus no one could assure that the opponent was devoid of any hidden strategies. All participants were summoned to the podium, where the host introduced them by name alone. Upon completion of the introductions, the virtual arena was activated, allowing all contestants to enter and commence the match. This virtual environment faithfully replicated the mechs they utilized in the real world, enabling them to effectively showcase their well-honed mech skills in battle. The two factions were transported to distinct locations. Due to the random nature of the virtual scenarios, they found themselves within a valley. Immediately upon entering the virtual realm, a map materialized before them, featuring 4 colors: green, yellow, red, and orange. Green signified clusters of buildings, yellow indicated territories available for capture, red denoted the base, and orange represented the enemy. At the center of the map resided a prominent red dot, accentuated by several smaller red dots surrounding it. This largest red dot represented the valley's landmark structure. Zooming in on the map revealed a signal tower atop the structure capable of emitting sound waves. Within it lay a core, and the ultimate objective for both factions was to seize the core housed within the signal tower. With this knowledge of the competition in mind, both teams began to mobilize from their location on the periphery of the valley, where the terrain was rugged, the pathways convoluted, and the risk of losing one's way was ever present. Even with a map, navigating the area proved to be a formidable challenge. Xia Xiaomo wiped the sweat from her sun-kissed face, surveying the intricate surroundings. They had been traversing this bizarre rocky terrain for an hour. In the realm of virtual space, time knew no bounds. The sun blazed mercilessly overhead, showing no inclination to descend. Chapter 42. The competition unfolds. Due to the absence of temporal constraints, she could not rely on the method she had used in her previous life to locate the North Star for direction, and thus had to seek alternative means. This peculiar rocky area was exceedingly strange, almost as if it were in a constant state of flux. One of the participants could not help but exclaim, "Have you noticed? We seem to be going in circles. Look at that stone. That's the marker I created." He pointed towards a nearby rock marked with a somewhat crude arrow. Upon hearing his words, the other participants began to sense something amiss. "No wonder we cannot find our way out. We have merely been retracing our steps." They huddled together, engaging in animated discussions about the predicament they faced. Feng Ji, a friend of Xia Xiaomo, observed Xia Xiaomo quietly contemplating in the corner and felt a twinge of curiosity. He turned to Xia Yaming, who stood beside him, and asked, Yaming, what is your little sister pondering? Why is she so silent?" Xia Yaming, upon hearing his friend's inquiry, glanced at him before stealing a look at Xia Xiaomo. With a sidelong glance, he replied, "I have no idea what she is thinking." "What are you trying to do?" "Don't harbor any intentions towards her. She is not suited for you," Feng Ji responded. "Indeed. The protective brother type is utterly detestable. This competition demanded not only formidable strength but also a blend of luck, wisdom, and tactical collaboration. Each element was indispensable." Xia Xiaomo pondered the possibilities of the current situation, eventually directing her conjectures towards the formation. The formation was originally conceived by the ancient Emperor Xuanyuan's general, Feng Ho, and was composed of various formations that, through the transformation of these arrangements, could yield different effects. In battle, the appropriate adjustment of the formation could unleash formidable combat power. In her previous life, she often indulged in browsing Weibo or reading novels during her leisure time, and inadvertently stumbled upon several articles introducing formations. At first, she did not consider this aspect, but as time passed, she recognized striking similarities with the Bagua formation described in those texts. Coincidentally, she remembered the method to break the formation, which left her marveling at the serendipity of it all. However, the pressing question remained, how could she persuade them to heed her advice? "What is the matter? Have you discovered something?" Xia Yuxuan, aware of his younger sister's extensive knowledge, had refrained from interrupting her contemplation, choosing instead to observe quietly. Now, noticing the shift in her expression from deep thought to distress, he understood she must be grappling with a dilemma and approached her to inquire further. Xia Xiaomo glanced at the animated discussion among the others, realizing no one was paying her any mind. "I think I might know how we can escape," she whispered to him. Xia Yuxuan scanned the vicinity, seeking a blind spot in the surveillance, before asking, "How do you know this?" "I inadvertently came across a record that detailed circumstances somewhat akin to our current predicament. It should be feasible, right?" she replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. After all, formations were ever-changing, and there might be discrepancies she had yet to consider. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxuan cast a glance at the crowd and understood the source of her distress. After a moment of contemplation, she candidly declared, "Leave it to me." Taking a deep breath, she proceeded to share the method to decipher the formation with Xia Yuxuan. Initially, he found it rather perplexing, struggling to grasp certain aspects. Yet after Xia Xiaomo's elucidation, enlightenment dawned upon him. He could not help but marvel at the intricacies of the array. Chapter 43. During the competition, too, this was the simplest of the Bagua formations, thus unraveling it was not overly challenging. Given everyone's prowess, it was merely a matter of time before they would break the formation. On the side of the Earth Academy, Xia Yuxuan gathered all the students together, instructing them on the necessary actions. Miraculously, no one voiced any dissent against his approach. Meanwhile, the individuals from the Imperial Star Academy, equipped with the correct method for breaking the array, swiftly navigated through it, emerging from the area of the peculiar stones. The members of the Como Academy also sensed an anomaly and were engaged in discussions regarding the situation. "What are your thoughts on this area?" the captain of Como Academy, Suja, inquired of his 9 teammates. "It seems we have been going in circles," one of them remarked. "I noticed it as well. It is not merely an impression but a reality that we have been circling endlessly. I have a solution to this predicament. Let us convene to deliberate." Suja gestured for everyone to gather around. Upon hearing that a teammate had a potential solution, they eagerly converged around him, filled with hope. "My proposal is to force our way through." Suja wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. "Look to the east. There lies a vantage point from which we should be able to discern the entire layout of the peculiar stone area. The mecha designated for Shachio in the late summer and autumn is of a long-range, agile type. Soon, he will pilot it to ascend the commanding height to guide us, while we, in our advance, will establish markers to facilitate Shachio's navigation once we have passed." Upon hearing this plan, everyone deemed it feasible, thus granting unanimous approval. However, The pivotal figure of this operation, Xiaoqiu, gazed at the map, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he beheld the distant high ground. Xiaoqiu, do you have any issues with this arrangement? In response, Xia, encased within the mecha, fell silent, his brow furrowed, eyes cast downward, seemingly lost in contemplation. Captain, allow me to take this on. Noticing Xujia's lack of command and silence, Xiaoqiu, awaiting orders, grew anxious. Xia observed Xiaoqiu's flushed face, tinged with urgency, and felt a sense of exasperation. He understood that Xiaoqiu was unpretentious, speaking his mind without reservation, thus, his earlier assertion of having a fighting chance bore significance. However, this fighting chance could be interpreted as a potential burst of latent energy, transcending limitations, but on a less favorable note, it merely suggested a possibility of success. And with that, the specter of failure loomed large. The stakes were perilously high. A failure could result in the loss of life. If there were an alternative, he would prefer not to place his team in jeopardy. Although this was merely a virtual realm, it was the only viable option, without a guide. They would inevitably become lost amid the chaotic terrain of jagged stones. Should that occur, they would indeed face utter disgrace. For since the inception of challenges at the Imperial Star Academy, there had yet to be an instance where the Academy faltered right from the outset. Moreover, each competition is broadcast live. Should they falter now, not only would they be embarrassed to face others, but their academy would also become the subject of ridicule from rival institutions. The consequences could extend to their families, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Frequently, they ponder how the higher-ups of these academies must have been out of their minds to provoke the Imperial Star Academy, thus subjecting them to such pressure. Nevertheless, they hold immense admiration for the founder of the Imperial Star Academy, Inai Huang, and her formidable Gale Squad. Chapter 44. During the competition, 3. To conquer an entire planet with a mere team of over 20 individuals is a testament to their extraordinary capabilities. In contemporary society, strength is revered. As long as one possesses sufficient power, admiration follows. Undoubtedly, the Gale Squad acknowledges themselves as the second best, with no one daring to claim the first. Captain? Captain? Xiaoqiu thought to himself, oh dear, Captain, I've been calling you for so long in vain, and with my considerable presence beside you. Could you please not disregard me so? His inner turmoil was racing. Xia remarked, I just mentioned how you lack common sense, and here you are, secretly slandering me? Are you planning a rebellion? Xiaoqiu feigned a defensive posture, exclaiming, Captain, I have not slandered you. I merely spoke openly. Ah, Xiaoqiu, you've grown bolder. Daring to contradict my words, Xia raised an eyebrow. It's a misunderstanding. I did not contradict you, truly. Just look at my earnest expression. Xiaoqiu replied with a straight face. To return to the matter at hand, Captain, allow me to make an attempt. I believe I can ascend. Xia clenched his fist, his determination to jointly report the cancellation of their agreement intensifying. Very well, proceed with caution. Safety is paramount. Notify me upon your arrival. He instructed, extending his mechanical arm. In the virtual realm, everyone had summoned their mechas, all appearing in their mechanized forms. He patted Xiaoqiu's shoulder, his tone grave. Understood. I shall ensure the completion of the command, Xiaoqiu replied, immediately standing tall and saluting with his mecha. As Xia watched Xiaoqiu's figure recede into the distance, he couldn't help but ponder the potential consequences had their agreement transpired in the real world rather than in this virtual domain. As time passed, their anxiety grew increasingly palpable. Meanwhile, upon reaching the vantage point they had aimed for, Xiaoqiu discovered that the reality was far more challenging than they had anticipated. The so-called high ground turned out to be merely a weathered stone, smoothed by the ravages of time, its lower areas damp and even adorned with moss. Even for Xiaoqiu, accustomed to scaling mountains, the sight before him was daunting. Yet, exhilaration soon followed. His proficiency in mecha operation had reached a critical juncture. Having delayed his breakthrough due to the lack of suitable training environments, he was astonished that this competition presented such an opportunity. Though virtual, this experience would still prove beneficial. If he succeeded in such a challenging climbing task, it would undoubtedly catalyze a qualitative leap in his reflexes and control. He clutched a laser dagger in his hand, eagerly setting forth to confront the challenge ahead, entirely forgetting the captain's admonition that safety comes first. His mind was consumed solely by the thought that climbing higher would lead to breakthrough. He incessantly sought out any available footholds, resorting to carving with his dagger when none could be found, inching upward step by step, his mental faculties strained to their utmost throughout the endeavor. Chapter 45. The Contest in Progress. 4. When he reached the halfway point of the ascent, he encountered an outward jutting ledge that obstructed his upward progress. By this time, Summer had perspired profusely, beads of sweat cascading down his face, which bore the marks of exhaustion, and his eyes sparkled with remarkable intensity. He steadied his position, allowing himself a brief respite to regain some strength. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he gathered his breath and with fervor drove the laser dagger deep into the protruding rock before him. A sharp sizzle resonated, accompanied by a dazzling flash of sparks, as the dagger firmly embedded itself into the stone. With a tight grip on the dagger, he suddenly exerted force with his legs to leap over the jutting rock. And just as he was about to descend, he thrust his other dagger forcefully into the rock face. Summer found himself suspended in midair, akin to a tattered rag doll, swaying with the wind. Once he confirmed the dagger's stability, he began to search for a secure foothold for his legs. The upper rock face had been eroded too severely by wind and sand, offering scarcely any points of leverage. Occasionally, he would spot a small outcrop, but it was merely a layer of loose earth, which would crumble with the slightest pressure, rendering it utterly unreliable for support. As Xiao's legs incessantly searched for a foothold, he finally found a relatively firm spot. His years of climbing experience warned him that this point of support was precarious, susceptible to collapse at any moment. Thus, he needed to swiftly transition to another anchor point after exerting his strength, a task that tested the adaptability of his mech's operations. A momentary lapse in concentration could lead to a catastrophic fall. Even in a virtual realm, the experience of death was far from pleasant, let alone the gruesome fate of being shattered into pieces. Taking several deep breaths, Xiao inhaled deeply one last time and descended with the same method, his inner voice fervently urging him to climb higher, climb higher. Initially, the ascent was arduous, fraught with difficulties, often resulting in moments where he missed his footing and swayed precariously in the air. However, as he grew more adept, his speed and stability improved. Upon reaching the summit, he exhaled sharply, disregarding his appearance as he plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Once he regained some strength, he activated the video communication to contact Xia. Ding! The system prompted as Xiao requested a video call. Was this connection to be confirmed? On the other end, Xia, anxious and concerned about Xiao's safety, had refrained from contacting him directly. Hearing the notification, he hurriedly confirmed the connection. As the call connected, Xiao's upper body appeared on the mech screen. How are you? Are you all right? Upon encountering Xia, Xia hurriedly confirmed his safety, neglecting to inquire about the mission's details. This gesture softened Xiao's heart, causing his expression to soften as well. Shaking his head, Xia reported, "Captain, the mission is accomplished. I have successfully ascended to the high ground and am currently scanning the overall terrain." He then informed Xia of his breakthrough. "Ah, it's wonderful to hear that you're safe." Xia sighed deeply, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. He subsequently opened the public channel to inform the other team members of Xiao's successful mission. Upon receiving this news, the team rejoiced, collectively exhaling in relief, genuinely pleased that he not only completed the arduous task but also enhanced and surpassed his capabilities in operating the mech. Chapter 46. During the competition, 5. Since Xiao has reached the high ground, let us proceed with our inspection. Indeed, with a guide leading the way, their journey became significantly easier, as they cleared a path with a combination of force and skill, swiftly navigating out of the rocky terrain. The group paused to rest, awaiting Xiao's arrival before setting off together. Xia observed his team. Although they had emerged from the difficult stretch, considerable effort had been expended, leaving everyone visibly fatigued. Upon hearing the captain's suggestion to rest, the 8 members promptly powered down their mechs and closed their eyes for a brief respite. For Xiao, descending proved to be far easier than ascending. His operational skills had advanced, and although he had not yet fully mastered them, this did not hinder his ability to glide downwards. As he descended, he followed the path forged by the previous 9, swiftly catching up with the main group. "Well done, you rascal. Congratulations on your breakthrough." As soon as Xia laid eyes on him, he delivered a hearty pat on his chest. Heaven knows how anxious they had been, primarily concerned for his safety, should anything happen to him. The time they had all invested in traversing the treacherous area would be significantly prolonged. Losing a member here would be exceedingly detrimental to their cause. In order to maintain equilibrium, both parties were required to approach the mech map before an alert would sound, leaving them utterly oblivious to the situation on the side of the Imperial Star Academy. "Luna, I've heard you are acquainted with a girl from the opposing team. Is that so?" Xia remarked, observing Luna, who had remained unusually silent since entering the virtual realm. He felt that Luna had changed over the past few days. Typically, her spirited nature would have led her to engage in lively banter with the men, but now she was notably subdued. Upon hearing the inquiry, Luna lifted her eyelids slightly, casting him a sidelong glance and responding, "Yes, I know her. We collaborated on a mission." "Do you know her strength?" someone from the team inquired. "I'm not sure. We only worked together once," she replied dismissively, lowering her head once more to feign sleep. Though the others were familiar with the names of their counterparts, they remained unaware of their capabilities, particularly the trio surnamed Xia from the Imperial Star Academy, whose profiles were rather unremarkable, apart from their commendable grades. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about them. Most individuals at the Imperial Star Academy are exceptionally remarkable, each possessing unique talents that surpass even those of Xia Yuxuan, Xia Yuming, and Xia Xiaomo. This competition is of paramount importance to their academy. It is illogical to dispatch someone devoid of special skills to participate. However, their profiles appear rather vague, lacking any indication of outstanding attributes. The fact that such seemingly ordinary individuals have been chosen for this crucial contest suggests that they are far more complex than they appear. Regardless, they must remain vigilant. They are not particularly fond of this competition, believing their academy to be already commendable, with no need to vie for territory with the Imperial Star Academy. They find the rationale behind such a contest perplexing. Nonetheless, they can only comply with the Academy's decisions and strive to do their utmost. After gathering, the 10 participants from Karma Academy set forth towards the central base indicated on the map. The 10 from the Imperial Star Academy emerged from the rocky area and followed the mapped route, encountering numerous obstacles that inadvertently led them into a tunnel. Within this tunnel lurked various mutated beasts, poised to ambush unsuspecting individuals. As they fervently engaged in the competition, chaos erupted outside. Initially, they had assumed this year's contest would mirror those of previous years, consisting of one-on-one elimination rounds. Little did they anticipate that this year, the organizers would choose to blend real-world scenarios with a virtual landscape. Though this competition may lack the direct intensity of mecha confrontations, it remains remarkably thrilling. Regardless of the chaos outside, the team members within the virtual realm are relentlessly devising strategies to reach their destination. As they progress, they remain vigilant against the lurking mutant beasts. This approach is unsustainable. These creatures possess formidable strength and are exceedingly difficult to combat. We must devise a plan. Xia Yuxuan forcefully slashed down with his lightsaber at a mutant beast poised to ambush them. Gray, Xiaomo, Zhao Wei, Gu Xi, Li Yin. You 5 form a circle and proceed back to back. The rest of you will team up with me. As his words resonated, the group instinctively followed the command and organized themselves accordingly. Indeed, this tactic significantly eased their efforts in vanquishing the mutant beasts, alleviating the pressure they faced. They continued to eliminate the creatures while steadily advancing. "Captain, we must hasten our pace to find the exit. I sense these mutant beasts are becoming increasingly difficult to defeat," Fong Kursin remarked, kicking a mutant beast that had been impaled on her lightsaber away. Xia Yuxuan furrowed his brow. He had already recognized this issue. Who among you possesses spatial defense equipment? After clearing the area of concealed mutant beasts, Xia Yuxuan peered through the mecha screen at the ominously dark passage ahead. Reporting in. "I have one," Xia Xiaomo announced, retrieving the spatial defense equipment from her storage space and handing it to Xia Yuxuan. Due to the compact nature of Xia Xiaomo's mecha and her position in the corner, her earlier gestures had gone unnoticed until she spoke up. After a brief respite, "We shall advance further," Xia Yuxuan declared as he activated the defensive mechanism, which manifested as a luminous aura extending approximately 5 meters in diameter, enveloping all the mechas within its embrace. At that moment, the team from Camaro Academy found themselves ensnared in a predicament, emerging from the rocky terrain. Their initial objective was to seize control of the small square, with the intention of subsequently locating their base. The map indicated that the small square was a critical point, and they were determined to occupy it before the arrival of the Imperial Star Academy. As they approached the small square, a sudden ambush by several unknown mutated beasts, which seemed to materialize from thin air, caught them off guard, plunging them into chaos. Fortunately, Captain Suja swiftly regained composure and began issuing counterattack orders. Nevertheless, their efforts resulted in 1 casualty and 1 injury, and their mecha sustained varying degrees of damage. This situation bodes ill for us. Even if we once harbored hopes of overcoming the Imperial Star Academy, the sheer disparity in numbers now places them at an undeniable advantage. Any fatalities would inevitably broadcast notifications to both factions, yet no word of casualties from the Imperial Star Academy has reached us. and the scene map offers no insight into their status. Xia felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It had barely been a short while since their entry, and already they had incurred losses, all due to his lapse in vigilance. Damn it, who was the fool responsible for orchestrating this simulated scenario? It is utterly infuriating. This unexpected battle has left them feeling thoroughly constrained. Chapter 48. During the competition 7, the two individuals remained vigilant while the others rested to regain their strength, preparing for a concerted effort to break through to the small square. Shortly thereafter, Xia issued the command to advance towards the square. The participants from the Emperor Star Academy were still navigating the underground tunnels, traversing junction after junction, yet they could not find an exit. Look over there. Just as their patience was wearing thin, Xia Xiaomo's voice rang out from ahead. Hearing her, Xia Yuxuan turned to see her pointing in a particular direction. Following her gesture, he spotted a flickering orb of white light amidst the darkness. Upon seeing this beacon, Xia Yuxuan's eyes brightened, and he promptly instructed Xia Xiaomo, Sister, unleash your super ion cannon towards that orb of light. The rest of you, retreat immediately to avoid being struck by the particle sound waves, which could cause unnecessary harm. Xia Xiaomo recognized this as their sole opportunity to escape and readily agreed. Brother, what about me? Let me stay behind to protect my little sister. Xia Yiming interjected, reaching for the defensive device in Xia Yuxuan's hand. Xia Yuxuan deftly evaded Yiming's grasp. You need to retreat to a safe zone with them. Brother, please let me go. Yiming insisted, fully aware of his sister's formidable particle cannon. Although he had never experienced its power firsthand, he understood that their proximity to the light was not very far, and the risk was considerable, making them highly susceptible to injury. Nevertheless, Xia Yuxuan refused to relinquish the spatial device to him. As Xia Xiaomo observed her elder brother approaching, she immediately discerned his intentions. The particle cannon she had personally modified was formidable, and she was acutely aware of its potential power. She reassured herself that she would emerge unscathed. Furthermore, they were in a virtual realm. Even if caught in the fallout, it would merely result in injuries, without any grave consequences. Silence. This is an order, he commanded. Having spent considerable time with his sister, he was somewhat familiar with her disposition. She was the quintessential bearer of good news, seldom divulging troubles. Faced with the resolute demeanor of Xia Yuxuan, Xia Xiaomo found herself at a loss for words to counter his assertion. Thus, she silently readied the super particle cannon, aiming it at the white light. Once Xia Yuxuan noticed she was prepared, he activated the spatial device, enveloping both of them within its protective embrace, hoping it would mitigate some of the impending damage. They remained uncertain whether this defensive mechanism could withstand the force of the super particle cannon modified by Xia Xiaomo. Whatever protection it could provide would have to suffice. The onlookers, having retreated to a safe zone, felt a surge of anxiety as they watched the two. In their hearts, they silently prayed for their safety. Super particle cannon. Charging. Charging complete. Preparing for launch. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. With the mechanical prompt. All that could be seen was the particle projectile, resembling a luminous arrow released from a bow, trailing a long tail as it struck the white light. With a deafening roar, the explosion unleashed a blinding light that erupted at the white point, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes and gaze directly at the source of the blast. As their vision gradually returned, they beheld shockwaves radiating outward in rippling circles. The defensive mechanisms of Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan began to teeter precariously. Anxiety gripped the crowd, particularly for Xia Yiming, whose fists were clenched tightly. His eyes aflame with rage, and his expression twisted in fury. Had it not been for the individual beside him restraining him, he might have charged into battle in his mech. Xia Yiming's piercing roar echoed through the space. Chapter 49. The terrifying tunnel once visibility was restored. Xia Yiming was the first to surge forward, desperately searching for the figures of his elder brother and younger sister. They had remained unscathed in the safe zone, while Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan were already engulfed by the fallen debris and earth on the other side. And Xiaomo and the captain should still be alive. Fong Kersen murmured faintly. How can you be so sure? Hearing her words brought the greatest relief to Xia Yiming. This is a virtual space, akin to a game, and we are currently participating in a competition. If any members were to perish, the system would issue a notification, yet we have received no news of the captain or Xiaomo's demise. Indeed, this is a virtual realm. How could I have forgotten? It's true that concern breeds chaos, he remarked, opening the system channel. As expected, there were no notifications regarding the death of his brother and sister, though there was a report concerning casualties among the students of Kamo Academy. In that moment, a collective sense of relief washed over the group. How splendid it is that the captain and the others are unharmed. Truly, it is a relief. The feeling of helplessness, witnessing one's comrades encounter peril in the virtual realm, is indeed a bitter pill to swallow, as Guji expressed with a curse, resonating with the sentiments of the group. Yet, there remained another matter. Since the captain and Xiaomo were unscathed, it was evident that they had been buried beneath the soil and rubble. Shouldn't we hasten to search for them? Someone suddenly reminded. Indeed, let us all join forces and swiftly retrieve them. With that, the group began to fervently scour the area. As they diligently searched, a faint cough emanated from a corner. Upon hearing the sound, they hurriedly rushed towards that direction, clearing away the dirt and stones above to reveal none other than their captain's mech. Quickly, everyone, help remove the debris weighing him down. Brother, are you all right? Where is Xiaomo? Xia Xiaomo inquired with urgency. Xiaomo is inside. She is fine, just sustained minor injuries, the elder brother reassured him. With a sigh of relief from Xia Xiaomo at his words, the group promptly resumed their efforts to clear the surrounding rubble. Together, they soon freed both the captain and Xiaomo. Thanks to the protective gear and the mech's exterior shell, they had only suffered slight injuries and were not in serious trouble, though the mech's exterior bore the marks of damage, appearing rather disheveled. After rescuing both of them, the group finally found the time to examine the wall that had been blasted open. A gaping hole revealed a glimpse of the outside world, and the sight of the sun was exhilarating. Li Yin inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. He inspected the wall that Xia Xiaomo had demolished, noting its impressive thickness. Xiaomo, where did you get this mech customized? The power of the particle cannon is astonishing. I want to acquire one too. If our mechs were this formidable, we would be invincible. Are you really considering customization? Xia Xiaomo inquired, looking at Li Yin. Without hesitation, Li Yin nodded. Of course, with such an impressive mech, it's essential to have one tailored to my specifications. Who would desire such formidable offensive capabilities? Isn't that right? He turned to the others for affirmation. Internally, they were filled with tears. Li Yin, couldn't you see that the captain and his brother looked ready to devour you? Yet, if they dared to disagree, wouldn't they be deemed fools in Li Yin's eyes? Chapter 50. Envy, jealousy, hatred indeed. The power of Xia Xiaomo's mech cannon was truly remarkable. They thought it was undeniable that anyone would want such an extraordinary mech. However, even if one desired it, acquiring such equipment was impossible, even with ample wealth. Is it really true? Why is it that even with money, one cannot purchase it? Li Yin queried, perplexed. The others shared in his confusion. But that doesn't make sense. Even if it's custom-made, it shouldn't be entirely unattainable. Captain, please tell me, where on earth did you customize your mech equipment? Why ask? No amount of money can buy it anyway. Despite your many inquiries, they yield no fruit. Xia Xiaomo remained silent, while Xia Xiaomo retaliated fiercely against Li Yin. Upon hearing those words, Li Yin felt a pang of disappointment, his face clouded with grievance as he lamented, I genuinely desire such an impressive mech. If you choose not to disclose it, then so be it. Why the hostility? Xia Xiaomo shot a glare at Xia Xiaomo before turning to Xia Xiaomo, silently questioning. Should we reveal this matter? Xia Xiaomo and Xia Xiaomo, understanding their elder brother's cue, recognized that some truths were now ripe for disclosure. Previously, they refrained from revealing such information due to the untimely nature of the situation and a desire to avoid unnecessary attention. However, with the impending assault of the Zerg army, they needed to seize an opportune moment to openly enhance the mech's capabilities in preparation for the invasion, thereby providing robust survival assurances for humanity across the galaxy. Although exposing these matters carried certain risks, they felt compelled to act for the future of humankind. Moreover, given that this competition was under the scrutiny of the entire galaxy, the more individuals aware of it, the greater the pressure on the high-ranking researchers of the Alliance, who would hesitate to act against them openly. As for what lay ahead, they would take it one step at a time and address future concerns as they arose. Xia Xiaomo rolled his eyes and approached Xia Xiaomo, falling silent. He approached Li Yin and gently patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, it's not impossible for you to acquire such an impressive mech. By the way, Captain, would you be willing to disclose where the equipment for this mech is customized? Upon hearing that he might also possess such a formidable mech, his excitement surged, sweeping away all previous feelings of grievance and disappointment. Li Yin glanced at Xiaomo, then at Xia Xiaomo, and finally cast a bewildered look at the captain, utterly perplexed by his words. Sighing, Xia Xiaomo placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. Even Xia Xiaomo could not suppress a chuckle from the sidelines. If you wish to enhance your mech, you should consult my sister. All her equipment has been personally modified by her. Li Yin stood in stunned silence for a moment before the realization hit him. Fang Ji was filled with indignation, wondering why this family possessed such remarkable strength, so much so that he felt a twinge of jealousy. Why were all the geniuses in their household? It seemed so unfair. Were all those with the surname Xia so extraordinary? Was it too late for him to change his surname? He was anxiously contemplating this. Not only Li Yin, but the entire interstellar community was abuzz, marveling at the exceptional genetics of the Xia family. Chapter 51. The encounter of two parties. What you just said is utterly nonsensical. Genetics is something beyond your envy, Xia Xiaomo remarked with a hint of arrogance. Having encountered narcissism before, he had never seen someone as self-absorbed as Li Yin. Slowly, Li Yin moved closer to Xiaoma, tugging at her sleeve and pleading, "Little sister Xiaoma, could you possibly assist me in modifying my mech equipment as well?" Xia Xiaomo, have you ever witnessed a grown man donning a pitiful expression in front of a little girl several years his junior? Such a scene is undeniably comical. Little sister Mo, please. Li Yin is indeed quite determined, in his bid to persuade Xia Xiaomo to assist him in modifying his mech. He resorts to adopting an adorable demeanor and a forlorn visage. Onlookers are left feeling a strange sense of discomfort at his antics, all feigning ignorance with expressions that convey. Who is this person? We do not know him. Xia Xiaomo, all right, once the competition concludes, you may visit my home, and I shall aid you in your mech modifications. With his heart brimming with anticipation, Li Yin awaited Xia Xiaomo's response. Really? How splendid. You can rest assured that the moment the competition ends, I shall promptly come to your abode. Upon hearing Xia Xiaomo's affirmation, Li Yin could hardly believe his ears. He gazed intently at her, hoping for confirmation once more. Then, under his incredulous stare, Xia Xiaomo smiled and nodded. Ecstatic, he leapt up and embraced the nearby Xia Yuxuan. In his exuberance, he momentarily forgot he was still in his mech state, nearly toppling the unsuspecting Xia Yuxuan to the ground. The collision darkened Xia Yuxuan's expression. He seized Li Yin by the collar and tossed him aside, exclaiming, "What is going on here? Do you not remember that we are in the midst of a competition? Now that the path is clear, what are we still doing here? Why don't you hurry up and get out of here to continue the competition?" The crowd, taken aback, murmured, "The captain has exploded in anger, we should retreat." Although they longed for little Mo to assist them in modifying their mecha equipment, they could only shoulder their burdens and, with glum expressions, swiftly exited through the gap, one after another. As they made their way, Xia Mo and Xia Yuxuan felt an overwhelming pressure. Apart from Li Yin, who had already secured Xia Mo's agreement to enhance the mecha, and Xia Xiaomo, whose mecha had been previously modified, the others cast resentful glances at their captain, Xia Yuxuan, and pitiful looks towards Xia Mo. Xia Yuxuan thought to himself, "What is this madness?" While Xia Mo pondered, "Am I being unfairly targeted even while lying down? Once the competition concludes and everyone's equipment is brought to me, I shall assist in their modifications." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the weight of everyone's gazes, Xia Mo reluctantly consented to help them with their mecha enhancements. At last, relief washed over them as both Xia Mo and Xia Yuxuan exhaled deeply. Freed from the burden of those sorrowful and pleading looks, they finally relaxed. Just then, a ding echoed, and several orange dots appeared on their mecha screen. Chapter 52, Battle. Simultaneously, Suja noticed the sudden emergence of orange dots on the mecha map. Stay alert. Members of the Imperial Star Academy have appeared. Scatter and find suitable hiding spots. Remain concealed and exercise caution, he commanded, ready to inform his teammates at the first sign of discovery. Once the hiding place is discovered, they swiftly change their location, prioritizing safety. The mech map serves merely as a guide, lacking the capability to indicate the opponent's direction or precise location. Thus, they can only disperse and remain vigilant to avoid being cornered. Fortunately, although it is a square, numerous obstacles provide ample opportunities for concealment. Upon noticing any small dots on the map, the team from Imperial Star Academy immediately scatters to seek out hidden spots. This mech map can only be utilized in virtual space. In reality, they rely solely on radar scans, which detect all living beings but cannot directly indicate whether they are friend or foe. Fang Ji, accompanied by Zhao Wei, cautiously approaches to assess the situation, mindful not to draw too close lest they be discovered, while the others check their mech equipment and remain on standby. Upon receiving orders, Fang Ji carefully makes his way towards the square with Zhao Wei. "Captain, what should we do now?" asked Xia Yuxuan, listening to Fang Ji's report, stroking his chin in contemplation. After a moment of thought, he lifted his head and addressed Xia Xiaomo. "Sister, do you have any good ideas? We should first do this, then that, and finally this." Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing Xia Xiaomo's suggestions, and they nodded in agreement. With no objections, they decided to proceed according to Xiaomo's proposed plan. Having concluded their discussion, Xia Yuxuan began issuing commands. Report. Fangji has arrived at the designated location. Report. Zhao Wei has reached the specified position. Report. Fang Kersen has arrived at the designated spot. Report. Once everyone has assembled at their respective locations, Xia Yuxuan commands, commence the assault. In an instant, Fangji and his companions, donning smoke filters at the oxygen inlets of their mechs, fervently hurled smoke bombs towards the square, engulfing the area in thick, swirling smoke. What on earth is the Imperial Star Academy up to? The personnel from Carmo Academy were caught completely off guard, as the dense smoke obscured their vision and infiltrated their oxygen inlets, causing them to cough uncontrollably. They hastily donned their filters, exclaiming in frustration, "How devious of the Imperial Star Academy to employ such underhanded tactics to expose us. If it weren't for the filters, they would have truly succeeded." It wasn't just the students of Carmo Academy who felt this way. Even the spectators observing the match were taken aback by the unscrupulous methods employed by the Imperial Star Academy. Their perspectives on sportsmanship were shattered. Yet there was a sense of satisfaction to be found in the spectacle. Amidst the competition, discussions erupted. Some remarked, "The Imperial Star Academy is shameless, resorting to such treacherous tactics that tarnish the reputation of the war god, Ni Huang." Others retorted, "Who cares if their tactics are unscrupulous? A successful strategy is a good strategy, regardless of its nature." The two factions soon found themselves embroiled in a heated debate over the ethics of the tactics, ultimately realizing that the supporters of the latter viewpoint were more numerous, leading the dissenters to gradually fall silent. Chapter 53. Suja's doubts. The participants from Carmo Academy were engulfed by a sudden surge of dense smoke, causing them to cough incessantly. Tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably from their eyes and noses. "Su Aming, how is your situation? Can you hold on?" Suja hastily opened the communication channel to inquire about his team's condition. "It's unbearable, Captain. The smoke has spread too widely. We can't see anything around us. We have no idea what they've added to this haze. Our eyes feel like they're on fire. And even opening them is a struggle. Our filters are utterly ineffective. If this continues, we will be completely exposed," Su Aming replied, unable to suppress his own cough. Witnessing this dire predicament, Suja furrowed his brow deeply, contemplating a countermeasure. Now is the time to charge in. We must act swiftly and decisively. Furthermore, do not hold back. Let us treat them to a proper reception. The members of Emperor Star Academy could hardly contain their impatience. Upon hearing their captain's command, they plunged into the thick smoke. Soon, cries for help and curses echoed from within the haze. Subsequently, the team from Emperor Star Academy emerged, escorting a group of Carmo Academy participants who had become utterly unrecognizable. They were now prisoners, their mecha summoning hubs confiscated by Xia Yuxuan and his comrades, revealing their true forms as they existed in reality. Due to the thick black smoke enveloping the surroundings, those outside are oblivious to the conditions within. The students of Carmo Academy exhibited a certain degree of resistance during their capture, resulting in their faces and bodies being marked with patches of white and black. Even Suja bore various signs of struggle from his defiance. "What on earth, Xia Yuxuan, could have prompted your academy to devise such a unique method to deal with us?" Suja inquired curiously upon encountering Xia Yuxuan. "And what did you add to that smoke? I can't discern the scent. It's both acrid and irritating to the eyes." Upon hearing Suja's questions, several students from Dixing Academy felt a twinge of discomfort, their gazes instinctively drifting toward the architect of this scheme, Xia Xiaomo. "Ahem. Do not concern yourself with the mastermind behind this plan. Just know that you have already lost in this competition, and that suffices," she replied. Although Xia Xiaomo's suggestion was somewhat underhanded, its effectiveness was remarkably potent. In such a crucial competition, any means that ensured victory was deemed commendable. "I simply wish to know who conceived this plan. It is truly ingenious," Suja exclaimed, as wide as he regarded Xia Yuxuan, bearing an expression that seemed to say, "If you do not reveal it, I shall fixate upon you. Gray, Zhang Tao, Fang Kersen, and Li Yin, you four shall enter the base's structure to retrieve the core. Once acquired, exit immediately. Zhao Wei, Feng Ji, Gu Ji, Yu Ming, and Xiao Mo, you shall accompany me in safeguarding the individuals before us." The 9 of them saluted Xia Yuxuan and commenced executing his orders. "Little sister, do we know each other?" Xia Xiaomo replied, "No, we do not." "Then have we perhaps met somewhere?" Suja continued to inquire. Xia Xiaomo insisted, "Never encountered you." How peculiar," Suja mused. gazing at the young girl and feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. Chapter 54. Miss, please do not leave. Where could we have crossed paths? I am certain I have seen you before. Xia Xiaomo stated, Sir, I assure you, I do not know you and have never seen you. Ah, little girl. Even if you have not encountered me, it is of no consequence. Let us take this opportunity to get acquainted. Suja raised an eyebrow, shifting into a playful demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suja, gender, male, and, hobbies. It seems I possess no particular interests, blah blah. The members of the Kamo Academy observed their captain, now ensnared in a foolish jest, with exasperation. They glanced around, relieved that the surveillance drones had not detected their antics. Captain, we are currently prisoners, captives, and could you perhaps consider the situation? Might you refrain from openly flirting with the alluring enemy maiden in such a conspicuous manner? Xia Xiaomo thought to herself, I wish I could just knock this foolish man in front of me out of the way, although her armored exterior concealed her expression. The palpable aura surrounding her betrayed her simmering anger and frustration. It seemed that Suja remained blissfully unaware, chattering incessantly. Xia Xiaomo repeatedly reminded herself, I must endure. I must endure. As a captive, one would expect him to behave more modestly, rather than flaunting his antics in front of us. It was only when her companions, Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming, approached that she was liberated from Suja's incessant drone and her position was taken over. Hey, I must ask, do your parents know you're such a chatterbox for a grown man? She couldn't help but inquire before her departure. Suja, oblivious to her sarcasm, pondered her words. Turning to his teammates for clarity, he noticed them all shaking their heads in unison. Is it that I speak too much? He queried, only to be met with a chorus of nods affirming her sentiment. As he watched Xia Xiaomo walk further away, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Humph. Keep your distance from my sister, he muttered. Hearing this, Suja snapped back to reality and regarded the speaker. Oh, you must be Xia Yuming, the younger brother of Xia Yuxuan? After a brief pause, he realized, so the one I just saw was your sister, Xia Xiaomo? At this revelation, Suja's eyes sparkled with interest. What business is it of yours? Keep your distance from her, Xia Yuming snarled at Suja. Beside him, Xia Yuxuan remained silent. Yet her expression conveyed a clear message of stay away from her, with her eyes brimming with discontent. Well, it seems we have two devoted brothers competing for their sister's affection. It's truly a burden for any girl caught in their web, Suja mused, feeling increasingly frustrated. Xia Xiaomo shifted from Suja's side to the other. And recalling his earlier demeanor, she suddenly thought of Ouyang Xiao, whom she had met on that remote planet. She wondered how they were faring and if Ouyang Xiao's illness had been cured. Perhaps she would inquire after the competition concluded. Sighing, she shook her head, temporarily dismissing these thoughts to diligently execute her orders of watching over the enemy. Chapter 55. The conclusion of the competition. Meanwhile, Li Yin and his trio pushed open the base's heavy door and stepped inside. The first sight to greet them was a corridor constructed from an unknown synthetic metal, equipped with automatic lighting that illuminated the path ahead, allowing them to clearly see the door on the opposite end. They proceeded cautiously until they reached the core located at the heart of the base. Reporting to the captain, we have secured the core and are preparing for extraction, Li Yin communicated. Excellent, you are to withdraw immediately, he instructed his companions, turning to those who had entered with him. Now, let us hastily exit and deliver the core to the captain. Let us go. The group exited the base together, handing the coveted core to Xia Yuxuan. As she held the core in her hands, she couldn't help but reflect on how tedious it must have been for the various interstellar academies and the Imperial Star Academy to arrange such a competition. It truly seemed like a waste of time. In these interstellar academies, rather than squandering precious time organizing this superfluous competition, it would be far more prudent to contemplate strategies for combating the mutated beasts and the pests that plague the cosmos. Xia Yuxuan, do you find this annual contest engaging? Suja's gaze shifted, and upon noticing the absence of surveillance drones, he inquired. I share the same sentiment. However, as soon as he spoke, he observed the surveillance drone redirecting its camera towards them, prompting an immediate silence. In truth, they were not alone in their sentiments. Many within the interstellar realm deemed this competition unnecessary. Yet at that moment, all the academies were blinded by their vested interests, rendering any council futile. Such considerations were far from their minds. Over the years, not a single academy has triumphed, and yet they persist in wasting resources and time on this futile competition year after year, an utter absurdity. These thoughts were relegated to their minds, for voicing them would surely incur the ire of the obstinate interstellar academies. As the competition has yet to be annulled, they, as students of their respective academies, must face it head-on. Were this contest not built upon such self-serving foundations, they would eagerly participate. The time has come. Let us proceed, Xia Xiaomo remarked, glancing at the timer on the mech. He then led the prisoner from Camo Academy and his own teammates out of the virtual space. Despite their prolonged stay in the virtual realm, only a few hours had elapsed in the real world. Knowing of their impending exit, representatives from both academies awaited them outside the space. The students of Camo Academy and their higher-ups greeted Xia and his companions with contrasting attitudes. The students offered words of comfort, while the academy's leaders wore somber expressions, clearly displeased. In stark contrast, at Emperor Star Academy, both the students and the faculty welcomed them with enthusiastic applause. Even the spectators outside displayed fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 56, Gathering 1. Indeed, Emperor Star is destined to belong to our Emperor Star Academy. It cannot be seized by just anyone. Yes, indeed. Truly. It is the academy I have longed to enter in my dreams. A fervent supporter of Emperor Star Academy could not help but exclaim, immediately earning the agreement of many around him. At that moment, both Emperor Star Academy and Camo Academy, along with some detractors of the competition, were gathered together, engaged in animated discussion about the purpose of Xia's invitation. Xia Xiaomo and his companions, having been summoned by Xia, observed the lively gathering before them and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "You'll find out shortly. Everyone, please hold on for a moment," he announced as he leapt onto a table and clapped his hands, instantly commanding silence from the animated crowd. "Are you satisfied with the annual competitions organized by various academies in the galaxy to gain entry into Emperor Star?" "Not satisfied." Upon hearing Suja's question, Xia Xiaomo's brows furrowed, and he straightened his posture, listening intently to what was to follow. "Every year, the academies require you to compete against Emperor Star Academy to serve their interests. Are you willing?" Upon the utterance of these words, some individuals hesitated. Observing this, Suja spoke again, prompting the hesitant listeners to plunge into contemplation. After all, their purpose in attending the academy was to acquire knowledge, not to serve as mere instruments for the ambitions of others. Had it been a competition rooted in genuine camaraderie, they would have wholeheartedly endorsed it. However, this contest was orchestrated by the academies solely for their own benefit. How could they willingly participate in such an event? Were it not for the overwhelming population of the star system and the limited capacity of the Imperial Star Academy, they would certainly refrain from engaging with other institutions. If they did not engage with these other academies, how could the upper echelons of those institutions summon them to partake in a competition that served only their interests? With this thought, the crowd collectively shook their heads, expressing their unwillingness. Having achieved his objective, Suja felt a sense of satisfaction and resolved to press on. "In light of this, I propose that we demand the cancellation of this competition. They disregard our wishes and compel us to participate in an event that squanders our time and resources. Instead of engaging in this fruitless contest, we would be better off on the battlefield, accumulating practical experience." He paused for a moment. "It is not my intention to diminish the prestige of other academies, but some may argue that previous failures were due to the presence of Lady Ni Huang. Yet, it has been centuries since Lady Ni Huang of the Imperial Star Academy has vanished. Even so, throughout her absence, none of the academies in the star system have triumphed in this competition, which sufficiently attests to the formidable strength of the Imperial Star Academy. In recent years, which match have you witnessed where they did not thoroughly defeat those academies? Yet, there remain some obstinate individuals within the upper echelons of these institutions who are unwilling to abolish the competition. If that is the case, let us collectively petition the leader for its cancellation." With that, Suja raised the teacup beside him and took a sip, understanding the purpose behind Suja's summons. They were more than willing to comply. "However, Captain Suja, we are merely unpowerful students. If we also sign the petition, might we face expulsion from the academy?" Some students could not help but inquire, as they were commoners who could not afford to offend those in high positions, lest their families and friends suffer the consequences. Chapter 57, Gathering 2. That will not occur. Our petition is to be conducted in secrecy, and all present are individuals of trust. Should everyone here maintain discretion, your concerns will remain unfounded. If you are still apprehensive, you may send an anonymous message directly to the leader via your personal inbox on the holographic computer. That reassures me. I was only worried about potential repercussions affecting our families and friends. Upon hearing Suja's assurance, the students immediately relaxed and began to express their support. "Wait. If you intend to petition the leader, with so many individuals in the Galactic Alliance, how will you establish contact? How do you know that they all oppose such competitions? What if you inform those on the other side, and they become aware of it?" Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? The concern raised by Xia is precisely the dilemma that Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxian are currently grappling with. As they find themselves at a loss for solutions, Xia unexpectedly appears, providing them with an opportunity to resolve the matter effortlessly. They too share in the frustration, as this competition has already consumed their time on at least 3 occasions since their enrollment, yielding little in terms of learning and feeling like a complete waste. Fear not, for the mountain man possesses his own clever strategies, Xia said, casually draping his arm around Xia Yuxian's shoulder. You need not worry. I have my methods. Xia Yuxian, somewhat disdainful, swatted away Xujia's arm and shot him a glance of annoyance. Knowing that Xia had his own plans alleviated their concerns. In that case, let us proceed with this decision. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I am here to support you, he declared, before pulling Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuming away. Left in stunned silence, Xia watched their retreating figures and exclaimed, Hey, you're leaving just like that? Are you truly entrusting everything to us? Won't you lend a hand? Goodness, am I merely seeking trouble? He lamented, feeling disheartened. Nevertheless, he turned to attend to the tasks at hand. Brother, do you think what we did was right or wrong? On the way, after much hesitation, Xia Xiaomo finally voiced her doubts. And what do you believe? You must trust your instincts and believe in the thoughts that arise from your heart, for they will guide you. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Xiaomo lifted her head and said to Xia Yuxuan, I understand now. Thank you, elder brother. While Xia Yuxuan engaged in cheerful conversation with Xia Xiaomo, on the other side, Xia Yuming felt a sense of grievance. He trudged along behind them, occasionally glancing at Xia Xiaomo with a look of utter dejection. Second brother, what is the matter? Why do you wear such a forlorn expression? She noticed something amiss with her second brother and promptly inquired. Xia Yuming felt a surge of excitement when his dear little sister spoke to him. Yet he concealed his emotions, maintaining a facade of grievance as he replied, Little sister, do you think your second brother is utterly useless? Such a significant matter. And I have been unable to lend a hand. It has been you, an elder brother, handling everything, while I could only watch in silence, unable to assist at all. Chapter 58. The temptation of sloth. How could that be? Second brother? How can you entertain such thoughts? Xia Xiaomo was at a loss for words. Look. Whenever there is something to address, you always consult elder brother. Even the matters discussed at the gathering were all handled by him. I merely stood by as a mere backdrop. As Xia Xiaomo listened, she increasingly sensed the absurdity of his claims, prompting even Xia Yuxuan to shake his head in disbelief. Second brother, listen closely. You are my second brother, my dear kin. We are family, and in a family, distinctions should not be so rigidly drawn. You must understand that we are an inseparable entity. Within this household, each of us plays an indispensable role. Therefore, how could you harbor such thoughts, dear sister? I genuinely feel that I am unable to assist you, and it weighs heavily on my heart. Observing Xia Xiaomo's serious demeanor, Xia Yuming realized the folly of his actions. Sister, I apologize for my mistake. Please forgive me. I assure you it will not happen again. What? You still expect a second chance? Xia Xiaomo placed her hands on her hips, embodying a tempestuous spirit. There will be no next time, I promise. Xia Yuming raised his hands, fingers aligned in a vow to the heavens. Second brother, you are utterly tedious. I have decided to ignore you. With that, Xia Xiaomo turned away, leaving Xia Yuming feeling as though calamity was imminent. He tugged at his own hair, seeking refuge with his elder brother. Brother, what should I do? What should I do? I've upset our sister. With a sigh, Xia Yuxuan spoke earnestly to his Navi younger sibling. You know her temperament well. In her eyes, we are her pillars of support. And you? Just look at the words you uttered earlier. You ought to focus on earning her forgiveness now. This predicament is of your own making, and you must resolve it on your own. I am powerless to assist. He patted his foolish brother's shoulder before summoning his flying device and taking to the skies. Xia Yuming, his thoughts a tangled web, followed suit, trailing behind Xia Yuxuan, his mind distracted along the journey. Xia Xiaomo, at first, felt a genuine discomfort in her heart. Throughout the journey, she came to understand that Xia Yuming's words indicated he truly cared for her as his sister. When one spends considerable time with another, emotions inevitably blossom, leading to a sense of vulnerability regarding one's affections. Xia Yuming currently finds himself in such a predicament, witnessing his younger sister reveling in delightful conversations with their elder brother and relying on him for assistance, while he remains sidelined, unable to contribute or engage, naturally fosters feelings of neglect within him. To put it simply, Xia Yuming is experiencing jealousy, harboring envy towards his elder brother. Having come to this realization, Xia Xiaomo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at her usually composed second brother displaying such childishness. She pondered how the soldiers he had trained would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to tease him about it. She resolved not to easily forgive her second brother. Despite understanding that his feelings stemmed from a deep care for her, his words could not be excused so readily. She intended to give him the silent treatment for a few days, allowing him to grasp that certain things should not be uttered lightly. With her decision made, Xia Xiaomo silently commended her own cleverness before indulging in a refreshing bath and snuggling into her warm bed. Ding dong, lazy pig, rise and shine. The alarm clock heralded the morning, and after arriving here, the days of anxiety and trepidation had vanished. No longer fearing assassination, she had naturally developed a penchant for sleeping in. Chapter 59. The intelligent alarm clock. The figure on the bed stirred, yet remained unresponsive. The intelligent alarm clock resolved to make another attempt. Ding dong, lazy pig, rise and shine, lazy pig, rise and shine. At that moment, a delicate and fair little hand emerged from beneath the covers, swiftly reaching out in pursuit of the clock's sound. Oh no, please don't. With a resounding slap and a thud, the poor intelligent alarm clock found itself forlornly resting on the lawn outside, overwhelmed with despair. Outside the window, the robot butler, exhibiting remarkable composure, approached the alarm clock that had just flown out and was now lamenting its misfortune. It extended its hands and lifted the clock, which was sobbing piteously. You brought this upon yourself for failing to heed the warnings. You know the young lady is participating in a competition. She needs her rest. And yet you chose to disturb her. Once the robot butler had moved away, the alarm clock sprang back to life, gingerly making its way towards Xia Xiaomo's room. A small door had been opened on the door to Xia Xiaomo's bedroom, a special allowance made when she purchased the intelligent alarm clock. Knowing it had the ability to move on its own, the alarm clock hopped up the stairs, reaching the bedroom door where it pushed through the small entrance. All the while, it treaded cautiously, anxious not to disturb the young sorceress slumbering within. It was filled with indignation, reminiscing about its days in the world of clocks, where it was adored by all, only to find itself in the service of such a tempestuous mistress. It recalled the time it had been playfully teasing a group of elegant smart alarm clocks. Over the years, it had encountered numerous beauties in the clock shop, convinced that it had mastered the art of remaining untouched amidst the throngs of allure. On that fateful day, a charming beauty, reminiscent of a doll, entered through the door. The moment it laid eyes upon her, its heart was pierced by an arrow wielded by Cupid, and an effervescent blush of pink bubbles enveloped it. It watched as the enchanting lady approached a collection of intelligent alarm clocks situated beside it. This clock was the most advanced and intelligent of all in the shop. Yet the beauty seemed oblivious to its presence, gliding past it to scrutinize the other alarm clocks, which it now found utterly unappealing. Anxiety welled within as it observed the lady perusing the selection without glancing in its direction. Once sought after by numerous women, it had turned them all away due to its superior features and intelligence, yet here was a beauty who didn't even acknowledge its existence. With an inexplicable urge, it stepped before her and made its very first pitch in years. My lady, are you in search of an intelligent alarm clock? She cast a fleeting glance its way before diverting her gaze, clearly disinterested. Oh, fair lady, choose me. I am the most advanced and intelligent alarm clock here. However, she continued to sift through the choices, ignoring its appeal. Moments later, she frowned and rose to approach the counter. This captivating beauty was none other than our dear Xiaoma. Excuse me, do you have a more versatile option? Perhaps one that can assist with communication or resolve minor inconveniences in daily life? Inquired Xia Xiaomo at the counter. Chapter 60. Deep as the sea. Upon entering the Xia door, the proprietor lifted his gaze and glanced at Xia Xiaomo, gesturing with his chin towards a particular device. He indicated that the most capable model was the one before her. As he directed her attention, Xia Xiaomo felt a surge of excitement. It was the first time she had truly regarded the elegant device since entering the shop. However, she merely cast a fleeting glance at it before turning back to the shopkeeper, asking, "Is this the only model with such comprehensive features?" "Indeed. This is the sole option available," the owner replied, somewhat intrigued by the young lady's apparent disinterest in the only state-of-the-art intelligent alarm clock in the entire Empire Star. He pondered whether its advanced technology made it seem almost human-like, which might be why it was not appealing to her. As time passed, it became widely known among prospective buyers that this particular shop housed an intelligent alarm clock that was as difficult to please as a cantankerous elder. The owner was at a loss, unable to pressure customers into purchasing it, resulting in this high-tech marvel remaining unsold. Today, however, It was rather surprising for him to see it so eagerly vying for the attention of such a young girl. Regardless, finding a buyer for it would be a welcome turn of events. My dear young lady, are you considering a purchase? I assure you that the quality of my intelligent alarm clocks is unmatched. This device is undoubtedly the pinnacle of intelligence within the entire Empire Star and even across the interstellar realm. If you wish to purchase it, I can offer you a discount of 20%. Xia Xiaomo furrowed her brow and scrutinized it once more. Under its eager gaze, she ultimately acquiesced to the purchase. Upon arriving at the Xia residence, Xia Xiaomo introduced it to every member of her family. It believed that with the company of a beautiful companion, its future existence would be exceedingly delightful. However, little did it know that entering the Xia household was akin to plunging into an abyss, where a life of comfort would become a distant memory. Driven by its nature as a smart alarm clock, it dutifully awakened her at precisely 5:30 a.m. Initially, this routine was well received, but soon Xia Xiaomo learned the art of lingering in bed, leading to it being cast aside every few days, much like earlier. As a smart clock, it felt profound sadness. Was it too late to find a new master? While the little clock mourned its fate, Xia Xiaomo continued to enjoy her slumber, blissfully wrapped in her comforter. It dared not disturb her again, lest it face another ejection. Ah, the comfort of sleep. Finally, Xia Xiaomo awoke. She tossed aside her covers, slipped her feet into her slippers, and made her way to the washroom. After completing her morning routine, she proceeded to change her attire. Master, it is time for breakfast, the little clock announced, standing proudly on her bedside table, eager to assert its presence. Yes, I understand. I'll change my clothes and head down shortly. Very well. By the way, the little clock, do I have any pressing matters to attend to this afternoon? As Xia Xiaomo opened the wardrobe, she inquired, is there nothing available? The master may freely arrange today's schedule. The sound of the little alarm clock was filled with an endearing tone. After changing her clothes, Xia Xiaomo descended the stairs, finding the robotic butler meticulously arranging breakfast on the table. Good morning, miss. Breakfast is ready. Please enjoy. Chapter 61. Forgiveness, thank you, she replied. It was truly commendable how polite she was even to the robot. Halfway through her meal, Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming joined her at the table. Their parents had risen early to tend to their own affairs and had already left after breakfast. Good morning, elder brother. Good morning, little sister. With her cheeks puffed, Xia Xiaomo greeted Xia Yuxuan, who couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her eating like a little hamster. Meanwhile, Xia Yuming felt a twinge of grievance, noticing that his little sister had not acknowledged him. Was she genuinely upset with him? Little sister, do you have something planned for today? He ventured to initiate a conversation. Xia Xiaomo merely focused on her breakfast, ignoring him. Little sister, little sister, little sister, he persisted. Xia Xiaomo continued to eat in silence. Observing her resolute decision to disregard him, Xia Yuming quickly leaned closer, adopting a pitiful tone. Little sister, I realize my mistake. I promise I won't utter such nonsense again. Will you please forgive your second brother? Xia Xiaomo merely turned her plate to the other side, leaving him with only her back as a response. I have had my fill. Take your time, brother. I shall ascend the stairs first. Just as Xia Yuming intended to approach her, Xia Xiaomo set down her plate, greeted Xia Yuxuan, and directly made her way upstairs. Xia Yuming blinked in surprise as he watched Xia Xiaomo ascend, then turned to his elder brother, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Brother, what is the matter? My little sister is truly ignoring me. Xia Yuxuan, exasperated by his younger brother's erratic behavior, could only respond with silence. If she ignores you, must you persistently seek her forgiveness? I suspect that she is not genuinely upset with you. You should go upstairs and apologize to her again. Perhaps she will forgive you. Really? Then I shall go at once. Xia Yuxuan, seated at the dining table, observed his clumsy brother with a hint of amusement, shaking his head before returning to his breakfast. By the time he finished and ascended the stairs, he found his younger brother engaged in a lively conversation with his sister, the atmosphere filled with harmony, occasionally punctuated by Xia Xiaomo's delightful laughter. It seems these siblings have reconciled. Thus, he felt a sense of relief. Humph, that was merely a moment of anger. In his earnest quest for Xia Xiaomo's forgiveness, Xia Yuming had truly laid bare his past indiscretions, recounting an embarrassing incident from his childhood when he impulsively retaliated against a bully by removing their pants. Though her exterior showed no signs, her heart brimmed with indignation. Oh, how easy it must be for him. To amuse his little sister, he has sacrificed his own image. Ha. Dear brother, you are truly mischievous. When someone bullies you, you retaliate by stripping them of their trousers. I cannot contain my laughter. It is too much. Xia Xiaomo found herself laughing so hard that her stomach ached, unable to restrain her amusement. Observing his sister's joyous laughter, Xia Yuming inquired, "Sister, are you no longer angry with me? Have you forgiven me? I was never truly angry, just wished to remind you that certain words should not be spoken carelessly." Chapter 62. The gourmet shop. Gazing at his sister's bloom-like smile, he could not help but join in her laughter. After all, she was his beloved sister. What did it matter if he lost his dignity? As long as she was happy, that was what truly mattered. "By the way, sister, do you have any plans for today?" Xia Xiaomo shook her head. Xia Yuming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, look at this beautiful weather. It is the perfect day for an outing. Since you have no plans, let us take the flying vehicle for a spin." At the suggestion of her brother, Xia Xiaomo's eyes also brightened, her spirits lifted instantly. "That sounds wonderful. It has been ages since we last enjoyed the breeze. Since we have the time today, let us go out for a little adventure. Should we invite elder brother?" "Elder brother?" With his serious demeanor, would he even want to go? Xia Xiaomo pondered, for she had never witnessed her elder brother, Xia Yuxuan, seeking leisure since they began to spend time together. "Oh dear, why not simply inquire and find out?" he said, as he took Summer Xiaomo by the hand and led her towards Summer Yuxuan's bedroom. "Knock, knock, knock. Brother, open the door. My sister and I have something to discuss with you," Summer Yuming called out, rapping on the door. The door opened swiftly, revealing Summer Yuxuan, who frowned at the two standing outside. "What is it?" he inquired. "Well, we have nothing planned today and thought we might go out to unwind. Are you joining us?" Upon hearing this, Summer Yuxuan glanced into his room, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Wait for me in the hall. I shall accompany you." "Great. But hurry, brother. We must reach Duan Muxuan's eatery before noon, or we shall miss out on the delectable dishes." "Understood. I'll be down shortly." "Brother, what is Duan Muxuan's eatery?" Summer Xiaomo asked, her confusion evident. Ever since the sense of urgency had emerged, she had been preoccupied with battles, training, and self-improvement, leaving her no time to truly explore the local culture of the empire. Thus, Summer Yuming's words left her momentarily bewildered. Noticing his younger sister's puzzled expression, Summer Yuming smirked, thinking, "Finally, it's my turn to explain. Ahem, Duan Muxuan's eatery is renowned for its exquisite cuisine, and its proprietor is named Duan Muxuan, hence the name." Summer Xiaomo replied, "I see that explanation is truly why hasn't he brother come down yet?" Just as Summer Yuming expressed his complaint, Summer Yuxuan appeared at the top of the staircase. Approaching the two, Summer Yuxuan announced, "Shall we proceed?" As they reached the entrance, the trio summoned their flying craft and set off together. Xia Yuming, taking the lead, accelerated the vehicle, swiftly outpacing Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan. The two trailing behind exchanged glances and hastened their speed to closely follow in Xia Yuming's wake. Thus, the three soared through the skies until they arrived at the culinary establishment. Truly deserving of its reputation, the food shop was bustling with a throng of eager patrons, all patiently queuing to savor the delectable offerings. Despite the crowd, there was an admirable orderliness, with no one attempting to cut in line. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 63. The room designer. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafted from the shop, detectable from afar. The mere scent was enticing enough, making it difficult to resist the urge to indulge. Xia Xiaomo shut her eyes, inhaling deeply, her senses overwhelmed by the delectable fragrance, while she silently swallowed hard. "Oh, I can't wait to eat. Brother, with so many people here, how long will we have to wait to enjoy these delights?" Xia Xiaomo gazed at the lengthy line, momentarily taken aback. Xia Yuxuan, upon observing the crowd, furrowed his brow in concern. "Do you underestimate me so much?" he retorted. "If I invited you here to dine, rest assured you shall not merely feast your eyes on the food." He glanced around and declared, "Follow me. I shall lead you inside." The three of them entered the food shop together. "Welcome to the culinary boutique. I am Service Robot 1331. How may I assist you today?" As they stepped into the establishment, a robotic attendant greeted them warmly. "Please, take us to a private room." Xia Yuming retrieved a card, approximately the size of half a palm, from his pocket and handed it to the robot. "Please wait," the robot said as it scanned the card across its arm. "Identity verified. Room 38. Please follow me." They trailed behind the robot, navigating through a labyrinthine passage, when suddenly the surroundings darkened, reminiscent of a foreboding corridor. The dimming light rendered Xia Xiaomo and the others uneasy, causing them to instinctively grasp the mech summoning hub. Fortunately, the guiding robot promptly elucidated the cause of the darkness, alleviating their concerns. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of room 38. The robot scanned the card at the door slot, and it swung open. After the door opened, the robot returned the card to Xia Xiaomo and departed. In stark contrast to the corridor outside, the room was spacious, capable of accommodating over a dozen individuals. Instead of conventional lighting, the room was adorned with starlight stones, which not only dispelled darkness, but also created a visually appealing atmosphere. The ceiling was constructed from reflective glass, gathering and amplifying the light emitted by the starlight stones, thereby illuminating the entire space with a splendid glow. In the center of the room stood a table equipped with advanced technology. A simple tap on the table's surface would display a myriad of culinary menus. Guests could effortlessly select their desired dishes by clicking on the food icons presented. The designer of this room truly showcased remarkable ingenuity, crafting a space so creatively conceived. Xia Xiaomo and Xia Xiaomo were both quite intrigued. Generally, starlight stones hold little utility. Despite their name, the luminescence they emit is exceedingly faint, rendering them unsuitable for room decoration. At best, they may serve as pendants for necklaces. However, the fact that starlight stones have been used to embellish the walls of this room, transforming it into such a splendid space, is indeed rare. What do you think? Isn't it delightful? Hiki, this culinary establishment boasts only 50 private booths, and these booths can only be accessed by those who possess a specific token. You must have noticed the queue outside. It comprises numerous influential individuals, none of whom seem to have the coveted tokens. Chapter 64. Food enthusiasts. When this eatery first opened its doors, it attracted only a handful of patrons. I stumbled upon it by chance and found myself unable to stop dining once I began. At that time, I learned they were celebrating their grand opening with promotional activities. I soon noticed others purchasing tokens and promptly rushed to obtain one myself. Whenever I had a moment, I would come here for a meal. The first time I tasted the food here, I knew this establishment was destined for success. Look at it now, it has indeed thrived. And I am grateful for my foresight. Xia Xiaomo proudly boasted to Xia Xiaomo and Xia Xiaomo, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Aren't I impressive? Come, praise me." Xia Xiaomo. Xia Xiaomo. Second brother, are you implying that whenever you weren't dining at home, you were here instead? Little sister, why does your tone seem somewhat off? Xia Xiaomo listened to Xia Xiaomo's inquiries, sensing an unusual tone, but dismissed it without further thought. Indeed, the family dined solely on nutritional supplements. Even if there were occasional other dishes, their flavors were far from appealing. Why would he forego such delicious offerings? I am not a fool. As soon as these words left his lips, Xia Xiaomo realized the gravity of his blunder. He had inadvertently revealed his secret of sneaking out to prepare meals. Sure enough, upon turning around, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of Xia Xiaomo and Xia Xiaomo. Haha, second brother, I presume our parents are oblivious to this matter? Though posed as a question, she was certain that their father and mother were unaware. Otherwise, he would not be so smug. Oh dear little sister, I simply forgot. Yes, I forgot. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the back of Xia Xiaomo's head. Forgotten? Came the voice of Xia Xiaomo, whose expression darkened. Second brother, when did your memory deteriorate so drastically? It seems that life has become too comfortable of late. It's high time for some rigorous training to prevent your memory from further decline. Forgotten? Humph, spare me the lies. It's evident you wish to indulge in solitary delights while feigning forgetfulness. Who would believe that? Xia Xiaomo's internal monologue turned increasingly bitter. Well, I did bring you both here. He continued to defend himself. Ha ha ha. Xia Xiaomo and Xia Xiaomo exchanged sly smiles, causing the hairs on the back of Xia Xiaomo's neck to stand on end in fear. Let us order our meal first, after such a lengthy wait. My stomach is yearning, suggested Xia Xiaomo, momentarily alleviating the predicament of Xia Xiaomo. In truth, he mused, who dares scheme against me from the shadows? Suddenly, a chill crept down Xia Xiaomo's spine, as if he were being scrutinized. Why do I feel this way? Could there be surveillance here that I have overlooked in the past? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and upon finding no suspicious items, he relaxed. Shaking his head in silent lament, I am being overly sensitive. It is merely a meal. He turned to take a seat and opened the menu to select his preferred dishes. Unbeknownst to him, someone was indeed plotting against him, his very own elder brother. Xia Xiaomo and Xia Xiaomo also perused the menu, contemplating their choices. What shall I order? Everything seems so delectable, Xia Xiaomo pondered, torn between the myriad options. Each dish tempting her taste buds, yet she could not order them all. With great reluctance, she settled on her two most desired dishes, a serving of fresh eel and a specialty dish titled Unyielding to Death. The eatery was remarkably efficient. It was not long before her selections were prepared. Xia Xiaomo glanced at the two dishes. The fresh eel was crafted from eels that were no longer the slender, slippery creatures of yore. Due to mutation, these eels had grown several times in size, with some reaching the dimensions of a human body and significantly increasing in length. The current eel resembles a ferocious serpent from the silver screen, and there are even larger specimens with razor-sharp teeth, astonishing strength, and remarkable agility, particularly in water, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. The fact that one can indulge in the flesh of this eel attests to the exceptional nature of this culinary establishment. She nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to inspect the second dish. Upon encountering the dish dubbed unyielding death, the trio was rendered speechless. Who could possibly explain this so-called unyielding death to them? Surely, this was not a jest? The dish in question was nothing less than a boiled, mutated rooster. The chef had employed a peculiar technique to position the imposing bird upright at the center of the plate, surrounded by a chaotic arrangement of failed attempts at spikes, some of which had already made contact with the rooster's body. Strikingly, this majestic rooster stood boldly in the center and coupled with the surrounding spikes. It indeed exuded an aura of unyielding defiance. As the dish was presented, the trio wore expressions of disbelief. Xia Xiaomo erupted into laughter, leaning on the table and pounding it with his hands, while Xia Yuxuan could hardly contain his mirth. Xia Xiaomo, however, was left in a state of shock, feeling utterly flustered. The specialty dish lacked any accompanying imagery, and she had ordered it purely based on its formidable name. Believing that a dish with such an imposing title must surely be delectable, she could not have anticipated that it would turn out to be a thoroughly cooked rooster. Ah, my dear sister, the dishes you ordered are indeed quite extraordinary. Xia Xiaomo has already collapsed with laughter at the table. Xia Xiaomo, I had no idea either. Ahem, since we VE ordered them, let us indulge. Xia Yuxuan suppressed the smile that nearly emerged on his face. Xia Xiaomo, how does one eat this? She picked up the chopsticks and gazed at the large rooster, torn between whether to begin from the top or the bottom. It was a dilemma. After much contemplation, she flicked her chopsticks and set her hands in motion, seizing the chicken's head and yanking it with force, separating it from the body. Xia Yuxuan observed this scene, his brow twitching slightly, feeling an uncomfortable tension in his neck. Xia Xiaomo, who had just picked up a piece of meat, trembled at Xia Xiaomo's actions, completely oblivious as the meat slipped from his grasp onto the table. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this chaos remained blissfully unaware, continuing to eat with delight. Xia Yuxuan and Xia Xiaomo exchanged glances, their minds trampled by 1,000 miniature horses. Both thinking in unison, when did our gentle and composed little sister become so ferocious? Oh, eldest brother, second brother, why have you stopped eating? The food here is truly delectable. You must try it. Xia Xiaomo, Xia Yuxuan. The two brothers then slowly resumed their meal with their chopsticks. Chapter 66. The culinary delights. After a whirlwind of feasting, the table lay in disarray, with remnants scattered about, while all three leaned back in their chairs, clutching their bellies in contentment. Eldest brother, second brother, I never expected the food here to be so delightful. Let us return here next time. Xia Xiaomo exclaimed, her hand resting on her stomach, her face radiating satisfaction. Xia Yuxuan nodded in agreement, affirming her words. Xia Xiaomo curled his lips, pondering, without my token. You all can take your time waiting in line for food. By the time you get to the front, who knows if there will be anything left to buy. It's common knowledge that the delicacies are sold in limited quantities each day. Once they're gone, one must simply wait for the next day. Observing that the time was still early, they decided to rest for a while, standing up to stretch and digest their meal. Brother, we are family, right? Suddenly, Xia Xiaomo inquired, as if recalling something pertinent. Xia Xiaomo paused, nodding in affirmation. Since we are family, then your belongings are mine, and mine are yours, correct? Indeed. Xia Xiaomo continued to nod. In that case, your token is mine, is it not? Yes. Yes. Xia Xiaomo was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly realized, halfway through, and hastily clutched the token within the spatial nexus. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to seize my token? Xia Xiaomo's gaze darted around, contemplating whether he should make a swift exit to safeguard his token. If it were to be taken by his elder brother or younger sister, he would have to seek their approval whenever he wished to enjoy the delicacies, and he certainly did not want that. Brother, Xia Xiaomo began to act adorably, determined to secure her share of the culinary delights. She tugged at Xia Xiaomo's arm, shaking it while repeatedly calling out brother. Xia Xiaomo clung tightly to the spatial token, resolutely ignoring her, adopting an attitude of I neither heard nor saw anything. Upon witnessing Xia Xiaomo's demeanor, Xia Xiaomo was incensed. How dare you refuse to converse amicably? I have my ways. She shot a knowing glance at her elder brother, Xia Dage, who promptly understood and slowly positioned himself by the door, effectively blocking the exit. Hehehe, second brother, Xia Xiaomo smirked wickedly as she advanced towards Xia Yuming. What do you intend to do, little sister? Xia Yuming stammered, cornered against the wall. His composure faltering. Just hand over the token, and next time you wish to dine out, we'll gladly take you along. Xia Yuming's lips curled downwards as he resolutely shook his head. I would rather die than relinquish it. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Xia Xiaomo rolled up her sleeves, her fist cracking ominously. At this sight, Xia Yuming felt a wave of despair wash over him as he grappled with a dilemma, which held greater significance, culinary delights, or personal image. Ultimately, he concluded that image prevailed. Food could be purchased, but once one's reputation was tarnished, it could never be restored. Please, little sister, do not strike me. I was merely jesting. Here, take the token. With a face resembling a bitter melon, Xia Yuming retrieved the token from his spatial pouch and handed it to Xia Xiaomo. She accepted the token, glanced at Xia Yuxuan, and stuck out her tongue playfully. In full view of Xia Yuming, she placed the token into her own spatial pocket. Xia Yuming gazed longingly at his sister as she secured the token, feeling a pang of grievance. Oh token, dear token, farewell to my gastronomic privileges. Dage, Xiaoma. You both lack integrity, Xia Yuming lamented. What does it mean to be integral, second brother? Can it be consumed? Xia Xiaomo retorted with an eye roll. Chapter 67. Astonishing Xia Yuming found himself at a loss for words in response to Xia Xiaomo's remark. With the food card now lost, if he wished to indulge in the culinary delights of this establishment in the future, he would have to seek out his younger sister. What if he inadvertently offended her and she chose not to invite him out for meals anymore? After much contemplation, he resolved to cease his complaints about his sister usurping his food card. Brother, do you know the owner of this restaurant? Xia Yu shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Xiaoma, you ought to ask me about this matter. I am acquainted with him. In fact, we are good friends. Second brother, since you know him. Would you kindly introduce us? Upon saying this, she gazed at Xia Yuming with eager anticipation, unable to refuse the hopeful expression on his sister's face. Xia Yuming activated his holographic device to make contact. Before long, a youthful figure adorned with a chef's hat and a scarf appeared on the screen. Though due to the limitations of the holographic display, only the upper torso was visible, the rest was obscured. Duan Muxuan, are you at the restaurant right now? Is there something you need? Well, we are currently dining at your establishment, and after tasting your culinary creations, my sister and elder brother expressed a desire to meet you. The owner, would it be convenient for you to join us? Oh, I see. Please wait a moment. Xia Yuming then closed the holographic device. A triumphant smile gracing his features as he turned to his sister and elder brother. Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan exchanged exasperated eye rolls at Xia Yuming's ostentatious demeanor. Upon receiving a message from his friend Xia Yuming, Duan Muxuan promptly instructed the other chefs to take over the tasks he had nearly completed. He approached the private room where the three siblings resided and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door swiftly swung open from within. Ah, you've arrived. Come in. Come in. Xia Yuming warmly welcomed Duan Muxuan inside. Upon entering the room, Duan Muxuan's gaze immediately fell upon Xia Yuxuan. It was impossible to overlook him, for Xia Yuxuan emanated an aura of formidable presence. Duan Muxuan possessed a similarly strong aura, and during their initial encounter, both harbored a sense of cautious rivalry, subtly vying for dominance over one another. After a prolonged standoff, a shift occurred. Duan Muxuan's complexion paled slightly, and his breathing became more labored, while Xia Yuxuan remained composed, exuding an air of effortless grace. Seeing is believing. You are indeed formidable, just as they said, remarked Duan Muxuan. You are impressive as well, with ample room for growth. Xia Yuxuan replied. Their first contest concluded with Xia Yuxuan holding a slight advantage. Next, Duan Muxuan turned his attention to Xia Xiaomo. The moment he laid eyes on her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. Dressed for leisure rather than in her usual striking combat attire, she wore a fitted short-sleeve shirt paired with a vibrant red trench coat, sleek black leather pants, and casual fabric boots, which beautifully accentuated both her poise and physique. With a naturally exquisite visage, Xia Xiaomo, adorned in such simplicity, appeared to have lost her previous sharpness, instead exuding an indescribable allure. Chapter 68. Duan Muxuan Greetings. I have long admired your reputation. I am Duan Muxuan, the proprietor of a culinary establishment. He introduced himself, extending his hand in a remarkably standard manner. Perhaps it was due to the shared character Xian in both his name and his demeanor that Xia Yuxuan found this individual somewhat displeasing. Just as Xia Xiaomo was about to reach out for a handshake, Xia Yuxuan swiftly interjected, clasping hands with Duan Muxuan instead. Xia Xiaomo, Duan Muxuan. This unexpected turn of events rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward. Hello, I am Xia Xiaomo. These are my elder brother and second brother, she interjected to alleviate the tension. Although aware that Duan Muxuan was already familiar with their identities, she introduced Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming out of courtesy. Say, why are you all so serious? It's merely a first meeting. There's no need for such solemnity. Let us keep it natural. The ever-enthusiastic Xia Yuming chimed in, eager to assert his presence. Be quiet. You are the ones who summoned me here, and now you yell at me? How can this be? The protagonist, Duan Muxuan, observed the unfazed and fearless Xia Yuming. Although he displayed a look of innocent distress under the scrutiny of his elder brother and younger sister, there was not a trace of resentment in his eyes. Rather, there was a hint of satisfaction. He silently resolved that no matter what transpired, he would not dwell on it, even if there were moments of displeasure. They were merely instinctive complaints, devoid of grudges or quarrels. This, he mused, was the true atmosphere that a family should embody. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the stark contrast with his own siblings, who spent their days indulging in trivial pleasures, selfish and self-serving. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? He pondered. By the way, how come you busy individuals rarely seen together have the time to dine here? It's quite a distance from your home. Oh, don't mention it. We just finished a competition. After being so tense for so long, we finally have some free time to relax and enjoy a leisurely outing. In that case, allow me to treat you today. Wherever you wish to go, count me in. I will cover the expenses. Duan Muxuan, still a young man at heart, couldn't resist joining in when he heard them talking about going out to have fun. As soon as he spoke, the eyes of the three siblings from the Xia family sparkled. With such a talented chef accompanying them, they would surely enjoy delectable meals. And best of all, they would be free. Thus, all three gladly consented, and so, among them, another named Duan Muxuan joined. They piloted the flying vehicle through the sky, filled with laughter and joy along the way. Particularly, Duan Muxuan quickly became acquainted with Xia Xiaomo and the others, while Xia Yuming had known him for a long time. At first sight, Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan both perceived him as someone difficult to approach. However, as they became familiar, he revealed a completely different side. Though he appeared indifferent on the surface, he was, in fact, a passionate youth within, a perfect embodiment of the saying cold exterior, warm interior. Where is that little girl who always follows you around, calling you Xian Gu? Chapter 69. Duan Muxian's little plum blossom. Duan Muxian was engaged in a game of throwing balls at rabbits when Xia Yuming's question momentarily stiffened his body. What do you need her for? Though he asked this, his tone was laden with something amiss, and his hands, which had been manipulating the game controller, quickly fell to his sides, his gaze darting about in caution. I'm just curious. That girl is usually wherever you are. She is impossible to shake off. It feels a bit strange not seeing her today. Shoo, keep your voice down. Today is a rare occasion to be rid of her. She only knows I'm at the shop and has no idea I'm out having fun. Duan Muxian looked around anxiously, fearing that his little plum blossom might spring forth from somewhere. Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan overheard their conversation, intrigued by what kind of girl could evoke such wariness and helplessness from Duan Muxian. Xian Gu, so this is where you are. As they ventured out to play without inviting me, a soft, delicate voice reminiscent of a child's echoed through the air. Xia Xiaomo and her companions turned toward the source of the sound. It was an exceptionally adorable girl, dressed like a doll, sporting a backpack, with a round, cherubic face adorned by a smile that revealed the faintest hint of charming dimples. She wore a pair of bunny ears atop her head, and her sweet, melodic voice was simply enchanting. Xia Xiaomo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, so cute, so cute. Xia Yuming and Xia Yuxuan also found her delightful. However, upon hearing that voice, Duan Muxuan shivered involuntarily. He quickly plastered a smile on his face. Brother Xian, you deceived me. You said we were going to the food shop, yet here you are, playing without me. Dugu Xian was visibly upset. Her brother had not included her in their outing, leaving her quite displeased, with a look of grievance on her face. Her large, glistening eyes blinked rapidly, as if on the verge of tears. Duan Muxuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, but approached her nonetheless, saying, Xian, this was a spontaneous decision. I just didn't have the chance to inform you. He maintained a smile on his face, though inside he felt utterly exasperated. How could this little girl track him down? He had thought she would find him. Yet, Every time, she managed to locate him precisely, leading him to question whether there was a tracking device on him. He had checked numerous times, yet found no evidence to support such a notion. Humph. Brother Xian simply does not wish to include me in his playful escapades, finding excuses instead. If you truly desire to inform me, it would merely take a single utterance. However, it matters not. Regardless of where you may flee, I shall always be able to locate you. I must tell you, Brother Xian, do not think you can escape from my grasp. Xia Xiaomo and the other two stood nearby, unable to suppress the upward curve of their lips upon witnessing the scene. Xia Yuming, in a fit of amusement, placed a hand on Xia Yushuan's shoulder, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Xian, how did you know I was here? Duanmu Xian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Each time he posed the question, she evaded a direct answer, simply responding, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. This left Duanmu Xian in a state of helplessness. Duanmu Xian and Dugu Xian were childhood companions, their families bonded by an unbreakable friendship. Duanmu Xian's father, Duanmu Lei, and Dugu Xuanchuan's father, Dugu Yinfeng, were both students at the same academy, sharing countless experiences together. In a significant battle, Dugu Yinfeng's mecha energy was depleted, nearly leading to his demise at the jaws of a beast, and it was Duanmu Lei who saved him, thus solidifying their acquaintance. As Duanmu Lei's family resided far from the Imperial Star, the two parted ways after graduation. Upon their farewell, they vowed to remain lifelong friends. The following year, a chubby little son was born into a rather complex family, replete with numerous siblings. With so many members, disputes were inevitable, often arising over trivial matters, leading to minor squabbles every 3 days and major conflicts every 5. Inevitably, despite Duanmu Lei's gentle demeanor, he was not skilled at mediating disputes. After marrying, he moved out to manage his wife's culinary establishment. It was only when their son turned 5 that their planet was invaded by mutated beasts. Despite their relentless resistance, their home became engulfed in the merciless turmoil of war. He journeyed with his wife and child through hardship until they reached the Imperial Star, where they encountered Dugu Yinfeng. With his assistance, they finally found stability. Upon hearing Duanmu Xian's inquiry, Dugu Xian tilted her little head and, with her large, glistening eyes, asked, Brother Xian, why do you ask this? Do you know how I found you and are now trying to prevent me from locating you again? Do you think I'm that foolish? Xian, you overthink it. I am merely curious, Duanmu Xian replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, internally lamenting. How astute this little girl is. She has seen right through me. Greetings. I am Dugu Xian, a childhood friend of Brother Xian, and he is my fiancé. Are you his friends? She declared. Her underlying message clear. Brother Xian is mine. Keep your distance. After addressing Xia Xiaomo, she turned back to Duanmu Xian, saying, Brother Xian, you have friends here and did not inform me? The 3 others were taken aback, feeling their presence had been alarmingly insignificant, having stood by for so long without being noticed. Even Duanmu Xian felt a pang of embarrassment, especially towards Xia Xiaomo, who seemed to suffer from collateral damage without any provocation. Feel free to introduce yourself, but why must you associate it with Dugu Xian? While it is indeed a fact, there is no need to assert dominance so brazenly. Furthermore, could you refrain from addressing only me during your introduction? Your tone is rather commanding. I have no particular relationship with your brother, having only just met him. Is it too much to ask for a little less hostility? Cough cough at this moment. Xia Yuming intervened to ease the tension. Xian, please don't misunderstand. She has no connection with your brother. She is my dear younger sister, Xia Xiaomo, whom I mentioned to you before. Oh, I see. I wasn't intentionally targeting you. Upon hearing Xia Yuming's explanation, Dugu Xian's hostility towards Xia Xiaomo diminished significantly. Hello, I am Xia Xiaomo. I just met your brother today. So rest assured, I won't be competing with you. Upon hearing Xia Xiaomo's words, Dugu Xian completely let go of her animosity. Hello, Sister Xia. Xia Xiaomo thought to herself, the speed of this transformation is astonishing. Just moments ago, she seemed ready to defend her territory against any encroachment on her beloved childhood companion, yet now she appears so amiable. Chapter 71. I will marry him. Xia Xiaomo and the others found Dugu Xian's rapid mood shifts quite amusing, shaking their heads at her unpredictability. It's hard to harbor any ill feelings towards such an endearing young lady, especially since she means no harm. Even someone as emotionally guarded as Xia Xiaomo couldn't find it in herself to dislike her. After all, who wouldn't feel uncomfortable witnessing their fiancé getting too close to another girl? Xian, cease your mischief. Do you not often lament the lack of friends? Lo and behold, A friend has arrived. I understand, Brother Xian. Sister Xia, may we become good sisters? Dugu Xianxian gazed expectantly at Xia Xiaomo. In her teenage years, she had a few companions, being 2 years younger than Duanmu Xian, which meant they did not attend the same grade, as her family opposed her skipping ahead. In this era, girls mature swiftly, with some even embarking on romantic pursuits around the tender age of 10. Dugu Xianxian remained steadfastly devoted to her childhood companion, Duanmu Xian. Their bond was strong. Each day after school, Duanmu Xian would visit her classroom. Many boys from their school had penned love letters to her. Yet she discarded each one into the wastebasket. Here, kinship does not necessarily require shared surnames. Individuals with different last names can still be family. Thus, no one questioned their relationship. Dugu Xianxian consistently referred to Duanmu Xian as brother, while he affectionately called her sister. Over time, many came to know of her strikingly handsome brother. Gradually, the girls who played with her became aware of this connection and frequently inquired about Duanmu Xian's interests. Initially, the naive Dugu Xianxian candidly shared this information with them. However, one day, when she sought out Duanmu Xian, she chanced upon a familiar girl confessing her feelings to him. At that moment, she immediately transformed into a fierce warrior, driven by impulse, disregarding their friendship. She dashed out, seized the young girl, tackled her to the ground, and began to strike while exclaiming, "My brother is mine. You shall not take him away. Absolutely not." Ultimately, it was the sudden confession from Duanmu Xian that rendered her somewhat bewildered, prompting him to intervene. This incident led both individuals to be summoned by the academy to have their parents notified. Initially, the director intended for their guardians to provide some guidance. But to his surprise, when questioned by both families about the reason behind the altercation, Duanmu Xian stammered and struggled to articulate a coherent response. In stark contrast, Dugu Xianxian, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Brother Xian is mine. When I grow up, I shall marry him. He promised he would wed me." This proclamation left everyone speechless, enveloping the entire office in silence. Dugu Yefeng and his wife were momentarily stunned by Xuanchuan's assertion, while Duanmu Lei inquired of Duanmu Xian. At that moment, Duanmu Xian boldly stepped forward, affirming, "What she said is true. I will marry her. She is my future wife." After Duanmu Lei sought repeated assurance, Duanmu Xian remained resolute, insisting that Dugu Xianxian would be his bride. This revelation left not only Dugu Yanfeng and his spouse in shock, but also rendered them momentarily speechless. "Hey Yanfeng, what do you make of this?" Dugu Yanfeng's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. He had presumed their previous banter was just playful talk, yet here they were, both utterly serious. "Yanfeng, let us discuss this matter. I truly believe it is feasible." Chapter 72. A marriage alliance. Duanmu Lei and Dugu Yanfeng withdrew to a secluded corner, whispering to one another. Meanwhile, the mothers of Duanmu Xian and Dugu Xian exchanged glances and joined their conversation. "Yanfeng, what do you think of my son Xian?" Duanmu Lei inquired. Dugu Yanfeng replied, "He seems quite commendable. What do you intend to do?" Do not presume I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You wish to take my precious daughter, and that is simply out of the question. Cough. My son has been in your presence since childhood. He is practically a son to you. If they were to unite in matrimony, would we not be even more closely related? I genuinely desire for your daughter to become my daughter-in-law. Our families now reside within the same courtyard, fully acquainted with one another. You are well aware of my son's character. I assure you, he will never dare to mistreat Xian. And what if he does mistreat her? If he dares to lay a finger on Xian, I shall break his legs. Uncle Dugu, I promise I will not mistreat Xian. I will always treat her well. Please, consent to this union. You mischievous child. Dugu Yanfeng frowned as he scrutinized Duanmu Xian, hoping to discern some truth on his countenance. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. For Duanmu Xian's expression was nothing short of earnest, devoid of any evasion. After contemplating for a while, he lowered his head in deep thought. Daughters inevitably must marry. They cannot be protected by their parents for a lifetime. When they grow old, only their partners will be able to safeguard them. As Duanmu Lei aptly remarked, they have cohabited in the same courtyard for so many years, and they have some understanding of each other's character. Xiaoxian is indeed a fine young man. I dare not comment on other aspects, but in terms of manners, he is exceedingly polite. His appearance is commendable as well. After all, Duanmu Lei has inherited splendid genes from his father. He possesses a remarkable sense of propriety in his dealings with others. My only concern is that such a handsome lad may cause my daughter distress. If he is already attracting attention with his early charm, what will happen when he matures further? No, I must ponder this matter more. The crux of the issue, however, is that my daughter is fond of this boy. What to do? Dugu Xianxian observed her father's contemplation, noting the evolution of his expression from seriousness to anger, and now to a state of conflict. She felt a surge of urgency. Father, I truly like Brother Xian. I shall marry no one else. What if Brother Xian bullies you in the future? Dugu's father asked with a sorrowful countenance. Upon finishing her declaration, Xianxian stuck her tongue out playfully at Duanmu Xian. My dear, since Xianxian and Xiaoxian share mutual affection, what is there to worry about? Dugu's mother, having just exchanged whispers with Duanmu's mother, approached to find her husband in a state of distress while their daughter fretted beside him. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she interjected to offer her support. She supports the union of the two families, yet the children possess their own thoughts. As parents, they can only guide them when they are lost, while the deeper understanding must come from the children themselves. Both children have begun to mature. In Chapter 73, the Director of Education reflects on the daughter's steadfastness. As parents, they feel reluctant to voice further objections, especially considering that the young man from the Duanmu family is indeed a rare talent. Seeing his wife as agreement, Dougie Anfing chooses to withhold further comments, yet he has certain stipulations to impart. I will not oppose your union, but you must ensure that before Xianxian reaches the age of 20, that is, before she is legally an adult, you will not engage in any inappropriate actions. Let me be clear. If your relationship endures until Xianxian's coming of age, I shall subject you to an evaluation of your capabilities. To marry my daughter, you must possess genuine merit. Furthermore, whether now or in the future, you must not allow my daughter to suffer any indignities. Otherwise, regardless of how much Xianxian may adore you, I will not permit her to wed you. Dougie Anfing concedes. Rest assured, uncle, should I allow Xianxian to be wronged, I will accept any consequences you deem appropriate. Meanwhile, the Director of Education observes the conversation unfolding before him with a furrowed brow, feeling an indescribable frustration. I did not summon you here to arrange an engagement for two teenagers. Early romance is inappropriate and detrimental to their studies. Do you truly comprehend the implications? A young girl, and she has already resorted to violence, sending someone to the medical bay. Do you understand the gravity of this situation? Could you spare a thought for me? The Director of Education? He silently lamented. Yet no one heeded his plea as the two families continued their animated conversation. Excuse me. The thoroughly disregarded Director Wu Yu finally resolved to interrupt their discourse. Who are you? Don't you know it's impolite to interrupt others? Upon hearing Wu Yu's voice, the families, who had been deeply engrossed in their discussion, suddenly became aware of his presence. I am Wu Yu, the Director of Education here. Caught up in their fervent debate, they had momentarily forgotten their surroundings and perceived this interruption as quite discourteous. Now, realizing they were in an academic institution, Wu Yu's lips twitched, and he decided to dispense with pleasantries, stating plainly, Are you not aware that early romantic relationships are prohibited in our academy? The crowd responded, We know. But why do you condone it? What kind of parents are you? Your children are still so young. What will happen to their future studies? This is a crucial period in their lives, and your actions could jeopardize their futures. Wu Yu's good-natured demeanor had worn thin, and his tone grew somewhat stern. Both Duanmu Lei and his wife were momentarily taken aback, while Dugu Yanfeng remained lost in thoughts about his daughter being reserved by someone. Teacher, rest assured. The Academy's regulations are enforced only if academic performance is at stake. As long as we ensure their studies are not affected, isn't that sufficient? Dugu Xianxian blinked her large eyes at Wu Yu, exuding an innocent charm. Indeed, it makes sense. Both sets of parents nodded in agreement, and even Wu Yu found some validity in this assertion. But can you assure that your studies will remain unaffected? Chapter 74. The amusement park. Absolutely. We guarantee it. Dugu Xianxian and Duanmu Xian both nodded vigorously. Wu Yu was at a loss. What more could he do with such declarations? Consequently, he informed the higher-ups at the academy, and with their tacit approval, the news of Dugu Xianxian's betrothal to her childhood companion spread throughout the academy like a released kite. Similarly, the fact that Duanmu Xian had a childhood betrothed also gained considerable attention. Instantly, a multitude of students approached the academy's administration, claiming it was unfair that Duanmu Xian and Dugu Xianxian could engage in romance while they could not. Faced with this predicament, the academy issued a statement. If your academic performance matches theirs, then you too may engage in romantic relationships. The academy is equitable. It depends solely on your abilities. Upon this announcement, a fervent wave of scholarly enthusiasm erupted. Many students began to rally within themselves, determined to strive for the top position, with the belief that doing so would earn them the right to romance. Countless individuals looked to Duan Xian and Du Xian as their role models, aspiring to surpass them. However, none succeeded even until graduation. Their relationship endured for over a decade, extending to the present day. Duan Xian was now 21 years old, and the once reticent boy had blossomed into an even more handsome young man. Meanwhile, the 19-year-old Du Xian had grown more beautiful, charming, and beloved than ever. For Duan Muxuan, his childhood sweetheart, who has now blossomed into a young woman, possesses many admirable qualities, yet one aspect leaves much to be desired: her excessive clinginess. She seems to follow him wherever he goes, a fact that leaves him utterly speechless. Their perspectives on this matter diverge significantly. Duan Muxuan muses that even though they are childhood companions and engaged, there seems to be no necessity for them to be in each other's company so incessantly. Isn't it tiresome to be glued together every single day? In contrast, Du Xian harbors a different sentiment. She scoffs at the idea of allowing others to encroach upon what she has cherished since childhood. She cannot permit any other suitor to lay claim to her beloved. If anyone is to pursue him, it must be her. Should Duan Muxuan ever uncover her true feelings, it might drive him to the brink of despair. Alas, must you too continue to torment us single souls? The three siblings of Xia Xiaomo find themselves inundated with the couple's incessant displays of affection. Xian, don't you know of a place that is particularly enjoyable? It's getting late. If we don't set out soon, we shall miss the opportunity to have fun today. Very well, I shall lead you there, Du Xian replied, lifting her head with determination as she grasped Duan Muxuan's hand, guiding the way. After a brief stroll, they arrived at the amusement park, the very place Du Xian had deemed entertaining. As Xia Xiaomo beheld the amusement park, reminiscent of those from her own era, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. The former Xia Xiaomo had never visited such a place. Her time was consumed by her studies at the academy, leaving no opportunity to indulge in such merriment. In her previous life, she had visited an amusement park, albeit under the constraints of a mission. She could only gaze longingly at the joyful children playing, yearning for the day when she too might sit atop a carousel, laughing with delight. Yet, as tasks piled up, she found herself bereft of time for such leisure. And by the time she completed the assignments bestowed by her organization, the thought of visiting the amusement park had slipped from her mind. Today, as she beheld the attractions, the long-buried desires within her surged forth, bubbling with anticipation. Chapter 75. The carousel. Xia Xiaomo was taken aback to discover that Du Xian had brought them to an amusement park. Observing the carousels and roller coasters, he could not help but feel a sense of incredulity. They had all matured. Who among them would still partake in such childish amusements? The exhilaration these rides offered was something they could experience while piloting mechs. Who would be so frivolous as to seek entertainment in such trivial games? Just as he was about to suggest that Du Xian choose a different venue, he noticed she had already tugged Duan Muxuan into the throng, heading to purchase tickets. As he attempted to follow, he soon found himself unable to keep pace, rooted in place as his elder brother held him back. When he opened his mouth to speak, he saw his brother shake his head and gesture with his eyes toward their younger sister. Following his brother's gaze, he beheld their little sister, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixated on the rides, eagerly watching Du Xian and the others enjoying themselves. Well then, since she wished to play, he would reluctantly indulge her. After all, the purpose of their outing today was to bring her joy. Xia Xiaomo rubbed his nose and shrugged, displaying a countenance of mild exasperation. In this moment, Xia Xiaomo found herself ensnared in a dilemma. She yearned to partake in the festivities, yet feared being perceived as childish by her elder brothers, who might mock her innocence. It seemed that Xia Yuxuan discerned her internal struggle as he stepped forward, gently tousling her wind-tousled hair and said, "Little sister, let us join in the fun. Look at how joyfully they are playing. It won't be long before Duanmu and the others secure their tickets." Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Xia Xiaomo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly turned to him, nodding vigorously, her anticipation nearly overflowing. "Here are 5 tickets for the carousel, 2 for me and brother Xian, and the remaining 3 for you to share among yourselves." Xia Xiaomo promptly fumbled to catch the tickets, clutching 3 in his hand, and distributed 1 to each of his elder brother and little sister before leading the way towards the entrance. The queue was extensive, populated by couples holding hands, adults accompanied by children, and even solitary individuals seeking enjoyment. Observing so many adults engaging in play alleviated Xia Xiaomo's sense of embarrassment. However, due to the throngs of people, by the time their turn arrived, there were no available seats, necessitating their wait for the next round. In the meantime, Duanmu Xian and Dugu Xian had already mounted their steeds. With a smile gracing his lips, Duanmu Xian sat atop the carousel horse. Gazing at the side profile of the beaming Xia Qingmei, his expression radiating affection and contentment. Witnessing their interaction, Xia Xiaomo felt an inexplicable joy swell within her, enveloped in a warm and comforting sensation. The carousel spins for only a brief duration, approximately 5 minutes. As it comes to a halt, Duan Mushuan eagerly takes Dugu Xian by the hand and gestures towards the nearby staircase, instructing them, "You continue playing. We shall wait over there." With a nod of acknowledgement from Xia Yuxuan, they proceed toward the staircase. "Little sister, let us enter," Xia Xiaomo says as she ascends the carousel. As the enchanting melody of the white dragon horse fills the air, the carousel begins to move gently, and her heart takes flight. What a marvelous sensation! It is entirely unlike piloting a mech at breakneck speed. With each rotation, her thoughts settle into tranquility. It is no wonder that so many in her era were enamored with the carousel. This feeling is truly delightful. Chapter 76. A sense of fulfillment. Xia Xiaomo closes her eyes, allowing herself to unwind and savor these fleeting moments of serenity, a faint smile gracing her lips. Tinged with satisfaction. Observing their little sister in such bliss, Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming cannot help but display smiles of their own. Upon disembarking from the carousel, Xia Xiaomo feels a lingering desire for more, yet her attention is swiftly captured by other attractions. She follows Dugu Xian and their companions, enjoying various rides until nightfall descends, signaling the impending closure of the amusement park. Their stomachs growl in unison, echoing their hunger. At this hour, the food stalls are also closing, but I am aware of a nearby establishment known for its delectable offerings. They tend to remain open later, and it is likely they have not yet closed. Shall we venture there to take a look? Dugu Xian proposed. At this point, we have no choice but to proceed. Let us go. Duan Muxuan decisively slammed the table, and thus, a group followed Dugu Xian. They swiftly arrived at the quaint establishment she had mentioned. The ambience is quite pleasant, and it is well maintained. I wonder about the flavors, though. Both Duan Muxuan and Dugu Xian had dined here before, so they were accustomed to it. While the three siblings from the Xia family had never visited, each of them surveyed the little eatery, nodding in silent approval. "Owner, please serve us several hearty dishes for 5, Dugu Xian called out. "Ah, Xian has arrived. And you've brought friends. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. The dishes will be out shortly." Upon entering, Dugu Xian exclaimed, displaying a familiarity with the owner that indicated she was a regular patron. It was indeed curious that with a gourmet like Duan Muxuan among them, she would frequent such places for a meal. There exists a myriad of culinary creations, each with its unique preparation. While the delicacies from Brother Xian's establishment are exquisitely delicious, there are also hidden gems in local cuisine. Occasionally swapping the sumptuous dishes from Brother Xian's restaurant for simpler fare can be quite delightful. Understanding their thoughts, Dugu Xian proactively elucidated, and upon hearing her explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Having indulged in lavish feasts, occasionally savoring a simple congee and side dishes offers a distinct charm. "Here are your dishes, please enjoy. And if you need anything, just call for me," the owner said as he brought their food, before stepping back to attend to his other tasks. Xia Xiaomo and the others were unconcerned, focusing on satisfying their appetites first. "The flavor is quite delightful," Xia Xiaomo remarked as she ate. "Of course, anything that pleases my palate cannot be inferior," Dugu Xian boasted with a proud lift of her head, momentarily pausing from her meal. The others, with their heads bowed and famished, continued to consume their food. After satisfying their hunger, they dispersed, with Duan Muxuan escorting Dugu Xian away, while Xia Xiaomo followed her elder brothers and piloting their flying vehicle homeward. "Sister, did you enjoy yourself today?" "Absolutely. I've never been this happy before." "Ah, such a life is truly comforting." "Well, that is good to hear." Observing the contentment etched on his younger sister's face, Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming felt a sense of satisfaction themselves. It had indeed been a delightful day. After Xia Xiaomo finished her bath and prepared for bed, a sudden thought struck her. She activated her light brain, sent a few messages to several individuals, and then, feeling reassured, nestled into her blankets and turned off the lights to sleep. Chapter 77. The pros and cons of the military. After a restful night, Xia Xiaomo awoke naturally. She glanced at the little alarm clock on her bedside table, which was diligently recharging its energy, and nodded with satisfaction, pleased that it had finally learned its lesson. Rising from her bedroom, she found everyone gathered for breakfast. She greeted them and took her seat, eagerly pouring herself a cup of milk and drinking heartily. "My dear daughter, did you have a good time yesterday?" Bayu gazed at her spirited daughter, who, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Are you quite happy today?" "Yes, indeed. I've made two rather delightful friends," Xia Xiaomo replied, amused by the thought of Duan Muxuan and Dogu Xian, the childhood sweethearts. She had initially believed that, given Duan Muxuan's personality, he would not partake in the amusement park games, yet ironically, it turned out to be they who enjoyed themselves the most. The more she pondered this, the more it amused her, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having just finished her milk, and with a ring of creamy white encircling her lips, her silly, adorable grin instantly melted everyone's hearts. Little sister, you seem a bit off today," her second brother remarked. Xia Xiaomo, hearing her brother's comment, scrutinized herself from head to toe but found nothing amiss. She looked at him in confusion. "I feel perfectly normal. Nothing seems wrong at all." With that, Xia Qianxi and Bayu couldn't contain their laughter at their quirky daughter's antics, while Xia Yushuan's lips twitched in a suppressed smile. And Xia Yuming was reduced to covering his mouth and leaning over the table in laughter. Observing the peculiar behavior of her family, Xia Xiaomo scratched her head in bewilderment. Wasn't it she who was supposed to be unusual? Why did she sense that everyone else seemed a bit off? Unable to comprehend the situation, she pouted, rolled her eyes, and disregarded them, returning to her breakfast. Her haughty demeanor only served to amplify their mirth. "Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand." Xia Qianxi finally stifled her laughter, clearing her throat, prompting everyone to take a deep breath and regain their composure. Xia Xiaomo paused in her eating, lifting her gaze to her father. Xia Qianxi fell into a momentary silence, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking. "It is as follows. Due to your recent competition, the news of Xiaoma's ability to modify mechas has circulated. Upon learning this, the military proposed at the Alliance Conference that Xiaoma should join the military to serve the Alliance. They are willing to grant you the rank of Major General. I understand that Xiaoma is not fond of the constraints of military life, however. The threat from the Zerg has yet to be resolved, and our methods of counteraction remain inadequate. Our planet's average combat capability is not particularly high. If Xiaoma were to enter the military now and improve mechas for a portion of our planet's populace, it could provide us with advantageous conditions for confronting the Zerg in the future, significantly increasing our chances of victory." He paused, turning to Xia Xiaomo to continue. "However, should Xiaoma enter the military, it would mean being firmly bound to its confines. Of course, possessing a military rank changes the situation, while one cannot entirely escape the constraints. It offers considerably more freedom compared to those without such a rank. I believe you are aware that since you contemplated revealing your talent, you have anticipated that it would disrupt your current life. Yet, this opportunity also provides a platform to showcase your abilities, serving as a means to accumulate strength. Ultimately, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. The decision rests with you." Chapter 78. A band of rough men. Upon hearing her father's words, Xia Xiaomo fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, if she aspired to truly become formidable, she must cultivate her own team. Relying solely on her individual strength was insufficient. Even an ant can fell an elephant. If she were to gather individuals devoted to her cause, the circumstances would undoubtedly shift. This presented a prime opportunity to establish her own influence. With a formidable force at her disposal, she would no longer be left to face challenges alone. As she pondered how to acquire her own power, the opportunity seemed to present itself fortuitously. She believed that seizing this moment would elevate her chances of overcoming the unknown crises that lay ahead. "I am willing to join the military to participate in the modification of mecha equipment," she declared. "Are you truly certain about this? Once you enter the military, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your life will be irrevocably bound." Xia Qianxi inquired once more. "Yes, I am resolute. I understand what I desire. Since the concerns that once troubled me can now be disregarded, why should I hesitate any longer? Moreover, I genuinely require a team that I can command," Xia Xiaomo replied, clenching her fists, her blood surging with enthusiasm. Such a remarkable opportunity should not be squandered. Her determination filled the three men of the Xia family with pride. Except for Bayu, who cautioned, "My dear daughter, you must think this through. The military is filled with rugged men. What if you become like them? What is the merit in a life spent in endless violence?" Upon hearing Bayu's remarks, the three men wore expressions of profound discontent. Is it truly fair to belittle their military in such a manner? Can one really condemn an entire group based on the actions of a few? Who informed you that the army is solely comprised of rough men? There are indeed young women within the ranks, each one deserving of pride. Were you not once in awe of their capabilities? Why has your perspective shifted so dramatically when it concerns your own daughter? Xia Xiaomo felt her earlier fervor doused like a bucket of cold water by her mother's words. Although Bai Yu spoke in such a way, she recognized that this was indeed a significant opportunity for her daughter. Joining the military would greatly contribute to Xiaomo's future experiences and prospects. Her complaints were merely surface level. Deep down, she was reluctant to see her beautiful daughter endure hardships in the army. Yet, for families like theirs, such decisions were often unavoidable. With a sigh, she lamented, "My dear daughter, since you have made your choice, I shall not voice further objections. You must decide for yourselves." After expressing this, she nestled against her husband, sighing softly. "Now that you have resolved to proceed, I will inform the alliance of your decision. Remember, my daughter, once you embark on this path, you must persevere through any challenges that arise. Trust in yourself and never give up easily." "Yes, I understand, father. I will heed your words," Xia Xiaomo promised solemnly. Meeting her father's serious gaze. "All right, everything has been resolved. Let us partake in a meal." Father Xia, reassured by his daughter's promise, felt a sense of relief and beckoned everyone to dine. He was the first to scoop a spoonful of nutritional liquid into his mouth. Upon tasting it, he furrowed his brow. "Ahem, butler, could you please warm these nutritional supplements? They have grown cold, although they are still edible when cold. Their flavor pales in comparison to that of the warmed version." Chapter 79. The exclusive training room. Father Xia felt somewhat embarrassed. It was rather foolish of him to broach this subject during breakfast. Now, the food had gone cold. Mother Xia cast a resentful glance at Father Xia, pondering why her precious daughter had to join a military unit filled with rough men. Her darling daughter, so soft and adorable. An air of discontent lingered around them. Under the scrutiny of such a gaze, Father Xia remained unfazed, continuing to scroll through the news on his holographic device as he awaited the warming of the nutritional liquid. In a military family, one does not neglect food. However, being at home, why not indulge a little? Warm food is far more delightful, nourishing both the stomach and the soul. "Big brother, second brother, mom and dad, I have finished eating. I shall head to the virtual training now. Wait, little sister. I'm coming too. Big brother, would you like to join us?" Aha. Observing the tension between her parents, Xia Xiaomo felt it prudent to distance herself as soon as possible. After hastily finishing her meal, she seized the opportunity to slip away. Seeing his little sister make her escape, Xia Xiaomo quickly followed suit, ensuring to take his elder brother along as well. Father Xia stared in astonishment as the three children hastily ascended the stairs, leaving behind only the sound of doors colliding with their frames. Goodness! These little rascals have once again abandoned their old man. Meanwhile, his wife, Xia Xiaomo, reclined into the virtual chamber, activated the panel, and instantly materialized in her dedicated training facility. This space was meticulously designed by her, equipped with an array of training apparatus and various sized compartments, each designated for different exercises. Following a surge of urgency, she had perused a plethora of scripts detailing weapon research, and based on the characteristics of contemporary armaments, she had crafted training equipment embodying the vast majority of those attributes. Even some projects that weapon developers had yet to make any headway on were present here, albeit in virtual form. If those researchers were to lay eyes on these weapons, it would undoubtedly drive them to madness. It is well understood that anything successfully created in the virtual realm can also be realized in the physical world. Xia Xiaomo consistently set the pain threshold to its maximum during her training, utilizing the intensity of discomfort as a stern reminder to remain diligent. She entered one of the compartments, established the training duration and intensity on the door frame, summoned her mech, and stepped inside as the door sealed shut, isolating her from the outside world. Meanwhile, her brothers, Xia Yuming and Xia Yuxuan, logged into the virtual network one after the other. They searched for Xia Xiaomo but found no trace of her. Checking their friends list revealed her online status, confirming that she must be concealed somewhere, engaged in her training. Thus, they decided to disregard her, and each summoned their mech to enter their respective training rooms. In the training room, Xia Xiaomo was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale as she deftly evaded the slender beams of light emanating from the surrounding walls. Do not underestimate these beams. They were devised by her to enhance the compatibility between humans and mechas, as well as to improve her own agility and physical strength. The system incorporated a thermal recognition tracking mechanism, which could detect and identify all heat-emitting organisms. It contained a comprehensive database of all known heat-emitting entities of the era. Upon receiving a verbal command to track and locate a specific target, it would automatically scan and confirm the identity of the target, subsequently executing the tracking directive. If the command was to track and eliminate, it would pursue the target relentlessly until completion. Should it fail in its tracking or elimination mission, its self-destruct system would be activated, leading to a swift annihilation of itself. However, due to the system's compact size, even with the installation of compressed explosives, it could only obliterate objects within a 1-kilometer radius instantaneously. This was sufficient for its purposes. Naturally, the military's thermal recognition tracking system lacked such extensive capabilities, merely providing real-time tracking and identification confirmation. Were the military's weaponry equipped with this system, one could only imagine the upheaval that Xiaomo's innovations would incite upon their market debut. Certainly, she would not reveal these unless absolutely necessary. If exposed to those with malicious intent, the world would descend into chaos. Today, it may be one adversary who is eliminated, and tomorrow another. Given the current circumstances, revealing them would undoubtedly result in more harm than good. Therefore, she must initially utilize this opportunity to hone her skills. However, there is a possibility that these weapons may one day be employed. For now, she only needs to assist everyone in enhancing the mecha equipment based on its original framework and augmenting its firepower. Moreover, she has a premonition that the weapons she has crafted will not remain hidden forever. There will come a time when they can be proudly displayed. Time flew by, and at last, Xia Xiaomo was able to catch her breath. She took a moment to calm her inner energy and, despite the pain, walked over to the doorframe to examine the training results. Upon seeing the display read 6,000, 3,000, she exhaled, her fatigue overshadowed by excitement at this achievement. Successfully dodging half of the 6,000 beams of light was a significant improvement from her previous 6,000, 2,500 result. Starting from an initial 1,000, her progress to 6,000, having evaded around 200, was substantial. As the intensity of her training increased, this accomplishment indicated a corresponding enhancement in her abilities. Yet, the pain was indeed overwhelming. The moment she relaxed her mind, a wave of intense discomfort surged through her, nearly causing her to faint. The intensity of this training session was quite demanding, but fortunately, she managed to persevere. Without a moment to greet her elder brothers, she swiftly logged off and scrambled into the medical pod. As soon as Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming entered the virtual network, they remained vigilant regarding their younger sister's situation. Upon witnessing her abrupt exit without so much as a farewell, they feared something might be amiss and promptly logged off as well. The two brothers, in perfect harmony, hurried to Xia Xiaomo's bedroom door and knocked repeatedly, but there was no response. Growing anxious, Xia Yuxuan, disregarding all caution, took a few steps back and forcefully kicked the door open, charging inside. Just as Xia Xiaomo had set the timer to prepare for sleep, she heard the sound of knocking. Reluctantly, she rose to answer the door, but before she could even step fully out, the door was violently thrust open. The sudden noise startled her, and the pain that pervaded her body dulled her reflexes. She was taken aback by the sudden entrance of her elder brothers. Normally, such a fright would be inconsequential, but now, engulfed in pain, she found her legs unresponsive and stumbled directly from the medical pod. Chapter 81. Self-reproach. A sharp cry escaped her lips, a sound of anguish that shocked Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming, as well as their parents, who were in the living room, immersed in their own affectionate banter. What happened? What is going on? What is wrong with our precious daughter? Upon hearing her scream, Xiaoba dashed into the room, his eyes filled with unmistakable concern. The distance from the living room to Xia Xiaoma's bedroom is no less than 40 to 50 meters. Yet Xia Dad managed to reach her side in under 3 seconds, revealing the depth of his concern. Xia Mom followed closely behind, but the doorway was obstructed by 3 burly men, preventing her entry. She anxiously peered in from the threshold, incessantly inquiring about her son's well-being. Upon witnessing the harrowing scene inside, Xia Dad momentarily froze. His precious daughter lay sprawled on the floor, her expression contorted, body convulsing, eyes rolling back, clearly in excruciating pain. Unable to rise, he rushed over, scooping her up and hastily placing her in the medical pod. Once inside the medical pod, Xia Xiaomo immediately slipped into a state of dormancy. The pain had rendered her movement nearly impossible, and after such a fall, it was a miracle she hadn't succumbed to her injuries entirely. Had she foreseen this calamity, she would have notified her brothers in the virtual realm. Now, she lamented her misfortune, knowing she had only compounded her injuries. She resolved to communicate with her elder brothers before logging off next time. Watching Xia Xiaomo descend into slumber, the onlookers outside were momentarily dumbfounded. Xia Dad and Xia Mom shot daggers at Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming with their eyes. Xia Mom, furious, was incensed by the sight of her daughter's plight. In response to their parents' evident displeasure, Xia Yuming recounted the sequence of events from their initial entry into the virtual world to the moment Xia Xiaomo fell. After hearing his explanation, Xia Dad and Xia Mom found themselves at an impasse, neither fully enraged nor entirely placated, for it was clear that this incident was a mere misunderstanding. The daughter's persistent training in the virtual network, enduring the utmost pain, was well known to them all. They were aware of her fierce determination. Yet they were taken aback by the severity of this incident. She had fallen and was unable to rise again. Summer father and Summer mother understood the concern of the two brothers for their sister, but they could only shake their heads in resignation. Summer Yuxuan recognized their recklessness in barging into their younger sister's room, causing her further injury. This was indeed their fault, and he should have sent a message to inquire beforehand. Now that the unfortunate event had transpired, he could only hope for her swift recovery. Well, since everything is all right now, let us disperse, said Summer father, who was the first to leave the room. Summer mother sighed, gently patting the shoulders of Summer Yuxuan and Summer Yuming in consolation. You both care for your sister. She will not blame you. Do not dwell too much on guilt. After speaking, she followed Summer father out. The two brothers of the Summer family stood still, feeling a profound sense of discomfort and guilt. Let us go as well. We shall apologize to our sister once she awakens, said Summer Yuxuan, pulling along his foolish younger brother who was lost in deep self-reproach. Brother, if I hadn't rushed in so recklessly, I wouldn't have frightened her, and she wouldn't have fallen from the medical pod, lamented Summer Yuming, trailing behind with a forlorn expression. Chapter 82. Awakening. Summer Yuming, dejected, followed closely behind Summer Yuxuan, his face filled with regret. Upon hearing this, Summer Yuxuan halted, turned around, and affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair. Do not blame yourself. Our sister will not hold us accountable. Moreover, I share the blame as well. Had I inquired beforehand, this incident could have been averted. Little sister, it seems everything is fine now. Well, it is what it is. Truly, the medical pod is remarkable. After a night's rest, Xia Xiaomo has nearly fully recovered. Upon opening the pod door and stepping out, she was startled once more by the disheveled face before her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it was none other than her second brother. Brother, what brings you here? It's still early. The sun hasn't even risen yet. She glanced at the small alarm clock on the bedside table and inquired, Sister, it was my recklessness yesterday that caused you so much distress. Do you hold any resentment towards me? Brother, you were just worried about me. How could I possibly blame you? Xia Xiaomo replied. Please don't tell me you came to my room in the dead of night, unable to sleep, fearing I would scold you? In the face of Xia Xiaomo's puzzled gaze, Xia Yuming eventually nodded. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What could she possibly say to her brother? Brother, you've forgotten once again that we are family. Besides, look at me. I'm perfectly fine now. But, enough with the buts. You should go rest. Just look at your scruffy appearance. With that, Xia Xiaomo closed the door, and both Xia Yuming pushed into the room, and Xia Xiaomo outside shared a knowing smile and shook their heads in unison. Having received his little sister's forgiveness, Xia Yuming felt a weight lift from his heart. With the matter resolved, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him. He smiled as he entered the bathroom for a quick wash, then slipped into bed, soon drifting into a peaceful slumber. In retrospect, he was grateful for that initial shock from his little sister. Tick-tock, dear master, it is 6:30. Breakfast time has arrived. In the early morning, the crisp sound of the little alarm clock resonated within her room, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes. A fleeting glimmer illuminated her dark pupils before fading into stillness. How delightful. She stretched languidly, glanced at the clock's hands, changed her attire, and descended the stairs. Everyone was already aware of her awakening and awaited her presence. Xia Yuming had also tidied himself up, shedding the disheveled appearance from the previous night. Sweetheart, are you feeling all right? Is there any lingering pain? In her concern, Mother Xia grasped her hand, her voice laced with worry. Good morning, Dad, Mom, elder brother, second brother. After everyone acknowledged her with nods, she reassured her mother, Mom, I'm perfectly fine. After lying in the medical chamber for so long, how could I possibly still be unwell? I feel great now. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. Mother Xia kept patting her hand. Oh, dear daughter, please do not frighten your mother like that again. You have no idea how distressed I felt upon seeing you yesterday. She confessed, fear creeping into her voice. The thought of her daughter striving so relentlessly to enhance her abilities, only to be left helpless on the ground, filled her with dread. What if something unfortunate were to happen? The more she contemplated, the heavier her heart grew, until her eyes glistened with tears, betraying her anguish. Xia Xiaomo, taken aback by her mother's lingering distress over yesterday's events, found herself momentarily flustered, uncertain of how to respond. Mother, please do not weep. I assure you I am unscathed. I understand the gravity of the situation, and I beg you to cease your tears. I acknowledge my mistakes and promise that such occurrences will not repeat. She hastily extended her hand, attempting to wipe away the cascading tears from Xia's mother's face. The large droplets fell onto Xia Xiaomo's hand, their scorching warmth causing her heart to tremble. She realized her error. Recently, she had been so engrossed in training and enhancing her abilities that she had neglected the feelings of her family. She had forgotten that she was no longer alone. She had family, and their pain mirrored her own. Now, since our daughter recognizes her mistake, please forgive her and stop crying. The children are present. Do not let them witness your sorrow. Xia's father initially sat composed at the dining table, observing the mother-daughter duo. However, upon seeing his wife in tears, he became anxious and spoke up. I am merely concerned for our precious daughter's well-being. Xia's mother glanced at the others at the table and, wiping her tears, took Xia Xiaomo's hand, leading her towards the dining table. All right, let us eat. We must not allow the food to grow cold. As soon as they were seated, Xia's father called to the others. Once they finished their meal, he turned to Xia Xiaomo and inquired, Are you full? If so, accompany me to the study. He then rose and entered the study, prompting Xia Xiaomo to follow suit. Eldest brother, what do you think father wants with our little sister in the study? Who knows? You might as well ask father directly and see if he will divulge anything. With a hint of curiosity, Xia Xiaomo mused to herself. It's unlikely that dad would share anything, given his temper. In the study, when Summer Dad noticed Xia Xiaomo entering, he gestured for her to close the door. Approaching a particular bookshelf, he pressed a hidden mechanism, revealing a concealed compartment in the wall, from which he retrieved a black box. Xia Xiaomo obediently positioned herself by the door, her keen eyesight immediately discerning that it was a safe, an exceptionally sophisticated one at that. Such safes are typically employed to store highly sensitive documents, impervious to any unauthorized access without the owner's key and iris match. Attempting to force it open would trigger the self-destruction of the documents within. What could possibly elicit such a cautious expression from Dad? She pondered. Watching him carefully place the safe on the desk, her curiosity piqued yet devoid of any other emotions. At that moment, Summer Dad's demeanor turned gravely serious as he unlocked the safe, extracting its contents and gazing intently at the documents inside, lost in contemplation. His expression shifting from joy to sorrow. Observing her father's state, Xia Xiaomo chose not to inquire immediately but instead stood by, patiently awaiting his next move. With a long sigh filled with nostalgia, Summer Dad finally broke his contemplative silence. He looked at her, gesturing towards a nearby chair, and said, Come sit here. I have something to give you. Obediently, Xia Xiaomo took a seat as Summer Dad retrieved the document from within. What is this? Xia Xiaomo inquired with curiosity. This document is from my youth, acquired during a mission with the army. At that time, I was still a fledgling recruit. Our mission had just arrived. As I passed by the captain's dormitory, I overheard them discussing the need for us to escort 3 esteemed doctors from the Alliance to the planet Manuzi in order to collect a crucial specimen. This was our very first official assignment, and I was brimming with excitement and anticipation. What about you? Well, I feel just like you. Zhou exclaimed as he rushed out from the military dormitory, his face alight with enthusiasm. Zhou, military member, less than 6 months of service. Age, 25, married with a delightful 3-year-old son. Personality, easygoing yet impulsive, always harboring a dream of heroism. Fantasizing about the day he could become a hero like the legendary war god in I Huang. They say if this mission is successful, all members will receive military ranks. My son will certainly feel proud of me then. Just recently enlisted and already so cocky. If you have the ability, go earn that rank, I retorted. Unable to contain my temper, and promptly gave that lad a good thrashing. To my astonishment, he has grown even more disdainful towards me, incessantly chattering in my ear as if he were a miniature adult. If only I were to attain a military rank. I wonder if he would still dare to look down upon me. They say, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. I merely wish to acquire a rank to show my son that his father is indeed quite formidable. After listening to my friend's lengthy monologue, Xia Qianqi's expression darkened. People pursue military ranks for the sake of honor, yet you seem to seek it merely to avoid your son's contempt. Once you complete the task and earn your rank, your son will no longer regard you with disdain. Is it truly the case that your excitement stems solely from this? Zhou nodded, of course. Otherwise, why would I desire a military rank? It cannot be worn or consumed, and I am already busy with daily affairs. I would have to be quite idle to even consider it. Xia Xiaomo could only facepalm. He truly had no idea how to respond to his friend. To him, a military rank was merely a means to win his son's affection? How would the countless individuals who toiled daily for promotions feel upon hearing this? It would be nothing short of scandalous. However, upon witnessing his friend's joy, blooming like a flower, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. If he were to speak, he might be silenced by a few of his friend's retorts. Do not celebrate too soon. Since this task rewards military ranks, the number of participants will likely be limited. Are you aware of the personnel list for this mission? What if neither of us is on it? Chapter 85. The Memories of Xia Xiaomo 2. These words left Zhou momentarily speechless. He had rushed out to share the news about the military rank without fully comprehending what their captain had said afterward. Is it too late for me to listen again? Zhou scratched his head, a look of frustration on his face as he questioned Xia Xiaomo. What do you think? Perhaps we should wait for the captain to notify us before asking. Well, it seems that is the only option. Why didn't I pay closer attention? Shortly thereafter, Xia Xiaomo's mind began to buzz, and upon enlarging the video, she realized it was their captain. I have just received a mission to escort several PhD candidates to the planet Manichik to collect specimens. We only require 12 individuals, and you both are the finest in our team, so I have decided to include you in this assignment. Although this mission appears straightforward, unforeseen events may arise along the way, so do not let your guard down. Good luck to you both. By the way, the departure is in 3 days. You shall have a few days off to rest and prepare. Yes, Captain. Is there any reward for this mission? Zhou inquired, feigning ignorance. The captain was momentarily taken aback by Zhou's question, then slowly responded, Indeed, there is a reward. All 12 participants will receive an honorary military rank awarded by the higher echelons of the Alliance. Therefore, you must take this mission seriously. And above all, ensure your safety. Do you understand? Understood. We shall safeguard our own. As the captain's words fell, the two immediately straightened their spines and saluted the figure on the screen. Do you have any further inquiries? None, Captain. Well, if there are no questions, I shall take my leave. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a query for Comrade Zhou that requires clarification. Huh. Captain, what question do you need my assistance with? I will certainly exert myself to the utmost, devoted until my last breath. All right, enough of that. It's not that serious. I merely wish to inquire how you became aware of the rewards. Did you eavesdrop on our conversation? Well, Zhou, caught off guard by the captain's inquiry, immediately grew anxious. I didn't eavesdrop, truly. I just happened to pass by your room and accidentally overheard. I swear. Oh, accidentally overheard? Was it truly unintentional? Yes, indeed. Zhou, confronted by the captain's sly expression, nodded fervently, feeling an undeniable trepidation. Beside him, Xia Xiaomo observed his friend's demeanor, resembling a mouse before a cat, and felt an inexplicable sense of delight. He had often been silenced by Zhou's words, but now, finally witnessing his friend's predicament brought a refreshing sense of satisfaction. After relishing this moment, he couldn't help but ponder, am I perhaps reveling in his misfortune too much? Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and continued to watch his friend's embarrassment unfold. This shall not be repeated, should it occur again. Prepare to be confined to the little black room. I assure you, there will be no next time. The captain found amusement in Zhou's demeanor, unable to resist teasing him further. Eventually, however, his conscience pricked him, and he felt that to toy with his subordinate was somewhat unethical. Thus he decided to let him off the hook. Chapter 86. Memories of Xia Xiaomo 3. Ahem, let us leave it at that. We shall meet again on the day of your departure. With that, he disconnected the video call, chuckling to himself. If his soldiers were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Qianqi, did you hear that? I told you, with our remarkable talents, how could we possibly be overlooked on the mission list? Xia Qianqi, who was it that was just fretting over not securing a spot and lamenting with a long face? Who was it? Where did he go? Zhou. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When they assembled before the aircraft carrier, equipped and ready, their captain appeared. As the one responsible for this mission, it was essential for him to accompany the team on their departure. All personnel, at ease, stand tall, at ease. Today marks your inaugural engagement in a formal mission. Upon departure, we know not what challenges we may encounter along the way. However, remember this, as soldiers, Your foremost duty is to obey orders. Regardless of what transpires, you must follow commands and remain composed. Do you understand? Yes, understood. The resounding affirmation of the group echoed across the expansive grounds. Excellent. Since you are all aware, then, all personnel, right face, target the aircraft carrier, and march forth. As the aircraft descended, a group of 17 individuals, including the doctor, gradually distanced themselves from the Imperial Star. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was palpably charged with emotion. Do you really think everyone involved in this mission will earn a military rank? One member expressed disbelief. Of course it's true. Didn't the captain assure us? Another replied. Indeed. Even if you doubt it, you should trust our captain. He has never spoken falsely. Well, that's a fair point. I just wanted to confirm it once more. The member was promptly met with a chorus of exasperated glances. Let us not celebrate too prematurely, another interjected. Remember what the captain said before we departed. Unforeseen events may arise along the way. The generous rewards for this mission are indicative of its inherent challenges. We might encounter significant obstacles, so let us not be blinded by the allure of these rewards. Caution must guide our journey. These words struck a chord with Xia Xiaomo, who nodded in agreement. The group found themselves sobered by this reminder, their faces flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed shameful to be preoccupied with rewards so soon after embarking on their mission, a sentiment that felt contrary to their duties as soldiers. You are indeed correct. We have erred, our judgment clouded by self-interest. As soldiers, our focus should not solely rest on personal gain, but rather on how we can serve our interstellar community. Eradicating the aberrations that linger in every corner of the cosmos, ensuring that the inhabitants of the stars can live in peace and prosperity. Upon hearing these words, a profound sense of shame enveloped them. In the cockpit, the captain observed through the monitors their realization of their missteps, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had sensed their plight even before he brought it to their attention. The reason he refrained from speaking earlier was to allow them to genuinely recognize their faults. Ultimately, his approach proved to be wise. They not only acknowledged their errors but also drew broader lessons, identifying their future aspirations, which filled him with great joy. After all, no one wishes to see the soldiers they have personally trained become inept. Captain Kong, your subordinates were truly exceptional. Although the 4 scholars were engaged in research, they were also adept pilots of aerial vessels, and thus they accompanied Captain Kong in the cockpit, witnessing the actions of his troops firsthand. Not at all. They are quite a rebellious bunch, difficult to educate. He remarked lightheartedly, though inwardly he was elated. How could the soldiers he had nurtured not be exemplary? Oh, Captain Kong, do not be so modest. Everyone in the military knows that your trainees are indeed remarkable experts. Indeed, it is not only the military that is aware. Even within our ranks, there are numerous individuals acquainted with Captain Kong. After one doctor spoke, another readily concurred. Indeed, I am merely adhering to the directives of the military. The exchange among the doctors left Kong Jian at a loss for how to counter their assertions, forcing him to resort to citing the military's regulations for defense. As the airship traversed the vastness of space, it encountered a multitude of planets and remnants of past battles scattered throughout, with cosmic debris occasionally brushing past. For safety's sake, they were compelled to navigate at a cautious pace, meticulously avoiding these fragments. Although these remnants were indeed debris, some were of considerable size, and their impact could not be underestimated. A direct collision could result in an 80% chance of catastrophic destruction and loss of life. Thus, the airship proceeded with utmost vigilance. What kind of specimens are we expected to collect on this mission? One individual pondered aloud, noting the exceptional rewards being offered. It's not as if the usual bounty for slaying mutated beasts is anything to write home about. Upon uttering these words, he noticed the collective gaze of his companions fixated upon him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no desire for rank. I am merely curious. The others responded with a chorus of hushing sounds, accompanied by playful jeers. Observing their comrades' flustered demeanor, they erupted into laughter, leaving the disgruntled individual fuming in silence. Enough of the merriment. Let us maintain a serious demeanor. This mission is undoubtedly complex, and we must not forget that a soldier's foremost duty is to obey orders. We merely need to obey the commands of our captain. One of the more authoritative voices spoke up. Yet what on earth is that perpetual upward curve of your lips? However, upon hearing this, laughter ceased among the group. Instead, shoulders shook violently, and faces flushed a deep crimson. Xia Xiaomo sat in the corner, observing her vibrant teammates, and felt genuine happiness for them. Qianxi, Zhou, why have you both been silent throughout our journey? Finally, someone noticed the two in the corner. We're content just to watch you all. I'm not eloquent enough to know what to say. Hey, we're merely engaging in casual conversation to lighten the mood. Otherwise, the atmosphere would be unbearably dreary, wouldn't it? After saying this, he turned to the other team members and inquired, "Do you agree with what I've said?" Chapter 88, Xia Xiaomo's Memories 5, to which he received a resounding chorus of approval. Xia Xiaomo and Zhou could only respond with awkward laughter. Ahem. The captain's voice resonated through the loudspeaker in their ears. Everyone seems quite spirited. Now, close your eyes and be attuned to the changes around you. We are about to traverse the black hole. There may be some discomfort, and I hope nothing untoward occurs here. Upon hearing the captain's words, all team members donned their combat helmets, checked their safety belts, and after confirming everything was in order, leaned back in their seats, took a few deep breaths, and closed their eyes. Soon, they felt a force pulling their aircraft, which began to spin incessantly. They were tossed about, their heads shaking as if the force were trying to dislodge them from their seats, inducing a profound sense of weightlessness. Although this was not their first encounter with a black hole, each traversal brought with it an uncomfortable sensation of disorientation. However, they swiftly cast aside their distracting thoughts, surrendering their minds to an expanse of boundless darkness, striving to acclimate to this disconcerting feeling of weightlessness. Suddenly, that sensation dissipated, and the aircraft stabilized, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Every time I traverse a cosmic black hole, I feel dizzy. How wonderful it would be if we could pass through without spinning. As they endeavored to regain their composure, one team member articulated the shared sentiment of the group. Having safely navigated the black hole, they began to assess any potential issues. Reporting to the captain, aside from some mild discomfort and dizziness, everyone appears to be in good condition, reported Frank, a team member of some repute. That is reassuring. We still have several more of these black holes to traverse, so everyone must adapt quickly. Upon hearing the captain's remark about the impending journey through multiple black holes, the crew instinctively clenched their fists, and the unpleasant sensation surged anew. Captain, just as we were beginning to shake off that rather uncomfortable sensation, you brought it up again. Isn't this akin to stirring the pot? Captain Kong seemed to realize that he had, once more, inadvertently struck a nerve among this group of inexperienced youngsters, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his features. While he did not feel this sensation acutely, having endured much in the past, he had grown accustomed to it. Although he felt awkward internally, he maintained a stern exterior. I merely wish to provide you with a precautionary warning. It appears that you still need to adapt and undergo further experiences. The sensation will diminish in intensity, he advised, before abruptly ending the video call. Leaving 12 pallid-faced crew members aboard the ship, engaged in deep breathing exercises. At this juncture, Father Xia paused momentarily, and then Xia Xiaomo hastily poured a glass of water for Father Xia, who took a sip before continuing. Afterward, our journey proceeded smoothly. We encountered numerous dizzying black holes, and then the planet Manuchu emerged before our eyes. Viewed from the airship, one half of the planet was composed of vibrant greens and blues, while the other half resembled a vast desert expanse. Is this truly Manuchu? Such a peculiar planet, seemingly formed by the juxtaposition of two distinctly different environments. I wonder under what conditions such a planet could come to possess these extreme environmental contrasts. Chapter 89, the mission begins. It is indeed quite strange. Attention, all personnel. We have reached our destination and are about to land. Please prepare yourselves, Captain Kong announced through the loudspeaker. The aircraft gradually descended and soon landed safely on the ground. Check your equipment. We will gather in 1 minute. The 12 individuals aboard swiftly inspected all their gear before disembarking from the aircraft, one by one. Their initial task was to familiarize themselves with the immediate surroundings. A glance revealed an expanse of lush, verdant trees, densely packed, resembling a horde of menacing creatures. The ground was overrun with weeds, yet they had landed on a relatively open patch of grass, due to the pressure generated during the landing. The vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters had been blown askew. Nevertheless, the height of the grass was evident, towering above them, providing ample opportunity for concealment. Such terrain often harbors numerous dangers. Attention. At ease, stand at attention. Begin the count. 1, 2, 3, 12. Reporting to the captain. The action team is fully assembled, awaiting your command. Excellent. We are currently positioned at the site of our mission. We will protect the 4 esteemed doctors beside me as they split into 4 groups to collect specimens from designated locations. Every 3 individuals shall protect 1. While I remain aboard the aircraft carrier to monitor the overall situation, ensuring that no one loses their way. During the collection process, Take utmost care of the communication devices and verify your equipment. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not hesitate to call for assistance. Do not attempt to show off. Remember, the safety of the 4 esteemed doctors is paramount. Do you all comprehend this? Excellent. I trust you all understand. Do any of you have objections to this arrangement? None. Since there are no dissenting voices, in 2 weeks' time, I shall be here to welcome your triumphant return. Now, everyone, set forth towards your designated locations. As Captain Kong concluded his statement, he issued the order to depart. The 12 individuals spontaneously divided into 4 groups, following the doctors in different directions. Captain Kong watched their retreating figures, invoking silent prayers for their success. Soon, he noticed something amiss with Xia Xiaomo's group. The radar indicated a swarm of red creatures advancing towards them. Received. Captain, what are your instructions? Xia Xiaomo, who was progressing towards the location indicated on the map, suddenly heard the captain's voice and immediately raised his hand to signal the others to halt. A herd of mutated wild boars is rapidly approaching your position. Please remain vigilant. Please remain vigilant. Captain Kong, observing the herd on the screen advancing swiftly towards them, immediately contacted Xia Xiaomo. Attention all team members. A herd of wild boars is approaching us. Quickly, ascend the trees and seek concealment, waiting for the herd to pass before we continue our journey. A few obeyed the command, promptly searching for sturdy, towering trees to climb, their eyes fixed on the distant cloud of dust rising in the air. Chapter 90. The mutant wild boar herd. Not long after ascending, the distant sound of thunderous galloping reached their ears. Just from that sound, one could envision the enormity of the wild boar herd. Sure enough, a vast mass of dark wild boars surged toward them, led by the formidable Boar King. Many mutated creatures scattered in fright, overwhelmed by the sheer size and speed of the herd, causing beads of cold sweat to form on their brows. As the herd passed, dirt was tossed about, the ground sank, and even the smaller trees were snapped like twigs. It was truly a terrifying sight. The group watched as the wild boars thundered past beneath them, disappearing into the distance, finally exhaling in relief. They wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and could not help but exclaim, "Thank goodness we reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would have been trampled." With such a massive herd of boars, not even our mechs could shield us. Indeed, I concur, Summer Qianqi remarked as she jumped down from the tree, surveying the surroundings and feeling a wave of apprehension. The destructive power of the herd was astonishing. They were fortunate to have evaded the encounter. The consequences could have been unimaginable. If such a colossal herd of wild boars were provoked, one could hardly expect to survive, let alone slay them, much less escape unscathed. Wild boars are notoriously vengeful creatures. If one does not eliminate them on the first encounter, they will be subject to relentless retribution. It is evident what fate awaits them should they provoke such a formidable group of creatures. It is assuredly not one of fortune. Not only were they facing challenges, but the other 3 teams also encountered various difficulties, albeit with the fortunate guidance of their leader, allowing them to swiftly extricate themselves from adversity and continue their journey toward their destination. Beware of the marshland ahead. To your left lie several mutated plants. Be cautious of the toxic gases they emit, echoed Captain Kang's continuous warnings. With each alert, they deftly evaded peril time and again. On the rare occasion that they did confront danger, they were well prepared for battle and suffered minimal losses. As they approached the collection area, an unexpected threat emerged. A mutated snake sprang forth from a thicket. Measuring dozens of meters in length, it dwarfed the human form, its crimson tongue flicking menacingly, sending chills down one's spine. The nearby doctor immediately recognized this creature as a mutated mamba, notorious for its highly corrosive venom. The toxin, capable of effortlessly eroding steel, was expelled with lethal precision from its jaws. This serpent, through mutation, had developed a skin layer that afforded it exceptional camouflage, evading radar detection with ease. When it lay in wait within the jungle, its stillness rendered it nearly invisible. This was the very reason Captain Kong had failed to detect the mutated snake in a timely manner. At first, he merely noted an anomaly in the coloration of the surrounding foliage, a long, green line that stood out against the otherwise uniform hues of the bushes. As he realized something was amiss and wished to voice a warning, it was already too late. The mutated snake had swiftly launched an assault on Xia Xiaomo and the others. He observed the sudden ambush of the aberrant serpent, which threw Xia Xiaomo and her companions into a state of disarray. Lacking the necessary experience and combat prowess, having only recently enlisted, they found themselves at a loss. He could only silently pray that they would survive this ordeal with the mutated snake. Chapter 91. The mutated snake. Though their experience and combat skills were limited, there remained a possibility of vanquishing the aberrant serpent if they coordinated effectively. He watched as they battled the creature, refraining from uttering a word. To speak now would undoubtedly disrupt their focus and distract them during the fight, which would be detrimental. Furthermore, this encounter served as a valuable training opportunity, a chance for them to accrue practical experience. It would reveal the true extent of their abilities, aiding in their future training. Goodness! The strength of this mutated snake is truly formidable. After being flung away by the serpent's tail for the nth time, Liu Yan managed to regain his footing and uttered this exclamation. No sooner had he spoken than the tail of the serpent struck again, prompting him to leap aside in haste. While Xia Xiaomo and the others engaged the creature up front to divert its attention, Liu Yan launched his attacks from the rear. Xia Xiaomo's mech was an exemplary model of offensive and defensive capabilities within the realm of combat mechs. Raising her laser sword, she leaped and aimed for the serpent's head, slicing through the air with a sharp sizzle as she carved a gash into the creature's skull, its two lantern-sized eyes fixed intently on the injured Xia Xiaomo. No matter how he evaded, its tail would follow suit and strike down. With each attempt to escape, the tail would respond in kind, creating a cacophony of bangs as it collided with the ground. In no time, the earth was dotted with numerous craters of varying sizes. Once more, he repelled the serpent's assault, and seizing the moment as he was jolted aside by its force, he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he was surrounded by dense grass and shrubs, an unsuitable terrain for wielding powerful weaponry. Thus, he could only evade the serpent's strikes while contacting the other two, instructing them to safeguard the doctor, with the intention of luring the beast to a more open area for a decisive confrontation. Xia Xiaomo sprinted forward, the colossal serpent in relentless pursuit. He strategically navigated through areas abundant with trees and rocks, attempting to widen the gap between himself and the creature. Wherever the serpent slithered, trees were either uprooted or contorted by its massive form, and the ground beneath it was compressed into a 2-meter-wide earthen path. In the airship, Kong Jian observed as Xia Xiaomo led the mutated serpent further away from his teammates and the doctor, understanding his intent and displaying a look of admiration. Ahead, 500 meters lay two divergent paths, one leading to a swamp and the other to an unknown destination. As he watched Xia Xiaomo forge ahead, he glanced at the map scanned by the airship and cautioned him. However, by the time Xia Xiaomo heard the captain's voice, he had already reached the fork in the path. Without hesitation, he opted for the route that led to the swamp, guiding the serpent into the murky depths. His idea was rather straightforward: lure it into the swamp and utilize the mire to contend with the formidable creature. He could scarcely believe that it would manage to run at such speed once it entered the marsh. Chapter 92. The swamp indeed. As soon as they entered the swamp, the mutated serpent's velocity diminished significantly, with its tail beginning to sink into the muddy depths. Observing the tail partially submerged in the mire, he halted, remaining vigilant as he caught his breath. Exhausted, he thought to himself how far he had run with this creature. The mutated serpent hissed ominously from within the quagmire, its body swaying as it endeavored to extricate itself, yet the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. It seemed to realize that its movements only ensnared it further. As it ceased its writhing, its gaze fixated malevolently on Xia Xiaomo outside the swamp. Suddenly, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing two streams of dark green venom that hurtled towards Xia Xiaomo with alarming speed, poised to strike his mech. Anticipating this assault, Xia Xiaomo deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the toxic projectiles. I knew you would be restless. From the very beginning, I maintained my guard against your desperate onslaught. How could I possibly allow you to prevail? It was as if the mutated serpent comprehended his words, lifting its head and emitting a series of hisses, the malice in its eyes unmistakably evident. You have indeed transformed, and yet you dare glare at me. Go ahead, glare all you wish. I take pleasure in observing your futile attempts to eliminate me. In response, the creature merely emitted a hissing sound. Yet within that sound lingered an air of desperation and lifelessness. The murky sludge of the swamp had already engulfed a third of the mutated serpent's body. And at this moment, Xia Xiaomo felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that it might suddenly break free from the mire. Sensing its predicament growing more dire, the mutated serpent began to thrash about, desperately attempting to extricate itself from the swamp. It extended its body forward, striving to grasp the solitary tree that stood before it. Just as it managed to entwine itself around the tree and prepared to exert force upwards, the tree was obliterated by a blast from Xia Xiaomo not far away. Surrounded by a carpet of grass, there was no other anchor for it to leverage, making the tree its sole hope for escape. Although it was a mutated beast, it had lived on this planet for many years and had developed a semblance of consciousness. It seemed to comprehend that the tree, which had been its means of salvation, had been destroyed by the very person who had inflicted harm upon it. Now, it found itself unable to free itself from the mire. Faced with the bleak prospect of survival, it succumbed to rage. Xia Xiaomo, standing by with a sense of vigilance, noted the flicker of angry flames igniting in the eyes of the half-submerged mutated beast as it assumed an aggressive posture. Instantly, she summoned a laser shield to position before her. Wielding her laser, soared menacingly towards the mutated serpent. The serpent opened its cavernous maw, revealing two glistening, venomous fangs. With a slight tilt of its head, it unleashed two jets of venom, hurtling towards Xia Xiaomo. He swiftly raised his shield to block the attack, but upon contact with the venom, the shield was instantly riddled with pockmarks and holes. The sheer potency of the corrosive force sent a jolt of fear through Xia Xiaomo's heart. If that had splattered on him, he would have perished without a trace. Fortunately, he had prepared for such an eventuality. Otherwise, his fate would have been sealed. I had intended to prolong your existence, but since you are so eager to meet your end, allow me to assist you, he declared. He divided a portion of his mental energy and imbued it into the laser sword, causing the blade to expand significantly. Raising the sword high, he aimed for the mutated serpent's vital point and struck down with tremendous force. The sound of flesh tearing echoed in the air as 1/3 of the laser sword embedded itself into the serpent's vital region. With renewed determination, Xia Xiaomo pressed down forcefully on the hilt, severing the serpent's head by more than half, and twisted the blade within the wound. A foul, putrid ichor erupted violently from the creature's body, splattering a few droplets onto his mech's visage, where they trickled down the contours, leaving a crimson trail. Once he confirmed the demise of the mutated serpent, he withdrew the sword, admiring the blade's blue, cold luminescence. Ah, the marvels of high technology. It doesn't stain with blood, truly convenient, he mused. With that, he activated his communicator to report his safety to his teammates and captain. Kong Jin observed as he lured the mutated serpent into the swamp and utilized the mire to eliminate it entirely. Witnessing Xia Xiaomo's cautious inspection to ensure the serpent was truly dead, a sense of admiration for his meticulousness swelled within him. As long as the enemy lies motionless. Many individuals tend to neglect the final inspection, which often grants the adversary an opportunity to retaliate and inflict fatal harm. Thus, Xia Xiaomo's approach indeed proves to be infallible. He and his comrades swiftly communicated, drawing closer together. The other two team members, having confirmed the safety of the doctor, exhaled the pent-up tension they had harbored. Their gazes fixed on the rapidly approaching green dot, feeling somewhat relieved. They rested in place, awaiting Xia Xiaomo's return to the team. With the impediment of the mutated snakes eliminated, Xia Xiaomo piloted the mech in a straight line towards his companions. No longer needing to navigate around obstacles posed by the mutated serpents, thereby increasing his speed significantly. Before long, he spotted the trio resting. The moment he appeared, Lu Yin and the others recognized him and greeted him with joy. So, did you manage to kill that snake? Upon hearing Lu Yan's inquiry, Xia Xiaomo rolled his eyes dramatically. If that mutated snake were still alive, it would spell their doom. Snakes are notoriously vengeful. Allowing it to escape would invite relentless retribution. Such folly was not within his character. Enough. Delays invite unforeseen calamities. Every minute spent here increases our peril. Who knows what might suddenly spring from the shadows? Let us organize our gear and depart swiftly. With that, they began to check their equipment briskly and continued their journey towards their destination. Thus, the first threat they encountered was resolved, while other groups faced far less fortunate fates. They each encountered difficulties. When the researchers initially arrived on this planet to collect specimens, it was largely devoid of mutated creatures. The planet's climate conditions were excessively extreme, rendering it inhospitable for human life, and consequently, it was devoid of any human presence. Now, after many years, the mutated creatures that once existed here have proliferated, and these ferocious beings have become the sovereigns of this world. They maintain a delicate balance among themselves. Thriving in this peculiar environment, humans, inherently adversarial to them, now find themselves in an unexpected confrontation with these intruders from the outside world, making peaceful coexistence seemingly impossible. Aside from Xia Xiaomo and her team, 3 other groups have also encountered varying sizes of beast packs, with one team suffering the loss of a companion. Chapter 94. Sacrifice. Originally comprising only 3 protectors, the sudden reduction in their numbers has undoubtedly intensified the burden on the remaining 2. This particular group includes Zhou, who faced a herd of approximately 20 to 30 mutated wild boars. Upon hearing their leader's warning, they immediately sought shelter. Just as they were on the verge of safety, one member, overwhelmed by anxiety, fell from a tree. The impact was significant, As the herd had not entirely passed by, he landed squarely on several wild boars. The mutated boars, now as massive as elephants, were startled by the commotion. Before he could regain his footing, the entire herd turned in his direction, charging towards him. Xia Xiaomo had initially intended to rush out and rescue his comrade, but was restrained by the doctor and another teammate. With such a multitude of wild boars, venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death. Although they mourned the sacrifice of their teammate, their mission remained unfinished, even in death. They could not afford to perish in vain. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as their companion was engulfed by the throng of wild boars. Once the chaos subsided, all that remained on the ground was a heap of shapeless scrap metal, stained with large splotches of blood, leaving no doubt that the individual within could no longer be alive. The doctor and the other teammate, seasoned by experience, concealed their grief and anguish, though it was palpable. In contrast, Xia Xiaomo, despite having served for 6 months, had only participated in minor skirmishes and had never encountered a situation where he could only watch a comrade meet their demise, rendering him unable to accept the reality. Xia Xiaomo, the dead cannot be resurrected. Our mission is not yet complete. We cannot die in vain. He can no longer be saved, so do not grieve excessively. Although these words were spoken, a careful observer could discern the sorrow and pain reflected in their eyes. Xia Xiaomo remained silent, seemingly lost in his own world, clearly overshadowed by the recent events. The atmosphere grew heavy with melancholy, and none knew how to console him. Such matters could only be resolved by his own emergence from the shadows. The two companions exchanged a resigned sigh as they observed Xia Xiaomo, ensnared in his gloom. Sighing, the old doctor looked at him and could not help but approach his side. He gently patted his shoulder and said, "Young man, you must find the strength within yourself. This is the harsh reality of war. As long as the mutated beasts remain, humanity cannot coexist with them. This signifies that there will be continuous loss of life. All we can do is strive to ensure that their sacrifices hold greater meaning." I believe that is what he would have desired. After speaking, he shook his head and walked over to a large rock, taking a seat upon it. His heart was heavy with sorrow. Those were the soldiers under his command, who had followed him since their enlistment, fostering a bond akin to that of master and brother. Upon closing his eyes, he could vividly picture the mischievous face of one he had once reprimanded. The life of his comrade had slipped away right before his eyes, and one can only imagine the turmoil within his heart. Chapter 95, The River of Obstruction. He tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and silently etched this pain deep within his heart. With a heavy spirit, he activated the communicator and began to contact the leaders of the 4 teams. Remain vigilant and continue forward. Upon receiving the captain's orders, the personnel of the 4 teams swiftly checked and organized their gear, pressing onward towards their destination. Captain Kong surveyed the surrounding visuals, his brow furrowed in concentration as he manipulated the 4 communicators on the control panel. Each communicator was marked with the letters A, B, C, and D, each representing a distinct team. Team A was led by Xia Xiaomo, Team B by Kelly, Team C by Jackman, and Team D was under the formidable command of Noah, whose voice resonated with authority aboard the aircraft carrier. Team A acknowledged the message. Please provide instructions. 3 kilometers ahead lies a river, wide and with a swift current. Exercise caution. I shall repeat. 3 kilometers ahead, there exists a river, broad and with a tumultuous flow. Please exercise caution. Team A acknowledged. Before us flows a grand river, impeding our progress. Does anyone have any thoughts? Upon receiving the captain's hint, Xia Xiaomo turned to consult her 2 companions regarding their course of action. If we had a boat, we could cross, suggested teammate Zhang Huajie. The moment he spoke, he was met with 6 incredulous glares. Are you out of your mind? If we had a boat, would we even be discussing this? We could simply sail across. His response was merely a reflex. In this era, with the advent of flying vehicles, vessels have become mere objects of leisure or entertainment. He often indulges in watching and playing with them. Thus, when Xia Xiaomo inquired about crossing the river, he instinctively thought of a boat and voiced it. The trio huddled together, brows furrowed in contemplation over how to traverse the river. Nearby, the doctor observed the 3 with a slight frown. Without a boat and lacking any flying apparatus, how could they possibly cross? The mecha was not equipped with flight capabilities. Were they to sprout wings and fly? Wait a moment. Wings? Suddenly, inspiration struck. I know how we can get across. Really? Speak quickly. What is your plan? Upon hearing the doctor's declaration, the group turned to him in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The doctor, upon being gazed at by the 3, wore an expression of utter exasperation. a bead of cold sweat trickling down the back of his head. Cough. Doctor, do you know how to cross the river? Xia Xiaomo found herself both amused and bewildered by the scene before her. Since we have neither a boat nor an aircraft, are there any flight apparatuses equipped on the Mecha? Stop. Let's cut to the chase. Just tell us how we can cross the river. The doctor replied. What do you see over there? The doctor pointed toward a large tree, its base covered in moss, not far from them. A tree? What does that have to do with crossing the river? The three of them were puzzled, as their observations had indicated that the trees on this planet were unsuitable for crafting wooden tools. Yet, the doctor was now pointing at one of these trees. He shot an incredulous glance at the one who had spoken and then inquired, What do you see hanging from the tree? Vines. They chorused in unison. Chapter 96. Crossing Tools. Oh, I understand now. You mean for us to utilize the vines to cross, right? One teammate interjected. He was already quite clever. Just momentarily caught off guard. Coughing, Xia Xiaomo shook her head at the interaction between her teammates and the doctor. Well then, since we have a plan, our primary task now is to gather the vines. With that, the three dispersed, and even the doctor drew out a dagger, joining them in their industrious collection efforts. The strength of many is formidable. Before long, a heap of vines emerged on the ground. Given the river's considerable width, they meticulously connected and secured all the vines to mitigate the risk of unforeseen accidents. Their strategy was to anchor one end of the vines on their side, subsequently allowing the more powerful mechs among them to hurl their agile companions across the expanse. Of course, it was not the mechs being thrown, but rather the individuals themselves. After surveying the river's layout, he noted that most sections were quite broad, save for one particular spot which was somewhat narrower. Nearer to the opposite bank was a protruding rock. Those being thrown needed to summon their mechs mid-air, land upon the stone in the river, and then execute a secondary leap to reach the opposite shore. The far side was also forested, and the teammates who successfully crossed would secure the vines to the trees, allowing everyone to traverse slowly across. Relying solely on throwing was not feasible. A harmonious cooperation between the strength and agility of the mechs was essential. Moreover, they could not throw directly across the river. They could only propel their companions 3/4 of the way, leaving the final quarter to be navigated by human reflexes and agility. Summoning the mech mid-air and landing accurately on the stone was no simple feat. A moment's inattention could result in a plunge into the river, swallowed by the tumultuous currents. Even the task of maneuvering the mechs to throw the individuals was fraught with challenges, necessitating precise calculations of the optimal angle, force, and height of the throw, as well as the impact of wind speed and other variables. A slight miscalculation could spell disaster, resulting in failure and potential injury. They carefully inspected the connections of the vines. If there are any unfastened vines, they must be secured. Any excessively slender sections that cannot bear human weight must be pruned to prevent accidents. Before proceeding, Xia Xiaomo once again urged his teammates to assess the resilience of the vines, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur along the way. Report, inspection complete. These vines are indeed robust. Even the mechas pulling cannot sever them. Excellent. Since everything is in order, let us commence our operation. At Xia Xiaomo's command, the team swiftly grasped the vines and made their way to the pre-scouted river crossing. This endeavor was led by Xia Xiaomo and Lu Yin, both piloting mechas that excelled in both offense and defense, possessing unparalleled strength and agility. Another teammate operated a mecha inspired by a mutated tiger, showcasing commendable balance and explosive power. Although the doctor also had a mecha, his proficiency in operation was lacking, necessitating assistance from the teammate with superior balance. With tasks allocated, they set their plan into motion. Lu Yin, piloting his mecha, observed the protruding stones in the water, calculating the optimal height and angle for throwing. He felt a twinge of nervousness. This task demanded precision, requiring utmost caution. Having conducted prior measurements, he needed to confirm once more to avoid any mishaps. Chapter 97. Dazzling light. I have completed the measurements. Shall we begin now? After meticulous calculations, Lu Yin finally devised the most effective throwing plan based on the data. All right. Let us proceed. Captain, would you like me to go first? Another team member, Fong Ming, felt a twinge of concern and couldn't help but wish to assist. Xia Xiaomo shook her head, firmly patting his shoulder as she solemnly addressed the group. Fong Ming, Lu Yin, if I should fail, the safety of the doctor rests upon your shoulders. Yes, Qianxi, I have faith in your abilities. You can do this. Go for it. Lu Yin encouraged her with a gesture of support. Fong Ming understood that the leader's decisions were rarely swayed, so he resigned himself to the situation, though the worry in his eyes lingered. All right, everyone, Take your positions and commence the operation. With that, Xia Xiaomo disengaged from the mech. Lu Yin swiftly moved to the riverbank, while Fang Ming secured the vine before dragging the other end to Xia Xiaomo and handing it to her. Xia Xiaomo grasped the vine, her gaze fixed on the solitary stone in the river that would serve as her leverage for the leap. With her other hand tightly clasped around the mech's summoning hub, she inhaled deeply several times before approaching Lu Yin. Extending her hands, she said, "I am ready. Let us proceed." Lu Yin opened a mechanical hand and grasped Xia Xiaomo's arms, lifting her up. The mech's legs retreated a step, assuming a stance prepared for a sprint. Then, he began to rotate the mech's arm slowly, increasing the speed until he deemed it sufficient, and with a sudden release, Xia Xiaomo shot forward like a cannonball towards the opposite shore. Xia Xiaomo closed his eyes, suddenly feeling as though he had ascended into the air. The only sound that reached his ears was the howling wind. Due to the tremendous speed, he experienced a powerful friction with the air, transforming what was typically a gentle breeze into razor-sharp blades that stung his skin and face with a fiery pain. He forced himself to open his eyes, attempting several times without success. As the optimal time for the mech summon slipped away, those on the shore clutched their hearts in anxiety, repeatedly shouting, "Hurry, summon the mech, please." Just as they feared failure, Xia Xiaomo suddenly opened his eyes wide, his mental energy swiftly merging with the mech summoning hub, and in an instant, he found himself inside the mech. The flight continued, and those on the shore breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their leader had successfully activated the mech. The next challenge was to land on the rocks. Xia Xiaomo focused intently on the stones amidst the raging river, gauging his current speed of descent, and rapidly calculating where he could touch down on the designated spot. Now, this thought surged through his mind, prompting him to maneuver the mech into a swift descent. Landing precisely on the stone, Captain succeeded. "I knew he would," Lu Yin exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. "Yes, the captain has succeeded. That was close. Now we just need to reach the opposite shore," Fang Ming echoed, equally exhilarated. Even the doctor beside them let out a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Lu Yin and Fang Ming joyfully embraced each other, leaping in exhilaration while repeatedly exclaiming, "The captain has succeeded." In Chapter 98, titled The Blinding Sight, they had initially been merely embracing and jumping, but unexpectedly, in a moment of excitement, Fang Ming planted a sudden kiss on Lu Yin's cheek. This left not only the doctor astounded, but also the bewildered Lu Yin himself. The doctor exclaimed, "What a blinding sight," as he shielded his eyes with his hand, leaving only a narrow slit for viewing. At that moment, Xia Xiaomo, having just secured the vines and opened the video, was greeted by this shocking scene, causing him to quickly avert his gaze, his eyes darting around, and his face gradually reddening. He inwardly pondered, how can one be so careless in broad daylight, in such a public setting? However, his incessant glances at the video betrayed him. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, encountering such an incident for the first time, was momentarily stunned before swiftly pushing Fang Ming away and vigorously wiping his face. "What on earth were you thinking?" Fang Ming, realizing the gravity of his actions, was immediately engulfed by a wave of nausea upon recalling that he had just kissed a man. "Ugh," he started, but before he could finish, his face turned pale, and he dashed to the riverbank to rinse his mouth. Witnessing Fang Ming's frantic rinsing, Lu Yin was infuriated. "What do you mean by that? Is my face filthy?" The doctor, who had been a silent observer throughout this ordeal, felt a bit awkward as he watched the two, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak or remain silent, utterly conflicted. He would never admit that he found the scene rather entertaining. Coughing softly, Xia Xiaomo finally activated the communicator. "Ah, the vines are all tied up. You may come over now. However, do be mindful of the surroundings. Such a public setting is rather inappropriate, truly." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yin's temper flared. "What does that mean? Next time? Do you expect there to be a next time?" "Calm down. I understand your feelings, truly," Xia Xiaomo responded, maintaining her composure as she nodded repeatedly in the video. Yet, Fang Ming could not contain his indignation and retorted, "You are the fool here." "How am I foolish? It was merely an accidental kiss. Why are you, a grown man, making such a fuss about it?" "I certainly am not." "Repeat that if you dare. You are the fool, and your entire family is a bunch of fools." Inside the mech, Lu Yin was nearly consumed by rage. He rolled up his sleeves, adjusting his mechanical arm, and with fierce determination, turned to confront Fang Ming. "What are you planning to do?" "Stay back. Help." The communicator echoed with the clattering of metal and Fang Ming's desperate cries for help. "Don't forget about the mission. You lot. Hurry over, and also, Xia Qianqi's words were abruptly cut off as Lu Yin, in a fit of fury, terminated the call. Xia Qianqi sighed, gazing at the static on the screen with exasperation. Could you allow me to finish my sentence? He pursed his lips and turned off the video. Since the video connection had been severed by Lu Yin, he could no longer see what was happening on their side and could only speculate in his mind. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from the vines, and from this vantage point, he could only discern a small dark dot moving among them. Chapter 99. The old rascal doctor. Everyone exhibited commendable balance, and Fang Ming's mech was inherently equipped with stability attributes, allowing him to traverse the terrain effortlessly even while carrying someone. However, what is the matter with you, Fang Ming? Why are you so evasive? Xia Qianqi inquired, observing Fang Ming as he approached from across the river with his face covered. He feigned ignorance, responding, "It's nothing. The forest is vast, and the mosquitoes are vicious. I've been bitten a few times." Upon hearing this excuse, both Xia Qianqi and the doctor could not suppress their laughter. Xia Qianqi patted his shoulder and reassured him. "It's all right. No matter how fierce the mosquitoes are, as long as you catch them, you'll be fine. Hey, you too. Don't forget we have a mission to attend to." Lu Yin, who was already irritable at any mention of Fang Ming, snapped at the sound of team leader Xia Qianqi's remark. "Ahem, let us continue our journey, shall we?" Xia Qianqi recognized that Lu Yin was on the verge of exploding and decided to cease the teasing. "Team leader Xia, don't you think those two are rather peculiar?" As they walked, the doctor stealthily leaned closer to Xia Qianqi and whispered this remark. "What do you mean by peculiar?" Xia Qianqi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the rather harmonious pairing. "Do you not agree?" The doctor, mistakenly believing his voice to be subdued, failed to realize that in the tranquil forest, even the faintest sound could be disowned, and his tone was, in fact, not particularly soft. Both Lu Yin and Fang Ming heard him and simultaneously turned to cast vicious glances at Xia Qianqi, their eyes clearly conveying a warning. "Should you dare to suggest such a pairing, I shall retaliate." Xia Qianqi, keenly aware of their ominous signal, merely pouted in silence, secretly musing to himself, "Would it surprise you to learn that I share the same sentiment?" Oblivious to the fact that his words had inadvertently betrayed him, the doctor continued to prattle on about the two of them, entirely unaware of the two pairs of eyes fixated upon him, exuding an air of impending doom. Noticing Xia Qianqi's silence, the doctor grew discontented. "Oh, Xia team leader, have you been listening to anything I've said for the past while? Should we enlighten you?" he inquired. Lu Yin and Fang Ming chimed in unison. Ahem, no need for that. Really, I was merely jesting," the doctor stammered. Intimidated by the fierce demeanor of Lu Yin and Fang Ming, Captain Kong aboard the airship, oblivious to the unfolding scene, found it peculiar. When did the rapport between the doctor and these individuals deepen so significantly? Observing their amiable atmosphere, he was quite pleased, as it posed no detriment. They could carry on as they wished. Xia Qianqi observed the doctor, who was rendered speechless by the aura of intimidation emanating from a certain creature, and found it rather amusing. The initial impression one would gather from this doctor was that he was difficult to engage with. Despite being only around 100 years of age, quite young in an era where the average lifespan extends to 2 or 3 centuries, his demeanor suggested otherwise. With a prominent nose, thin lips tightly pressed together, and a slightly furrowed brow, he occasionally exuded a sharp glint from his eyes, which would undoubtedly lead anyone meeting him for the first time to perceive him as unapproachable. However, to her surprise, this seemingly stern individual turned out to be a playful old rascal. Indeed, it resonated with the saying that the older one becomes, the more mischievous they become. The map indicated that we were not far from our destination. We had been traveling for nearly 2 days, and I estimated that we would arrive in another day or two. After the commotion subsided, everyone resumed their previous seriousness and vigilance. Yet the atmosphere among them had markedly transformed. If their prior interactions could be likened to a master-servant dynamic, now they flowed with the camaraderie of brothers who understood each other's sentiments. As dusk approached, we decided it prudent to find a suitable spot to set up camp and rest adequately. The group wasted no time. Each member retrieved their sleeping tents from their spatial compartments and began to assemble them. Xia Qianqi also took out her tent from the spatial nexus, selecting a relatively open area to set up camp. Before long, her tents emerged amidst the dense mountain woods. By the time they completed their setup, night had fully descended. They gathered together to deliberate on the forthcoming journey, anticipating the myriad challenges they might encounter along the way. Once their discussions concluded, the rumbling of their stomachs became apparent, prompting Xia Qianqi to finally suggest they have a meal consisting of nutrient supplements. Xia Qianqi, Lu Yin, and Fong Ming immediately extracted their nutrient supplements and began to consume them eagerly. The doctor observed them as they indulged in their nutrient supplements, then lowered his gaze to retrieve a portion of wild boar meat, a small iron pot, and an assortment of seasonings from his personal safe, leaving the others momentarily speechless. They silently pondered. "Doctor, we are here to execute a mission, not to indulge in leisure travel. What is the purpose of bringing so many cooking supplies?" Typically, they would embark on a collection mission to another planet, and initially they subsisted solely on nutrient supplements. However, after several missions, they found themselves running out of supplements midway and had to forage for food, which led them to consider the flesh of these mutated creatures. Consuming it frequently became monotonous. Hence the desire to carry a few seasonings for flavor enhancement. The doctor meticulously assembled the pots and pans he had brought, placing a pink energy block beneath the pot. This energy block, upon contact with the pot's metallic surface, would establish a connection with the energy contained within, thereby heating the entire pot. Once the pot was sufficiently heated, he poured a small spoonful of vegetable oil into it, allowing the oil to liquefy before adding the prepared wild boar meat for frying. The meat, being in sizable chunks, required continuous brushing with seasonings as it cooked. Soon, the enticing aroma of the sizzling meat permeated the entire tent, accompanied by the simultaneous sound of Xia Xiaomo and the others swallowing in anticipation. They gazed at the food prepared by the doctor, then glanced at the nutritional supplements still clutched in their hands, suddenly feeling that their own provisions were utterly inferior. "Doctor, may we partake?" Lu Yin was the first to succumb to temptation. As a quintessential foodie, he would never allow his palate to suffer, and the nutritional supplements were merely a necessity for his mission. Now, confronted with the culinary creations of the doctor, and recalling the bland sustenance they had subsisted on for the past 2 days, he swiftly abandoned the supplements, shamelessly approaching the doctor to request a taste. Chapter 101. The foodie Lu Yin craving a bite? The doctor queried, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yin, whose face was alight with glee. "Yes, indeed." Lu Yin nodded fervently, his gaze fixated on the meat. "Ah, you wish for a taste, yet I shall not oblige." The doctor, struck by a sudden whim to tease him, swept the prepared meat away from Lu Yin's reach and into his own mouth. As Lu Yin reached out to grab it, the meat inexplicably veered away, disappearing before his very eyes. In that instant, his mood plummeted from the heights of ecstasy to the depths of despair. "Doctor, this is no way to treat a person." Lu Yin pouted, his expression a portrait of discontent. "Here you go, enjoy. I was merely jesting." The doctor finally relented. In an instant, Lu Yin was rejuvenated, a broad smile stretching from ear to ear as he exclaimed, "Doctor, you truly are a wonderful person." The doctor, who had been labeled as a good person, was met with incredulous thoughts from Xia Xiaomo and Fong Ming as they witnessed the scene before them. They silently questioned, "Can you not have some self-respect? Is it truly so easy to be bought with a mere feast?" Yet, deep down, both harbored a strong desire to partake in the meal. "Come join us. I've prepared in abundance. There's enough for everyone." The doctor finally extended an invitation. With the invitation offered, the group set aside their reservations and gathered to indulge in the feast. Once the meal concluded, those still yearning for more would have to take matters into their own hands, as an array of condiments awaited them. "Ah, to have meat, what bliss!" Lu Yin exclaimed, patting his slightly distended belly in satisfaction. The other three nodded in agreement. In this remote wilderness, the opportunity to enjoy such a delectable meal was indeed a rare treasure. Acquiring meat was no small feat, and they had not brought any seasonings. One must ponder, how palatable could food truly be without seasoning? Surrounding them were miniature surveillance devices, programmed to emit alarms at the slightest disturbance, ensuring they would be promptly alerted to any intruders. Additionally, defensive mechanisms encircled their tents, alleviating concerns about the intrusion of mutated creatures. Outside, the tiny surveillance units emitted a swift flash of red light, a brief phenomenon that could easily be mistaken for an optical illusion. After this fleeting moment, they resumed their vigilant patrol, scanning every nook and cranny. The night passed without incident. At the break of dawn, the doctor was once again preparing breakfast in his tent. The enticing aroma wafted through the protective shield of the defense mechanisms, captivating the other 3 individuals who were busy rummaging through their nutrient supplies, causing their mouths to water uncontrollably. Curious about what delectable dish the doctor was concocting, Lu Yin, a true Epicurean, found himself unable to resist. Ever since he savored the doctor's culinary delights the previous night, any lingering dissatisfaction and distance had swiftly transformed into profound admiration for him. A metamorphosis that was nothing short of astonishing. Upon seeing the doctor, Lu Yan's already cheerful countenance brightened even more. Akin to a dog spotting a juicy bone, his enthusiasm was almost too much to bear. This morning, as the enticing scent drifted from the doctor's tent, Lu Yan felt his stomach rumble like a drum. The aroma intensified, and he could barely contain his saliva. He simply had to indulge in the deliciousness. Although his mind was set on the goal, his feet seemed to have a mind of their own, leading him irresistibly toward the doctor's tent. As he approached the entrance, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance that filled the air. If the scent was this delightful, one could only imagine the taste. Just as he was about to call out, the tent flap swung open, revealing the doctor emerging with a large pot in hand. Upon noticing Lu Yan at his doorstep, the doctor appeared momentarily bewildered, but it didn't take long for him to realize that this fellow had undoubtedly followed the scent to his location. You arrived just in time. I prepared a pot of porridge using the wild boar meat left over from last night, intending to share it with you. Since you're here, please hold 2 bowls for me, one for your team leader and another for your comrade Fong Ming. This bowl in my hand is for you. Wait, are they not all the same? Why is that bowl specifically mine? Lu Yan inquired, pointing at the bowl held by the doctor. The doctor glanced at him with disdain and replied, "Of course, they are not the same. This is a dish we developed after extensive research, tailored to meet human nutritional needs. Not only is it exceptionally delicious, but its nutritional value far exceeds that of ordinary supplements. Unfortunately, the ingredients required for this dish are somewhat difficult to procure. Do you want it or not? If you don't, I'll offer it to someone else." The doctor, noticing Lu Yan still standing there in a daze, felt quite displeased. He was concerned that the food would cool down and lose its flavor. Having just finished cooking, he had served it all immediately, and it was still quite hot. Holding it for so long was painful for his hand. "Of course I want it. I was just taken aback by what you said about the dish's origins. You all are truly remarkable to have developed such delectable food." Lu Yan grinned widely, his smile bright enough to obscure his eyes, revealing an irresistible charm that lingered in the air. Indeed, it is true that many individuals nowadays rely on nutritional supplements to satiate their hunger. Not only do they emit rather unpleasant odors, but their flavors leave much to be desired. Thus, the aspiration to collect and study these plants arises, with the hope of formulating a potent elixir for battle. Upon hearing Lu Yan's praise, the doctor swelled with pride. Among the best decisions he ever made in his life was to join the military and become a food researcher. Each day, he indulged in an array of delectable dishes, savoring the myriad flavors of various spices. Life, in this regard, was simply exhilarating, despite the occasional peculiar seasoning leaving his tongue tingling. Let us first deliver the food to the team leader and the others. We wouldn't want them to grow impatient. Lu Yan interjected, breaking the spell of pride that had ensnared the doctor. With that, he turned and walked away. Shaking his head, Lu Yan hastily retrieved 2 bowls of food from the tent and hurried to catch up with the doctor, who had already taken several steps ahead. Once he caught up, he examined the 4 bowls of food closely, noting their distinct appearances. The team leader's portion was a vibrant green, reminiscent of a river nestled within a deep mountain valley. The portion for Fong Ming was a curious shade of pink. What on earth is that pink? Lu Yan thought, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the food prepared for Fong Ming. He then chuckled inwardly, acknowledging that such a delicate hue was indeed fitting for him. In his own hands, he held a deep green bowl, akin to an emerald gemstone. The doctor's portion was a creamy white, resembling milk. "Doctor, why is your portion white?" Lu Yan was filled with curiosity. After listening to Lu Yan, the doctor rolled his eyes and replied, "This portion I have can enhance longevity and improve beauty. After all, one grows old, and the skin begins to roughen. If I do not take proper care, what if I find myself unable to marry?" Lu Yan thought to himself, "At your age, sporting such a stern and frosty visage, even if a girl were willing to marry you, she would likely be frightened away by your cold demeanor." However, he maintained a serious expression on his face. "And what about these portions?" Lu Yan inquired, pointing at the food belonging to the team leader and Fong Ming. The doctor explained, "The portion of team leader Xia is invigorating, beneficial for enhancing concentration and reflexes. As for Fong Ming's, it is restorative. Your portion is for fortifying the foundation and nurturing the essence, particularly effective when consumed at certain times." After the doctor spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yan, his gaze subtly drifting to a particular direction. Lu Yan mused that he did not require such supplements. He was in good health. The implication behind the doctor's words was unmistakable, and he could only lament the loss of his innocence. Internally, he cursed, "Fong Ming, you have tarnished my reputation. Just wait. Once the task is over, I shall settle the score with you." With that thought, Countless schemes to deal with Fong Ming flooded his mind, and he envisioned the scene of Fong Ming kneeling and begging for mercy. The more he contemplated, the more amused he became, eventually bursting into laughter, startling the doctor who had been observing him closely. The atmosphere remained tense, yet the individual in question wore a sly grin. The doctor, uneasy under the weight of that smile, promptly nudged him and inquired, "What are you thinking? That smile seems rather sinister." "Nothing much. Let us hasten to deliver the food to the team leader and the others. We mustn't be late. They have already consumed the nutritional supplements, and that would be wasteful." "Indeed, you are right. Let us proceed." No longer contemplating matters of pride or dignity, they recognized that they were all on the same side now. It was crucial to remember that once the food was gone, it would be gone for good. In this remote wilderness, it was only due to the doctor's efforts that such delectable provisions were available. If Xia Xiaomo and the others were to discover this, they would undoubtedly chastise him, saying, "Could you not possess a shred of dignity? How embarrassing! Do your parents know of your conduct?" Chapter 104. Fong Ming or Lu Yin. The doctor and Lu Yin approached Xia Xiaomo's tent, carrying the food, and called out, "Team leader Xia, are you present?" "Yes, I am here. Please, come in." Upon receiving Xia Xiaomo's permission, the two entered the tent. "Team leader Xia, this is the breakfast I prepared for everyone," the doctor announced, handing over Xia Xiaomo's portion. "Thank you. You truly are a great help." Xia Xiaomo responded gratefully, accepting the container from the doctor. Lu Yin muttered to himself, "Truly deserving of being the team leader. He appears utterly composed, despite his evident desire to eat. If I hadn't noticed the fleeting glimmer in his eyes as I entered, I would have been deceived by his nonchalant demeanor." "Lu Yin, go to Fong Ming's tent and summon him. Let us dine together and discuss the path ahead," commanded the leader. "Why must I be the one to go?" Lu Yin complained with a grimace. "If not you, then who? Should I go myself?" Xia Xiaomo raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yin, her expression challenging him. Reluctantly, Lu Yin set down the food canister and exited the tent, making his way to Fong Ming's quarters. Observing Lu Yin's departure, both Xia Xiaomo and the doctor exhaled in relief, exchanging amused glances. Upon arriving at Fong Ming's tent, Lu Yin called out, "Fong Ming, rise and shine. The leader summons you for breakfast." He dashed away like the wind. Suddenly, a gust swept past Lu Yin, stirring up clouds of dust. By the time he regained his bearings, all he could see was Fong Ming's retreating figure. Rolling his eyes, he sprinted after him, concerned that the glutton might snatch away his portion of the meal. "Leader, I'm here. What delicacies await us?" Fong Ming's voice echoed from a distance. Soon, he arrived at Xia Qianqi's tent, flinging aside the curtain and stepping inside. Xia Qianqi, observing his spirited demeanor, couldn't help but shake her head. Pointing to a jar on the small table, she said, "There, that pink one is yours." Fong Ming followed the team leaders and, indeed, spotted several jars atop the table. He hurried to the side, eagerly picked up the jar, and opened it, revealing a pink-hued delicacy within. Upon seeing the color, he felt utterly dismayed. He was at a loss for words. "Why is it pink?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. After a moment, he turned to the doctor and inquired, "Do I also have to participate?" "Yes, we are quite close to the collection site now, so we need to discuss the tasks each person will undertake upon arrival." "All right. Then I'll wait here until you finish your meal." Chapter 105. A hint of danger before he could finish his sentence. The three had already begun to devour their food jars. The doctor, watching them relish their meal, felt a mix of excitement and pride. Their painstaking research had finally been validated, signifying a significant breakthrough. He smiled and shook his head, thinking to himself, "What a delightful bunch they are." With a slight smile, he also took out a share and began to eat. "Ah, this is truly delicious," exclaimed Lu Yin, putting down his jar and pulling out a toothpick from seemingly nowhere. Savoring the moment. "Indeed, it is exquisitely delicious and offers numerous benefits to the human body. It is truly a remarkable item." Xia Qianqi cannot help but acknowledge that this delicacy is genuinely delightful. "By the way, I would like to discuss the deployment now. Please let me know if there are any concerns." After Xia Qianqi spoke, she beckoned everyone to gather around. "My thoughts are as follows. The journey has presented countless dangers. Yet our vigilance has been commendable. Otherwise, we all know the potential consequences. We are now merely 2 days away from our destination at most. And if we hasten our pace, we may arrive even sooner. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. My plan is to accelerate our progress, aiming to reach our destination in the shortest time possible to complete the collection task. What do you all think?" After Xia Qianqi concluded, she looked at the other three, awaiting their opinions. I have no objections, was the first to respond. The doctor, who was eager to collect the specimens he required and would certainly not oppose the plan. Fong Ming pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, stating, I have no objections either. Only Lu Yin remained silent, and everyone awaited his thoughts, yet his voice was conspicuously absent. Observing Lu Yan's demeanor, both Xia Xiaomo and Fong Ming could not suppress their disdainful expressions, wishing they were unacquainted with him. The doctor, standing aside, chuckled softly, subtly shifting closer to Lu Yin and gently nudging him. The first attempt yielded no response. Lu Yin remained with his eyes tightly shut, lost in blissful reverie. With a slight exertion, there was a response. He closed his eyes and shifted to the side, continuing to revel in his bliss. The three onlookers could not help but wear expressions of utter embarrassment, particularly Xia Xiaomo and Fong Ming, who felt an acute sense of shame, as if they were caught in an intolerable situation. Even Captain Kong, who was far away on the aircraft carrier, felt a twinge of humiliation upon witnessing this scene. He turned his head, trying to avoid the sight of Lu Yan's insufferable face. Xia Xiaomo and Fong Ming exchanged glances, reaching a tacit agreement that they needed to teach this fellow a lesson. It was far too disgraceful for their unit. If other teams discovered that they had such a glutton in their ranks, they would surely be the laughingstock. After their silent communication, the two rolled up their sleeves and approached Lu Yin, who remained obliviously with his eyes shut. There's a hint of hostility? What are you up to? As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with the fierce gazes of his leader and Fong Ming advancing towards him, prompting him to instinctively step back and assume a defensive posture. A sly grin spread across the faces of Xia Xiaomo and Fong Ming as they exchanged glances and launched their attack. In mere moments, they had brought Lu Yin crashing to the ground. Chapter 106. Infuriated. Ouch, Fong Ming, you scoundrel. Don't kick my backside. Lu Yin yelped. Leader, let go. It hurts. Captain, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lu Yin pleaded incessantly, and only when Xia Xiaomo felt it was sufficient did she signal Fong Ming, and together they released him. Team leader, your cruelty is truly remarkable. I cannot fathom how you can act so ruthlessly. My delicate and beautiful visage has been mercilessly marred by your actions. Lu Yin, having risen from the ground, rubbed his pained wrist and, rummaging through his belongings, produced a mirror. As he examined his face, his lips curled into a high arch. I don't care. If I can't find a wife in the future, it will be your fault, he declared angrily, directing his ire towards Xia Xiaomo and Fong Ming. Do not fret. You shall not struggle to find a partner. One is right here before you, and we need not worry, Xia Xiaomo retorted. Her words ignited Lu Yan's fury like a powder keg. He sprang to his feet, dusting himself off, and shouted, I have no connection with him. Do not speak so recklessly. Such claims could lead to insubordination. You are merely embarrassed, reacting out of shame, chimed in the ever-observant doctor, who had been watching the spectacle unfold. Lu Yin adjusted his sleeves, his expression fierce, prepared to unleash a scathing retort upon the speaker. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed the doctor merely smirked and lowered his hand, which had been half raised in anticipation. Humph. For the sake of food, I shall let this slide, he remarked, inciting a wave of exasperation among the others. Who is this person? We do not recognize him. Both Xia Xiaomo and Fong Ming thought simultaneously. Meanwhile, Captain Kong, far away on the aircraft carrier, sighed in frustration, lamenting the presence of such a fool among his ranks. It was a tremendous embarrassment to him. He believes that his teaching methods are impeccable. However, it is perplexing why someone who appeared so composed and serene upon entering the military would engage in such bewildering actions. After much contemplation, he remains unable to grasp the reasoning behind it, ultimately deciding to cease his musings. After all, as long as his strength and excellence are unparalleled, no one will dare to speak ill of him again. How much do you comprehend of the deployment I outlined earlier? Could you please reiterate that, team leader? I knew you hadn't absorbed anything. Lu Yin feels quite aggrieved. He simply cannot resist the allure of that delectable food, which has inevitably revealed his inner foodie. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Fong Ming, please explain the deployment I just outlined to him while I step out to patrol and check for any blind spots that the surveillance may have missed. These small surveillance devices are indeed remarkably effective, providing comprehensive coverage with no blind spots. Their only drawback is their fragility. They require repairs every few days before being reused. Fong Ming and Lu Yin are inside explaining the team leader's recent deployment when the doctor, seated in a chair, finds himself in a quandary, unsure whether to leave or remain. Ultimately, he resolves to seek out Xia Xiaomo, rising to his feet. Chapter 107. Energy chip upon exiting the tent. Xia Xiaomo approached the first intelligent surveillance device and replaced its energy chip before moving on to the next. When the doctor located him, he was crouched down, replacing the energy chip in the final surveillance device. Have all the replacements been completed? The doctor stepped forward to inquire. Everything has been replaced. Fortunately, the chips I brought along this time are plentiful. Otherwise, it would be quite impossible to sustain them. Indeed, the energy consumption of this intelligent monitoring system is quite substantial. Upon hearing Xia Qianqi's exclamation, the doctor nodded in agreement. Replacing the chips merely involves removing the old ones and inserting new energy chips. Given that the chips are transparent, one simply needs to extract them and position them directly above the monitor. The intelligent system of the monitor will automatically recognize it. Once it detects the energy, it will eject the previously depleted chip and accept the new energy chip. These chips, being exceedingly compact and remarkably flexible, are the epitome of monitoring equipment. Though their high energy demand is a notable drawback, each new energy chip lasts merely 2 days. After that, a replacement is imperative, lest the system cease to function. To put this into perspective, a single energy chip can power other, more conventional monitoring devices for an entire month, rendering the consumption rates rather staggering. Fortunately, following the recent incident, the air within the interstellar realm has seen an increase in energy elements, which can be refined and collected through the expertise of weapons specialists using specialized methods, alleviating any concerns regarding energy shortages. In essence, throughout the galaxy, energy elements are abundant and seemingly inexhaustible. However, it is unfortunate that none among their companions possesses the skills to purify and collect these resources. Thankfully, the abundance of energy chips he brought ensures that there will be sufficient monitoring systems operational during their rest periods. What brings you out as well? Xia Qianqi inquired with curiosity. Observing them discussing the plan, she decided to take a stroll. The doctor sat on the grass, emphasizing the word discuss in his tone. Xia Qianqi paused for a moment, then recalled that the two must have begun to harbor mutual disdain for some reason again. With a helpless shake of her head, she joined them on the ground. They tidied their belongings, preparing to set off, with a rendezvous scheduled here in 5 minutes. Everyone was equipped with spatial hubs, thus packing up took hardly any time. As the 5 minutes elapsed, everyone had summoned their mechas and gathered at the location designated by Xia Qianqi. After reporting to Captain Kong, Xia Qianqi arrived at the assembly point. Report: all members of Team A, along with the doctor, have assembled, and equipment has been thoroughly checked. Awaiting instructions. Understood. All personnel, heed the command. At ease. Stand at attention. Right face. Destination ahead as indicated on the map. Red location. Commence departure. With the order given, everyone began to drive their mechas forward at a steady pace. Perhaps due to the evening's meal, they felt exceptionally well today, managing to reduce the estimated 2-day journey to merely 1. Chapter 108. Lush Stargrass. They did not pause along the way. When hunger struck, they consumed nutritional supplements. By evening, they had reached their destination. It was then they realized the significance of the doctor's research outcomes, which explained why the Alliance had selected these elite troops for the mission. With such generous rewards, alas, discussing it further only brings tears. Heaven knows what it feels like for them to consume tasteless nutritional supplements daily. Abstaining is not an option, rendering their predicament unbearably arduous. Covering his face in silent despair, the thought of indulging in delectable cuisine in the future filled his heart with uncontainable excitement. Nevertheless, the primary objective at present remains the collection of essential plant specimens, as this holds paramount importance. Doctor, what specimens do we need to gather? Xia Qianqi turned to see the doctor, brimming with enthusiasm, cautiously approaching a cluster of verdant plants, engrossed in his own musings, entirely oblivious to her inquiry. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and Fang Ming saluted before pivoting together into the forest to install surveillance equipment. Xia Qianqi surveyed her surroundings and reported their coordinates to Captain Kong. Captain, we have arrived at the destination, and the collection task is underway. Captain Kong observed the other 3 teams in the video, addressing Xia Qianqi. Understood. Xia Qianqi replied, promptly shutting off the video. Doctor, may I inquire about this plant and its properties? She sought out a similar specimen to pose her question. The doctor glanced at the plant in her hand and remarked, this is Rexia, an ingredient present in the food you consume, primarily known for its invigorating effects. Take a whiff. He then plucked the Rexia in half and offered it to Xia Qianqi, gesturing for her to inhale. Upon receiving it, Xia Qianqi brought it to her nose and inhaled, a refreshing scent wafting through the air. Now, do taste it, the doctor encouraged. To her surprise, the flavor was delightful. a blend of sweetness with a hint of coolness, as if it whisked away the fatigue accumulated from their journey. The more one chews, the richer the sweetness becomes, and the furrowed brow gradually relaxes. How does it taste? Quite delightful, I presume. The doctor, observing his expression, instantly discerned the answer. After meticulously recording his findings, he took a sip of water to cleanse his palate before attempting the next specimen. Should he encounter a toxic variety, he would swiftly consume an antidote. If he found something beneficial, he would carefully extract it from the spatial nexus, placing it into a small box, labeling it with precision, and storing it away in the spatial hub. Remarkably, in this patch alone, there existed a plethora of useful plants. Chapter 109, The Beast Tide. Just from what Xia Xiaomo observed, there were 3 or 4 varieties that proved to be advantageous. Soon, night fell, and with no other recourse, everyone reluctantly decided to rest, vowing to continue their foraging at the break of dawn. That night, the doctor was undoubtedly the most elated. He had discovered an abundance of rare plants, and his joy was palpable, his laughter ringing out even during mealtime, so much so that Lu Yin called out to him several times without eliciting a response. At this juncture, Xia's father raised his teacup, taking a sip to soothe his throat, a smile gracing his features. And what happened next? Xia Xiaomo inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Then we began to collect various plant specimens, and once we had gathered a substantial amount, we proceeded to seek out the most crucial variety. Did you manage to collect it? Of course. I remember it vividly. That particular plant was not tall, only reaching up to my knees. Xia's father emphasized this by gesturing at his knee. The leaves were slender and elongated, adorned with delicate red flowers that rendered them quite charming. Surrounding the leaves were sharp thorns, which could easily inflict wounds upon careless fingers. Thus, everyone donned gloves to gather them safely. As Xia Xiaomo listened to her father's account, she silently noted the appearance of this plant, pondering that she might encounter it someday. After enduring 2 peaceful nights, the final night proved less fortuitous. We were confronted with an overwhelming tide of beasts, far more formidable than the wild boar herd we had previously encountered. Fortunately, surveillance devices had been installed in the vicinity. The moment the creatures entered the monitored zone, we were alerted, thus averting a total disaster. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaomo's heart tightened with anxiety, although her father's tone was nonchalant. A closer inspection revealed the weight of his words. Was Captain Kong monitoring from the aircraft carrier? How could he not have detected this? Xia Xiaomo was perplexed, logically. With Captain Kong overseeing from a distance, such situations should have been anticipated far earlier than they were. This explained why the mutated beasts were only identified upon breaching our surveillance perimeter. Xia Xiaomo nodded in understanding as her father continued. Due to the sheer scale of the beast tide, despite our preparations, the outcome was less than effective. Although we did not suffer total annihilation, some individuals sustained severe injuries. In that desolate wilderness, devoid of a medical facility, we could only perform rudimentary first aid. As daybreak approaches, the beast tide will naturally disperse, allowing us to commence our journey home. Venturing out now would be akin to a fragile egg striking against a formidable rock, an act of folly. What became of the injured individual? No sooner had Father Xia posed his question than Xia Xiaomo eagerly inquired. What could possibly be done? Though his exterior has healed, he has irrevocably lost his previous agility. Chapter 110, The Fallen Spaceship. Does this mean he can no longer partake in high-risk missions? Indeed. Following that battle, we found ourselves separated, and after the beast tide receded, only the doctor and I remained at the scene. We searched for a considerable time without success, until I chanced upon the surveillance footage, which vaguely indicated that they had been swept away in the direction of the beast tide. At this juncture, Father Xia's voice was laden with resignation. Had he possessed greater wisdom and strength at that time, such calamities might have been averted. Xia Xiaomo could sense her father's frustration and resentment. This incident plunged her into a prolonged state of despondency. Father, I believe they would not blame you. No one wishes for such events to transpire, she consoled. With a sigh, Father Xia picked up the documents on the table and said, This file is what we discovered when we inadvertently stumbled into a deep pit during our search for them. Reflecting on this, a chill crept down his spine. The memory of that scene was indeed quite terrifying. The pit is profound and enveloped in darkness, occasionally resonating with eerie sounds. Upon activating the scanning apparatus of his mech, he beheld a myriad of mutated serpents, varying in size and resplendent in colors. Through his calculations, it became evident that they were aboard a spacecraft, and their current location was the vessel's resting chamber. The only traversable path was a corridor seemingly constructed from rare materials, presumably designed for the maneuvering of the mech. The metallic walls were infested with mutated spiders, with only a small patch visible, resembling a haunted house. The mutated creatures within remained ever watchful of the two intruders, as if poised to pounce at the slightest misstep. Unlike the brutal mutated beings they were accustomed to, these creatures seemed to coexist harmoniously. As long as no aggressive actions were taken, they refrained from launching assaults, a stark contrast to the savage entities they had encountered before, which struck them as peculiar. Being ensconced within their mech allowed them to witness the entirety of the resting chamber without the need for movement. Soon, they discerned an unusual exchange taking place. The creatures were trading valuable items amongst themselves. The rare objects they had collected were being bartered for necessities, revealing an astonishing level of intellect among these mutated beings. Chapter 111, The Propulsor. This revelation left both him and the doctor in a state of astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. The mutated creatures appeared to possess a semblance of consciousness, having grasped a method of peaceful coexistence. If all the mutated creatures in the cosmos could exchange their unwanted possessions for their desires, much like those here, would not the peace they yearned for be within reach? Both Xia Xiaomo and the doctor displayed expressions of astonishment. Alas, imagination is rich while reality is stark. Once they departed from this place, they would encounter those mutated beings, who were often ferocious and greedy. Reflecting on this, a sense of disappointment washed over them. And they simultaneously thought, how wonderful it would be if the mutated beasts in reality could coexist like this. Returning to the present, they did not forget that their mission was to locate the other two team members. They could not remain trapped here indefinitely and had to devise a means of escape. Perhaps due to their benign demeanor, the mutated creatures no longer paid them any heed. Even when they moved significantly, none of the creatures regarded them with suspicion. Occasionally, one might cast a curious glance before resuming its own activities. Recognizing that the animals had relaxed their vigilance, Xia Xiaomo and the doctor felt a surge of relief. They cautiously navigated around the mutated creatures, progressing towards the passage ahead. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the eerie, green glimmers of the creatures' eyes, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Even Xia Xiaomo felt a chill run down her spine at this scene, whereas the doctor, accustomed to dealing with plants and various insects, found it less daunting. They traversed the dimly lit corridor until they arrived at a platform reminiscent of a lift, albeit one that had succumbed to the ravages of time. Fortunately, within its confines, they discovered an ancient miniature thruster, a far cry from the modern devices now integrated into mechs or human limbs. This relic, however, was of the backpack variety, a testament to the ship's long-lost era. Upon inspection, Xia Xiaomo found it still brimming with energy, though antiquated. It remained functional, likely a remnant intended for emergency escape by someone aboard the ill-fated vessel. Regrettably, it had never been utilized before the ship's catastrophic descent, leaving it fortuitously available to them. Yet, there was but a single thruster for two individuals. What to do? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xiaomo reasoned that, being the younger and stronger of the two, he would don the thruster and elevate the doctor, who was free from his mech. This decision earned the doctor's approval. Once equipped, he gazed at the securely sealed safety door above, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled slowly, steeling himself before activating the thruster and launching upward with the doctor in tow. He aimed to forcefully breach the tightly shut safety door. With a resounding bang, the door was flung open, dislodged from its frame by the shear force, and plummeted downward. Another bang startled the mutated creatures below, causing them to retract their heads and glance apprehensively at the fallen safety door, before scattering in terror as though they had encountered some unspeakable horror. Suddenly, the area around the push channel was devoid of any creatures, leaving only two completely deformed doors forlornly piled on the ground. Chapter 112. The vanished 15th Legion patrol. As Xia Xiaomo and the others burst through the safety door, they were momentarily blinded by an unexpected beam of light. Upon squinting to place the doctor on the ground, they instinctively closed their eyes tight, blinking several times in a futile effort to adjust to the piercing brightness. Once their vision acclimated, they realized that, in stark contrast to the darkness below, the above was as luminous as day, devoid of any mutated beasts, and appeared astonishingly vast and empty. Were it not for Xia Xiaomo's extraordinary hearing, which picked up intermittent sound waves, they might have believed they had stumbled upon an abandoned spacecraft. Following the sound waves, they swiftly located the source. However, the obstruction of the safety door prevented them from discerning the precise situation inside. They cautiously opened the door, only to discover that they had entered the central control room of the entire spaceship. The large screen at the center of the control room displayed a flickering video in fragmented sequences. After ensuring that the surroundings posed no danger, they turned their attention to the screen. The doctor, noticing several thriving plants nearby, darted over to inspect them. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaomo scrutinized the flickering images. This was not merely a video. Although it flickered incessantly, the images remained static. The video featured a middle-aged man, whose attire indicated that he was the captain of this spacecraft. At the bottom of the screen, a small, static label appeared. Xia Xiaomo approached the console, donned the headphones, and pressed the diminutive play button, which instantly emitted a voice. "We are the Peace Patrol of the 15th Interstellar Legion, and I am Captain Klein. Our spacecraft encountered a large-scale Zerg attack near the planet Xia in the Scorpio system in the year 2025 while on interstellar patrol. We were compelled to land on the planet Manichishi, and countless team members perished in the battle against the Zerg. Not a single soldier among us fled. As their captain, I could never abandon my comrades. Should we tragically meet our demise, we shall do so with honor. Now, I find myself the sole survivor aboard this vessel, encircled by the Zerg. I implore any fortunate soul who hears this message to convey the news of our fallen to the world. Our patrol team of the 15th Legion did not falter nor disgrace the title of soldier. We have steadfastly defended our homeland." The video paused momentarily. "Now, there is a matter of great significance I wish to discuss, and I hope that a kindred spirit may assist me in making the right choice. During my patrol, I inadvertently acquired a valuable document, an advanced blueprint for the development of weapons of mass destruction, secured within a safe. This was no challenge for him. He approached the safe and, with deftness, unlocked it. Inside lay indeed the document. Recognizing that this was not an appropriate location for examination, he refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he placed it within the spatial hub and restored the safe to its original state before leaving the control room. Chapter 113. Source of the blueprints. The doctor was preoccupied with gathering rare plants, completely oblivious to Summer Qianxi's actions. By the time he completed his collection, Summer Qianxi had already reviewed and destroyed all video recordings and exited the control room. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Summer Qianxi was nowhere in sight. After scanning his surroundings, he spotted the safe. However, his interest lay solely in the peculiar plants, and he paid little heed to the safe, merely glancing at it before turning to search for Summer Qianxi. Meanwhile, Summer Qianxi had arrived in the captain's private lounge, which was furnished simply and straightforwardly. It contained a table, a bed, and on the bedside, some unreadable books alongside a dim energy lamp. The lamp had ceased to glow due to depleted energy and was covered in a fine layer of dust. This austere arrangement clearly indicated the captain's profound dedication to his work. On his way, he encountered the doctor, who was looking for him. After a brief discussion, they resolved to head to the control room in search of the spaceship's blueprints. Given the antiquity of the vessel, their encounters with such ships had been few, leading them to conclude that rather than spending time searching for an exit, it would be more efficient to retrieve the internal schematics of the ship to locate the exit directly. Upon reaching the control room, Summer Qianxi approached the console, summoned the virtual keyboard, and began inputting commands. Instantly, a prompt appeared on the virtual screen requesting a password. After a brief pause, her fingers danced swiftly across the keys, and a flurry of rapidly moving letters emerged on the screen. He was intently focused on the screen, deciphering the protective password. After relentless efforts, he finally discovered the password after several minutes. He entered the password and clicked confirm, which displayed a message indicating that the password was correct. He then typed internal structure of the spacecraft, and immediately, the entire layout of the spacecraft appeared on the screen. The doctor leaned over to join him in observing the screen, silently noting down the routes. Once he had recorded everything, he shut down the screen and activated the holographic computer, ensuring that each route was accurate. He summoned the mech to organize the equipment and proceeded in the direction indicated by the exit on the map. "Father, did you eventually find the two of them?" Xia Xiaomo leaned on the table, resting her chin on her hand as she inquired. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaomo nodded. No wonder her father was often absent from home and the military. It seemed he was visiting his comrade. "I am uncertain whether it is right to present this blueprint to you now, but with the Zerg poised to launch a large-scale offensive against the Imperial Star, and our weaponry being inadequate, I fear that relying solely on ourselves may not suffice to protect this planet, which is vital for our survival," said Xia's father, his tone laden with concern and resignation. "It has become evident to me over time, Xiaoma, that your talent for researching and manufacturing weapons is truly remarkable. You have developed weapons that even some experts cannot fully comprehend, which is a testament to your capabilities. Today, I shall entrust this blueprint to you, hoping that you will utilize it wisely to assist the Empire in overcoming this crisis." With these words, the blueprint was pushed towards Xia Xiaomo, who solemnly accepted it, straightening her posture as she made the most resolute promise of her life to her father. "Father, rest assured, I shall make good use of this blueprint and will never allow it to fall into the wrong hands, thereby endangering other planets. I swear. She swiftly perused all the diagrams, committing every research note to memory before, in her father's presence, she set the blueprint ablaze. Observing her decisive action, Xia's father nodded in satisfaction, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards his beloved daughter. Possessing such an exceptional memory was indeed a remarkable asset. He had once attempted to etch information into his own mind, but found it overwhelmingly complex, often left dizzy by the myriad of symbols and letters. After several futile attempts, he had ultimately resigned to defeat. It was not that he doubted his daughter's capabilities. He understood her character well. His insistence on the blueprint's significance was merely to underscore its gravity. Little did he anticipate her swift and resolute actions in recording the information before destroying it. Xia's father stifled a yawn. Aging has its toll. It seems he grows weary so quickly. Seeing her father feign fatigue, Xia Xiaomo understood he was eager for her departure but chose not to confront him on it, merely echoing, indeed. With her father's tacit approval, she exited the study. In the study, Father Xia gazed at the tightly shut door, murmuring softly to Xia Xiaomo's retreating figure, "Xiaoma, do not let your father down." Once Xia Xiaomo departed, Father Xia sat in silence for a moment before rising to enter the inner chamber of the study. "Brother, what do you think Father discussed with our little sister? Look at her hurried demeanor." "How should I know? Why are you asking me? Who else could I possibly inquire?" With a dismissive remark, Xia Yuxuan gracefully stood and descended the stairs, intent on formulating a training regimen. The new recruits from the military were quite unruly and would require strict supervision, otherwise he feared they would be uncontrollable. Left in the living room, Xia Yumming glanced between the study and the firmly closed door of his little sister's room, ultimately casting a look at the ascending Xia Yuxuan, and sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, upon entering her room, Xia Xiaomo eagerly logged onto the virtual network, entering her laboratory and immersing herself in experiments based on the data stored in her mind. Outside, just as Xia Yumming touched the doorknob of his own room, the doorbell rang with a persistent ding-dong. Who could it be at this hour? He murmured before turning to descend the stairs and answer the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by 6 or 7 beaming faces. What brings you here?" Xia Yumming inquired, puzzled by the awkward expressions of the individuals at the door. They exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, until finally, a seemingly cultured young man stepped forward and said, "Good day, you must be Xia Xiaomo's second elder brother, correct? We are all alumni of Xiaomo. This time, we have come to seek Xiaomo's assistance in modifying our mechs." After speaking, one of them felt something was amiss and hurriedly added, "Rest assured, we can prepare any necessary materials ourselves. If it comes to that, we are also willing to pay." Following this, his expression turned awkward and his face flushed crimson. Xia Yumming, listening to their intentions, furrowed his brow and stroked his chin, pondering that most people are already aware of his sister's ability to modify mechs. The combat prowess of the mech she has modified has improved significantly compared to before. If this continues, numerous mech engineers will come seeking her expertise for modifications. If they are to bear the costs of materials themselves, it would be quite a loss. However, they are offering payment. Well, in that case, the cost of materials is still up to us to decide. In the galaxy, wealthy individuals are abundant. Thus, not only would we avoid material costs, but perhaps we could also gain something. The more he thought, the more delightful the prospect became. And Xia Yumming couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing his laughter, the others involuntarily shivered, a thought creeping into their minds. Why do I feel an unsettling premonition? Realizing his lapse in composure, Xia Yumming quickly regained his original demeanor, clapped his hands, and said nonchalantly, "My sister can indeed modify mechs. However, acquiring the materials is no simple task. Even if you gather all the materials, my sister cannot work for free." Indeed, the boy who had spoken earlier responded with an expression of understanding. "Rest assured, we shall offer an equivalent amount of star coins as remuneration. Would this be acceptable?" Had you mentioned it earlier, it would have been more straightforward. Please wait a moment. I shall inquire whether my sister is available to assist you." With the answer in hand, Xia Yumming was greatly satisfied. He stepped aside and activated his holographic device to send a message to Xia Xiaomo. In the laboratory, Xia Xiaomo was meticulously examining a cannon barrel, observing and measuring repeatedly until she was certain there were no discrepancies, before recording the data in her notebook. Just as she finished documenting one measurement, she received a message from Xia Yumming. Upon opening her holographic device, his image appeared on the virtual screen. "Second brother." "What is it?" she inquired. "Well, There is indeed a matter at hand, and a favorable one at that. Your classmates from the academy have come to find you. Oh, did they come seeking my assistance? She asked, picking up another component to measure. How did you know? Xia Xiaomo scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat foolish. Xia Xiaomo rolled her eyes at her brother and replied, I know all my classmates from the academy, but we rarely socialize. Now, their unexpected visit, who would believe it's merely a casual call? I certainly do not. All right, Xia Xiaomo said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sister, you see, our empire is on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. The average weapon power on our planet remains woefully inadequate. If the insectoid race were to invade, we would be unable to withstand their assault due to our inferior weaponry. I was thinking, since you, little sister, are already planning to step in, why not lend them a hand? Chapter 116. The cunning Xia Xiaomo discreetly rolled her eyes, placing down the materials in her hands, and turned to Xia Xiaomo, saying, Second brother, are you perhaps harboring ulterior motives? Pray tell, what conditions have they promised you in exchange for your assistance as their intermediary? Well, little sister, he chuckled. They have assured me that not only will they cover the material costs, but they will also provide additional compensation for the modifications. Just think about it. They are footing the bill entirely, and ultimately, the amount can be determined by us. Hence, we stand to profit significantly, especially since they are rather affluent. Second brother, when did you become so astute? Xia Xiaomo exclaimed in astonishment. When had her previously naive and honest brother become such a calculating individual? It seemed he had transformed into a quintessential shrewd businessman. Could this be the hidden cunning nature of her brother? She was utterly taken aback. Upon hearing his little sister's query, Xia Xiaomo wore a look of exasperation. What do you mean? When did I become so clever? I have always been quite astute. The others seated in the living room watched in bewilderment as the siblings engaged in their lively banter, feeling increasingly frustrated. Do you both really need to just like this? There are still several of us waiting here in the living room. Can we not discuss the matter at hand? Despite their inner turmoil, they maintained a facade of cheerful smiles, with their anticipation evident in their eyes. Xia Xiaomo observed the expressions of those around him, then turned to his younger sister and said, Hey, little sister, look at their faces. Their smiles are so forced. Don't think I am unaware that they are actually anxious to the point of desperation. Xia Xiaomo was speechless. Her elder brother was becoming increasingly cunning. Elder brother, tell them that I have all the materials they need. They should leave the mechas here and come back for them in 3 days. Suddenly recalling something, she added, Elder brother, if they possess any precious or rare materials, those could also serve as compensation for the modifications. Very well, I shall convey that. However, 3 days? Isn't that a bit rushed for upgrading 7 mechas? It's not too hasty. After all, there is a simulation chamber available where we can work on the mechas. Given the time flow in there, 3 days should suffice. Furthermore, you will be there to assist me. We might even complete the task in less than 3 days. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xiaomo replied, Indeed, then it's settled. Upon concluding the video call, he approached the few individuals seated anxiously on the sofa and, with an air of pretentious profundity, proclaimed, I have consulted my sister, and she has agreed to assist you in modifying the mechas. However, all expenses and materials must be covered by you. Additionally, if you possess any rare or special materials, those could also serve as remuneration. The more precious and rare, the better, Xia Xiaomo added as a final note. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with delight, for they had all ventured to other planets for training and had occasionally encountered some rare materials, with a modest stockpile to show for it. They had no knowledge of modifying mechs, rendering their treasures mere decorative items at home. It would be far more prudent to use them to offset the costs of mech modifications. So, when shall we commence the modifications of our mechs? A gentle voice emerged from the crowd. Chapter 117. Fang Xia Xiaomo glanced over and found her quite endearing, with her round, cherubic face, petite nose, and large, expressive eyes that seemed to sparkle with unspoken words. What is your name? He inquired, his demeanor noticeably softened by the sight of this seemingly delicate beauty. I am Fang Xiaoyu. Is there a problem? She stammered, feeling flustered. And no problem. As Xia Xiaomo posed the question, Fang Xiaoyu felt her words falter. A wave of self-reproach washing over her. What was amiss with her today? Why was she stumbling over her speech? This was not her usual self. Even her companions noted that something was off with Fang Xiaoyu today. The once bold woman had transformed into a picture of gentleness. My sister mentioned that since you all have sincerely come to request her assistance in modifying your mechs, she will treat your requests with the utmost seriousness. Please leave your mechs here and return in 3 days. Rest assured, you will be thoroughly satisfied with the results. Really? That is wonderful. With this assurance, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Indeed, regarding the remuneration, just as everyone was expressing their frustrations, Xia Xiaomo unexpectedly dropped a bombshell, rekindling the collective interest of the crowd. As for this matter, we shall not request much from you. When you come to collect the mechas, we will provide a detailed list outlining the materials utilized. Each material's cost will be itemized for your review, and at that time, you may compensate us based on the material expenses in addition to the labor of my sister. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Xia Xiaomo inquired, casting a discerning glance at the assembly. No, came the unified response, as everyone shook their heads in unison. With the assurance of mecha modifications granted to them, they dared not pose further questions. The thought of being deemed bothersome and having their modifications denied was a daunting prospect. To whom could they turn for solace then? Clearly, they were being ushered out, and the weight of the situation left them in silent despair, their expressions betraying their turmoil. Despite their reluctance, the group rose together, extending polite farewells as they made their exit. Although they yearned to await Xia Xiaomo's personal appearance, this was not their own abode. And with the host signaling the end of their visit, they felt it would be an imposition to linger any longer. As they departed, Xia Xiaomo envisioned a cascade of star coins flowing towards him, a sly grin spreading across his face, nearly reaching his ears, exuding a rather smug demeanor. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxuan, observing from above, had witnessed the entire exchange, initially believing that his younger brother had grown more composed and sensible. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his head, everything reverted to its original state, particularly the pitiful expression he had just displayed. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed his younger brother's true nature. Were he to suddenly adopt a demeanor of maturity and composure, it might leave him quite disconcerted. With a sigh, he moved his fingers, ultimately raising a hand to his forehead, shaking his head in resignation. A faint smile gracing his lips as he retreated to his room. Chapter 118. The tomboy. Meanwhile, Summer's father, who had come out for a drink of water, bore witness to the entire scene, shaking his head in disbelief, although he could not suppress the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. As the events drew to a close, everyone returned to their respective tasks. The few who had just left Summer Xiaomo's home were engaged in animated discussions. Did you know? At first, I thought Xiaomo's family would be quite lavish and impressive, considering all three of them are prominent figures within the alliance. To my surprise, the atmosphere I encountered was anything but that, embodying simplicity and modesty. Indeed, I too found General Xia's household to be exceedingly unpretentious. Nothing like some officials who seem eager to flaunt their wealth, as if afraid others might remain unaware. Wait, I heard that Xiaomo's mother owns a store. How could they genuinely lead such a humble existence? Fang Xiao, trailing behind them, could not help but roll her eyes at their incessant chatter regarding Xiaomo's living conditions. Regardless of whether it was simple or extravagant, it was irrelevant to them. It was someone else's life, after all. The individuals engaged in conversation halted upon hearing Fang Xiao's voice. There was no escaping it. They had long been subjected to her dominance. Resulting in an instinctive response, at the mere sound of her voice, their chatter ceased, and they turned to her in unison. Fang Xiao, what is it? Why are you all staring at me? The simultaneous gaze from her companions sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to rub her arms and inquire. Xiao, you seem a bit off today. Upon hearing this, she curiously responded with a soft and examined herself from head to toe, even retrieving a mirror to check for any discrepancies. Finding nothing amiss, she asked, No, my clothes are quite tidy, my face is fine, everything seems all right. What's wrong? Her friends exchanged exasperated glances as they witnessed her series of actions. Who mentioned anything about your appearance? One girl exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Excuse me? Then what are you referring to? Fang Xiao tilted her head in confusion, her innocence almost comically endearing. However, those present were well acquainted with her temperament, and no one found her adorable. Rather, they felt a twinge of concern. The image of Fang Xiao as a tomboy was firmly entrenched in their minds. On this day, they had never encountered her speaking in a gentle manner. Despite her appearance of a demure and charming girl, her personality was a stark contrast, volatile and explosive, akin to a barrel of gasoline just waiting for a spark. On this day, the sudden display of gentleness was indeed difficult for them to accept. Xiao, why have you become so gentle today? One of the young boys, scarcely in his teens, scratched his head and voiced the question that lingered in the minds of many, yet remained unspoken. This inquiry nearly caused Fang Xiao to stumble. After a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze, blinked her eyes, and asked the others, "Do you all wish to know why I've become gentle?" Upon seeing her demeanor, the group immediately shook their heads, indicating that they had no desire to know. Chapter 119. The fragile vessel of friendship. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyuan was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that they would share both joys and trials together? I posed the question that you all wanted to know. So why has the situation changed? He felt a deep sense of grievance. How could this group be so lacking in loyalty? They had clearly stated that he should ask questions and that they would face matters together. Why then? Were they acting this way? The fragile vessel of friendship could capsize at any moment. Those who had just been calling each other brothers now regarded Xiaoyuan with expressions that suggested they did not recognize him. This only intensified his feelings of injustice, causing his lips to droop. "Come on, it was you who wanted to ask. What does that have to do with us?" Someone remarked. "Isn't that right, everyone?" They all chimed in agreement. "But you were the ones who encouraged me to ask." Xiaoyuan, seeing the collective denial, disregarded all decorum and revealed everything. Fang Xiao stood with her arms crossed, observing the interactions among the people around her, secretly thinking, "Humph, don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. You consistently bully Duan, who is young, innocent, and honest, even using him as a human shield. Do you think I would believe your deceitful words?" She turned to Duan and said, "Why don't you ever learn? Just tell me, how many times have you been duped now?" Fang Xiao playfully tapped Xiaoyuan on the forehead, exclaiming how forgetful he was. Xiaoyuan rubbed his sore forehead, too intimidated to respond. Seeing his expression, Fang Xiao felt reluctant to scold him further. Instead, she gently patted his shoulder and said, Duan, I know you are honest and the youngest among us. But you must remember that there are many bad people out there. Do not be easily swayed by their words, understand? Those wicked individuals will lead you astray. And it could harm you. Look at them. They are indeed bad people, and they won't even admit to their wrongdoings. Let us ignore them, shall we? Xiaoyuan glanced at the bad people still standing nearby, his face serious as he nodded. I understand, Sister Xiao. They are all bad people. And I won't pay them any mind. I realize my mistake. Please don't be upset with me. His voice quivered towards the end. Fang Xiao sighed, bending down to match his height, and affectionately stroked his head, saying, How could I ever blame you? This is not your fault. As she spoke, her eyes darted nervously toward a few individuals nearby who were still acting as models of conduct. Startled, they shivered in unison, their hair standing on end. Oh, Xiao, I was wrong. I should not have pushed Duan out as a shield, nor should I have accused you of being violent. You are magnanimous. Please spare us. The ominous gaze from Fang Xiao made them acutely aware that she had identified them as the instigators of their predicament. Should they continue to deny their culpability, they would face a torment worse than death. In an instant, one among them could no longer bear the pressure and divulge the truth. Once one admitted fault, the others followed suit. Oh, have you come to realize your mistakes? I thought you might stubbornly refuse to admit anything. We all acknowledge our wrongs, Xiao. We beg for mercy. They endeavored to present pitiable expressions as they looked at Fang Xiao, their demeanor suggesting that if she did not show them leniency, she would be the ultimate villain. This sight prompted Fang Xiao to ponder whether her usual fierceness had indeed frightened them into submission. Why had they all transformed in such a manner? This atmosphere was utterly incongruous. Chapter 120, Punishment Lost in Thought. Fang Xiao failed to notice that within those fleeting seconds of contemplation, several of her female companions had climbed onto her, hanging from her as they shouted, Please spare us. Let go. Release me. In broad daylight, this is utterly disgraceful. Quickly, all of you, release me at once. We won't let go unless you forgive us. Only then will we release you. Zhang Mujin, Zhang Mulan, do you share the same sentiment? Fang Xiao, burdened by several metaphorical sandbags, turned to inquire upon hearing Zhou Yuexin's words. The others clung tightly to her, embodying a resolute stance that conveyed, If you do not release us, we shall not relent. Oh, have you learned to threaten me? Fang Xiao raised an eyebrow and posed the question to the group. Are you truly unwilling to let go? After a brief pause, their grip remained steadfast. Angered, Fang Xiao summoned her strength and deftly extricated herself from their hold. Of course, she exercised control over her power, ensuring her escape did not inflict harm upon them. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the group attempted to flee. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace Fang Xiao, who was now in an unstoppable fury. In no time, she had them piled together like a human tower, each sporting bruises and battered faces. Fortunately, the secluded location meant that their commotion went unnoticed. Aside from the three girls present, whom she could not bring herself to strike, all others lay defeated. Nevertheless, even the girls were not exempt from punishment. No one would escape unscathed. The question remained, how should she administer their reprimand? Fang Xiao fixed her gaze on the three young women, her expression twisting into a mischievous smirk. Do you truly believe you can evade my retribution? Today, no one shall escape. With a commanding tone, she adopted the demeanor of a fierce bandit. Immediately, Xiao Yidwan retrieved a chair and a length of rope from the spatial nexus. Upon witnessing these tools, the three individuals nearly succumbed to tears. Sister, I am frightened. Zhang Mulian quivered, seeking solace from her elder sister, Zhang Mujin. Yet, Zhang Mujin herself was gripped by fear. However, in an effort to maintain her composure before her sister, she feigned strength, stating, "It's all right, just endure a little longer." With that, she wore an expression that suggested she was ready to face death. Fang Xiao felt helpless. She had no intention of taking their lives, so why the dramatic display of impending doom? Duan, bind Xiao Jin to the chair, and you all had better behave, she ordered. Hey, what are you doing? No, please, help. When Xiao Yidwan approached with the rope, the named Zhang Mujin was overtaken by fear, completely losing the earlier bravado. Fang Xiao, unfazed, produced a feather from seemingly nowhere, leisurely toying with it, completely disregarding the frantic cries. After Xiao Yidwan had successfully secured the uncooperative Zhang Mujin, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Observing the binding was complete, Fang Xiao slowly approached Zhang Mujin with a sinister smile. As Zhang Mujin struggled in vain and saw Fang Xiao advancing, her expression morphed into one of sheer terror. What are you planning? Fang Xiao reached her side and lifted her leg, swiftly removing her boot to reveal a pair of delicate, fair feet. Mulian, come help me. Chapter 121. An unconventional punishment me? Really? Zhang Mulian exclaimed. Incredulity etched across her face as she pointed her finger at her own nose. Indeed, it is you. Is there perhaps another Mulian present? Fang Xiao remarked with a sly smile, causing a cold sweat to break out on Zhang Mulian's brow. Zhang Mulian glanced at her sister, bound to the chair, and then at the grinning Xiao, torn with conflict. On one side stood her beloved sister, and on the other, a fierce and ruthless woman. No matter which path she chose, it felt wrong. Hurry up and come here. Fang Xiao's gaze sharpened, prompting Zhang Mulian to scurry over to assist without hesitation. Watching her younger sister endure such oppression filled Zhang Muxin with profound indignation, and she shouted in a surge of emotion, "Come at me. I fear you not." Quite the spirited declaration. Observe how I shall deal with you, she proclaimed, producing a feather and teasingly brushing it against her sister's soul. Initially, Zhang Muxin kept her mouth firmly shut, refusing to yield to the tyranny. Most girls are ticklish. Before long, she could no longer contain herself, erupting into laughter. Her face flushed crimson and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Haha, Xiao, I concede. I promise I won't defy you again. Zhang Muxin's words became fragmented as the ticklish sensation overwhelmed her. The two girls nearby, witnessing her plight, turned away, unable to bear the sight. Do you now recognize your errors? Am I still perceived as violent? Fang Xiao inquired, her tone teasing. Zhang Muxin shook her head vigorously, denying the accusation. Satisfied, Fang Xiao relented, finally showing mercy. Who shall be next? The remaining two women exchanged glances, silently deciding to cooperate. After the punishment, all three girls appeared flushed, their eyes glistening like ripe red apples. Particularly, upon closer inspection, it was evident that some of them were trembling as they walked. The few boys who had been observing were taken aback by the pitiable sight, silently vowing to themselves, I will never provoke that fierce girl again. Only she could conceive such an unconventional form of punishment. With the matter settled, the Mecha hub had been secured. Sister, when will you begin the modifications? Summer Xiaoma had just finished documenting the available materials when she received a message from her second brother. After a moment's contemplation, she typed a response. I shall commence immediately. My tasks are nearly complete. Brother, please bring the Mecha hub to me. The password is 641-6541. Upon sending the message, she closed the chat window and pondered how to maximize the utility of the materials before her. Meanwhile, Summer's second brother was taken aback. Her secret chamber had previously been off limits to everyone. They had only ever accessed the outer layer, as she had set a security password for the inner sanctum. Without her permission, no one could enter. While they were curious about what treasures she had stored away, they understood her temperament. She was very measured in her actions. What she deemed necessary to share, she would reveal, and thus, they never pressed her. However, the fact that she was now allowing him entry and had even disclosed the password left him feeling somewhat incredulous. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, gazing at the series of numbers in the window, confirming that he was not hallucinating. A broad smile spread across his face as he swiftly grasped the mech hub and entered the virtual network. Chapter 122. Xia Xiaomo arrived at Xia Xiaomo's training room, brimming with excitement. I am about to see the treasures my little sister has been hiding. My heart is racing. He halted before the secret chamber, his fingers trembling as he entered the password. With the confirmation of its accuracy, the door to the chamber slowly creaked open, revealing everything within to his astonished gaze. Oh my! As the door fully opened, Xia Xiaomo stood frozen at the entrance, utterly dumbfounded. Can someone please tell me if I am hallucinating? Stunned into silence by the sight inside, one question consumed his mind. He urgently sought validation. What should have been a spacious area was instead filled with an array of modified weapons, some of which he had never even encountered before. No soldier could claim to lack a passion for weaponry, and he was no exception. The sight of these cutting-edge arms left him exhilarated beyond measure. She had been waiting for her elder brother to bring her the mech summoning hub, but after a long wait with no response, she turned her back to the entrance and called out a few times. After a few more seconds of silence, she reluctantly turned to see what her brother was doing. To her surprise, she found Xia Urge with his pupils dilated and mouth agape, entirely stunned. Speechless, she approached him and waved her hand in front of his eyes, prompting Xia Urge to finally regain his composure. As the second brother, Xia, eagerly tossed the mecha summoning hub to Xia Xiaomo. He hastened towards the racks adorned with an array of weaponry. Observing her brother's enthusiasm, Xia Xiaomo felt no irritation. Instead, she took out the mecha summoning hub that required modification and directly established a mental link. To enhance the mecha, it was imperative for her to comprehend its attributes, sensors, and operational functionalities. With time pressing, she needed to expedite the modifications. Completing the overhaul of all mechas across the entire Imperial Star was a task far beyond her solitary capabilities. She had to devise a solution that would benefit all. By openly presenting the modification blueprints for the entire Imperial Star and even the interstellar mecha engineers to study, they would stand a chance against the unpredictable dangers ahead. The immediate priority was to navigate through the current crisis facing the Imperial Star. Only after overcoming this challenge could she ponder further strategies. Did you develop all these weapons, little sister? Xia asked. Xia Xiaomo rolled her eyes in response. Who else could possibly have access here besides me? If they weren't crafted by me, would they belong to a ghost? Wow, little sister, you are truly remarkable, having created so many weapons, Xia Xiaomo exclaimed, gazing at each weapon with admiration. However, what captivated him most was a stunning laser gun. He reached out to caress the sleek device and inquired, Little sister, this laser gun is based on the plasma cannon, isn't it? Indeed, she affirmed, its prototype is the plasma cannon. I merely enhanced its firepower and range. Subsequent to my modifications, the power has not only doubled, but I have also integrated a tracking program within its core. Chapter 123, Material Fusion. This program can autonomously pursue its target until its annihilation. Currently, its lethality can only be deemed moderate. However, its energy consumption is double that of other weaponry. It remains a work in progress, and I must devise a solution to mitigate the excessive energy depletion. As I spoke, she had already comprehended the attributes and operational functions of several mechs. She disengaged from the mech and placed the summoning hub upon the tabletop. Grasping a pen and notebook, she commenced documenting the distinctive characteristics and shortcomings of each mech. With each entry, she pondered potential improvements and made appropriate annotations. Ultimately, she deduced the most suitable modification strategies for each mech, striving to maximize their latent potential without compromising their inherent functionalities. Only through such enhancements could the mechs become more durable and their combat capabilities substantially strengthened. As she diligently recorded her findings, Xia Xiaomo refrained from disturbing her, instead surveying the array of weaponry, both familiar and foreign, each igniting a spark of excitement within him. If only these weapons could be deployed, the impending insectoid crisis would pose little cause for concern. Yet, the thought that such remarkable weaponry was relegated to mere display left him feeling disgruntled. The more he considered it, the more he fantasized about dragging those obstinate high-ranking officials of the Alliance out and executing them 100 times over. Nonetheless, such thoughts remained mere musings, and he could only vocalize his grievances in passing. Xia Xiaomo meticulously recorded each mecha configuration that required upgrading. While these mechas may appear flawless externally, they fell short of her standards. Numerous imperfections were evident, and though she hesitated to claim that her modifications would render the mechas perfect, Their combat effectiveness and potential for enhancement would undoubtedly improve significantly. However, the specifics of the modifications required careful planning. Second brother, come here and help me examine this component. I have an inkling that something is amiss, Xia Xiaomo called out as she contemplated her selection of materials. Faced with a dilemma, she needed a resilient material that could augment jumping height, but she was confronted with two options, both classified as resilient. One was a substance named modin, derived from a species of insect with remarkable leaping abilities. This insect boasted a robust exoskeleton, particularly in its legs, which featured an automatic retractable function and exceptional elasticity. When preparing to leap, its legs would quickly fold, only to spring forth powerfully at the moment of takeoff, akin to a high-performance spring launcher. This characteristic explained the insect's extraordinary jumping prowess. The other material was a type of plant with remarkable softness and extensibility. In the wild, becoming ensnared by this plant would spell disaster, as its supple body made it exceedingly difficult to break free once entangled. It tightened its grip like an elastic band, becoming increasingly constricting with each attempt to pull away. Hearing his sister's voice, Xia Xiaomo hastily set down the weapon he was holding and approached her, inquiring, "What seems to be the problem? Is there anywhere you require my assistance?" "Brother, this mech's specialty lies in its agility and lightweight nature. Though it has a limited jumping capability, I have just tested it, and its jump height is several percentage points lower compared to other mechs. I wish to modify its legs, but this necessitates the synthesis of two primary materials with high elasticity." Chapter 124, Main Attributes and Auxiliary Attributes. However, I am uncertain whether to use moding as the primary material or Xia Xiaomo furrowed her brow. Previously, the materials were sourced by the robot she crafted herself. Unfortunately, that robot is now damaged, and she has no time for repairs. Thus, she has no choice but to seek assistance from Brother Xia. "Well, little sister, I am not particularly knowledgeable in this area either. I can only offer you some suggestions for reference." Upon hearing his sister's inquiry, Xia Yuming was momentarily taken aback. While he could assist with obtaining materials, the selection of materials for fusion was beyond his expertise. "You see, since your goal is to enhance the mech's jumping ability, you should primarily focus on the jump itself. The rest falls under auxiliary attributes. You may select a fusion based on the main and auxiliary attributes. Once the fusion is successful, install a model to test its effectiveness. If it does not work, you can always make further improvements." Upon hearing her brother's words, her eyes brightened, and she suddenly became lucid. The frown on her brow relaxed. How had she not thought of such a straightforward principle? Once she comprehended it, she activated the fusion device, first placing the molding shell inside. As it began to melt, she gradually wrapped the processed H plant around the molding shell. Approximately half an hour later, she cautiously extracted two nearly fused materials from the amalgamator and placed them upon the crafting stone. With meticulous precision, she began to apply pressure with the compactor, repeatedly shaping the materials. Once she deemed the form adequate, she returned them to the amalgamator, adding supplementary components to facilitate further fusion. Once all elements melded seamlessly, the focus shifted to preserving their elasticity. With great care, she employed the compactor, acutely aware that excessive pressure could result in the materials adhering to one another. The contraction capability of the core relied on the interconnection of several small shells, exerting force upon one another to function effectively. Should the pressure prove too great, these shells, previously softened by heat, would bond together, hindering their ability to contract autonomously. Conversely, insufficient pressure could destabilize their connections, necessitating utmost caution. Even the slightest miscalculation could culminate in complete failure, rendering the materials irreparably damaged. Xia Yuming, observing from the side, held his breath, wary of disrupting Xia Xiaomo, who was diligently operating the compactor. Due to the heat, a fine sheen of perspiration adorned Xia Xiaomo's brow. Yet none dared to interrupt her concentration by offering assistance. With painstaking slowness, she maneuvered the machine over the nascent components, each movement executed with exquisite care. Upon successfully compacting the materials, she exhaled deeply, while Xia Yuming, quick-witted, produced a handkerchief to wipe her brow. The final step remaining was to polish and finalize the shaping. This requires utmost caution. Xia Xiaomo picked up a miniature magnifying glass from the corner of the table and placed it over her eye, scrutinizing the materials and components as she meticulously polished the uneven surfaces with a grinder. Xia Yuming stood by her side, holding a handkerchief, watching her work, occasionally reaching out to wipe the beads of sweat that glistened on her forehead. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly. By the time they completed the first component, An entire day had passed in the virtual network. Fortunately, thanks to the upgraded system, the passage of time in the virtual realm differed from that of reality. 10 days in the virtual network equated to 1 day in the real world. Otherwise, given their current pace, 3 days would be far from sufficient to modify 7 mechas. Chapter 125. Absolute confidentiality. Having organized the scattered materials around her, Xia Xiaomo decided to take a brief respite before continuing. The crafting of components was an exceedingly laborious endeavor. Sister, why don't you consider hiring an assistant to help you? With such a vast workshop, it must be rather dull to be here all alone, Xia Xiaomo remarked as he tidied up the materials. Brother, what do you think would happen if the weapons here were to be exposed right now? Xia Xiaomo paused momentarily, her hands stilling as she glanced at her second brother with a roll of her eyes. Ah, indeed. If these weapons were to leak out now, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of certain individuals, and that would pose a significant threat to our family's safety. Moreover, with my father now occupying a prominent position, he is already the center of attention. With the addition of my 3 siblings, it is uncertain how many eyes are scrutinizing our family. Even the slightest stir can provoke considerable trouble. At such a time, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, those who harbor discontent towards us might seize the opportunity to exploit it. Indeed, this is precisely my concern. Which is why the details of this situation have thus far been known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Furthermore, this matter must never be divulged. Xia Xiaomo, holding the materials, spoke with a grave expression. Xia Xiaomo, likewise clutching the organized documents, solemnly assured his younger sister, "Rest assured, dear sister, I will absolutely not disclose this. While I may appear somewhat unreliable at times, I am not without sense. I understand what should be said and what must remain unsaid. With your word, I am at ease," Xia Xiaomo replied, nodding earnestly, her expression softening as she continued to organize. The two of them toiled for quite a while before finally sorting through the remaining materials for the day's production. Once everything was neatly arranged, Xia Xiaomo clapped his hands and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, saying, "Sister, we have finished organizing. Shall we rest here tonight?" "Yes, let us rest here. If we go out now, it is still broad daylight. How can we possibly rest?" Xia Xiaomo considered this and agreed. Indeed, it was still midday outside, making it far more sensible to take a proper nap here. However, he pondered, "Sister, where should we rest?" He turned around, surveying the area thoroughly, even inspecting the corners. Aside from a chair and a stool, he could find no other places conducive to rest. Xia Xiaomo remained silent, engrossed in her own activities as she approached a wall, seemingly tinkering with something, which caused the wall to part from both sides. Xia Xiaomo paused. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Sister, what is this contraption? I can't shake the feeling that this place is filled with hidden wonders." Just when he thought he had grasped everything, something new emerged, perpetually leaving one in astonishment. "Humph. Of course. Just take a look at who designed this place." Xia Xiaomo proudly declared, "It was designed by yours truly. How could it be ordinary? Everything here is significant. If it were too simplistic, what would happen if someone stumbled upon it? It must be sophisticated and unique to enhance security." Flattered by her elder brother's praise, Xiaomo raised her chin with a smug expression. After a lengthy conversation, Xia Xiaomo remarked, "You've yet to tell me what lies within this wall. Didn't you say you needed to rest?" "This is a lounge," Xia Xiaomo replied. "Aren't you tired, brother? Why aren't you coming in to relax?" She stepped inside first, noticing her brother still standing at the entrance. "Ugh, I'm coming," Xia Xiaomo said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he followed her into the mysterious lounge. To his surprise, the lounge was furnished quite simply. Yes, indeed, simply. It contained a table, a chair, a bed, a lamp, and a bookshelf filled with books. Aside from that, there was nothing more. In the realm of the virtual network, there exists no temperature variation. It perpetually maintains a constant warmth. Thus, there is no necessity for blankets or similar items, and they can only make do with a brief respite. Originally, Xia Xiaomo intended to offer her bed to her elder brother, despite it being her usual resting place, as all the bedding was entirely new. However, Xia Urge would not acquiesce. How could a grown man allow his younger sister to rest upon a chair? With a serious demeanor, he firmly declined, choosing instead to sit on the chair, resting his head upon the table, his eyes gently closing, observing her brother in such a state. Xia Xiaomo could only shake her head with resignation before lying down to sleep. As dawn broke the following day, the two siblings busied themselves, preparing to craft all the necessary components for the first mecha they intended to replace. The complete transformation would have to wait. as the newly fabricated parts required testing before they could proceed with the full modification. For the time being, they could only install the already modified configurations that were available. They had to ensure that the newly created components were flawless, otherwise, the consequences could extend far beyond the loss of a mere machine. It could mean the loss of a precious life. Thus, they could not afford even the slightest negligence. Speed and agility demand a high-power accelerator. Brother, please fetch me an ultra-powerful accelerator from counter number 3, Xia Xiaomo instructed. Upon hearing her request, Xia Xiaomo promptly dashed to counter number 3, retrieving a powerful accelerator and presenting it to Xia Xiaomo. Xia Xiaomo took the accelerator and affixed it to the leg of the mecha, securing it in place before proceeding to the training room. She summoned the mecha and leapt onto it, eager to test her driving skills and evaluate the modifications made. Each mecha is equipped with a recognition system. Individuals other than the owner must endure the inherent repulsive force of the mecha if they wish to pilot it. Fortunately, Xia Xiaomo possessed formidable mental strength. Originally classified as A level, which had ascended to S level through her relentless training. Otherwise, the mere force of repulsion would have been overwhelming. Upon entering, she subdued the mecha's resistance and forcefully established a connection. The moment she activated the accelerator, the entire mecha shot forward with a whoosh. Fortunately, her training room was spacious enough, and her piloting skills were exceptionally proficient. Otherwise, at such a speed, colliding with the walls would have been inevitable. The outcome exceeded her expectations, and Xia Xiaomo dismounted the mecha, satisfied as she patted its surface. How effective was the experiment? Has the speed improved? Quite well, indeed. It surpassed my expectations significantly. After this modification, both speed and performance have reached a new pinnacle. That's splendid. Xia Xiaomo raised an eyebrow, envisioning the amusing chaos that would ensue as her companion struggled to adapt to the modified power dynamics during their practice. That scene would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. With this thought, Xia Xiaomo stroked her chin, a smile of schadenfreude gracing her lips. Xia Xiaomo shook his head helplessly, lamenting the quirks of his younger sister. However, he was rather eager to witness the expression on their faces when they first piloted the modified mechas. He recalled his own initial experience of nearly toppling over while operating a revamped mecha. Thus, observing others falter evoked a subtly peculiar sentiment within him. As if sharing an unspoken connection, the two exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. After their mirth subsided, they returned to their respective tasks. In the realm of reality, Xia Yuxuan finished his report only to discover that both his younger brother and sister had mysteriously vanished. Recalling the events of midday, he quickly deduced that they had likely ventured into the virtual network. Ever since the network permitted the incorporation of real-world items, his sister frequently immersed herself within it. While he could speculate on her activities, he remained uncertain. As long as her pursuits did not jeopardize the Alliance's interstellar integrity, they chose to overlook her endeavors, especially since her current undertakings were beneficial to the entire star system. Stretching lazily, he rose and grabbed a towel, heading to the bathroom for a much-needed rest. Despite holding the same military rank, his younger brother seemed to enjoy a more leisurely existence, free from the burden of constant report writing. He pondered why he found himself inundated with so much paperwork. After some contemplation, he concluded that it must be due to his remarkable abilities. The adage, "the capable bear more burden," surely applied to him. Indeed, it could only be this reason. Thus, it became evident that the Xia family's narcissism stemmed from genetic inheritance. At that moment, Xia Qianxi and Bai Yu were engaged in a discussion about the very matter. "Darling," she inquired, "do you think Xiaomo can complete the modifications on those mechas within 3 days? I have indeed observed several instances of this." Bai Yu nestled in Xia Qianxi's embrace, her voice tinged with concern. "My dear, there is no need for worry. You are well aware of our precious daughter's capabilities. Has she ever faltered in her commitments? Ah, I know she possesses talent, yet I cannot help but fret. Our beloved daughter has always been delicate. What if, in her endeavor to assist others with their mecha modifications, she neglects her meals and rest?" Upon hearing his beloved wife's words, Xia Qianxi felt a wave of exasperation. Our daughter delicate? Since when? With her temperament, how could she possibly neglect herself for such matters? He silently chastised his wife. "Do not worry about her. After all this time, you should know her better than that. You are mistaken. As a young lady, she is often out of our sight. It is only natural for me to be concerned. Unlike you, who treat Xiaomo as a son." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu immediately stood up, casting a displeased glance at Xia Qianxi. Realizing his blunder, Xia Qianxi quickly smacked his own lips in regret. "My dear wife, I apologize." He pulled her into his embrace. gently patting her back. Darling, the children have grown. They are aware of what is right and what is not. We are aging as well. Let them navigate their own paths. Our role is merely to guide them when they find themselves lost. They must strive for independence and self-improvement. We cannot care for them indefinitely. Bai Yu allowed Xia Xiaomo to embrace her without uttering a word, merely pouting, her disappointment palpable, evidently struck by her husband's remarks. Oh, my dear wife, do not be disheartened. Look at that pout of yours. It seems almost ready to reach for the heavens. If you continue to sulk, you may indeed resemble an old woman. Xia Xiaomo, are you courting disaster? How dare you suggest that I am old? Speak truthfully. Do you truly find me unappealing? A few of Xia Ba's words struck a nerve with Xiaoma. No woman relishes the notion of aging, and she was no exception. His comments ignited her ire while successfully diverting her attention from their children. No, my dear wife, I am unjustly accused. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to marry you. Is your implication that had I not been beautiful, you would not have married me? A woman in anger is often irrational, a fact Xia Ba momentarily overlooked. Upon realizing it, a wave of regret washed over him. What have I done to deserve this? Why must I speak without thinking? Now I have ignited my wife's fury. What am I to do? Can anyone offer me guidance? I am quite desperate. Despite these thoughts racing through his mind, he responded, No, whether you are beautiful or not, my affection for you remains unchanged. I would choose to marry you regardless. My love, you must believe, in my heart, you will always be the most exquisite. Upon saying this, he gazed at Xiaoma with utmost sincerity. Really? Xiaoma raised an eyebrow, her expression rife with skepticism. Indeed, behold my earnest gaze. Summer father wore a serious expression, almost as if he were about to thump his chest in assurance. You truly understand, replied Summer mother, tilting her head back with a haughty snort. Summer father couldn't help but silently face-bomb. Having a wife more assertive than himself was quite a predicament. My dear, it's getting late, and I find myself quite famished, remarked Summer Qianxi, glancing at the clock on the wall and then patting her stomach, which had begun to grumble. Dinner time had arrived. How could I have forgotten to prepare dinner? It's all your fault for provoking my ire. Summer mother shot a glance at the time and, with a shriek, dashed towards the kitchen. At that speed, Summer father couldn't resist calling out, Take care, my love, don't trip. No sooner had his words left his lips than a loud crash echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by the clattering of metal. Darling. Summer father was startled and hurried into the kitchen, only to find a pot that had fallen to the floor and his wife sprawled on the ground, grimacing in pain as she clutched her waist. Had she injured herself? This was serious. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and rushed towards the medical bay, reassuring her as they sprinted, Hold on, my love, the medical bay is just ahead, carried in her husband's arms. Summer mother remained silent, but felt a warmth blossoming in her heart, a sense of happiness. To have a husband who cared for her so deeply was indeed a blessing. She understood that she often vented her frustrations and frequently complained to him. Yet, he never lost his temper, always soothing her with gentle words to uplift her spirits. With such a wonderful husband by her side, what more could she possibly have to complain about? Chapter 129. A cold sweat emerged just after placing his wife, Xiaoma, into the medical pod. Xiaoma suddenly recalled that the pod could only treat external and internal injuries. His beloved wife had twisted her back. What if she had injured her spine? That was beyond the pod's capabilities. He gazed at her contorted face, wrought with pain, and steeling himself, he said, Darling, bear with me. I need to examine your back. Xiaoma softly acknowledged him with a gentle biting down on her lip as she submitted to his examination. Xiaoma placed his hands on the area just above her lower back, tracing down along her spine. The moment he reached her waist, Xiaoma cried out in agony. It was indeed a serious back strain. Hold on, my dear. I'm going to realign it. Your bones are misaligned, he urged. Please hurry. Xiaoma shot him an exasperated glance, silently questioning if he truly could not see her distress. Where had his usual bravery and decisiveness gone? Despite his valorous demeanor in the military, at home, he was simply a devoted husband and father. In the face of hardened soldiers, he could endure pain and hardship, embodying the spirit of a true man. Yet, now, confronted with his delicate wife, he found it difficult to act decisively. However, every moment he hesitated meant more suffering for her. With a silent apology in his heart, he proceeded. Xiaoma gasped in pain, and in those few minutes, he, a man who could pilot a mech for hours without fatigue, was compelled to break into a cold sweat. Once he had realigned her spine, he swiftly placed her back into the medical pod and sealed the door. Observing that his wife had succumbed to slumber, he settled himself on a nearby stool. quietly gazing through the transparent hatchet by you within the medical pod. He vigilantly watched over her. If not for the robotic steward delivering dinner to the medical chamber, he might have forgotten his own meal. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaomo and the others remained oblivious to this situation, engrossed in modifying the second mech. The adage that a man and woman working together lightens the toil held true as Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuming collaborated, one diligently altering the machine while the other fetched materials. In no time, the second mech was fully upgraded, leaving only the performance test to be conducted. "Brother, you go test it," Xia Xiaomo urged. Passing the mech's core to Xia Yuming. "Me? Am I capable?" "Yes, you are. Just inform me of any shortcomings you perceive," she encouraged. "Is that so? Well then, I shall proceed." With that, he took the mech's summoning core and made his way to the training room. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaomo busied herself searching through various cabinets for the materials she required. Due to an especially deep nap taken during the afternoon, Xia Yuxuan remained unaware of the events that had transpired between his parents, as the walls of their home possessed considerable soundproofing. Upon waking, he noticed that both his father and mother were absent from the living room, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Where had everyone gone at dinner time? Just then, the robotic steward emerged, bearing dinner. Upon spotting the steward, he inquired, "Steward, do you know where the general and madam have gone?" "Report." "Young master, the general and madam are in the medical pod." "Have they already had dinner?" "Young master, the general has already dined." "May I inquire if you require any further services?" "Oh, it's nothing. You may leave." Delighted to serve, the robotic butler withdrew. He then took up the food before him and hastily finished it, beckoning the robotic butler to come and clear the remnants. Rising, he made his way toward the medical chamber. Upon entering, he beheld his father gazing dreamily at his mother, who lay within the chamber. Father glanced at his son before returning his attention to his wife. He casually recounted the events of the afternoon. "Mother is all right, is she not? There was no altercation between you two, was there? She hasn't been harmed by you, has she?" Xia Yuxuan probed his father. "She is fine. She just strained her back and dislocated a bone. I've already corrected it. She'll be all right after resting here for a while." Relieved to hear that his mother was not in serious trouble, Xia Yuxuan exhaled softly. "Hey, you little rascal, is there any need to disparage your father so? Do I appear to be the type who would strike his wife?" Xia Yuxuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his father from head to toe. With feigned seriousness, he nodded and stroked his chin, saying, "To be honest, upon closer inspection, you do seem like someone who might hit his wife. You cheeky brat. Are you itching for a reprimand? How dare you speak ill of your father?" As he spoke, father playfully tapped Xia Yuxuan on the forehead. Xia Yuxuan quickly shielded himself, rubbing the spot where he had been struck while exclaiming, "Father, if you keep hitting me like this, what if one day you knock some sense out of me? Where will you find such a clever and capable son?" Father Xia rolled his eyes at him and nonchalantly replied, "It's fine, if he is foolish. Then he is foolish. I still have you Ming." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxuan protested, "Are you not afraid that I might get jealous?" "Jealous of what, you silly boy?" This remark left Xia Yuxuan utterly speechless, wondering when his esteemed and beloved father had learned to utter such coarse language. With a couple of beeps, the door of the medical pod automatically opened, and at that moment, Mother Xia opened her eyes. "Dear, are you all right?" Both Father Xia and Xia Yuxuan hurriedly approached her, filled with concern. "I'm fine now." Mother Xia, upon seeing Father Xia leaning over her, felt a swell of emotion, realizing he had been vigilantly watching over her. Her tone softened considerably. "My dear, it's all my fault for my careless words that caused you to get hurt," Father Xia said, taking her hand with a face full of remorse. "Husband, I too share some blame. My impatience led to my fall and injury. It's not your fault." With the knowledge that Mother Xia was all right, Xia Yuxuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something further, he caught sight of the affectionate interaction between his parents and inwardly lamented, "These two are at it again, flaunting their love." Thus, he shook his head and quietly exited the medical pod, gently closing the door behind him, effectively sealing off the scene that was now surrounded by a haze of pink bubbles. As he made his way back to his room, he pondered, perhaps it was time for him to seek out a girlfriend as well? However, then she recalled that the crisis of the Empire Star had yet to pass. There was no time to ponder such matters, and it would be best to wait until the danger had subsided. Chapter 131, Rare Metal, Keela Brother. "How many days have passed now?" Xia Yuming inquired, glancing at the time recorded on his holographic device. "It has been 25 days, he replied to Xia Xiaomo. "Only this mech remains to be modified. Let us exert ourselves and strive to complete the modifications in 4 days." leaving the remaining day for a good rest to rejuvenate our spirits. Xia Xiaomo gazed at the summoned mech and noted its uniqueness. It was not a terrestrial mech, but rather a flying mech designed specifically for aerial combat. The materials required for its construction were not as easily processed as those for ground mechs. The flying mech's components were crafted from high-strength vacuum materials. Compared to terrestrial mech materials, they were relatively lightweight and less cumbersome, yet they demanded exceptional strength. They must withstand high temperatures and physical impacts, as aerial combat typically involves bombardment. Without the capability to endure high temperatures, it would easily be obliterated by a single strike, although synthetic metals could serve as substitutes. Xia Xiaomo desired to create the finest modifications beneficial for combat. Thus, she resolved against using synthetic metals, opting instead for a rare metal known as Kila, which she had acquired during a task that spanned the stars. This metal was virtually non-existent on the Empire star and exceedingly rare throughout the entire galaxy. This madman was not simply deranged, but rather obsessively close to madness. Upon recalling that maniacal individual, Xia Xiaomo's gaze momentarily faltered, her eyes reflecting a sudden unease, as if she had conjured an unwelcome thought. Observing his younger sister's intense fixation on the mech, Xia Xiaomo felt a wave of concern wash over him. Noting the distortion of her expression, "Are you able to endure, little sister? You have only slept 2 hours over the past 5 days. If you are fatigued, it would be wise to take a brief respite, considering we have only this one left." "I am fine and can persevere. Thank you for your concern, second brother. Since you're all right, let us toil for another 4 days to complete this final unit." With that, they resumed their labor, merging materials and searching for components. The air filled only with the rhythmic clinking of metal colliding. Time slipped away swiftly, and after 4 days, Xia Xiaomo and her brother successfully refurbished the last mech. "Oh my goodness, we finally finished. Little sister, let me tell you, this mech modification is not for the faint-hearted. I feel utterly exhausted." As the final component of the last mech was installed, Xia Xiaomo collapsed into his seat, drained of all energy. Xia Xiaomo fared slightly better. Aside from feeling a bit drowsy from the relaxation of her nerves and experiencing mild soreness in her arms, she was otherwise untroubled. However, when they beheld the row of completely transformed mechs before them, their hearts swelled with pride. The refurbished mech radiated a newfound magnificence, exuding an aura of formidable power at first glance. The striking stripes and fierce momentum evoke an overwhelming sense of awe, not to mention the performance that has been meticulously tested time and again by the duo. Chapter 132, The Modifications Complete. Elder brother. There is but one final task to address. She gazed at her elder brother, who had succumbed to a profound slumber, tilting her head slightly without uttering another word. Instead, she took the last mech and headed to the training room. This final machine had yet to undergo testing. She had initially intended for her elder brother to assist, but upon witnessing his rapid descent into sleep, she recognized the toll the past few days had exacted on him. Often, when engrossed in her work, she lost track of time. By now, she had acclimated to such levels of busyness and felt relatively unwearied. Her elder brother, however, though accustomed to honing his skills on the front lines, had never endured a month of relentless exertion with merely 2 hours of rest each day. He was understandably fatigued. Even she felt a tinge of drowsiness, let alone her elder brother. Upon arriving at the training room, Xia Xiaomo switched the ground mode to aerial mode, summoning the mech to commence testing. She upgraded the flight apparatus that was originally mounted on its back, enhancing its speed while ensuring minimal energy consumption. Moreover, she equipped the mech's legs with compact flying devices, serving as auxiliary flight mechanisms. Should the primary flight apparatus malfunction, the leg-mounted devices could facilitate flight. Not only would they function as backup flyers, but they could also serve as boosters. When the speed lagged behind that of adversaries, they could be activated to unleash thrust, thereby accelerating the mech's flight. It is undoubtedly an essential tool for flight and escape. First, she activated the flying apparatus on her back, and a pair of wings suddenly unfurled from her back. Xia Xiaomo skillfully maneuvered the mech, gently flapping the wings while estimating its maximum flying speed. Feeling it was nearly sufficient, she cautiously ascended into the air and gradually accelerated. The speed increased rapidly, creating a series of afterimages. At that moment, Xia Xiaomo abruptly applied the brakes, and with a swift motion, the mech came to a steady halt in midair. Before resting, she retrieved a blanket from the cabinet to cover her second brother, then entered the lounge. After a quick wash, she lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and drifted sweetly into slumber. Awakening from a pleasant dream, Xia Xiaomo glanced at the time. It was nearly time to go out. She rose, washed up, and roused her still-sleeping second brother. Xia Xiaomo rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "What's the matter, little sister? It's time for us to head out." "The time is about right," Xia Xiaomo replied, handing him his clothes. After he dressed, he followed Xia Xiaomo out of the virtual network. Upon stepping outside, they discovered it was already past 9 o'clock, just in time for lunch. Xia Xiaomo hurried upstairs to his room, realizing he hadn't freshened up yet. He would surely be teased by their parents and older brother for his disheveled appearance. Chapter 133, Cultivating Relationships by You was the first to notice his dear daughter. "You seem to have lost weight. Have you not been eating well in the virtual world?" Xia Xiaomo, touched, grasped her mother's hand and replied, "Mother, how could I possibly be losing weight? I have been eating well and sleeping soundly there, and I've actually gained several pounds." "Nonsense, you look thinner to me." "Mother, why do you only concern yourself with my little sister and not with your son?" Observing the warm atmosphere between Summer Ma and his little sister, Summer Yuming decided to join in. Summer Ma cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You, a grown man with thick skin and sturdy flesh, have no need for such concern. Hey, mother, even though I am a man, I am still your son. Why am I not deserving of your care?" Summer Yuming feigned indignation. Go, go, go. Off you go to play, and do not disturb me as I nurture my bond with my daughter." The others watched in silence. With this, he dared not approach his father and instead dashed over to his elder brother's side. Ahem. Summer Dad, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of resentment. He too wished to cultivate a relationship with his precious daughter. "Dear daughter, has your mecha modification been completed?" Summer Dad seized the opportunity to interject. "Of course. With my little sister and I collaborating, how could it not be finished?" As the topic of mechas arose, both Summer Xiaomo and Summer Yuming naturally felt a swell of pride recalling the mecha they had modified. "Then, may we have the pleasure of seeing the mecha you both have worked on?" Father Xia and Brother Xia are both fervent enthusiasts of combat and possess a profound passion for mechas. They are particularly eager to witness the modifications they have made to their mechas. "Certainly," exclaimed Xia Xiaomo. "However, it is currently lunchtime, and no one has had the opportunity to eat yet. Plus, this place is not suitable for summoning mechas." "Indeed, I almost forgot about that," Father Xia responded. Suddenly aware of the situation, he promptly urged everyone to partake in their meal. With their minds preoccupied with thoughts of the mechas, lunch was consumed at an astonishing pace. As soon as Xia Xiaomo finished her meal, Father Xia could no longer contain his excitement and pulled her into the garden outside. Observing that their daughter had been whisked away by her father, Mother Xia and Xia Yuxuan also lost their appetite and stood up, following suit. How could such a significant occasion proceed without Xia Yumming? Thus, he hastily finished his own plate and joined them. In an instant, the vast dining hall was left with only the sound of the robotic butler tidying up the dishes. Meanwhile, Xiaoma was led by her father to a spacious area within the garden, where Father Xia eagerly urged her to summon her mecha for him to see. Xia Xiaoma wasted no time. She retrieved the mecha summoning hub from the spatial nexus and summoned her mecha. The moment the first mecha materialized, Father Xia was utterly astonished. Stammering as he asked, "My dear daughter, did you truly modify all of these?" Chapter 134. Gratitude. Yet today, upon witnessing these formidable mechs, he realized the extent of his misconceptions. This was no mere mastery, but an extraordinary prowess that rivaled even the most esteemed mech engineers. He could not help but admire his daughter's profound foresight, grateful that she had concealed this remarkable talent until now. Otherwise, even he would have been unable to protect her. He had long been aware of the vast multitude of individuals in the galaxy. Yet the number of mech manufacturers and modifiers was exceedingly scarce. With the burgeoning demand for mechs, had such a prodigious gift been exposed, it would have been utterly astonishing if she had not been ensnared by the scientific anomalies of the cosmos, destined to be dissected. In that eventuality, not even his status as a general of the Alliance would afford him any recourse. Fortunately, the moment had now ripened, and he could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of relief. Simultaneously, he took immense pride in his daughter's formidable talent. Convinced that Xia Qianqi's daughter would never languish in mediocrity, every pearl is destined to shine, and indeed, that moment had now arrived. Following closely were Xia's mother and Xia Yuxuan, both equally awestruck by the magnificent mechs, their sleek exteriors exuding an irresistible allure. They yearned to pilot one into battle. Even Xia's mother, typically disinterested in conflict, found herself enamored by their striking presence. Xia's father meticulously examined each mech, eager to test their might. Yet upon realizing they belonged to another, he refrained. He contemplated asking his daughter to modify a mech for him, but knowing she had only just completed her work, He hesitated. He did not wish to overtax her. Perceiving the inner turmoil of her father, Xia Xiaomo spoke up. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, Second Brother, if you are willing, you may entrust the mecha to me. I can modify it for you in just a few days. Upon hearing her words, the others' eyes gleamed momentarily. Yet concern soon clouded their expressions. My dear daughter, you have just completed so much work and must be exhausted. What if you tire yourself further by taking this on? Mom, I'm not tired at all. I have plenty of rest each day. Are you still not confident in me? Do you not wish to entrust the mecha to me? Xia Xiaomo feigned a look of grievance. Fully aware that her family desired the modifications but hesitated out of concern for her well-being. Thus, she took the initiative to propose the idea herself. Of course not. We are well aware of your capabilities. Her father, without hesitation, handed over the mecha's central hub, saying, since you insist, I will entrust the hub to you. But do ensure that you take good care of yourself. Seeing her father's unreserved acceptance, Xia Xiaomo turned her pleading gaze towards her mother and older brother. Unable to withstand her imploring look, they too agreed to give her the mecha hub. As for her second brother, he could not be left out, after all. He would be available to assist during the modifications, so it was only fitting to include his mecha as well. With the hub now in her possession, Xia Xiaomo hummed a cheerful tune, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Fang Xiao and her companions to retrieve the mecha. Once they had taken it away, she could commence her work on her family's modifications. According to everyone's driving skills, coupled with the enhanced power of the modified vehicles, when the Zerg crisis arrives. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should not be too difficult to navigate through this ordeal. Chapter 135. Father's subtle intentions. Just past 12:30, the doorbell at Xia Xiaomo's home rang. Xiaoma and her two brothers were napping, while their mother had gone to the clothing store after lunch, and the robot was tending to the flowers in the garden. Only Xia Dad remained in the living room, engrossed in the news on his holographic computer. Upon hearing the doorbell, he deduced that the owners of the mechs had arrived. So he shut off the computer and stood up to answer the door. Upon opening the door, he indeed found the young men who had come a few days prior to request modifications for their mechs. General Xia. The group outside appeared taken aback to see General Xia at the door, momentarily stunned before quickly greeting him. Come in. Xia Dad stepped back slightly, allowing ample space for them to enter. The young men, filled with admiration for the general, followed him into the living room in an orderly fashion. Taking their seats one by one, each sitting up straight and maintaining a formal posture in front of the esteemed general, clearing his throat. Xia Dad could not help but chuckle at their demeanor. The sound resonated like thunder in their ears, prompting them to turn their heads in unison to look at him. Amused by their reaction, Xia Dad softened his tone, saying, This is not the military headquarters. Here, I am just an ordinary person, and you are not in the academy. So there is no need to be so stiff. Moreover, you are all classmates of Xiaomo. Feel free to relax here, as if you were at home. Upon hearing Father Xia's words, the group gradually eased their tension, yet they found it difficult to completely relax in the presence of the renowned general. Recognized even by 3-year-olds across the galaxy, Father Xia understood that individuals of their stature, accustomed to high positions, naturally exuded an undeniable aura, one that could not be easily concealed. A predicament he was powerless to alter. Resigned, he said, Please wait in the living room for a moment. Xiaomo is currently napping, and he should awaken in about 10 minutes. Yes, we are in no hurry. By the way, what is your name? Reporting to the general, my name is Fang Xiao, captain of the 4th Squad of the 18th Legion, and I am still a student. She added, In fact, we are your subordinates. This girl is quite impressive. Her eyes pure and untainted. She is a gem indeed. Such a girl is rare, Father Xia thought to himself, then recalled that both of his sons were still single, leading him to ponder further. Ah, splendid, the 18th Legion. Indeed, they are my subordinates. The others watched with pride as their captain conversed so amicably with the illustrious general. Truly, our captain is remarkable. She remains unfazed even in the presence of such a formidable figure. This was the collective sentiment among them. Remarkable indeed, they mused. Yet do they not see the sweat pooling in my palms from nervousness? However, unaware of their thoughts, she continued to bask in the admiration bestowed upon her by her team. Is it Xiao? You don't mind if I call you that, do you? Chapter 136. Taken aback, not at all. General, you may address me however you please. Fang Xiao, startled by General Xia's amiable demeanor, felt somewhat overwhelmed. There's no need for such formalities. This isn't a military setting. Feel free to call me Uncle Xia, General Xia suggested, contemplating introducing his son to her in hopes of a favorable impression. Is that appropriate? Fang Xiao hesitated, aware of her status as a daughter from an ordinary family. The general's inexplicable kindness left her wondering if there were ulterior motives behind it. Noticing her reluctance, General Xia presumed she feared being accused of aspiring to rise above her station, and promptly reassured her, "Do not worry, I simply find you quite agreeable. Moreover, as you are one of my subordinates, it is essential to foster a good rapport, wouldn't you agree? Otherwise, if our relationship becomes distant, how will you heed my commands?" His words left everyone present utterly astonished. They all stood up, straightened their postures, and performed a precise military salute, assuring him, "Rest assured, General, we are of the 18th Corps in life, and will remain so in death. We shall absolutely obey your orders. Then I can rest easy. Please, everyone, sit down. No need to be so serious." Fang Xiao, feeling somewhat helpless, conceded, "All right then, I shall acknowledge you as Uncle Xia." Good. Let me hear you call me uncle." This exchange rendered him akin to a child eagerly requesting sweets. Uncle Fang Xiao called out sweetly. At this moment, General Xia felt a sense of relief. He actually preferred to hear her address him as uncle, but such a display would be too overt, necessitating a gradual approach. Ahem. It was then that Xia Xiaomo descended the staircase, her expression oddly peculiar. The darling daughter has awakened. "Yes, good afternoon, Dad. Good afternoon, everyone." Xia father nodded and said, "You all discuss serious matters. I shall take a short rest." With that, he rose and headed towards his bedroom, encountering Xia Yuxuan and Xia Yuming on his way out. Under their astonished gazes, he scrutinized them from head to toe, stroking his chin, and departed with a knowing, mischievous smile. They were busy helping their little sister collect her debts. Upon entering the living room, they found Xia Xiaomo handing over the mecha summoning hub to the other party. Due to the transformation of the mecha's appearance, the hub had also changed its form. Holding the device, they could envision how spectacular their mechas would be. Yet, the exterior was secondary. The various functionalities were paramount, thus necessitating a performance test in the planes outside the city, a process known as acceptance. Although they had unwavering faith in Xia Xiaomo's abilities, this procedural step was indispensable. Consequently, everyone summoned their flying vehicles, soaring directly towards the rural plains, with Xia Yuming and Xia Yuxuan closely following. Both Xia Yuming and Xia Xiaomo were already aware of the performance capabilities of the modified mechas, so they were merely there to observe the spectacle. Xia Yuxuan was indeed curious about the extent of the performance enhancements of these mechs, especially since he had yet to pilot the newly modified machines. Upon arriving at the expansive outskirts, as soon as the flying vehicle steadied its descent, the eager individuals aboard could hardly contain their excitement. They promptly disembarked and retrieved the mech summoning hub, beginning the process of summoning their mechs. In their exhilaration, they neglected to consult Xia Xiaomo and hastily called forth their mechs, leaping inside to commence operations. Xia Xiaomo intended to caution them against overly vigorous maneuvers, for the mech's capabilities had increased several-fold, and the operational techniques had undergone modifications. Even the mech's rightful pilot could risk losing control if they acted recklessly due to unfamiliarity. However, before she could voice her concerns, the group had already taken off in their respective mechs, a sight that was somewhat disconcerting. On the plane, all but Fang Xiao had summoned their mechs, and the other 6 had begun testing their machines. The alterations made to both the mech's performance and the control mechanisms had been tailored by Xia Xiaomo, rendering the machines a new experience for their pilots. Aside from the mech's intrinsic ability to protect its operator in the event of severe damage, everything else required them to reacquaint themselves. The original operational techniques were now obsolete. They needed to practice a new set of maneuvers to fully harness the mech's potential, thereby unleashing their ultimate power. These considerations had been factored into Xia Xiaomo's modifications, which she meticulously applied to the mechs at hand. Moreover, she has integrated an intelligent system into the mecha itself, designed to enhance the compatibility between the mecha and the human body, thereby enabling the execution of numerous high-difficulty maneuvers that are typically unattainable. The mecha equipped with this system boasts remarkable agility, achieving an almost complete synchronization with the pilot's movements. Consequently, operating it becomes an effortless endeavor. However, mastering these functionalities necessitates a deep familiarity with the intricacies of the mecha's configuration and operational methods. Attempting to pilot it without such knowledge is akin to a sighted person being blindfolded, leading to inevitable chaos. At present, many are embarking on their piloting journey without adequate understanding of the operational techniques, and the consequences are all too predictable. Help! How can this speed escalate so rapidly? Make it stop! The agile mecha surged forth with the swiftness of the wind, leaving behind a cacophony of frantic cries. In a moment of confusion, Unable to locate the control lever to halt its motion, the pilot found herself spiraling around the planes, the velocity only increasing. In no time, a miniature whirlwind was formed. This speed is truly astonishing. How can my mecha leap so high? I can't bring it to a stop. Help! This particular student's mecha is classified as an assault type. And after her modifications, not only has its attacking power been amplified, but its jumping capability has also been enhanced, allowing for surprise assaults on adversaries with extraordinary leaps. The frantic cries for help echoed from various directions, leaving Xia Xiaomo with a look of exasperation. Fang Xiao, with a hand pressed to her forehead, was exasperated by her group of subordinates. When would they learn to remain composed and calm? The two brothers from the Xia family, who were in hot pursuit, found themselves at a loss for words to encapsulate their thoughts upon hearing the commotion. Chapter 138. Xiao's lecture observing her impulsive classmates. Xia Xiaomo couldn't help but lament the naivety of youth. They had yet to confront any harsh realities, and once excitement struck, they lost all restraint. Completely oblivious to the fact that she herself was still under 19. Witnessing the chaos around her, she had no choice but to retrieve a loudspeaker from her spatial hub. Raising it high, she called out, "Attention, classmates who cannot maintain control. Please take a moment to calm yourselves and observe the control panel before you. There is a red lever present." As everyone followed her instructions, they indeed discovered a red object resembling a brake lever on their virtual panels. That lever was designed to decelerate. By simply pressing it, their mechas would come to a halt. "Be cautious not to press it all the way down at once if you are moving too quickly. Take it slow," she warned, fearing that some might hastily pull the lever all the way down and tumble headfirst. However, her warning arrived too late. A few students, in their panic, yanked the lever too swiftly and found themselves crashing to the ground, tumbling over in disarray. Fortunately, the mecha exteriors were crafted from special materials, rendering them impervious to ordinary damage. Otherwise, after such a fall, it would have been remarkable if they did not suffer any scratches or wear. The few individuals who had come to a halt were acutely aware that their excessive excitement had caused them to overlook the fact that mastering the modified mechs required time. This oversight led to their current predicament, prompting them to lower their heads in silence. Fang Xiao did not rush to summon her mech. Instead, she approached the group that had already brought their mechs to a standstill and inquired, "Why have you stopped? Continue on. Are you not exceptionally skilled? You ventured out without fully familiarizing yourselves with the operation of the mechs, and now you cease? Where has your usual composure disappeared to? A mere mishap has left you bereft of solutions? Do you not feel any shame in your loud outbursts?" Her ire was not directed at their inability to pilot the mechs, but rather at their loss of composure due to their overexcitement. On the battlefield, such a lapse could very well cost them their lives. As their leader, she would never permit such an eventuality, realizing that their training was evidently insufficient. Yet, despite her frustration, the mechs still required testing. She had recently observed the enhanced performance of these modified mechs, which left no doubt in her mind that, once they became adept at their operations, these mechs would prove formidable. Thus, she resolved to move forward, summoning her own mech and leaping onto it. To her surprise, her mech had not undergone significant alterations. Sensing her thoughts, Xia Xiaomo remarked as she examined Fang Xiao's mech, "I have inspected your mech thoroughly. It merely features an increased damage output for the laser gun, enhanced durability for the combat knife, and the addition of an intelligent system. The design of your mech is nothing short of perfection. It is the most exquisite mech I have encountered to date, without exception. Aside from the need for enhancements in firepower, no significant modifications are required elsewhere." Fang Xiao nodded in understanding. This mech was a birthday gift from her father when he was just 17, and he had informed her that it was crafted by a figure of considerable stature. Had it not been for her father's acquaintance with this illustrious individual and his audacity in requesting it, it is uncertain whether the mech would have ever been made available to them. She caressed the mech, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Over 2 years had flown by, and this mech had accompanied her throughout that period. Chapter 139. Modification fees. How do you find the modified mechs? Are you satisfied with them? Xia Xiaomo inquired, approaching the group after observing that they had all piloted their mechs. The others nodded eagerly. The enhancements had significantly improved both performance and the effectiveness of the various armaments, far surpassing their previous experiences. They were thoroughly pleased. "Since you are all satisfied, shall we discuss the payment?" He raised an eyebrow, wearing what he believed to be a congenial expression. Unbeknownst to him, this self-perceived amiability was perceived quite differently by others, appearing rather cunning instead. The group exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison. Of course. So, what is the fee you require? Xia Xiaomo extracted a notebook from the spatial hub and stated, I have meticulously recorded all the materials and expenses. In addition to the material costs, there are also labor fees and other charges. Since each mecha utilizes different materials, we must settle the accounts individually. Let us begin with that aerial combat unit over there. He gestured towards a nearby airborne mecha. Aside from its external appearance, two significant modifications have been made. Its propulsion core features an energy-efficient device crafted by Xiaomo himself, while its legs are equipped with compressed flight apparatuses that enhance speed and serve as backup flying mechanisms. I won't delve into the minor components, but altogether, the materials amount to 600,398 star coins. Rounding it off, I shall charge you 600,000 star coins. As he elaborated on these crucial modifications, he concluded with a price. Feng Shiro and the others could not help but twitch their lips upon hearing the figure. They were well aware of the actual cost of those materials. There was no way it could require such an exorbitant sum. Is it truly fair to demand such a sky-high price? One of them remarked. I assure you, I am not attempting to deceive you. The material costs are based on market prices, and I have included some rare components. When factoring in our labor and craftsmanship, this price is quite reasonable. Although the others recognized the logic behind his reasoning, they still felt a pang of regret. They had painstakingly saved for a considerable time to amass such a sum of star coins, and now it seemed they would be nearly depleted. It was indeed a source of immense frustration, particularly among a group of young men, although their familial circumstances are quite privileged. The amount of star coins they can personally acquire remains limited. Furthermore, they have grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, leaving them with scant savings. The several 100,000 star coins available could sustain their indulgences for years. The owner of the flying mech had initially intended to save this sum as a dowry, and upon hearing the price, he contemplated negotiating. However, after being addressed by Xia Xiaomo, he felt somewhat embarrassed to haggle and reluctantly withdrew his savings. Paying the bill with a heavy heart, Xia Xiaomo, having received the star coins, felt a sense of satisfaction as he continued to announce prices for each subsequent mech. The young women, perhaps accustomed to more generous allowances from their families, usually refraining from spending much, found their savings ample enough to accommodate Xia Xiaomo's prices. Moreover, they had all experienced the mech's performance firsthand. For individuals like them, who frequently venture out for training, the expenditure was undeniably worthwhile. They nodded in agreement, activated their holographic devices, and promptly transferred the funds. As the accounts for all mechs were settled, darkness began to envelop the sky. Anticipation welled within them for the modifications that the younger sister would perform on their mechs. With a mech of this caliber, once familiarized, even someone lacking extraordinary mental prowess could significantly enhance their combat capabilities. Not to mention, their inherent mental strength was already quite formidable. And with the training methods imparted by the younger sister, their mental talents had become nothing short of extraordinary. Upon contemplating this, he couldn't help but cast a deep gaze at Xia Xiaomo. He was acutely aware of the true nature of his younger sister, given her previous disposition. She would never divulge such matters. However, since her awakening, she had inexplicably acquired an array of peculiar skills, her temperament having transformed entirely from what it once was. While she could deceive others, he remained unconvinced. After years of observation, he had firmly concluded that this could not possibly be his obstinate and unruly sister. Yet, what did it matter? In truth, he found himself preferring the current version of her, docile, considerate, and thoughtful of others. To anyone who held a genuine place in her heart, she would extend her sincere affection. It was not that he was devoid of compassion, rather, within the confines of their family dynamic. A headstrong girl who only knew how to stir trouble was ill-suited for life. Upon arriving in town, they exchanged greetings before parting ways. The mecha he piloted was a flawless machine, sharing several structural similarities with Feng Shiro's mecha. However, in comparison, his mecha's configuration and performance greatly surpassed hers. Otherwise, with her modified mecha specifications, she would not have found herself evading him for over half a month. She had never seen the man's true visage. She had only heard his voice, which bore a heavy mechanical timbre. Nonetheless, having studied voice recognition in her previous life, she could discern that he was likely a young man in his early 20s. Reflecting on that incident, a myriad of frustrations enveloped her heart. He relentlessly pursued her across the vastness of the cosmos, traversing countless planets. Ultimately, it was only when he ran out of nutrient supplies that he ceased his chase. Who knows how long it might have continued otherwise? Such an experience, she wished to never encounter again. It nearly instilled a psychological shadow upon her, a truly harrowing ordeal. Today, She heard from Feng Xiaoro that her mech was crafted by the hands of a certain prominent figure. The fact that this individual would vie with her for the coveted Kila indicates that he may also be a mech manufacturer. Given the striking similarities between their mechs, could he be the illustrious personage Feng Xiaoro spoke of, or perhaps connected to him in some way? Chapter 141. Creatures resembling shells. Currently, it is indeed a tumultuous period. She must not allow such matters to jeopardize her family. It seems prudent to exercise greater caution in her future endeavors. Why overthink? What is meant to be will be. If misfortune looms, she shall navigate it step by step. Moreover, given the stature of this individual, it is unlikely he would dwell on such trivialities. Contemplating this, a resigned smile graced her lips. Little did she expect that Xiaomo would find herself in such a quandary. She truly seemed to be drifting further from her former self. With a sigh, she activated her light brain. Would you like to connect to communications? Upon opening her light brain, a prompt appeared, presenting her with yes and no options beneath it, indicating that this was a video call. She then checked the identity of the caller. It was Ouyang Lele. Alas, Xia Xiaomo slapped her forehead. Realizing that in her recent flurry of gathering materials and modifying mechas, she had completely forgotten to contact her dear friend Ouyang. In a fluster, she hastily clicked yes, and the screen displayed a message indicating that the communication was in progress, requesting her to wait. As that prompt faded, a green loading bar appeared, revealing the progress of the connection. Once the loading bar reached its completion, it would turn green. Failure would be signified by red. The green bar swiftly ascended to 100%, and with a flash, Ouyang Lele's adorable face emerged on the screen. However, the expressionless figure beside her was rather perplexing. Ouyang Xiao was genuinely looking forward to the video call with Xia Xiaomo, yet for reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of anxiety upon facing her, fearing she might lose composure. Thus, she adopted a frigid demeanor, as if someone owed her a considerable sum of star coins. Sister, you haven't contacted me in ages. Ouyang Lele blinked her large, watery eyes, deliberately putting on an expression of feigned anger. Lele, I've been utterly swamped lately, so much so that I completely forgot. Please don't be mad at me. Xia Xiaomo pouted, casting an innocent look at her friend through the screen. I'm quite upset. I shall ignore you. With that, Ouyang Lele turned her face away, feigning displeasure. All right, Lele, I promise I won't forget next time. Please forgive me this once. Xia Xiaomo was well aware that Lele was not genuinely angry but merely a tad displeased, so she quickly offered sweet words in hopes of reconciliation. Really? Ouyang Lele found it hard to believe her words. Indeed, it is more genuine than pearls. Xia Xiaomo replied with utmost seriousness, almost swearing on her chest. Upon hearing this, both individuals in the video appeared perplexed. What is a pearl? Adhering to her commendable principle of inquiring when in doubt, Ouyang Lele voiced her curiosity, directing her question first to her brother, Ouyang Xiao. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Huh, you don't know what a pearl is? Xia Xiaomo was taken aback. Could it be that the people here were entirely ignorant of what a pearl is? She hurriedly searched through her memories and discovered that there was no such item as a pearl. However, there existed a creature known as Bella, reminiscent of the shell she was familiar with. Chapter 142. A waste of resources despite this creature having undergone mutations. It lacked the ferocity characteristic of other beings, resulting in very few individuals hunting it. Its exterior shell was remarkably sturdy, making it difficult to open, leading to a gradual decline in attention towards it. The fact that no one even recognized it now, wasn't that a sheer waste? No wonder that since her arrival here, aside from various minerals and materials, she had scarcely encountered any decent ornaments. Occasionally, she spotted a string of gemstones, but they were rough and unrefined. Even when she finally came across something presentable, it paled in comparison to the exquisite pieces she had previously seen. It turned out that the people of this era lacked the skills to create such items. She pondered that there exists no woman in this world who does not cherish beauty. If she were to gather these gemstones, and through meticulous carving and polishing, transform them into exquisite adornments for sale, the thought of such a scene filled her with exhilaration, causing her lips to curve into a graceful arc. Sister, are you all right? The Ouyang brothers, observing the blissful smile of Xia Xiaomo in the video, were perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been perfectly composed. Yet after their inquiry, she had morphed into this silly visage. What delightful news could it be? Unable to contain his curiosity, Ouyang Xiao, though aware their time together had been brief, recognized that the woman before them, nay, still a girl, harbored innovative thoughts. Moreover, the ideas she articulated often held a significant probability of fruition, thus they were drawn to her mention of good fortune. I haven't decided yet. I need to conduct an experiment first. Xia Xiaomo refrained from revealing her plans, instead leaving a tantalizing hint that piqued the Ouyang brothers' interest. Sister, do tell. Ouyang Lele, equally intrigued, was eager to discover what amusing idea Xia Xiaomo had conceived. Observing the two expectant expressions in the video, she calmly shook her head and replied, I must first conduct my experiment. If it proves successful, I shall share it with you. Who knows? I may even require your assistance. Sister, whatever you need. Do not hesitate to ask. My brother and I are always available to help, right, brother? Ouyang Lele, with an air of maturity, extended his hand to gently pat Ouyang Xiao beside him. It was evident that he intended to pat his brother's chest, but due to the disparity in their heights, he settled for a tap on the thigh instead. Afterward, he cast a disdainful glance at his elder brother and remarked, What is the point of being so tall? Xiaomo, observing the frustrated expression on Ouyang Xiao's face as he struggled to articulate a response, couldn't he help but let out a soft chuckle. The two individuals on the screen were utterly captivated by Xiaomo's laughter, for they had only ever witnessed her smile as a mere upward curve of her lips. Never had they seen her truly laugh with abandon. Chapter 143, Are You Feverish? They were unaware if she had ever laughed so freely before. But they were certainly witnessing a radiant expression for the first time, which effortlessly captured half of their attention. Once her laughter subsided, Xiaomo noticed both Ouyang Xiao and Lele gazing at her intently, prompting her to inquire, What is the matter? Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? As she spoke, she instinctively reached up to touch her face. No, sister, you simply look beautiful when you smile. The candid Ouyang Lele immediately voiced his thoughts. Like all girls, Xiaomo relished compliments, and Lele's words elicited a blush that graced her cheeks. From the moment Ouyang Xiao laid eyes on Xiaomo, he felt uncharacteristically flustered, his heart raced inexplicably, and his words tumbled out in disarray, leaving him at a loss for what to say. Merely the thought of Xia Xiaomo would trigger such a reaction in him. Could it be that she had administered some undetectable poison? It was not that he doubted her character, but rather, upon encountering her, he found himself behaving rather abnormally, which was indeed perplexing. Ouyang Xiao pondered silently, resolutely determining to seek out a more qualified physician at the earliest opportunity. Ouyang Xiao? Ouyang Xiao? Xia Xiaomo noticed that Ouyang Xiao, standing beside her friend Lele, was frowning, appearing lost in thought, which made her worry that he might be unwell. She called out to him several times. Brother? Lele, too, had noticed his brother's unusual demeanor, and upon hearing Sister Xia call him, he reached out to gently nudge his brother. Seeing Ouyang Xiao in such a dazed state, Ouyang Lele couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He sighed and shook his head in exasperation. Xia Xiaomo. Ouyang Xiao. Ouyang Xiao, are you ill? You seem quite different today. Am I? I don't feel anything unusual. I'm just fine. Exactly like usual, Ouyang Xiao replied, only to feel a sudden warmth creeping across his face. Is that so? Then why is your face so flushed? Xia Xiaomo had merely intended to inquire about his well-being, yet she was taken aback as his complexion grew increasingly red, his ears also turning crimson. Goodness, this was clearly a sign of fever. She hastily exclaimed, You should go to the hospital right away. Your flushed face is a clear indication of a fever. Ouyang Xiao, who had yet to speak, silently lamented. Could someone allow me to express my thoughts? Is it too much to ask to consider my perspective? Understanding that expressing her feelings would yield no benefit, Ouyang Xiao silently mourned for herself for 30 seconds. Sister, I will hang up now. I will take brother to the hospital immediately. Xia Xiaomo nodded, and Lele ended the video call. Xia Xiaomo gazed at the now darkened holographic device for a moment before shaking her head in resignation. It was almost time to rest. She would attend to it tomorrow. She walked to the window, observing the evening sky while speaking softly to herself. The intelligent bedside alarm clock was also urging her to rest. It was time to retire for the night. Chapter 144. Phoenix Lake as dawn broke. Xia Xiaomo piloted her flying vehicle into the open air, determined to investigate the river where Bella resided, as recalled from her memories. Given the considerable distance, she had prepared herself for a night spent outdoors, racing along the route. Xia Xiaomo finally arrived at her destination, the Nash River, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This river is one of the 3 main tributaries of the Empire Star, the others being the Azure River and the Clear River. All rivers, large and small, on the Empire Star originate from these 3 primary streams, which in turn branch off from the largest lake on the planet, Phoenix Lake. It is said that at the lake's end lies a vast expanse of ice, though no one has ever witnessed it. With the automatic mutation of flora and the severe degradation of the ecological environment, the planet's crust, and indeed the entire star system, underwent significant transformation. The once frozen landscapes began to thaw, giving rise to numerous lakes. Some land masses started to submerge, disappearing without a trace, while lakes gradually diminished, leading to the current geological structure. Since Xiaomo arrived here, apart from the planet that had transformed into a frozen expanse, she had never encountered or heard of any other celestial body where snow would fall. Even the planet on which she currently resided had never experienced such a phenomenon. Perhaps many had long forgotten what winter was truly like. Although there had been previous expeditions to seek out the legendary ice field, they all returned disheartened. According to the accounts, they had journeyed along the Phoenix Lake for 5 months without discovering the elusive ice field and were compelled to turn back. Moreover, the lake was fraught with peril, inhabited by a myriad of mutated aquatic creatures and flora. While most were generally docile and did not attack unprovoked, there were a few particularly ferocious species. The lake also concealed treacherous currents, which could easily ensnare the unwary. Although contemporary individuals possessed flying apparatuses, these too required energy. Without it, they were merely heaps of scrap metal, utterly ineffective. After several groups of geologists and adventurers returned empty-handed, the notion of searching for the uncertain existence of the ice field faded from collective thought. However, she was equipped with ample resources, and the energy pack she carried had been enhanced by her own modifications, yielding a 5% increase in storage capacity, ensuring she would not suffer from a lack of energy. Just as she finished setting up her tent, her light brain chimed, signaling an incoming call from her elder brother. After she connected the call, she heard her elder brother's voice. Xia Xiaomo furrowed his brow upon hearing his younger sister's words. Indeed, her recent actions were somewhat misguided. However, considering that she had taken the initiative to admit her mistake, he chose to overlook it. Chapter 145. Rain Ming encounters a mutated birdie young girl. Running around outside all day posed a safety concern. Yes, I understand, big brother. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the communication. Once Xia Xiaomo hung up, she stared at her holographic computer for a while, feeling somewhat conflicted. Why had she been so distracted lately? Tilting her head in contemplation, she could not find a clear reason and could only shrug helplessly before turning to enter the tent. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, Xia Xiaomo greeted everyone before stepping out. He intended to visit Duan Muxuan at the gourmet restaurant to handle some matters. To the outside world, Duan Muxuan was merely known as the owner of the restaurant, with a powerful father. However, what they did not realize was that Duan Muxuan's own influence rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his father. Without delving into other aspects, his network of connections eclipsed that of his father. His influence had spread across much of the starry realm. Even the current leader of the alliance would have to tread carefully before attempting to challenge him, as a careless move could destabilize the interstellar order. Nevertheless, he concealed this well. Apart from a few high-ranking officials within the Interstellar Alliance and a select group of trusted confidants, no one was aware of this reality. Coincidentally, he was one of the few privy to his true identity. His words carried considerable weight within the alliance. Xia Xiaomo gazed at his younger sister, who was about to officially join the alliance military, immersed in the hustle and bustle alongside the stubborn old-timers. A wave of compassion washed over him. Just managing 7 mechas had already exhausted her to the point of losing weight. If she were to modify all the mechas in the star realm, how weary would she become? His intention in seeking assistance was to lend a hand to his sister, although there would be some aides at the military department. The core responsibilities would still rest upon her shoulders. Even so, her daily workload would be substantial. He feared that the insatiable old-timers would impose relentless demands on her. Despite their family's military and political lineage, the current tumultuous times rendered it imprudent for them to intervene. After much contemplation, he thought of Duan Muxuan. Entrusting this matter to him seemed most fitting. With this thought in mind, he eagerly piloted his aircraft towards Duan Muxuan's residence. As he sped along, the town remained tranquil. And lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice the several pursuers trailing behind him. Duan Muxuan's abode was not in the same town. To reach him, Xia Xiaomo had to traverse a desolate region, rife with feral beasts and treacherous mountains. Typically, one could simply fly over the mountains in an aircraft without encountering significant issues. Thus, he remained unperturbed, continuing his flight towards the mountainous terrain. He did not panic. Instead, he reflected on the events that had transpired earlier. He had piloted his aircraft towards the outskirts of the town, and along the way, he had spotted a remarkably exquisite antique hairpin. He was contemplating the fact that his younger sister possessed far too few pieces of jewelry, merely a handful, and this hairpin seemed perfectly suited for her. Thus he entertained the thought of acquiring it. Chapter 146. Relentless Pursuit of the Mutant Birds. At that moment, he paused briefly. Aside from purchasing this trinket, he did not linger any longer. However, this was not the time for deep reflection. Extricating himself from the immediate predicament was of paramount importance. A throng of mutant birds was certainly beyond his capacity to manage. Consequently, he maneuvered the flying vehicle swiftly, evading the creatures in an attempt to shake them off. What on earth was happening? What transgression had he committed to provoke such relentless pursuit? When had their tracking abilities become so astute? After being pursued for several hours, Xia Xiaomo sensed something amiss. These mutant birds appeared to be fixated on him, trailing him unyieldingly. Regardless of where he sought refuge, they would invariably locate him. He recalled that, while inspecting the hairpin, he had been jostled by a man, resembling an elderly gentleman, who had his head bowed. At the time, he had extended a hand to steady him and uttered a cautionary remark. In retrospect, this was fraught with inconsistencies. It was morning, the crowd was sparse, and the path was a smooth concrete road, so how could anyone lose their balance for no apparent reason? Moreover, the man's attire was peculiar. He distinctly remembered those hands. So delicate, which could never belong to a true elder. The simplicity of this oversight left him in a state of frustration, nearly leading him to the brink of despair. To this day, he remains oblivious to the fact that he has been ensnared in a conspiracy, which would indeed render him a fool. Who, I wonder, would conspire against me? If I were to be ambushed and subsequently perished by this flock of mutated birds in these mountains, it is unlikely that my disappearance would be discovered promptly. Even if it were, others might simply conclude that I had recklessly trespassed into their territory, provoking them to my demise. As Xia Xiaomo pondered this troubling thought, he could not help but begin to worry about another matter. Given that I have fallen victim to treachery, could it be that my younger sister and older brother have also become targets? As for my parents, it seems those individuals would not dare to act against them for the time being. No, I must swiftly alert them. Just as he resolved to send a message through his holographic device, the pursuing mutated birds had already detected his presence. Hence, he summoned his mech and fled once more. Fortunately, after enhancements and modifications, he was able to maintain an increasing distance from the mutated birds amidst their intermittent attacks. Finally, after what felt like hours of relentless running, he stumbled upon a cave and, without hesitation, darted inside. The sheer size of the mutated birds rendered them incapable of entering, though they persistently thrust their heads within, baring their formidable jaws with menacing expressions as if intent on devouring him. Seeing that they could not pursue him further, Xia Xiaomo exhaled deeply. Realizing the overwhelming numbers he faced, it seemed as if the entirety of the mutated bird population in these mountains had converged upon him. What sort of device have those individuals implanted in me to incite such a multitude of mutated birds? For now, it is imperative that I send out this crucial information. With that thought, he activated his holographic device, input the message, and dispatched it to his parents, older brother, and younger sister. Chapter 147. The team of Xiaoro enters the mountains. After the message was dispatched, he immersed himself in introspection, scrutinizing his own being, eager to discern what peculiar element had drawn such a multitude of mutated birds. He meticulously examined himself from head to toe, yet found no indication of anything amiss. Observing the mutated birds that continued to linger at the cave entrance, he bit his lip in frustration. This situation could not persist. He must devise a means to rid himself of them. However, no matter where he ventured, they seemed to locate him with uncanny precision. What was he to do? As he pondered his escape, a group of individuals advanced deeper into the mountains at one end of the range. Boss, do you think we will find the items needed for our mission during this expedition into the mountains? Mujin, that is a rather pointless question. If someone has claimed to have seen them in this range, then we are bound to find them. One of the team members glanced at their leader, who remained silent, and could not help but roll their eyes at the questioner, providing an answer in return. Enough with the chatter. Haven't you noticed that something seems off about this mountain range today? What do you mean by off? In the past, whenever we came here, the mountains were always bustling with activity. Yet today, not a single bird can be heard. Now that you mention it, that is indeed peculiar. Could it be that they've all gone out for a meal? Duan scratched the back of his head, expressing curiosity. Pfft, Duan. Do you think these mutated birds are gluttons like you? Duan's remark elicited a chorus of laughter from the group. Is that not possible? Duan pondered, tilting his head in contemplation. Enough of the frivolity. Since we are all gathered here, let us elucidate this matter. It is an opportune moment to test the prowess of our mechs. With the leader's directive echoing through the air, the group fell silent and began to survey their surroundings. hoping to unearth some clues. "Leader, come quickly." At that moment, Zhang Mujin's voice resonated from a certain location. The group hastily converged towards her, and upon nearing her, they inquired, "What is it? Have you discovered something?" "Leader, look here," Zhang Mujin exclaimed, pointing her index finger at the ground. There lay the remains of several mutated avian creatures, some ravaged beyond recognition by other mutated beasts, while others still retained their semblance from life. The bloodstains indicated that the incident had occurred not long ago. They continued to scour the vicinity for any potential hints, and their diligence bore fruit. They eventually stumbled upon a footprint on the ground, several times larger than that of a human. It was evident that such an imprint was left by the passage of a mech. Fang Shiro observed the direction in which the footprint led and realized it aligned perfectly with their intended destination. "Gather round, prepare to depart," she commanded decisively, urging them to advance swiftly towards the footprints. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaomo found himself trapped in a cave, blocked by a swarm of mutated birds. He had already examined the cave and confirmed that it possessed no other exits. To escape, he could only venture through the hole blocked by the mutated birds. However, the sheer number of these creatures outside was daunting. Even though his mech was modified, he could not guarantee a safe retreat against such a massive swarm of mutated avians. Chapter 148. Am I doomed? But what can be done? In this desolate expanse, there was not a single ally to be found. His neural interface signal had been sporadic since he entered the mountains, rendering any distress calls futile. What was he to do? As he pondered his strategy, he remained blissfully unaware that a team of reinforcements was making its way towards him. "Damn it, I'll fight. Rather than waiting here to starve as my nutrient supplies dwindle, I would prefer to step out and engage in a fierce battle, ridding the cosmos of a few pests in the process." With that thought, Xia Xiaomo summoned his mech, grasped his laser sword, and resolutely stepped outside. He raised his sword and severed the head of the mutated bird blocking the entrance, disregarding the blood splattering onto his mech. With a powerful kick, he sent the creature's carcass flying out of the way. The commotion alerted the mutated birds lurking outside, redirecting their attention towards him. Taking a deep breath, Xia Xiaomo slowly closed his eyes, silently calculating how long it would take for the first bird charging at him to reach his position. Just as the first mutated bird lunged at him, poised to strike, his eyes suddenly flew open, revealing a gaze sharper than ever. Simultaneously, he thrust his laser sword towards the mutated bird, swiftly decapitating the creature that had launched an immediate assault on him. Indeed, the mech configuration, enhanced by his sister's modifications, allowed him to execute the strike without hesitation. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the entire flock of mutated birds was incensed, recklessly charging at him en masse. Xia Xiaomo felled one after another, yet the sheer multitude was overwhelming. After enduring relentless attacks for an entire day and night, his supply of nutritional supplements was exhausted. Surrounding him lay a carpet of mutated bird corpses, some long deceased and cold to the touch, while others had only recently succumbed, still warm. After such an extended battle, he found himself severely fatigued, lacking the sustenance to continue. Yet the waves of mutated birds persisted in their assault. His mech had sustained significant damage, with visible marks from the birds' attacks on his limbs, chest, and back. The energy reserves of the mech were dwindling, and once depleted, he, as a mere mortal, would stand no chance of escaping the throngs of mutated birds. Only death awaited him in that eventuality. After dispatching yet another ambushing mutated bird with his laser sword, he finally could no longer endure. He planted the sword into the ground, supporting himself with one hand on the hilt, and knelt, surveying the mountain of mutated bird corpses that surrounded him. The mutated beasts in the vicinity have retreated from this area, even though the pungent scent of blood lingers. Drawing their keen sense of smell, they dare not approach. Is this the end? Xia Xiaomo feels utterly drained, his arms rendered incapable of rising. The only reason he remains half-kneeling on the ground is the support of his laser sword. He senses that a mutated bird has breached the armor, clamping onto his body. In that moment, memories of his parents, younger sister, and older brother flood his mind, fragments of joy and sorrow, both good and bad. Chapter 149. The hideout. At this very moment, Fang Xiao's team finally arrived. From a distance, they observed numerous mutated birds besieging a mecha, which was in tatters, clearly having endured a lengthy struggle. The ground surrounding the mecha was littered with the carcasses of the mutated birds, their sheer numbers reminiscent of a coordinated assault. The gruesome scene evoked memories of the historic battle between the Nihuang and the mutated beasts. Fang Xiao immediately recognized the mecha as Xia Xiaomo's. Swiftly summoning her own mecha and issuing commands to initiate a rescue, they fought their way through the dense swarm of mutated birds, carving a bloody path to extricate the gravely injured and exhausted Xia Xiaomo. However, he had succumbed to fatigue and blood loss, slipping into unconsciousness. Fang Xiaoro and her companions could not help but admire the tenacity of the individual before them. He had persevered for so long, vanquishing countless mutated birds. They pondered within themselves whether they could achieve such a feat. The answer was a resounding no. At least with their current capabilities, it was utterly unattainable. Unless by some miraculous turn of fate. The mutated birds, witnessing the one who had slain so many of their kin being rescued right before their eyes, were filled with rage and began to regroup in pursuit of Fang Xiaoro and her team. They realized that this individual was the one they sought to reclaim, and thus, they relentlessly pursued the group. As they fled for their lives, Xia Xiaomo's injuries had only been superficially treated. Their supply of restorative agents was limited, and with the mutated birds hot on their heels, these resources were depleting rapidly. They could only sustain him for the time being. Boss, what should we do? That flock of mutated birds is relentless in their pursuit. Continuing like this is untenable, one of the team members exclaimed as they maneuvered their mechs at breakneck speed. Fang Xiaoro furrowed her brow, recognizing that this course of action was indeed unsustainable. Engaging in direct confrontation with such a multitude of mutated birds was not an option. She contemplated the need for a more cunning strategy, but could not conjure a viable plan in the moment. As they evaded their pursuers, it became evident that the mutated birds were fixated on Xia Xiaomo. Thus, the crux of the issue lay with him. Let us find a safer location to rest. Continuing this endless flight is not a solution. After temporarily shaking off the throng of mutated birds, they needed to replenish their energy and assess their equipment. Boss, I know a splendid place to take refuge, said Fang Xiaoro, as she recalled the location she had stumbled upon during our previous excursions. The moment her words fell, Duan's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to him with expressions of astonishment, their gazes sending shivers down his spine. What's the matter? Why are you all looking at me? He stammered, rubbing the goosebumps that had emerged on his arms. Well done. You can be quite useful in critical moments, exclaimed Zhou Yuexin from the group, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. I've always been of value, you know. Duan retorted, rolling his eyes at her. All right. Duan, lead the way. We must reach your designated refuge before the mutated birds catch up, Fang Xiaoro remarked, glancing back at the direction from which the creatures were approaching. Understood. Duan responded instinctively with a salute before turning to guide the group through the forest, navigating left and right. Finally, after half an hour had elapsed, they arrived at the refuge he had mentioned. Chapter 150, a natural sanctuary indeed. The cave was remarkable, resembling a natural sanctuary. Above, a grand tree loomed, its robust branches and leaves sprawling out, while thick parasitic vines cascaded down to the ground, carpeting the surroundings. The entrance of the cave was perfectly concealed by the hanging vines, making it nearly impossible to discern as a cave unless one had witnessed Duan leading the group inside. After observing that everyone had entered, Fang Xiaoro installed several smart surveillance devices around and cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure there was no danger before stepping into the cave. This place is quite remarkable. How did you discover it, Duan? A member of the team inquired aloud. Xiao Duan scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied. Remember when we were chased by the mutated wild boar herd? We got separated during the chaos, and one of them bumped into me from behind. Its strength was so tremendous that it hurled me into this cave. At that moment, I thought I was going to be knocked out. He paused before continuing. I had intended to inform you all as soon as we regrouped, but I got caught up in the fighting and completely forgot. If it weren't for today, I wouldn't have recognized that fork in the woods. Your luck is truly remarkable. Fang Xiaoro could not help but praise him. I think so too. Xiao Duan replied with a silly grin. A few of them chuckled at his antics. I truly admire you all. Even in such dire circumstances, you managed to joke around. Lamented a boy from the team, his voice echoing in the vast cave. We're just trying to lighten the mood, they retorted, tossing a few cotton balls at him. Fang Xiaoro gazed at her teammates, who were chatting and laughing, and a smile crept onto her lips. Boss, come quickly. It seems Xia Xiaomo has a fever. Just then, Zhang Muelin's slightly worried voice reached their ears. Upon hearing the commotion, several individuals hurried over, encircling the unconscious Xia Xiaomo in a manner that left no room for escape. Fang Xiaoro gently touched his forehead and remarked, he truly has a fever. After uttering this, she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. A moment later, her eyes sparkled with realization. We can use cool water to reduce his temperature. Coincidentally, she had spotted a lake on her way here, providing a potential remedy. With this thought in mind, she cast a glance at Xia Xiaomo, who lay on the ground, mumbling incoherently. However, that single glance revealed something amiss. She noticed an unusual mark on his clothing, indicative of a powder made from the plant known as catnip. This powder, derived from the dried and ground leaves of the catnip plant, is imperceptible to human senses. It is colorless and odorless, making it exceedingly difficult to detect under normal circumstances. Yet, certain avian species possess an acute sense of smell, allowing them to detect the scent of this flower. They are particularly attracted to it, as the unique aroma can incite a state of frenzied excitement. Nonetheless, the catnip plant is quite rare, which explains why he was pursued by such a multitude of mutated birds. In a hurry, she stepped closer, reaching out to remove his clothing and toss it aside. Yet, as her hand grazed the fabric, she hesitated. Given the absence of a significant temperature difference in the area, most individuals wore only light garments, and her actions would leave him completely exposed. Chapter 151. Remove his clothing. At that moment, she hesitated for a brief instant before lowering her hand. She turned to the figure standing nearby, saying, Duan, please remove his clothing for me. Duan, upon hearing the captain's command, quickly crossed his arms and shook his head. Boss, spare me. I am still a virtuous young man. What does that have to do with anything? I merely asked you to remove his garments. The issue lies within his attire. The reason those mutated birds relentlessly pursue us is due to the powdered essence of the marjoram that has been sprinkled upon his clothes. Fang Xiao's expression darkened. Once you have removed his clothing, I shall venture out to fetch water and dispose of it. This way, those mutated birds will cease their pursuit. Furthermore, given his severe injuries and our current inadequate medical conditions, leaving him in that blood-soaked combat uniform could foster bacteria, which would be detrimental to his recovery. Additionally, he is the son of General Xia, holds a military rank, and belongs to our circle. To encounter him in such a state and not offer assistance would be a betrayal of loyalty and righteousness. Oh, is that so? You should have mentioned that sooner. Upon hearing the extensive explanation from his superior, Duan felt reassured. He rolled up his sleeves and approached Xia Xiaomo, kneeling beside him to begin removing his clothing. Before long, the bloodied combat uniform was stripped away. Duan gazed at Xia Xiaomo's mangled form and couldn't help but exclaim, Wait, boss, are we really going to leave him lying here in such a state, exposed? After removing his clothes, Duan gazed at the tattered combat uniform in his hands, then shifted his gaze to the bloodied figure of Xia Xiaomo lying on the ground. He turned to his superior for guidance. Fang Xiao's lips twitched in realization. How could I have forgotten this? She then addressed the male teammates resting nearby, asking, Who among you has clean clothes to spare? It would be inappropriate for him to remain bare. With the leader's directive, they had no right to refuse and began to search their spatial hubs for any spare garments. Since their combat attire featured automatic cleaning functions, except in cases of severe damage, they generally did not carry extra clothing. After a fruitless search, the boys looked at their leader and shook their heads, signaling their lack of options. Conversely, several girls appeared flushed, hesitating as if they had something to say. Noticing their unease, Fang Xiao inquired, What is the matter? Do you have a concern? Captain, we have a few new outfits here that have never been worn. Would that be acceptable? Zhou Yuexin stood up, her gaze darting nervously, embarrassment evident in her demeanor. Fang Xiao, taken aback by this revelation, awkwardly cleared her throat and turned away, responding, Well, can he wear your clothes? Yes, leader, we typically buy looser-fitting clothes, so they should be ample enough. Then please hand the garments over to Duan, so he can assist him in changing. When Fang Xiao spoke, she felt somewhat awkward. She couldn't help but wonder what expression Xia Xiaomo would have upon awakening to find himself clad in women's attire. The scene would undoubtedly be quite extraordinary. Fang Xiao observed Zhou Yuexin handing over the women's clothing to Duan, who then approached the unconscious Xia Xiaomo with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 152. Inventory of supplies after changing Xia Xiaomo's clothes. Duan was about to present the discarded garments to their leader when he caught sight of her unsettling grin, causing him to shudder in surprise, nearly dropping the clothes on the floor. Goodness, when did our leader start smiling so creepily? After muttering this to himself, he wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and raised his head to smile at Fang Xiao, saying, Leader, I've changed the clothes. Take a look at this. He extended the garments in his hand towards her. Give them to me. I'll take them out and dispose of them, she replied. Everyone, let's first organize our belongings and assess how long the food and energy supplies we have can sustain us. After concluding her statement, she began sorting through her own supplies. It was imperative for her to stay informed about the team's inventory so that she could effectively strategize. Leader, I don't have many nutritional supplements left, If we are to venture further into the mountains, it will be absolutely insufficient. Me too. We're in the same situation. A team member, having organized his supplies, reported to Feng Xiao. As he finished speaking, several others echoed his sentiments. Here as well, there is not much left. The consumption has been excessive in the past few days, as we hastened our journey while evading dangers. The nutritional agents are nearly depleted, remarked Xiao Yidwan at this moment. Feng Xiao glanced at her team members, then at the still unconscious Xia Xiaomo, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke. The group lowered their heads and searched. And soon, a collection of green liquid contained within special glass tubes appeared before her. All the restorative agents we possess are here. Zhang Mujin gathered the restorative agents together and placed them in front of her. She squatted down, counted the quantity, and stated, "Let each of us keep 2 tubes. And the rest shall be administered to Xia Xiaomo. Does anyone have any objections?" The group exchanged glances, and eventually turned their heads toward Feng Xiao, collectively shaking their heads in agreement. Then it is settled. Each person shall take 2 tubes of restorative agents, and the remainder will be used to treat his injuries. After everyone had collected their restorative agents, only 4 tubes remained on the ground. She handed the remaining 4 tubes to Xiao Yidwan, saying, "Yidwan, please administer these 4 tubes to Xia Xiaomo and assess his recovery." Upon receiving the restorative agents, Xiao Yidwan proceeded to where Xia Xiaomo lay, inside the cave. After Xiao Yidwan administered the remaining 4 tubes to Xia Xiaomo, a layer of imperceptible green mist began to rise around him. This mist flowed gently around him, gradually being absorbed by his body. Chapter 153, What Lies Beneath the Garments. As Feng Xiao emerged from the cave, she piloted her mech with great haste along the path she had traversed, clad in garments dusted with a fragrant powder. She felt an urgent need to discard them at a considerable distance. Not long after her departure, she sensed an approaching presence behind her. It was evident that the mutated birds, drawn by the alluring scent of the flower, were in pursuit. A subtle smile graced her lips as she quickened her pace, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight, covering great distance in the blink of an eye. After an hour of relentless running, she arrived at the edge of a precipice. Feeling it was time, she retrieved the soiled garments from her spatial hub and cast them over the cliff. Watching the garments plummet from her view, she finally turned to leave. Meanwhile, within the cave, a few companions were resting. Xiao Yi leaned against the stone wall, feigning sleep, when suddenly his closed eyes snapped open. Blinking a few times, he cast a glance towards the spot where Xia Xiaomo lay. Did I just hear a sound emanating from there? He pondered. He turned to a nearby teammate, still resting, and inquired, "Did you hear anything?" The awakened companion perked up, listened intently, and replied, "I heard nothing. There is no sound. Don't make a fuss." After which, he closed his eyes once more. Left alone, Xiao Yi scratched the back of his head, bewildered, and questioned himself. Could it be that I truly misheard? With a slight shake of his head, he was on the verge of closing his eyes when a distinct crack echoed through the air. This sound, emanating from where Xia Xiaomo lay, was unmistakable, reminiscent of something fracturing. He glanced around and noticed that everyone else remained in slumber, with the lone figure standing guard at the cave's entrance seemingly oblivious to the sound. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate further. Gripping his dagger tightly in his right hand, he cautiously rose to his feet and made his way towards Xia Xiaomo. The crack persisted, albeit at a diminished volume, and it became apparent to him that the noise originated from beneath. He pondered uneasily. Could it be some sort of serpent or insect? Is it safe for Xia Xiaomo to remain here? Extending his hand, he intended to shift Xia Xiaomo aside to uncover the source of the disturbance when he noticed something writhing beneath the clothing spread on the ground. Goodness! Who was making that noise? The sudden outburst startled him, and only then did he realize that the others, previously resting, had awakened, now busy scanning their surroundings, clearly disturbed by the noise. Duan, why aren't you resting? What brings you here?" Zhang Mujin inquired as he surveyed the area, landing his gaze on the crouched figure beside Xia Xiaomo. "I just heard a noise and came to investigate," he replied. "What did you discover?" Zhang Mujin pressed further. Xiao Yi flexed his fingers before responding. "You'll find out for yourselves if you come over." At his invitation, the others gathered closer to discern the situation. "What is this?" Zhang Mulin leaned closer and noticed something writhing beneath the clothing, unable to resist the urge to reach out for a closer inspection. Just as she extended her hand, someone seized her wrist. Chapter 154. The true face of Lushan, but he is still lying here, she remarked. "It seems our captain has taken a liking to him. It would be rather inappropriate for us to merely stand by and watch, wouldn't it?" Zhang Mulan glanced at her sister and then at the figure of Xia Xiaomo sprawled on the ground before speaking. She recognized the wild fruits. They were edible. Albeit not particularly palatable, yet they could replenish the energy their bodies required. Under such circumstances, there was little room for fussiness. They were no strangers to hardship, after all, and thus were not overly particular. Upon entering the cave, she discovered the others gathered around Xia Xiaomo, engrossed in discussion. Frowning slightly, she interjected, "What are you all doing?" The group, caught up in their fervent deliberations, turned to face their captain with expressions of delight. "Boss, we've stumbled upon something unusual here." "Indeed? What sort of situation?" she inquired as she approached them. Upon her arrival, they promptly made way for her to enter. As Fang Xiao stepped inside, she found herself confronted by the writhing mass beneath the clothing. The fabric obscured the view of whatever it was that was moving. "What is this?" Fang Xiao exclaimed as she began to lift the garment. Upon revealing the true nature of the creature concealed beneath the clothing, an overwhelming urge to gouge out their own eyes surged within the group. Before them wriggled a mass resembling a white, fleshy ball, accompanied by a scattering of fragments reminiscent of eggshells. "No wonder I heard the crackling sound. It seems this little creature is breaking free from its shell." Upon realizing this, Xiaoyi displayed a look of sudden comprehension. Perhaps still blinded by its recent arrival into the world, it was wriggling its plump body, continually exploring its surroundings while emitting soft chirping sounds. Could it be hungry? Zhang Mujin, observing the chirping little being, suddenly voiced this thought. Instantly drawing the attention of everyone present, their gazes clearly conveying the unspoken question. "How do you know? Why do you all look at me like that? I read about it in books. Many newly born creatures require milk." Upon hearing her words, a few of them revealed expressions of understanding. However, a new dilemma arose. Where could they possibly find milk for it? In this desolate wilderness, let alone milk. Even locating water would be a challenge. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Xiao noticed someone nearby holding a half-tube of nutrient solution. Without hesitation, she snatched it from their grasp and cautiously brought it closer to the little creature. At first, the creature merely leaned in to sniff, showing no immediate inclination to consume it. Eventually, it tentatively extended its tiny tongue to taste, perhaps finding the flavor agreeable. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, it produced a pair of paws to grasp the nutrient solution, eagerly beginning to drink. Chapter 155, The Little Creature. Seeing it willingly consume the nutrient solution, everyone felt a sense of relief. They no longer feared it might go hungry. "Boss, what sort of beast do you think this is?" Fang Xiao glanced around before speaking. "I have no idea what kind of creature this is. I've never seen anything like it before." Upon hearing his leader's words, Xiaoyi extended his hand to stroke his chin and remarked, "I wonder if this little creature poses any danger." The others, hearing this, couldn't help but furrow their brows, thinking, after surrounding it for so long, is it not a bit too late to be concerned about its safety? Curiously, they all gathered around the little creature, which was happily consuming its nutritional supplement. The several young women present exhibited no immunity to the charm of this adorable being, unable to resist the urge to reach out and hold it. The little creature, unperturbed by the attention, continued to munch contentedly. "How utterly delightful!" Zhang Mujin, cradling the small being, gently petted its back, captivated by its plush texture. "Sister, please let me hold it too. I want to touch it." Seeing her sister so content while clutching the little creature, she felt a pang of urgency. "All right, you can hold it," her sister replied, passing the small creature over. Zhang Mulan quickly accepted it into her embrace, resting her face against the soft bundle with a look of pure satisfaction. The boys also desired to hold it, however. Upon witnessing the reluctant expressions of the girls, they abandoned the thought. Adhering to the principle of sharing, the girls took turns holding the little creature before finally passing it to Fang Xiao. She, not one to be coy, accepted it into her arms. Observing as it wriggled about, perhaps feeling content, the little creature finished its meal and promptly nestled into her embrace, drifting off to sleep, with faint sounds of snoring emanating softly. As she cradled the small creature, only one of her hands was free. Xiao Yiduan promptly unfurled a clean cloth upon the ground. With a slight movement of Fang Xiao's fingers, a pile of verdant wild fruits appeared on the fabric. "What are these fruits? Have you ever tasted them, boss?" "Of course not. Would I carelessly gather them for everyone to eat if I had?" Fang Xiao shot a sidelong glance at the one who posed the question. She then playfully swatted Xiao Yiduan on the head beside her and remarked, "How foolish you are to ask such a dim-witted question. I was merely inquiring." The individual protested, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Oh, you still dare to speak. Xiao Duan raised his hand again, prompting the man to shield his head and retreat to the side, narrowly avoiding another playful slap. Observing their raucous banter, Fang Shiro was concerned they might awaken the small creature in her arms. However, it appeared she had underestimated it. Despite the commotion, it remained peacefully asleep. After attending to her tasks, she found a spot against the mountainside to sit and rest while still holding the small creature. As she settled down, her gaze fell upon the unconscious Xia Xiaomo, stirring within her a peculiar sensation. In his current state, he exuded less of the usual assertiveness and more of a gentle demeanor. His previously sharp features had softened considerably. Although he was clad in women's attire, it did not seem out of place. Rather, it accentuated his masculinity even more distinctly. Chapter 156. Cautious thoughts. Perhaps it is the formidable genes of the Xia family that render none of its members unattractive. Each individual possesses both striking looks and formidable prowess. Surely, there is no girl who could resist such men. Contemplating this, she reflected on her own circumstances. Lacking status and lineage, her timid affections dared not surface. Her gaze remained fixed on Xia Xiaomo as she murmured to herself, "When will you awaken?" Lost in her musings, she failed to notice her companions observing her, exchanging glances laden with unspoken understanding. A sigh escaped her lips. She pondered when his shadow had first infiltrated her heart, perhaps from their very first encounter. She shook off those seemingly impractical thoughts that plagued her mind. Taking a deep breath, she leaned against the mountainside and closed her eyes. In the obscurity, Xia Xiaomo's fingers twitched slightly, unnoticed by those around him, before settling into stillness once more. The moment Fang Xiao regained consciousness, her first glance sought the direction of Xia Xiaomo, and upon confirming his continued repose, she felt a wave of relief. "Boss, the nutritional supplements have been prepared. With the current quantities we possess, they should suffice to sustain us until the end of our trials." "Good. Then distribute the prepared supplements and make the necessary arrangements. We shall depart shortly. You should be waking soon." As she spoke, Fang Xiao's gaze drifted back to the still-lying Xia Xiaomo. "Hey, are you not getting up? How much longer do you intend to laze about?" Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she playfully kicked the grounded Xia Xiaomo with a swift kick from her. The person lying down stirred and slowly opened his eyes. In truth, Xia Xiaomo had already awakened the previous night. Initially, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Had he not seen Fang Xiao and the others, he might have believed he had ascended to paradise. The moment he spotted them, he began to assess his injuries. Realizing that he had nearly recovered, it was evident that they must have administered the restorative agents they carried, which explained the warm sensation flowing through his body in his hazy state. However, he soon discovered a rather unfortunate predicament. His clothes were missing, replaced instead by garments that did not belong to him. The ill-fitting attire was uncomfortable, constricting his movements. He had not brought any extra clothing, leaving him, a grown man, feeling quite embarrassed about having to wear these unfamiliar clothes. Upon awakening, he noticed that everyone else was already up, and feeling somewhat shy, he chose to remain on the ground. Although Fang Xiao was unaware of when he had regained consciousness, she noticed that his breathing had become notably more rapid. A moment's reflection led her to conclude that he was indeed awake, prompting her earlier action of kicking him. Realizing he had been discovered, he could no longer lie there awkwardly and had to clumsily rise to his feet. Where are my original clothes?" Xia Xiaomo inquired, somewhat sheepishly, as he stood up. Fang Xiao glanced at him before averting her gaze, stating curtly, "They were thrown away." With that, she walked towards her teammates, who were deliberating their next course of action. Having already delayed for far too long, they could not afford to waste any more time. Chapter 157. Should you take your leave? Still rooted in place, Xia Xiaomo was momentarily taken aback when he heard the simple remark before the person departed. He pondered aloud, "Has my allure diminished? Or have I been disfigured in battle?" As he spoke, he extended a hand to feel his face, searching for any signs of injury. After a thorough examination revealed no scars, he sighed in relief and stroked his chin, observing Fang Xiao as she turned to approach several others, seemingly struck by a thought. "Everyone, gather around. Let us discuss our upcoming journey." Fang Xiao called out as she reached a more spacious area near the cave entrance, unfurling a map to beckon the others. Upon hearing their leader's voice, the group promptly set aside their tasks and converged towards her. After so many days of delay, they were finally poised to embark on their true adventure. Fang Xiao spread the map across the ground and utilized a red pen to mark their current position. "Look here," she instructed, "we find ourselves at this point. If we proceed southward for approximately 5 kilometers, we will reach the depths of the mountain range. What dangers lie within this region, and what perils may await us upon entry, remain beyond our foresight. However, if our intelligence is accurate, the resources we seek will be located within. Although fraught with risks, this area also serves as an ideal training ground. Therefore, if anyone harbors reservations about proceeding, now is the time to voice your reluctance. Upon concluding her remarks, she cast a sweeping glance over the gathered individuals, noting their resolute expressions, devoid of any signs of retreat. Satisfied, she nodded in approval. I shall inquire once more. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw at this moment? Upon posing the question, she fixed her gaze intently upon several individuals, who, undeterred by her scrutiny, shook their heads resolutely. With no one expressing a desire to retreat, she declared, "Let us commence the organization of our belongings. We shall regroup at the cave entrance in 5 minutes." With her words, each person dispersed to tend to their possessions. As Feng Xiao observed the bewildered Xia Xiaomo standing nearby, she furrowed her brow and approached him, inquiring, "What about you? Your injury has healed, and the mutated birds have been dealt with. Shouldn't you consider departing?" Ahem. Well, I believe it would be more prudent for me to accompany you," he replied. "My flying apparatus is damaged, and since you must traverse this mountain range, having an additional ally could prove beneficial." He then produced the battered flying device, a testament to its condition, to substantiate his claim. Feng Xiao lowered her head slightly, resting her chin upon her hand as she contemplated his words. He was indeed correct. The mountain range was fraught with peril. While they could manage to protect themselves with their current strength, completing the mission would be a formidable challenge. However, with Xia Xiaomo's presence, the situation would markedly improve. While she could endure personal peril, the safety of her team would be significantly enhanced with him alongside. Such an arrangement is typically not one to be rejected. "But you wish to join us? Is it not true that your mech has sustained considerable damage?" she queried. Her hesitation stemmed not from disdain for him, but rather from the realization that confronting these mutated flora and fauna would be exceedingly difficult relying solely on physical prowess. Chapter 158, A Matter of Mutual Benefit. Is that the crux of the issue? Rest assured, I have a spare mech. Really? Feng Xiao expressed her skepticism. Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, take a look, Xia Xiaomo declared, presenting the spare mech's summoning hub to her. Alas, the mountains were devoid of any signal. Even if he wished to summon assistance, it was an impossible endeavor under such circumstances. Thus, attempting to navigate out of this seemingly endless mountain range alone, with his resources entirely depleted, was nothing short of a fool's dream. The only viable option was to align himself with Feng Xiao's team, which boasted both a pharmacist and a repairman. Accompanying them would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. He relished the notion of such mutual assistance. Moreover, since awakening, he sensed that this group was different from the others, less rigid and more vibrant. Accompanying them would guarantee a journey free from monotony. With this in mind, he couldn't help but commend himself for his cleverness. Upon seeing him produce the spare mech, Feng Xiao refrained from making any further remarks urging him to leave. After all, their team required a formidable individual to watch over them, and thus she lapsed into silence. As for the other members of the team, they were well aware of their leader's interest in Xia Xiaomo and eagerly wished for him to remain, hoping to create opportunities for interaction with their leader. Thus, upon hearing that Xia Xiaomo intended to join them, their faces lit up with unrestrained joy. "Is everyone ready?" Feng Xiao inquired, glancing at the assembled group. "All set. At ease, stand straight, turn left, and proceed in a triangular formation." With these commands, the team advanced deep into the mountains. At that moment, Xia Xiaomo was retrieving a Bella from the river when she received a message from Xia Xiaomo. Having just reached the shore, she placed Bella on the ground, wiped her hands with a towel torn from a corner of the tent, and then opened her holographic device to check the message. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxuan was at home composing a report. Upon seeing the message, he promptly informed his father, "Those scoundrels can no longer remain idle." Xia Qianxi received the information and realized her second son had fallen into a trap, which filled her with indignation. The crisis on Empire Star had yet to be resolved, and these individuals were already plotting against dissenters, recklessly treading down a perilous path. Xiao Ma, concerned for the safety of her children, was left in a state of anxiety. Unaware of their circumstances, with only 3 family members at home, they communicated during dinner that evening, advising one another to exercise caution when going out and to always bring their mechas. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best to avoid leaving the house altogether. But was that feasible? Xiao Ma felt it was manageable, as she merely needed to notify the store. However, Both Xia Ba and Xia Yuxuan held military ranks, and their freedom to move was constrained. The only course of action was to ensure their mechas were well equipped and stocked with ample energy supplies. This way, they could defend themselves if danger arose. Following Fang Xiao's team, Xia Yuming journeyed southward and soon arrived at the junction between the outer and deeper regions of the mountains. Chapter 159. The trial officially begins as they gazed into the shadowy depths of the mountains ahead. A mix of excitement and trepidation coursed through them. The thrill stemmed from the opportunity to unleash the full potential of their newly acquired mechs without restraint, while the concern arose from the evident dangers lurking within. Would they be able to emerge unscathed after venturing into such perilous terrain? Regardless of their apprehensions, they knew they had to proceed. Only in the face of life-threatening challenges could they truly awaken their latent abilities. In the pursuit of self-improvement and personal growth, retreat was not an option. At the boundary, Fang Xiao scrutinized the surroundings near the stone monument. Summer Yuming approached her, nudging her with his elbow, and inquired, "So, what do you think? It appears quite perilous in there. Are you certain about entering?" "Absolutely. If I had any hesitations before, they have now transformed into unwavering resolve. It is only through life and death trials that one's potential can be truly ignited, although danger looms within. It also presents the ideal opportunity for us all to harness our capabilities," she replied, turning to face Summer Yuming. "Besides, isn't the great deity like you accompanying us? Are you afraid?" "Who is afraid? Me? You must be jesting. I am a soldier of the military, having faced countless mutated beasts on the battlefield. How could I possibly fear this mere mountain range?" Summer Yuming bristled at being labeled as timid. As a man, how could he be perceived as cowardly in such a forest? Wasn't he that an affront to his character? "Having organized ourselves, we now officially embark on the training program. In this forest, it is imperative to remain vigilant. One must not let their guard down simply because there is a capable companion nearby. Do you understand? This message is quite clear. No one should assume that the presence of a formidable ally grants them the luxury of complacency. Additionally, it serves as a reminder for some. Understood? Very well, we shall now enter the mountains. The training commences." With that, the leader ventured deep into the mountain range. Since Xia Yuming had pledged to look after them, it was best for him to remain at the rear, so he lingered, waiting for everyone to pass. Each member of the team, as they moved ahead, cast him a meaningful glance that left him perplexed, utterly unaware of what their expressions conveyed, unable to decipher their intentions. He could only scratch his head in confusion and proceed at a leisurely pace. Upon entering the innermost layer, a palpable sense of oppressive pressure enveloped them. The dense vegetation obscured the light, casting a shadowy gloom over the surroundings. Occasionally, the low growl of an unknown mutated beast echoed through the trees, punctuated by sporadic chirps and calls from insects and birds. Suddenly, someone in the team called out. The sound resonated loudly in the otherwise tranquil woods, startling the advancing members. Fang Xiao immediately signaled for everyone to halt and cautiously approached the teammate who had spoken. "What happened in the woods?" she inquired. "I think I just saw a shadow drift past over there." Zhang Mulan pointed towards their left. Fang Xiao followed her gaze, seeing nothing but trees and knee-high grass. "Are you certain something passed through there?" Her sister, Zhang Mujin, also looked in the direction indicated but saw nothing unusual, turning to her for confirmation. "Indeed. I truly saw it. It floated past at great speed, just in an instant." "Leader, you must believe me." "But we see nothing," chimed in the other team members. Fang Xiao furrowed her brow and scrutinized the area once more, deep in thought. She then raised her head and addressed the group. "Everyone, remain vigilant. Prepare your weapons and be ready for battle. Just because you do not see it does not mean it does not exist. We know not what dangers lurk within this forest. Many threats emerge without our awareness. We must remain alert to everything around us. Now, let us proceed." With that, she led the group onward, taking careful steps. Xia Yuming followed closely behind, his body tense and his mind sharply focused, sensing an unseen presence watching them. This feeling had arisen the moment he entered the forest, but now, after Zhang Mulan's words, he was convinced that something was indeed observing him, or perhaps their entire group. He silently continued to advance with the team, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Fang Xiao sensed that something was amiss. Her mind taut with tension as she treaded cautiously with each step. Xia Yuming observed her strained expression and nodded subtly, inwardly acknowledging her commendable qualities, bold yet meticulous, truly deserving of her position as the leader of this group. Her looks, striking as they were, only added to the rarity of such a remarkable girl. One so intelligent and aesthetically pleasing. Unaware of his silent admiration, Fang Xiao remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, something darted past her vision. Almost instinctively, she brandished her dagger, which flew from her hand and embedded itself in a nearby tree trunk. Huh? Did I miss? She pondered, scrutinizing her surroundings and finding no immediate threat. Cautiously, she approached and retrieved her dagger. By chance, she noticed a few strands of animal hair beneath the dagger. Stay alert, she instructed her companions, then knelt to examine the hairs more closely. To her dismay, she recognized that the white fur was unlike anything she had encountered before, causing a sense of foreboding to settle within her. Xia Xiaomo, come look at this. Have you ever seen an animal with this kind of fur? She called out. Xia Xiaomo accepted the strands from her, inspecting them carefully before shaking his head. The weight in her heart deepened upon seeing his response. Suddenly, a fleeting spark of insight flickered in her mind, but it vanished before she could grasp its meaning. Hey? Zhang Muelin's voice emerged, laced with curiosity. As if a thought had struck him. What is it? Fang Xiaoro inquired, turning her gaze toward him. Zhang Muelin glanced around before speaking. This fur. Why does it remind me of the small creature we discovered in the cave? Chapter 161. A situation? After her remark, Fang Xiaoro examined the fur in her hand closely and indeed noticed that, in terms of both texture and color, it bore a striking resemblance to the fur of the small creature they had previously encountered in the cave. Could it be the parents of that creature? A member of the team voiced their confusion. That can't be right, even if they are the parents. Why would they be deep in this forest while the small creature was found in the encampment? The team members began to speculate. Xia Xiaomo stroked his chin, recalling the small creature. He remembered that when he first awoke, that little one had been soundly sleeping in Fang Xiaoro's embrace. However, since then, he had not seen it again. Did anyone see that little creature this morning? No. The team members shook their heads, confirming that they had not seen it since they rested last night. Fang Xiaoro bit her lip, her brow furrowed as she said, regardless of whether they are the parents of the small creature, we must remain vigilant if they pose any threat to us. Upon hearing her words, everyone nodded in understanding. Now, let us continue our journey. She stood up, casting a glance around. The surroundings remained tranquil, with only the occasional chirping of insects and birds breaking the silence. Most of the time, all that could be heard was the sound of their own breaths. A group of individuals advanced in a triangular formation, when suddenly, Xia Xiaomo halted, his ears twitching slightly. Wait a moment. He urgently called out to his companions, prompting everyone to stop and swiftly adopt a defensive posture, attentive to the surroundings. What's wrong? Fang Xiaoro, unaware of when she had approached his side, inquired in a hushed tone. Xia Xiaomo raised his right index finger to his lips, signaling for silence, while his ears remained keenly attuned to the environment. After a brief moment, he turned to Fang Xiaoro, gesturing to the right. I believe I hear some sounds emanating from that direction. It resembles the roars of numerous mutated beasts. Upon hearing his words, Fang Xiaoro instinctively perked her ears to listen. Yet despite her efforts, she could discern nothing. Are you certain you're not imagining things? I can't hear anything. Xia Xiaomo rolled his eyes. I can detect sounds within a kilometer radius. Can you? Not at all. Fang Xiaoro confessed, shaking her head earnestly. Then that settles it. I am merely relaying what I hear. Whether you choose to investigate is entirely up to you, he declared, crossing his arms and adopting an air of indifference. Fang Xiaoro, witnessing his demeanor, nearly lost her temper. Her fingers twitched with an urge to strike him. What to do? Calm down, she reminded herself quietly. She still required his assistance for the journey ahead. Ultimately, she turned away with a frown, seeking the counsel of her companions. She resolved to disregard all matters, apart from the safety of her team, in her dealings with him. After consulting her teammates, she decided to proceed together to investigate the situation. The direction indicated by Xia Xiaomo was precisely the path they needed to traverse. Circumventing it would squander several days. Moreover, their primary purpose for this expedition was to gain experience. If their journey were devoid of peril, could it truly be deemed a trial? To swiftly enhance their prowess, they must engage in combat, continually challenging themselves through confrontation. Chapter 162. The Talking Beast. They cautiously advanced towards the direction pointed out by Xia Xiaomo. After a few minutes, they began to faintly hear the roars of beasts. Xia Xiaomo was indeed correct. The sound seemed to emanate from not merely one mutated beast, but rather from a multitude gathered together. What could have drawn these mutated creatures into such proximity? To unravel this mystery, they had no choice but to forge ahead. A few more minutes passed, and they stumbled upon a valley where at least several hundred large mutated beasts congregated. Most of them bore white fur, interspersed with some yellow, black, and gray beasts of similar size. Despite their colossal forms, their appearance resembled that of oversized, fluffy spheres, revealing only their plump, rosy lips, rather than instilling fear. They evoked a sense of endearing clumsiness. Could these be the very mutated creatures we discovered in the forest? The appearance of these diminutive creatures is remarkably similar. They are, in essence, the enlarged visage of their smaller counterparts. When Zhang Mulan beheld these mutated beasts, she was utterly taken aback. It was not only her. The other team members were equally stupefied upon witnessing these aberrations. Xia Xiaomo, however, remained largely unfazed, showing little interest in these seemingly foolish yet endearing beings. Whether they posed a danger remained uncertain, yet one must not be deceived by their deceptively innocuous appearance. Boss, what shall we do now? Should we leave immediately? Or linger to observe a while longer? Let us remain for now and observe if they present any threat. This sort of mutated creature likely had not yet been documented, as it was something they had never encountered before, nor could they find any records in books. Fang Xiaoro fixed her gaze on the peculiar, incessantly chattering creatures. The others, upon hearing her, concurred with their leader's decision, as they too wished to ascertain whether these mutated beings posed any danger to humanity. Although these unknown entities currently resided deep within the mountains, who could predict if they might venture out in the future? After all, their appearance was highly misleading. Since they had encountered them, it would be prudent to ascertain their nature, whether harmful or benign, so as to make an informed note for future reference. Just in case of unforeseen events. After a prolonged observation, they discovered that these mutated beasts consumed only vegetation, such as leaves and wild fruits, showing no inclination towards carnivorous behavior. This indicated that these creatures were unlikely to initiate an attack on humans. After Fang Xiaoro recorded their basic information on her light brain, she intended to lead everyone away from that place. Wait a moment, my friends. At that moment, a voice halted them. I think I heard someone calling for us to stop. Did you hear it? I heard it. So did I. The few individuals who heard the sound blinked in surprise, exchanging glances in search of confirmation that this was not merely a figment of their imagination. Yet, it was Xia Xiaomo who, upon hearing the voice, raised an eyebrow. His tone laced with uncertainty. I always believed that the mutated beasts capable of communication were merely a figment of literature. I never imagined I would actually encounter a talking mutated beast. Chapter 163. The Crimson Flame Beast. Everyone was taken aback by his words. So it was not merely an auditory illusion. These beasts indeed possessed the ability to speak. The group nodded in unison. Fang Xiaoro was equally astonished. She was aware that some mutated beasts could comprehend human language. But this was her first encounter with one that could converse. Might I have a moment of your time, esteemed friends from afar? As this statement echoed, the dense throng of mutated beasts gradually parted, creating a passageway. A creature, larger than the others, stepped forward. Unlike its counterparts, this mutated beast was entirely enveloped in a pristine white hue, save for a tuft of fur on its forehead that resembled flickering flames. Moreover, its ears were significantly larger than those of other beasts, resembling those of a rabbit, yet unlike rabbit ears, they drooped to the sides. The flame emblem on its forehead was vividly lifelike, as if it were about to ignite. Upon its emergence, the entire pack of beasts fell into silence, all gazing at it with reverent respect. Xia Xiaomo gestured towards the beast assembly, encouraging her to observe. Fang Xiaoro turned her attention to the now subdued beast and immediately spotted the mutated creature at the forefront, adorned with the fiery mark on its brow. It was undoubtedly the one that had just spoken. Apologies, I momentarily lost focus. May I inquire what brings you here? They bestowed respect upon all beings capable of communication and posing no threat to humanity. This is not an ideal location for discourse. Would you mind accompanying us to our territory? Yin regarded the diminutive female human before him, patiently inquiring. Fang Xiaoro surveyed the imposing assembly of mutated beasts, feeling a sense of trepidation. She harbored her own concerns. What if they followed her? If these mutated creatures suddenly turned hostile, they would find themselves ensnared within a throng of beasts, with no means of escape. As if sensing her thoughts, Yin, the leader of the mutated beasts, stepped forward and spoke. Rest assured, I do not intend to harm you. This area marks the boundary between our Crimson Flame Beasts and the Devouring Wolf clan, where our two tribes frequently clash. Hence, I wish to extend an invitation for you to visit our territory. Upon hearing Yin's words, Fang Xiaoro and the entire team furrowed their brows, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelations presented to them. They had just learned of a previously unknown mutated beast, and now another emerged. How many more secrets lay hidden within this forest? What are the devouring wolves? Xia Xiaomo inquired at an opportune moment. Yin glanced at him, about to respond when he abruptly halted. his gaze shifting to a certain direction as he exclaimed, "Not good. They are coming." Following his line of sight, the group beheld a crimson flame beast, battered and bloodied, staggering towards them before collapsing at Yan's feet. Simultaneously, Xia Xiaomo's extraordinary hearing detected a multitude of indistinct creatures advancing menacingly from afar. Chapter 164. Territory of the Crimson Flame Beasts. Yan approached the fallen kin to investigate, discovering numerous bite marks from the devouring wolves etched across its body, leading him to conclude that it had indeed been attacked by the wolf clan. "It requires medical attention," he stated, turning to the group of Crimson Flame Beasts behind him and murmuring urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, several Crimson Flame Beasts emerged from the crowd, with a robust one positioning itself beside the injured creature, lowering its body in a show of solidarity. Several others joined forces to lift the injured flame beast and secure it onto the back of the one lying nearby. Only after ensuring the stability of the beast on its back did the lying flame beast rise, carrying the injured one away in the opposite direction. "The guests from the wolf pack are approaching. May we accompany you to your territory for a discussion?" Upon witnessing the injured flame beast being carried away, Yan hastily inquired of Feng Shiro and the others. Recognizing the urgency of the situation and sensing that the flame beast bore them no malice, they consented to follow. Overjoyed by their agreement, Yan promptly turned to lead the way. A few robust adult flame beasts emerged, lying down at their feet, clearly inviting them to mount their backs. "Please follow me." Upon reaching the territory of the flame beasts, the group dismounted and followed Yan into a cave. The cavern was well lit, with smooth rock walls that appeared to have been hewn by human hands. "Isn't it strange? This cave existed when we arrived here. It must have been excavated by humans at some point, but for reasons unknown, it was abandoned." As he spoke, he guided them deeper until they reached a spacious area. "So what brings you to this place?" Feng Shiro asked directly. Yan, unperturbed by the straightforwardness, produced a few makeshift stools from an unknown source, though they were not truly stools, merely wooden blocks stacked together. Due to prolonged disuse, a thick layer of dust had settled upon them. A few individuals, unfazed by formalities, directly took the items and, after a brief cleaning, settled around a stone table in a semicircle. Indeed, they were beings of advanced intelligence, well versed in the etiquette of hospitality. Shortly after they took their seats, a fiery creature, the flame beast, entered, cradling an assortment of fruits. Due to its large size and relatively short limbs, its gait appeared rather cumbersome, yet to Feng Shiro and her companions, it exuded a certain endearing charm. The creature placed the fruits upon the stone table and retreated, leaving only its leader, Yan, and Feng Shiro's party within the confines of the gathering. "You must be curious as to why the other beasts could only comprehend." Xia Xiaomo, in the midst of gnawing on an unidentified wild fruit, which possessed a pleasantly tangy sweetness, paused upon hearing this. He shifted his gaze towards Yan, anticipating its next utterance. At that moment, Yan performed an astonishing act. It stood upright, extending its forepaw to reveal its hidden sharp claws, directing them towards its forehead with astonishing swiftness, catching them entirely off guard. Chapter 165. The Homeland of the Flame Beast. 1. Nearly everyone closed their eyes, bracing for a scene drenched in blood. However, the reality unfolded differently than they had imagined. No blood was shed. Instead, Yan simply removed the flame from its forehead and placed it upon the stone table. "You see, this is the reason I can speak." All were left in awe, having previously believed that the flame was a permanent fixture upon its forehead, never suspecting it could be detached. What could this mean? Feng Shiro reached out to pick it up, examining it closely, only to discover that it was not a strand of hair or anything of the sort, but rather a gem unlike anything they had ever encountered. The edges of this gem were transparent, and within it dwelled a shape reminiscent of a flickering flame. She raised the gem towards the light and noticed that the flame appeared almost alive, gently dancing within, and she could even sense warmth emanating from it. "This flame is alive." Such a revelation left her utterly astonished. Hearing her words, Zhang Mulan, the most vivacious member of the team, hurried over, taking the gem to scrutinize it under the light. Lo and behold, it truly was alive, still pulsating. Zhang Mulan held the gem aloft, beckoning others to come and witness this marvel. "Be careful, don't drop it," Feng Shiro cautioned, unable to contain her concern as she observed their curiosity. Meanwhile, the leader of the Qian beast, Yan, spoke up, assuring them, "It's quite all right. This stone is remarkably sturdy, it won't break easily." Indeed, the flame within the gem was not a true fire, but rather an extraordinary form of energy. This energy contained immense power and could be absorbed by all species within this interstellar realm. The reason I am able to speak and communicate with you is due to having absorbed this energy. However, such energy is exceedingly rare within this entire mountain range. It can only be found within our territory. As he spoke, his tone grew somewhat melancholic. You should be delighted, then, with this gem. Your clan could all learn to speak, Summer Yumming remarked, yet a hint of confusion lingered. However, throughout this journey, aside from you, no other Crimson Flame beasts have been able to speak. This matter is quite lengthy. It requires us to start from the very beginning. We originally did not belong to this planet. Our clan hails from a celestial body known as Wind Hela, situated at the northernmost edge of this starry expanse. There lies an endless expanse of beautiful snowfields, where we dwell freely, and I am the offspring of the leader of the Crimson Flame beasts. Our lives there were unrestrained. However, the insectoids arrived, brutal and merciless, launching a large-scale surprise attack on our planet while the Crimson Flame beasts were caught off guard, plundering our resources indiscriminately. They not only ravaged our supplies but also ruthlessly slaughtered our kin, consuming everything in their path. Our clan suffered tremendous losses, as the insectoids were far too numerous for us to contend with. As we faced the imminent threat of extinction, my father, Noah, summoned me and instructed me to lead a group of juvenile Crimson Flame beasts to flee from Wind Hela. We could not allow our clan to face annihilation, and thus I acquiesced to my father's plea. Accompanied by these young, mutated creatures, I boarded a spacecraft and escaped from Wind Hela, ultimately landing in this forest. Chapter 166, The Homeland of the Crimson Flame Beasts 2. I led them through this forest, stumbling along for several days, until we finally discovered this cave. Hewn by your kind yet long abandoned. In a serendipitous moment, I stumbled upon this energy gem and absorbed it, discovering that it enhanced my intellect. At that moment, I contemplated the possibility of sharing this energy with my kin, envisioning the potential for us to develop our cognitive abilities and communicate with you, the indigenous inhabitants. Consequently, I felt an overwhelming joy, believing that this gem would enable us to converse and coexist with humanity. With great enthusiasm, we embarked on the journey of gathering and absorbing this energy, unaware of the immense side effects that the unrefined energy harbored. The adverse impact manifested as an accelerated growth rate, causing our bodies to mature too swiftly, ultimately leading to a state of stasis. This stasis not only halted our chronological age, but also suspended our physiological development. Given that our flame beasts possess a prolonged growth cycle, and I was already in my adult phase, we initially failed to perceive the gravity of the situation. As I recount this, my tone shifts to one of sorrow, laden with regret. No wonder we had never encountered such mutated beasts in the outside world. They were not the original inhabitants here. Several among us displayed expressions of sudden realization. What transpired next? Xia Xiaomo pressed on, undeterred by the previous revelations. Taking a few deep breaths to steady my emotions, I continued. By the time we recognized this issue, it was already too late. Many flame beasts had absorbed the energy, and those who had done so had begun to develop a faint consciousness. I was already in a state of adulthood, absorbing this energy during my mature years. Thus the impact was minimal for me. However, they are different. I realized that if this continued, the reproductive issues of our Crimson Flame Beast clan would be adversely affected. So I instructed everyone to cease absorbing this energy. Alas, it was too late. Nearly all the Crimson Flame Beasts had already transformed into their adult forms. Although they had developed a semblance of consciousness, they had not fully awakened. They could comprehend your words, yet were unable to articulate them in human language. As you have likely observed, all the Crimson Flame Beasts we encountered along our journey appeared adult. Could it be that their transformation into these adult forms was due to their absorption of the energy? Their ages had not yet reached adulthood, however. Suddenly, Feng Xiao spoke up. Reflecting on their journey and combining it with the side effects of the energy that Yin had mentioned earlier, she arrived at this conclusion. Everyone was astonished, raising their heads to gaze at the leader of the Crimson Flame Beasts, Yin, awaiting its response. Even Xia Xiaomo was taken aback. This was indeed. Chapter 167. The side effects of the energy gem. A creature that should have been in a state akin to human childhood was abruptly transformed into an adult beast due to the energy gem. This is akin to the folly of pulling seedlings to aid their growth. While their appearance may have matured, their essence remains immature. Furthermore, due to another freezing effect of this energy gem, their development has been stunted. One must ponder, without growth, how could their physical attributes possibly meet the standards of adulthood? And if they cannot attain these adult standards, how can they reproduce? They belong to the beastly kind. And although their current leader has attained an intellect comparable to that of humans, with physical attributes meeting the standard, The others, severely affected by side effects, cannot bear the capacity for reproduction. Yet, in a bid to safeguard the last hope for this group of flame beasts, he has learned how humans deal with these mutated creatures, thus refraining from seeking their assistance outside the forest. This mountainous region, fraught with peril and characterized by its complex terrain, is seldom trodden upon by humans. Consequently, their plight has persisted until today. Had it not been for the reckless endeavor of a few individuals to venture into the mountains, their situation might have continued indefinitely. It is no wonder that ever since he delved deeper into the mountains, he has felt a sense of being watched. It must be them. As Xia Xiaomo pieced this together, another puzzlement arose. Wait, just a few days ago, we discovered a small beast resembling you in the forest. Was that not a member of your flame beast clan? With curiosity stirring within, he voiced his thoughts, only to be met with an excited declaration from Yin. Indeed, it is of our flame beast lineage, and it is my child. At this revelation, an unsettling air enveloped the group. If the reproductive capabilities had been frozen, then who was the father of this child? Could it be? Instantly, the gazes of all turned towards Yin with a hint of suspicion. The unabashed scorn in their eyes left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Do not misunderstand. It is indeed my offspring, truly, my own, sired with a member of my clan. It is not as you might imagine. What do we imagine? You have inadvertently revealed the truth. A sinister and sly smile crept across the faces of several individuals. Indeed, although most of my kin have had their developmental abilities frozen, there exists one female who has not, and that creature is the offspring of her and me. Oh, we understand now. Apart from you, this lone male has reached maturity without being frozen, while everyone else remains in stasis. Coincidentally, there happens to be one female who also remains unfrozen, thus leading to the creation of a small creature. We comprehend, truly we do. There is no need for you to be so anxious. The men in Fang Xiao's team intended to carry their lewdness to its utmost limits. Several of the girls felt a bit embarrassed, their cheeks flushed, while Fang Xiao was left exasperated, utterly incredulous at the audacity of it all. Ahem. Fang Xiao cleared her throat and inquired of Yin. Since that child belongs to your Qian clan, why did we find it in the central area? Alas, this matter has been stirred up by the Zhilang clan. Upon mentioning the Zhilang clan, Yin's beastly visage shifted subtly, with a palpable distaste evident in his tone. Chapter 168. The origin of conflict. It is thus. We had kept the existence of the energy gemstones well concealed, yet somehow the Zhilang clan learned of this information and sought to seize these extraordinary gemstones. The Zhilang clan, being the indigenous inhabitants of this region, knows that although young beasts cannot absorb these gemstones, adult beasts can. At that time, we also pledged to deliver a certain quantity of gemstones to them each year. However, we did not anticipate that, given their clan's rapid growth, their demands would increase significantly. The initially agreed-upon quantity proved utterly insufficient. They had already requested an increase several times during this period, and we acquiesced each time. Yet, the supply of these energy gemstones was inherently limited. The ones we discovered and collected had already been entirely consumed by our Fire Beast clan. The amount we could provide was already a struggle, and now their requirements had escalated far beyond the original agreement. We simply could not meet their demands. Moreover, our Fire Beast clan had been unable to reproduce for many years due to the adverse effects of the gemstones, resulting in a severe shortage of our workforce. Fortunately, while these energy gemstones could accelerate physical growth and stunted our developmental capabilities, they also halted the aging process, allowing our clan to endure to this day. The Wolf Devourer clan had also recognized this age-freezing property, igniting their desire to seize our gemstone collection sites. Each conflict left both sides with losses, and our numbers had dwindled from over 900 to just above 500. If we were to lose any more of our remaining 500 in battle, the extinction of the Fire Beast clan would become a grim reality. At this point, Yin closed his eyes, recalling his father's admonition to safeguard the last hope of the Fire Beast clan with utmost diligence. Calming my emotions, it finally spoke again. At that moment, I discovered a female flame beast, untouched by the circumstances, and I was overjoyed. With her presence, our clan had hope. She despised men who treated women merely as breeding tools and forcefully claimed them. Even male beasts that forcibly seized females were unacceptable. Even the most primitive of mutated beasts understood that mating required mutual consent, let alone this male beast before us, whose intelligence was akin to that of humans. Upon hearing Fang Xiao's words, Yin rolled his large eyes, obscured by fur, in a manner reminiscent of humans. Do I resemble such a beast? The others widened their eyes, scrutinizing him from head to tail and back again, in unison declaring, indeed, You do resemble such a beast. Enough of this nonsense. Continue. You have yet to explain why your son appeared in the mountains. Chapter 169. The identity of the little one. Please allow me to explain. Our clan welcomed a healthy newborn beast, and everyone was immensely excited. However, we have had some conflicts with the wolf-eating clan, making the timing of his birth particularly unfavorable. Our flame beast clan emerges from an egg, and certain conditions are essential for hatching. Temperature and humidity are critical. You may have noticed that the temperature deep within these mountains is significantly lower than that in the surrounding area. It was only upon hearing Yan's words that I instinctively glanced at the temperature recorded in my mind, and upon doing so, I realized that the temperature here was indeed 6 or 7 degrees lower compared to the surrounding area. Had it not been for Yan's inquiry, we would not have paid attention to such matters. The temperature here is far too low, rendering it unsuitable for the hatching of the little Qian beast, while the surrounding area is just right. Furthermore, our clan is currently embroiled in conflict with the wolf-devouring clan, making it unsafe within our ranks. Thus, for the sake of his safety, we decided to send him to the surrounding area. It was only upon our arrival there that we discovered a hidden cave, where the temperature and humidity were perfectly conducive for my son's hatching. Hence, we placed him there. How could you leave an egg there? Zhang Mulan questioned, perplexed. Aren't you concerned? Leaving an unhatched egg alone in what seems to be a safe cave, aren't you afraid it might be discovered by snakes, insects, or rodents and subsequently devoured? Yin displayed an expression of helplessness. Of course I was worried. After I settled him in, I received news of a battle erupting between the Qian Beast clan and the wolf-devouring clan. Ah, that explains it. No wonder when we first found him, he was all alone. We thought his parents were gone. The other team members, upon hearing Yan's explanation, exhibited expressions of sudden understanding. By the way, when did you see him? Is he healthy since his birth? Upon hearing Yan's questions, the foreheads of several individuals once again bore the mark of exasperation. Is it not a tad late for you to express concern for your son's safety and well-being? However, as she had cradled him to sleep last night, upon awakening this morning, she found him absent, which suggests he has departed from that place. As long as he is healthy, that is what truly matters. Upon hearing the news of her son's robust health, Yin felt a surge of joy, yet her heart sank at the subsequent remarks. Although members of the Qian Beast clan are capable of independent movement from birth, the peril of a newborn beast encountering a formidable predator loomed ominously in her mind. With this thought, she found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. She flicked her large ears and forcefully struck her claws against the ground. Chapter 170. The search. I must take a few individuals with me to search for him. This is a critical moment. I am not overly concerned about encountering other ferocious beasts, but I dread the thought of him aimlessly wandering through the forest and crossing paths with the devouring wolf clan. Is the devouring wolf clan truly that fearsome? Someone from Fang Xiao's group inquired. You shall comprehend their terror once you have encountered them. For now, I must venture forth to find my son, whom I have yet to meet. Will you assist me? Yin implored, her gaze sincere as it fell upon Fang Xiao and her companions. Certainly, we are at your service, replied Xia Xiaomo, and no one offered any dissent. That is splendid. I am deeply grateful to you all. Please accept the heartfelt gratitude of the Qian clan. With that, Yin stood upright, raising her front right paw to her chest, bowing slightly in a manner reminiscent of a human gentleman. Let us not delay any further. We must set off at once. Fang Xiao waved her hand, commanding the others. Without hesitation, they rose, grasped their weapons, and followed Yin out of the cave. Upon emerging, they encountered a white Qian beast, slightly smaller than Yin, approaching the cave entrance. To their astonishment, Fang Xiao and her companions sensed an elegance and nobility in this beast, traits typically associated with humans. Yin, chitter chitter. The Qian beast appeared somewhat anxious. Upon spotting Yin, it began communicating in an incomprehensible beast language. Yeah, our son has been born, and he is healthy. The group, perplexed by the identity of the beast, immediately understood upon hearing Yin's words. This noble and graceful Qian beast was indeed the partner Yin had mentioned in the cave, a fully matured female Qian beast. Chitter chitter. The eyes of the female Qian, known as Ya, gleamed with excitement. However, there was troubling news. Our son has vanished this morning, and we are now preparing to search for him. Chitter chitter. Although Fang Xiao and her companions could not comprehend the specifics of her speech, they gathered from Yan's words and Ya's expression that the two were discussing a significant matter. Yin, we must hasten. Every moment delayed increases the peril. Observing their incessant chatter, Fang Xiao could no longer contain herself. Time was of the essence. Yin nodded and chattered a few more words to Yin, who responded, I understand. I will ensure our safety." After speaking, Yin set off with Fang Shiro and the others, their first destination being the secluded cave, the birthplace of the little creature. In order to swiftly trace the creature's whereabouts, everyone summoned their mechs, meticulously scanning the surroundings for even the faintest clues. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the hidden cave. "This is the place. I left my son here," Yin exclaimed, his emotions running high. Without hesitation, he plunged inside, rushing to the spot where he had placed his child. On the ground, aside from the traces of his newborn's crawl and a few fragments of eggshells, there was nothing else. Meanwhile, Fang Shiro approached her resting place, examining the ground closely. Chapter 171. Forbidden Mountains. 1. To her surprise, she discovered a clue. There, on the ground, was a series of tiny claw prints extending outward, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. "Come take a look," she called to the others, pointing at the prints and following their path. They continued until they reached a waterfall, where the thunderous roar of water drowned out their voices. "Boss, the claw prints disappear here. What should we do now?" Fang Shiro asked, surveying the surrounding environment with a furrowed brow. "Chief Yin, I recall you mentioning that members of the Crimson Flame Beast tribe can move immediately upon birth, correct?" "Indeed. Our kind can commence movement shortly after birth. As long as the young creature is healthy, even the slowest among them regains autonomy within 10 minutes. What troubles you? Have you made any discoveries?" Do not question his unwavering conviction. He simply possesses this intuition and trusts the young humans before him. "Let us first examine the ground around us. The ground is entirely covered in moss." She pointed towards the rocks leading to the waterfall and continued in this direction. "There are only stone fragments, the stones bear no moss, and the paw prints of the small creature vanish here. Thus, there are 3 possibilities. Either the creature fell into this pool, ascended along the path of stone fragments, or was directly seized by some entity right here. But how can we ascertain the precise circumstance that befell the creature?" The chief of the Flame Clan furrowed his brow. "Based on the current situation, the likelihood of the creature having fallen is essentially eliminated. Animals are acutely sensitive to danger, a fact you, Chief Flame, surely comprehend better than we do." "Indeed. We are highly attuned to peril, typically sensing it in advance and evading it promptly. Hence, we are left with 2 possibilities. The creature either ascended along the stone path or was taken by some force." Fang Shiro, the leader of the group, declared, "From the evidence at hand, if it was indeed taken, there must be some clues left behind in the vicinity. However, only the paw prints of small creatures were left around, with no signs of other beings." She extended her right hand, pointing at the stone path with her index finger, and spoke with unwavering conviction. "This only indicates that the small creature must have ventured along the stone path towards the waterfall." Chief Yin fixed his gaze on the stone path, remaining silent for a long while. Oddly, he felt a strange familiarity with this path. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed in alarm, "This path leads to the forbidden area. My son may be in danger. What shall we do?" I was not well versed in the matter, only aware that the forbidden area had existed long before our arrival. Almost all beasts dared not approach it. Not even the formidable Howling Wolf clan that resided in the mountains. How could my foolish son have ventured in that direction? It would be fine if he stayed away. But if he were to enter, it would be exceedingly perilous. He is still so young. How can he confront such dangers? Chapter 172. The Forbidden Area of the Mountains 2. Do not fret, Chief Yin. Since your son is heading directly towards that location, it suggests there must be something that has drawn him there. Otherwise, with your instincts, how could he possibly choose to go in that direction? Observing Chief Yan's concern for his son's safety, Fang Shiro couldn't help but think of her own father, wondering if, should she ever find herself in peril, he would worry for her as deeply as Chief Yin does now. "You are right, but he is still just a child, barely born." Chief Yin's tone conveyed an indescribable anxiety. A few individuals fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing these words. "I am deeply grateful to you all for joining me in the search for my son. However, from this point onward, I shall venture forth alone. The forbidden area may harbor dangers, and you are all still young. Thus, allow me to enter and seek him out on my own." After a prolonged silence, the leader of the Flame Clan arrived at this resolution. After all, it is merely a forbidden zone. What is there to fear? We are, after all, soldiers. And the essence of a soldier is to confront challenges without retreating. Moreover, our expedition into the mountains is indeed a journey of honing our skills. We must dare to explore this forbidden ground to uncover what lies within that warrants such a designation. If you prevent us from going, it is tantamount to underestimating our capabilities. Do you consider us cowards? The others in the group echoed in agreement. I harbor no such intention. I merely wish to spare you from the perils of this adventure." Upon hearing their words, Yin hurriedly defended himself, insisting that he had no such intent. "Enough, enough. Let us cease this debate. If we are to go, we must act swiftly. The little one remains inside, and we must hasten to find him." Xia Xiaomo checked the supplies he had stored in the spatial hub. They were ample. Nothing is more crucial than weapons and sustenance for replenishing energy. In a place fraught with peril, lacking these two essentials would be akin to stepping one foot into the gates of hell, inevitably leading to demise. Upon his words, the others quickly understood and began inspecting their own weaponry and supplies, subsequently reporting back to their leader. "Well, our supplies are sufficient. Let us set forth." Having spoken, they set forth along the rocky path leading to the enigmatic Forbidden Realm. The leader of the Flame Clan, observing Feng Xiaoro and her companions as they embarked, felt a warm swelling in his eyes, a hint of moisture betraying his emotions. Previously, his aspirations had merely revolved around seeking their assistance to resolve the issues plaguing his clan of Crimson Beasts. Yet now, he found himself genuinely imbued with respect and gratitude towards them. Not all humans are willing to tread a perilous path, fully aware of the dangers that lie ahead, especially when he is not one of their kind, but rather a sentient beast capable of speech. "Boss, why does this place feel so eerie?" Shortly after stepping onto the rocky trail, they arrived at a location so tranquil that not even the chirping of insects could be heard. "I feel the same. Even in combat attire, an unsettling chill envelopes us. Were it not for the certainty of still being on the Imperial Star, I would surely believe we had traversed to another planet." Chapter 173, Peril 1. Everyone, exercise caution. We are now at the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. Yin surveyed the surroundings and voiced a warning to the group. From that moment on, silence enveloped them, each individual tightening their grip on their weapons. Just as tension hung in the air, a ferocious roar echoed from directly ahead. Feng Xiaoro, leading the way, immediately raised her hand to signal for the group to halt. "The sound is alarmingly close. Form teams of 3, back to back, and advance cautiously to guard against ambush. Prepare for battle at a moment's notice." Her gaze remained fixed on the surroundings as she issued commands to her companions. At once, several individuals divided into groups as per their leader's instructions, each group consisting of 3 members advancing back to back. The chief of the Flame tribe perked up his ears, occasionally twitching them to attentively listen to the surrounding sounds. "Something is approaching us," he cautioned the others. He discerned a cacophony of noise, reminiscent of large mutated beasts roaring and galloping. The volume of the sounds intensified, indicating that these creatures were advancing toward their location. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaomo swiftly sought out a sturdy, tall tree and leapt up. Once atop, he indeed spotted a distant commotion, and his eyes narrowed in alarm. "Hurry, everyone! Climb the trees. A massive horde of mutated beasts is rushing toward us, and they will soon reach our position." The first to catch wind of the disturbance was Feng Xiaoro. Instinctively sensing something was amiss upon hearing the noise, she quickly responded to Xia Xiaomo's call, urging everyone to take refuge in the trees. Almost as soon as the order was given, the air was filled with the deafening roars and thundering footsteps of the beasts. "Quickly, up the trees. Faster. Hurry." Everyone immediately scrambled up the sturdy trunks nearby. Once elevated, they observed that not far ahead in the forest, a large group of unknown mutated beasts was frantically charging in their direction. What could have caused this frenzy? It was as if they were being pursued by some unseen terror. The sight of the chaotic stampede sent a shiver of dread through them. As some raced ahead, they collided with fragile trees, which immediately snapped under the impact, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Smaller mutated beasts, caught off guard, stumbled and were swiftly engulfed by those charging from behind. It was as if they were being pursued by some unseen terror. Xia Xiaomo observed the throng of mutated beasts, sensing an ominous presence lurking behind them, something that instilled such fear in these creatures. What could possibly evoke such dread? As the mutated beasts drew nearer, an unsettling feeling settled over everyone. A palpable pressure loomed ahead, emanating from the panicked beasts, foreboding a formidable confrontation awaited them. This collective sentiment resonated within each heart. The chieftain of the Flame Clan, inherently a beast, possessed an acute instinct for danger. The aura approaching them signaled that whatever lay ahead was not to be trifled with. Normally, he would have retreated at such a sensation, but this time was different. For the sake of his recently born child, he resolved to confront it head-on. Chapter 174, Peril 2. Perched upon a branch, the chieftain gazed at the stampede of mutated beasts rushing beneath him, his determination to locate his child intensifying. "The thing is coming. As Xia Yuming's words echoed, everyone instinctively turned their gaze forward. Three mutated saber-toothed tigers, their mouths stained with blood, relentlessly pursued the fleeing mutated beasts. The smaller creatures, caught in their wake, met a swift demise within their jaws. Due to their enormous size, the slightly smaller beasts were easily captured and consumed within moments. What shall we do, leader? The onlookers perched atop the tree felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Although they had witnessed mutated beasts feeding before, the brutality displayed before them was unprecedented. Previously, they had seen mutated beasts either kill their prey first before indulging or simply devour it whole, chewing before swallowing. Yet now, the tigers employed their claws to pin down their victims, tearing them apart while still alive. The scene was horrifically gruesome. Moreover, the lethality of these saber-toothed tigers was evident in their predatory movements. Let us wait and observe, Fang Xiao urged. Her gaze fixed intently on the three tigers feasting not far from their position, her brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing one of the tigers to pause its feeding. It lifted its head and sniffed the air in their direction. This action sent a jolt of anxiety through the group in the tree. The heightened sensitivity of an animal's sense of smell could detect scents imperceptible to humans. Had the saber-toothed tiger caught their scent? Tension mounted as everyone fixated on the sniffing tiger, realizing it must have sensed something amiss. After all, while they may have concealed their forms, they could not mask their scent. Xia Yuming sent a message to Fang Xiao. Prepare for battle. At the slightest hint of danger, strike immediately and ensure your own safety. Fang Xiao felt an ominous premonition, and Zhou Yuexin, perched on the same tree, tightened her grip on the laser sword. Just then, the saber-toothed tiger prowled toward them, letting out a fierce roar. The other two, responding to this call, ceased their feeding and ambled in their direction. The three saber-toothed tigers encircled the area, sniffing the air and occasionally approaching the tree trunk to investigate. After a considerable time, the other two, finding nothing of interest, relinquished their pursuit and hurried off in the direction from which the mutated beasts had departed. The initially roaring tiger remained stubbornly positioned beneath the tree where Fang Xiao and her companions were hidden, raising its head to roar once more at their location. Paralyzed with fear, they dared not move. They were at the pinnacle of the great tree, over 10 meters above the ground. However, the dense foliage and entwined vines rendered them nearly invisible. Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger leapt lightly onto the lowest branch, gradually climbing upward, inching closer to Fang Xiao and her companions. Observers from other trees watched this unfolding scene, their hearts racing with anxiety, while silently preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, a figure on another tree, Yin, had also tensed, poised for action. Chapter 175, Danger 3. Xia Yuming perched upon another tree, not far from Fang Xiao and her companions, capable of leaping to their side with a single bound. Through the interstices of the leaves, he fixed his gaze upon the saber-toothed tiger, which was slowly ascending, clutching a laser dagger. He observed as the formidable beast drew ever closer to Fang Xiao and the others. His eyes narrowed gradually, and his grip on the dagger tightened. Given their current strength, confronting three mutated saber-toothed tigers simultaneously was not beyond their capabilities. However, their primary objective was to locate the small creature, thus they aimed to minimize unnecessary exertion. As fate would have it, two of the three saber-toothed tigers had departed, leaving only one, which made their task considerably easier. Atop the tree, "What shall we do, boss?" Zhou Yuexin mouthed to Fang Xiao. Unlike others, although Zhou Yuexin had been on the battlefield a few times, she had never personally slain a mutated beast. Consequently, witnessing the approaching saber-toothed tiger instilled a sense of anxiety within her. Fang Xiao extended a hand, grasping Zhou Yuexin's trembling fingers. "We will be fine. Do not forget. Our mechas have been modified. You must have faith in yourself. When it approaches, we shall strike." The warmth of her hand momentarily alleviated Zhou Yuexin's fear and tension. She nodded firmly, tightening her grip on the lightsaber, her gaze fixed upon the mutated saber-toothed tiger, now less than 3 meters away. It drew nearer, extending its claws to part the leaves before them, revealing the concealed Fang Xiao and Zhou Yuexin. Now, Fang Xiao commanded, "Attack." With a decisive command, Fang Xiao thrust her dagger forward, aiming fiercely at the saber-toothed tiger before her. The tiger, already on high alert, leaped aside onto a nearby vine, deftly evading her strike. It crouched low, its forepaws gripping the trunk tightly, while its hind legs coiled slightly. With its immense magape, remnants of the mutated beast it had recently devoured were still visible between its jagged teeth from the perspective of Fang Xiao and Zhou Yuexin. The tiger regarded the two women, lifting its forepaw and propelling itself forward with a powerful kick of its hind legs, lunging at them. The two women sprang in opposite directions, narrowly escaping the onslaught, yet the vine they had occupied moments earlier snapped under the force of the impact, crashing to the ground with a cacophony of sound. Disoriented by the collision, the saber-toothed tiger shook its head and surveyed its surroundings, swiftly opting to pursue the seemingly weaker Zhou Yuexin. It charged towards her with ferocity. Despite her slight frame, Zhou Yuexin possessed remarkable agility, particularly when faced with life-threatening peril. In a flurry of movement, she scaled another branch with remarkable speed. The tiger, relentless in its pursuit, cornered her against the edge of the branch. As Zhou Yuexin gazed at the precarious limb before her, a wave of despair washed over her, in her frantic attempt to evade the tiger. She had failed to notice that the branch was far too slender to support her weight. The height here exceeds 10 meters above the ground. Should she fall, even clad in combat attire, her safety cannot be guaranteed. Chapter 176, Battle 1. The other team members observed the scene with bated breath. What should I do? Zhou Yuexin, perched on one end of the branch, gazed at the saber-toothed tiger on the other end, tears welling in her eyes from anxiety. Fang Xiao, gripping a dagger in one hand and the entwined vines in the other, advanced toward her. Climbing behind the saber-toothed tiger, she shouted, "Hey, look here, you foolish beast." The saber-toothed tiger, responding to her voice, indeed turned its head towards Fang Xiao. It growled menacingly while assuming an aggressive stance. Seeing that the tigeress' attention was diverted by her leader, Zhou Yuexin exhaled deeply. Opposite her stood two male team members on another tree, arms outstretched, urging, "Jump over." While the leader occupies the saber-toothed tigeress' attention, "You can leap over, and we will catch you." Zhou Yuexin glanced at the gap between the two trees, her courage wavering. The distance was no less than 3 or 4 meters. The branch she stood upon could barely support her weight along with her mechs. How could she possibly jump that far relying solely on her own strength? "I can't do it. It's too far. I can't make the leap." She called to the two boys, who had their arms wide open. "You can do it. Trust yourself. Just think of the feeling when you leap during training. You can accomplish it." The boys encouraged her from across the way. Zhou Yuexin closed her eyes, striving to calm herself. After a moment, she opened her eyes and turned to glance at the eldest brother, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with the saber-toothed tiger. With a determined bite of her teeth, she aimed towards the two boys and leaped into the air. It felt as though the entire world had slowed down. She sensed herself soaring upwards, and then, nothing. She was successfully caught by the two boys, landing safely on a sturdy branch. "You did it. Look, you've jumped such a distance." Zhou Yuexin heard a voice and turned towards the branch where she had stood moments before, exclaiming joyfully, "I did it. I successfully leaped across this vast distance." But what about the eldest brother? Indeed, what would happen to him? The group collectively shifted their gaze towards Fang Xiao, who was still wrestling with the saber-toothed tiger. Fang Xiao dodged the tiger's relentless attacks while occasionally seizing opportunities to counterattack. Within a short span of time, several wounds had already marred the tiger's thick hide. Unfortunately, these wounds posed little threat to the robust creature. Aside from a hint of discomfort, it remained undeterred. This situation could not persist. A solution had to be found. As she evaded the tiger's swiping claws, she pondered her strategy. The tiger's claws grazed her body each time, coming perilously close. A moment's delay would spell disaster. Frustrated by its inability to catch Fang Xiao, the saber-toothed tiger let out a furious roar, suddenly leaping towards her with blinding speed. Realizing the impending danger, Fang Xiao thought to herself, "This is bad." She leapt from the towering tree, summoning her mech in midair, landing safely on the ground. Rising to her feet, she conjured a luminous sword, positioning it beside her. She charged toward the saber-toothed tiger, resolute that if she could not evade it, she would confront it head-on. As the menacing creature leapt closer, she raised her sword defensively against her chest, then suddenly knelt, utilizing the momentum of her run to slash beneath the beast's belly. Chapter 177, Battle 2. Upon landing, the saber-toothed tiger swiftly turned and lunged towards her once more. Fang Xiao executed a swift roll, evading the tiger's attack as its massive form crashed to the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. The earth bore the distinct imprints of its paws, a testament to its might. Even a mech would struggle to withstand such force. A direct collision with this mutated beast would surely leave one in dire straits, the onlookers murmured. Xia Xiaomo furrowed his brow, having contemplated intervening earlier. However, with both Fang Xiao and the saber-toothed tiger entangled in the vines, his assistance could have hindered rather than helped. The situation had now shifted to the ground. providing him with an opportunity to act. He sprang from the tree, gripping his dagger tightly as he surged forward. Others contemplated joining the fray, but he halted them for the sake of their safety. Fang Shiro was slightly breathless. The saber-toothed tiger's speed and explosive power were astonishing, a stark contrast to the creatures they had previously encountered. With Xia Yuming's involvement, she felt a significant alleviation of her burden. Should the mutated creatures escape into the world, one can only speculate on the multitude of humans that would fall victim to their relentless cruelty. Summer Yuming and Fang Shiro, armed and agile, maneuvered deftly around the saber-toothed tiger, leaving a trail of crimson gashes upon its formidable body with each pass. Though these wounds appeared inconspicuous at first, their sheer numbers soon transformed the once resplendent fur into a disheveled mess. The once mighty saber-toothed tiger, now reduced to a pitiful, bloodied beast, roared in agony as the multitude of injuries, coupled with the absence of any means to staunch the bleeding, led to its gradual debilitation. In a swift turn of events, the tide shifted. Fang Shiro and Summer Yuming transitioned from a defensive stance to an assertive offensive. It was at this moment that the saber-toothed tiger sensed the shift in its fate and sought to flee. Yet, Fang Shiro and her companions would not grant it such an escape. The creature, now at its wit's end, faced inevitable defeat. It was merely a matter of time before its demise was sealed. The team members perched in the trees, recognizing that the danger had passed, descended cautiously to the ground. This beast wishes to slip away, so let us remain vigilant and ensure it does not evade us. Summer Yuming paused momentarily before continuing. If it manages to escape, our doom shall surely follow. This creature harbors a deep-seated vendetta. Should we release it, once it is healed, it will relentlessly pursue us. Upon hearing that the wounded saber-toothed tiger intended to flee, the group swiftly reacted, brandishing their weapons and encircling the beleaguered creature. Faced with such a multitude of adversaries, the saber-toothed tiger grew frantic, unleashing a furious roar. Regardless of its ferocious roars, they proved futile, and it began to slowly retreat. Before long, it found itself beneath a tree. Alarmed, it suddenly propelled itself backward with a powerful kick, leaping forward, seemingly on the brink of breaking free from the encirclement of several individuals. At that moment, out of nowhere, a white creature lunged forward, tackling the saber-toothed tiger and severing its neck. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, and upon closer inspection, they realized that it was none other than the Flame Clan leader. Well done. Truly, it deserved its reputation as a highly intelligent mutant beast. Its swift movements left me utterly astonished. Chapter 178. And to my surprise, the mutated saber-toothed tiger did not perish at their hands, but rather met its end by the jaws of the Flame Clan leader. Boss, Yuming, are you all right? I inquired. I'm fine. This creature has finally been vanquished, Fang Shiro said, leaning against the tree trunk, breathless. Indeed, it is finally dead. This beast was far more formidable than any I have encountered before. I truly cannot fathom how these mutated creatures here possess such remarkable prowess, Xia Yuming remarked. Observing the lifeless, saber-toothed tiger, his left arm crossed over his chest, while his right hand rested thoughtfully on his chin. Who knows? All I am aware of is that we are temporarily safe. Zhou Yuexin chimed in, having recovered from the earlier peril, now examining the area around the saber-toothed tiger with curiosity. I thought it was about to flee. Zhang Mujin, feeling somewhat disgruntled, uttered. The others nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Flame Clan leader, I never would have guessed that your rotund physique could unleash such incredible explosive power. Observing your earlier actions, one could only describe them as remarkably imposing, remarked Xiaoyi, leaning closer to Yin. You flatter me, Yin replied. Our Crimson Flame Beast clan is inherently a race of warriors. Our formidable size merely serves to deceive our adversaries. Now, let us proceed. It would be unfortunate if those mutated beasts were to track us down by the scent of blood. Indeed, after tidying up, a group of individuals accompanied by a beast began their gradual journey deeper into the forbidden grounds. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mama Xia was preparing lunch. Upon hearing the voice of her beloved daughter, she immediately discarded the food she was handling, loosened her scarf, and rushed out of the kitchen. As she beheld Xia Xiaomo, who was grinning in the living room, tears streamed down her face. She grasped Xia Xiaomo's hands tightly, inspecting her from head to toe before guiding her to the sofa. It was better not to speak, but once she did, Mama Xia delivered a playful yet firm tap to Xia Xiaomo's forehead. How dare you say that? You didn't even think to greet us before leaving. You have no idea how worried I've been during your absence. And now, with the outside world in turmoil, your second brother remains unaccounted for. How can we possibly rest easy? As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. Xia Xiaomo quickly patted her mother's back. Standing tall as she declared, "Mom, you must have faith in my second brother. His strength is not to be underestimated. In our Xia family, there are no weaklings." "Oh, you clever girl. You seem to know everything." Mama Xia chuckled, affectionately tapping her daughter's nose. What is that scent?" As Xia Yuxuan emerged from her room, she was greeted by an acrid scent of something charred, which, upon closer inspection, wafted from the kitchen. "Mom, what have you burnt?" she inquired. "Ah, I was so engrossed in our conversation that I completely forgot about the pot on the stove." With that, her mother rushed towards the kitchen in a flurry. Xia Xiaomo, observing her mother's lively demeanor, couldn't help but smile helplessly. Turning her head, she met the gaze of her older brother, who looked back at her. "Big brother," she whispered. Chapter 179. Before the incident, "Dear daughter, come out for dinner," her mother called. "I know, I'll be right there." After putting on her clothes, she checked her reflection in the mirror, finding nothing amiss, and then opened her door to step outside. "Hurry and see, I've prepared your favorite sweet and sour fish." As Xia Xiaomo descended the stairs, her mother greeted her with delight. She gazed at the sumptuous dinner laid out on the table, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. Once they had eaten their fill, Xia Dad set down his chopsticks and addressed Xia Xiaomo. "After you finish, please come to my study." He then rose and departed from the dining room. Xia Xiaomo hurriedly polished off the last few bites of her meal, set down her chopsticks, and made her way to the study. Arriving at the door, she knocked gently, saying, "Dad, I'm here." "Come in. The door is unlocked," came the reply. Hearing this, she pushed the door open and entered. "Have a seat." Without waiting for Xia Xiaomo to respond, her father gestured towards a chair at the table. "Do you know why I've called for you?" he inquired, looking at her intently. "I don't know," Xia Xiaomo replied honestly, shaking her head. Sighing, Father Xia remarked, "You will understand upon seeing this." He then opened the drawer and retrieved a document, handing it to Xia Xiaomo. "What is this?" she inquired as she accepted it. Upon examining the contents, her expression shifted dramatically. "Has it been confirmed?" "Indeed, it was discovered the day before yesterday, and the matter has been addressed. You all must expedite your efforts." "Understood, Father. Please assist me in disseminating this information, and kindly help me find a few allies. Leave this matter to me." Father Xia replied, raising his hand to access his holographic device, unlocking it and inputting various details. After a moment, he lowered his arm and informed Xia Xiaomo, "I have sent out the information. As for allies, there is no need for concern. Those stubborn old-timers in the alliance will lend their support. Furthermore, this issue is of great significance, and it is not yet the appropriate time to disclose it. We must maintain confidentiality, especially from your mother. We cannot let her know, or she will surely worry excessively." "I understand. You can rest assured." Satisfied, Father Xia placed the document back in the drawer and gestured for Xia Xiaomo to leave. Just then, a knock echoed from her room door. "Little sister, are you there?" came the voice of Xia Yuxuan from outside. Realizing it was her elder brother, Xia Xiaomo quickly stood and hurried to the door, opening it. "Brother, what brings you here?" she asked, tilting her head as she regarded him, curious about his purpose for visiting. Xia Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, gently tousled her hair, and pretended to survey the surroundings before turning to her and asking, "Are you really expecting me to stand here and converse with you?" Xia Xiaomo initially swatted away his hand that ruffled her hair. Then her mouth twitched before she replied, "Of course not, big brother. Please, come in." As she spoke, she stepped aside to allow Xia Yuxuan to enter the room. Chapter 180. The Grand Procurement. 1. Once inside, Xia Yuxuan found a stool and sat down, looking at her as he asked, "Have you seen the documents at Dad's place?" "Yes, I have," Xia Xiaomo nodded. "What are your thoughts on it?" Xia Xiaomo moved to the window, gazing at a pair of butterflies dancing gracefully in the distance. "What else can I think? I can only exert my utmost effort to assist everyone. The rest is up to fate." Since when did our usually confident little sister become so uncertain?" Xia Yuxuan noticed Xiaoma's frustration and teasingly inquired. Xia Xiaomo rolled her eyes at him and replied, "I'm not a deity. It's impossible to be confident about everything." Xia Yuxuan shook his head in resignation and reached out to pat her head. "All right, but nothing has happened yet. We simply need to prepare ourselves. Beyond that, we have no control over other matters." Despite his reassurances, she couldn't shake her worry. "Still, I feel a bit anxious, considering the sheer magnitude of those issues. Furthermore, now that we've uncovered one incident, there may be others lurking in the shadows, which could be detrimental for us. Alas, there is little use in worrying at this juncture. It would be far more prudent to devote our time to enhancing everyone's abilities, for that is the path to seizing opportunities for victory. Indeed, my dear brother, you speak the truth. Our focus should be on assisting others in their growth. I am now heading to the virtual network. Brother, would you be so kind as to accompany me? Summer Xiaomo gazed at Summer Yuxuan with sparkling eyes. Summer Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly to Summer Xiaomo. It is my honor to serve such a lovely lady. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are simply too amusing. I can't contain my laughter. With that, she covered her mouth and began to chuckle. Summer Yuxuan rolled his eyes, bemused. What, may I ask, is so funny? Pray tell, what shall we do next, fair lady? Ahem. Summer Xiaomo finally managed to suppress her laughter and assumed a regal demeanor as she addressed Summer Yuxuan. First, we shall proceed to the trading market to see if there are any useful materials available. Upon hearing this, Summer Yuxuan extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. The trading market was bustling with activity, filled with an array of treasures, though some were of lesser quality, thereby testing their discernment. As the two of them strolled through the market, they paused to haggle with vendors whenever they spotted valuable materials. Before long, they had acquired a substantial collection of resources. Excuse me, good sir, how much for this stone? Summer Xiaomo crouched in front of a rather inconspicuous stall, picking up a dark, unremarkable stone and inquiring. This piece of limestone is priced at 10,000 star coins. Upon hearing a voice, Xia Xiaomo was momentarily taken aback, not because the price was exorbitant, but rather due to the peculiarity of the voice. She lifted her gaze and was astonished to discover that the proprietor before her was merely a girl of no more than 10 years. Casting a glance around, she inquired, "Little sister, why are you here alone selling wares? Where are your parents?" "My mother is ill and currently in the hospital," replied the little girl, her eyes glistening with unshed tears at the mention of her mother, yet she valiantly stifled her emotions. "I see. What is your name, little sister?" "Big sister. My name is Xingyue. Are you interested in purchasing this piece of limestone?" The girl, Xingyue, gazed at Xia Xiaomo with eager anticipation. "Yes, I would like to buy it," Xia Xiaomo declared, transferring the star coins to Xingyue. Upon receiving the coins, a radiant expression of joy illuminated Xingyue's face as she exclaimed, "Wonderful! Now I will have the means to afford my mother's treatment." Xia Xiaomo, however, found herself lost in contemplation as she regarded the stone she had just acquired. "What is the matter?" observed Xia Yuxuan, noticing his sister's fixation on the stone with a hint of concern. He furrowed his brow and took the stone from her, inspecting it earnestly. No matter how he scrutinized it, it appeared to be nothing more than a piece of limestone. "Alas, she is gone. I had more questions about where she obtained this stone. To me, this stone resembles limestone in every aspect," Xia Yuxuan remarked in confusion. Xia Xiaomo took the stone from his hand and pointed to a specific spot, saying, "Look here, the limestone is a rare material. Its most distinctive feature is the presence of tiny white specks scattered throughout the black surface, a fact that many are aware of. The white specks in limestone are arranged in a remarkably orderly fashion, appearing one after another, and they are typically circular in shape." Xia Yuxuan fixed his gaze on the area Xiaomo indicated, observing intently. Indeed, he noticed that the white specks on this stone did not exhibit the same orderly distribution as limestone. Rather, they appeared to be haphazardly scattered across the entire surface. "So, have we incurred a loss?" Xia Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. However, Xia Xiaomo shook his head and replied, "No, we have actually made a tremendous gain. If my memory serves me correctly, the records indicate that this is a high-grade material known as miracle. This substance is rarely encountered, with only scant documentation available. Typically, it is formed from a mixture of rock and soil that has been subjected to temperatures around 6,000 degrees Celsius for thousands, or even tens of thousands, of years. We know that both rock and soil emit energy when exposed to high temperatures, and once the energy dissipates, their structures undergo degradation, leading to the destruction of the rock and soil, resulting in fragmentation or even melting. Therefore, enduring temperatures of 6,000 degrees Celsius is nearly impossible. Furthermore, the highest recorded temperatures range only between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Celsius. The sheer challenge of achieving such extreme temperatures over an extended period underscores the stringent conditions required for its formation. This material is the finest for crafting high-intensity plasma cannons. With its presence, the power of the ion cannons possessed by our mech will undoubtedly increase. As Xia Yuxuan observed his younger sister in her current state, he reached out to tousle her hair, reassuring her, "Do not be disheartened. Since we have this piece, there will surely be a second, a third, and perhaps even more." We shall frequent this place more often. Who knows what treasures we might uncover? Chapter 182. Mother, you are truly wonderful indeed. How did I not think of that? Upon hearing her brother's words, Xia Xiaomo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems we must venture out more often. Perhaps we will encounter some precious materials. With that, she placed the material she held into her spatial hub and dashed off to another stall in search of the items she needed. Xia Yuxuan, observing his sister's spirited enthusiasm, could only smile helplessly as he followed her. The bustling streets, the throngs of people, the lovely girl joyfully seeking materials, and the handsome young man following her in a protective stance painted a picturesque scene. After comfortably sipping 3 cups of water, she exhaled deeply, marveling at the moment. At that moment, their mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 servings of food. Upon seeing the pair, she promptly called out, "You two are the best." "Mom, you are truly wonderful," Xia Xiaomo exclaimed, her mouth full as she gave a thumbs up to their mother. With a proud smile, their mother replied, "Of course. I am your mother. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well?" With that, she turned and headed to her room. Xia Xiaomo, grinning foolishly and revealing her 8 pearly whites, continued her battle with the food. "This is truly food, far more delectable than the nutritional supplements of yore. We owe our gratitude to the esteemed doctors for discovering such exquisite ingredients, enabling us to savor this delightful fare. Although it lacks miraculous effects, it serves its purpose of satisfying hunger quite well." She chewed vigorously, swallowing the morsels before turning to Xia Yuxuan and saying, "By the way, brother, once we finish our meal, let us head straight to the virtual internet CAF. Ever since the virtual realm has materialized, my little storage has gained a few splendid treasures. Father has reassured us that we need not worry about supplies. The Alliance will deliver them. Those stubborn old-timers researching weapons should arrive shortly. I must reorganize my little storage, ensuring they do not discover the formidable weapons within. Fortunately, I was just lamenting the lack of a suitable place to store them. Now, everything is in place. We merely await the materials and personnel." After speaking, she picked up a napkin from the table to wipe her mouth. "Don't celebrate too soon. Those old-timers are not easily dealt with. When they arrive, you will have your share of troubles," Xia Yuxuan cautioned, observing his younger sister's excitement. Xia Xiaomo waved her hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? If the monarch comes, we shall block. If water flows, we shall cover the earth. We'll address it when the time comes." Xia Yuxuan merely nodded, well aware that his spirited sister was not one to shy away from challenges. Those arrogant and self-important old-timers were about to encounter his fearless little sister, and he could already envision the scene of them being tamed by her audacity. A group of elderly scholars, their hair streaked with gray and beards long and unkempt, found themselves thoroughly instructed by a young girl, much to their surprise. Chapter 183. Relocation of Weapons. After finishing their meal, the 2 individuals entered the virtual network, busily organizing materials in Xia Xiaomo's training room. "Elder brother, I need to relocate everything I have marked. Look at this, and that. All of these must go, as they are not yet ready for the world." Xia Xiaomo noted the quantity of weapons while conversing with her elder brother, Xia Yuxuan, who listened attentively and meticulously placed each marked weapon into his spatial conduit. Having spent considerable time studying these weapons, Xia Xiaomo had amassed an astonishing collection. The 2 worked diligently within the virtual network for 3 full days to relocate all the weapons. When the final weapon was positioned in Xia Yuxuan's training room, Xia Xiaomo released a long sigh, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. She lightly tapped her somewhat numb arms, stretched her limbs, and then sank into the chair in her brother's training room. "Goodness, I am utterly exhausted. It didn't seem that taxing during the development phase. There are indeed quite a number." Xia Yuxuan had to concede that his younger sister was nothing short of a prodigy in weapon development and mecha modification. What had baffled stubborn researchers in the Alliance for decades appeared to her as child's play. I find myself pondering the life experiences of his younger sister, wondering how she could possess such an abundance of extraordinary ideas. Amidst my curiosity, I cannot help but feel fortunate that this brilliant mind belongs to his sister, who also harbors a sense of justice. Otherwise, if certain interstellar pirates were to acquire such knowledge, the safety of our galaxy would indeed hang by a thread. With this thought, I instinctively reach out to tousle Xia Xiaomo's hair, disheveling her previously neat locks. Unaware of Xia Yuxuan's musings, Xia Xiaomo, upon feeling her brother's hand ruffle her hair, hurriedly swats it away, hugging her head and exclaiming, "Brother, stop messing with my hair. I am no longer a child who needs a head pat." Her indignant expression resembles that of a frizzy-haired kitten, unable to suppress a laugh at her antics. Xia Yuxuan responds, all right, I shall refrain, but do not glare at me as though you intend to devour me." He then awkwardly raises a hand to touch his nose, observing the now half-empty storage room. She takes a deep breath before methodically arranging the materials they acquired from the trading market, placing each item neatly in order. Xia Xiaomo, who has just entered, notices his busy sister and steps forward to help categorize the haphazardly piled materials. Chapter 184. The Runaway Alarm Clock. Ding dong. Darling, it is time to rise. The sun has already warmed your backside. The smart alarm clock, often overlooked by its beautiful owner, embarked on a journey of mischief once more. As it completed its sentences, it felt a sudden lightness, only to catch sight of the blue curtains fluttering in the breeze. Soon after, a cacophony of sounds emanated from the garden. The robotic butler, with one hand transformed into shears, was pruning the flowers, and upon hearing the noise, understood the unfolding events. Shaking its head, it approached the alarm clock. Lifting it and addressing it directly, the smart alarm clock felt a surge of indignation. Why was it always the one to suffer? Had it not merely given an early reminder, half an hour prior to the time set by its lovely owner? Did it warrant being tossed from the windowsill each time? If Xiaomo were aware of its sentiments, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Of course, it is unacceptable to disturb someone's slumber." Unfortunately, Xiaomo remained oblivious, leaving the poor alarm clock to wallow in its grievances. In its state of discontent, the smart alarm clock resolved to make a seemingly significant decision. It would run away. As the robotic butler casually placed it on the counter and turned away, it shook its body, leaped off the counter, and scurried towards the kitchen, finding refuge in a dimly lit corner. Before long, it emerged, bouncing with excitement, now adorned with a small, package-like item. With great stealth, it successfully slipped through the slightly ajar door, escaping into the world beyond. Unbeknownst to her, as it exited, the robotic butler suddenly lifted its lowered head and cast a fleeting glance in her direction. A subtle expression flickered across its typically stern metallic visage. Oh, how refreshing it felt to awaken naturally. Xia Xiaomo, having enjoyed a restful slumber, sat up in bed, rubbed her eyes, and stretched languorously before finally throwing aside the covers and descending to the floor. After completing her morning rituals, she made her way to the dining area, where she began to partake of the breakfast meticulously prepared for her by the robotic butler. "Where's Xiao now?" she inquired, scanning the usual spot where the little clock resided on the counter, only to find it conspicuously absent. Turning to the butler standing nearby, she sought clarification. "This morning at 6:15, it ran away from home." "Pardon? It ran away?" Xia Xiaomo paused mid-bite, questioning her own perception, and hesitantly sought confirmation from the butler once more. "Indeed, miss, it has absconded." Realizing that Xiao now truly had fled, she couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Does it genuinely believe life outside will be more comfortable? Perhaps this escapade will allow it to experience the realities of the outside world. With that, she chose not to dwell further on the matter and returned her focus to her breakfast. This afternoon, the so-called old curmudgeons would be arriving, and she had no time to squander. Meanwhile, the runaway clock was recklessly dashing through a narrow alley, shouting in a panic, "Help, clock! Don't come near me!" It continued to leap and bound, tossing objects behind it as it fled. Meow meow. Only a few mutated cats, each twice the size of an ordinary feline, were hot on its heels. They deftly evaded the objects flung by the little alarm clock, pursuing it with relentless determination. Most of these mutated cats retained their original benevolent nature, with only a small fraction having transformed into something more ferocious and brutal. Yet, their playful affinity for yarn and balls remained untouched by their mutations. The little alarm clock, being spherical in shape, naturally attracted the cat's affection. In a frantic bid for survival, the little clock darted chaotically through the streets, with the mutated felines in close pursuit. After fleeing several blocks, the little clock, in a state of panic, plunged into a dimly lit alley, only to discover that it was a dead end. It seemed that escape was no longer an option. Was this the day that the universe's unparalleled, one-of-a-kind super-intelligent alarm clock would meet its demise at the paws of these cats? Whimpering, it contemplated its grim fate as the cats closed in, unable to stifle its cries. "Oh, how I miss my beautiful owner and the lovely alarm clocks I once knew. I should never have run away. The outside world is far too terrifying. I was wrong." As it huddled into the corner, remorse spilling from its mechanical lips, it realized that it had encountered the first dismal event of its existence. With the mutated cats drawing ever closer, their claws poised to strike, it could not help but shut its mechanical eyes, bracing for the inevitable dismemberment by their five-pronged grasp. Why do I feel nothing?" the little alarm clock pondered. Could it be that the claws are too sharp, rendering my senses ineffective? As it remained oblivious to the sensation of being shattered, it opened its eyes in confusion. Upon doing so, it noticed that the cat, which had been pursuing it moments ago, was now suspended in midair. The sight that greeted its eyes was a flurry of pristine white fur, with the cat's claws scarcely 10 centimeters from its clock body. If it merely extended a little further, it would make contact. This revelation startled the little clock, prompting it to recoil instinctively. However, upon realizing that the cat appeared immobilized, it mustered the courage to roll forward and extricate itself from beneath the cat's belly. Emerging cautiously, it finally discerned the 3 cats that had been chasing it. 2 had vanished without a trace, and the remaining one was firmly held by a large hand, rendered utterly helpless. Now you can't catch me. The little alarm clock, witnessing the cat's predicament, felt a surge of joy and began to deliver a few playful taps with its minuscule hands, which were nearly invisible upon closer inspection. Xia Xiaomo, grasping the cat, watched with amusement as the diminutive intelligent alarm clock, not much larger than his palm, futilely struck and kicked at the captive feline. Its meager strength failed to inflict any pain on the cat, instead causing a rather comical scene as the clock appeared somewhat disheveled. He continued to hold the cat until the little clock had exhausted its antics, then inquired, "Little one, from whence do you hail? How did you come to be so severely bullied by these mutated cats?" Chapter 186. The Lost Alarm Clock. Upon hearing the question from the seemingly charming young human before it about where it had come from, the little alarm clock immediately became somewhat wary. Observing the alarm clock's demeanor, Jun Moxie understood its thoughts and refrained from further inquiry. He gently placed the cat down, and as soon as the feline realized its newfound freedom, it dashed away with remarkable speed. Once everything was in order, the alarm clock followed closely behind Jun Moxie as they exited the narrow alley. Emerging from the alley, the alarm clock was struck by the unfamiliarity of its surroundings, where pedestrians traversed the skies in various flying devices, while sleek hovercraft zipped along the ground. Although Jun Moxie continued to move forward, he kept a vigilant eye on the little alarm clock, which evoked a peculiar feeling within him. He found himself contemplating what could be troubling it. "Hey, little one, do you need my assistance?" The alarm clock, feeling dejected, was suddenly lifted by the sound of his voice, revealing a look of surprise on its face. However, when it recognized the individual before it as the very person who had previously chased away the troublesome cat, its spirits dampened. "Little one, do you still fear that I might bring harm to your kin?" Jun Moxie raised an eyebrow, determined to press on. "Do I appear to you as a villain? Would a villain assist you in driving away those nasty cats?" The alarm clock scrutinized him momentarily, secretly pondering that this handsome man had indeed helped rid it of the troublesome feline and thus likely harbored no ill intentions. Yet, it remained uncertain about whether to accept his offer of help. The little alarm clock nodded thoughtfully before turning around and speaking in a rather impolite tone. Jun Xiaomo raised an eyebrow. This diminutive creature actually dared to address him in such a manner. It was worth noting that those who had previously spoken to him in such a tone were likely long since buried. However, to his astonishment, he found himself devoid of any inclination to retaliate against this small entity. Perhaps it was related to the peculiar sensation that had unexpectedly surfaced within him. He mused inwardly. Chapter 187. A strange sensation. Very well. Ask your questions. He crouched down, extending his hand to beckon the little alarm clock to leap onto it. The little alarm clock, unperturbed, promptly hopped up. Jun Xiaomo stood upright, placing the small clock upon his shoulder, and awaited its inquiries. "First, tell me your name. Where do you come from? What a coincidence that you appeared just as I was being bullied by that wretched cat." It perched upon Jun Xiaomo's shoulder, leaning close to his ear as it posed 3 questions in quick succession. "My name is Jun Xiaomo. I hail from a distant land. As for the coincidence of our meeting," he paused momentarily before leisurely continuing, "I am in pursuit of an interstellar thief and have traced him here, only to discover you. Is that truly the case?" "I sense something amiss," the little alarm clock remarked, eyeing Jun Xiaomo with a hint of skepticism. "Wherein lies the incongruity?" "It is perfectly ordinary," he replied. "Is it? Very well then. Just take me to Duoduo Community," it concluded, promptly providing him with the address. Upon hearing the address, Jun Xiaomo felt a surge of astonishment. He recognized the location mentioned by Xiao now as the military housing area, a place exclusively reserved for those holding military ranks. Although the true address had not been divulged, it nonetheless indicated that the source of the peculiar sensation he had been experiencing lay within that military enclave. Possessing an innate sensitivity, he found this ability to be rather unusual, Once activated, he could sense individuals or objects he had previously encountered from a considerable distance. Although the perception was merely a vague delineation, it sufficed for him. In the past, he had successfully captured numerous interstellar pirates relying on this gift. And he was astonished to discover that such a sensation could manifest on a planet he had visited only a few times. The intensity of this feeling surpassed any he had previously encountered, which was indeed remarkable. As for the earlier mention of pursuing interstellar thieves, that was nothing but a fabrication. And he was taken aback that this seemingly simple-minded individual actually believed him, with little else to occupy his time. And now that he had experienced this peculiar sensation on an unfamiliar planet, he resolved to linger and investigate the nature of the entity responsible for such a profound feeling. He sensed that should he choose not to remain in search of it, he would inevitably face regret in the future. However, the vastness of the Imperial Star made the task of locating an unknown entity within this area akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What was to be done? At that moment, he fortuitously encountered the intelligent alarm clock that evoked a similar strange sensation. He followed it into a dark alley, only to discover that it was not the source of the feeling, but merely possessed a hint of that mysterious aura. Since this peculiar little creature evoked a similarly strange sensation within him, and it was not the source of his feelings, it certainly indicated a connection between the two. In an effort to unravel this enigmatic feeling, he, who typically preferred to remain uninvolved, took it upon himself to rescue this small being from the clutches of a mutated feline. Thus unfolded the subsequent events. However, for the moment, he resolved to escort this little creature to the location it had indicated. Other matters could wait. He had ample time to explore at his leisure. As he proceeded towards the address suggested by the tiny clock, the peculiar sensation intensified. Chapter 188. The Arrival of the Expert. Is this the place you mentioned? June Mo Xia inquired, pointing at the nearby signpost, feigning ignorance. June Mo Xia. This is a classic case of discarding the donkey after the millstone is removed. Very well, little one, we shall meet again. With that, he did not linger but turned away and departed, having determined that the object of his strong feelings lay somewhere in this vicinity. His immediate objective was to secure a residence in this area. Only by establishing a home could he conveniently pursue his quest. He wondered if there were any vacant houses available in these years and decided to consult Lacey. With that thought, he activated his holographic device, composing and dispatching a message. Upon receiving the notification that his message had been sent successfully, he nodded in satisfaction, a sly smile playing on his lips, and leisurely made his way towards a hotel in the city. At the Xia residence, Xiaomo sat in the chair of his workshop, his legs crossed and casually resting on the table before him, his head bowed as though in a state of light slumber. Opposite her sat a group of individuals, leisurely sipping tea, all clad in flowing white garments. To be precise, there were 6 elderly gentlemen, adorned in white work attire, their hair and beards flecked with gray. They had arrived some time ago, greeting her parents as they were about to leave, and ever since, they had remained seated in silence, contentedly enjoying their tea. Not once did they cast a glance at the siblings, Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan. Xia Yuxuan, indifferent to their presence, was primarily concerned about his younger sister's feelings. Yet to his surprise, he observed her nonchalantly taking her seat, adopting a posture that clearly indicated she regarded them as mere air. Noticing her demeanor, he too lowered his head to attend to his own matters, entirely disregarding the elderly gentleman across from them. If it was a test of patience, then let the contest commence. Time ticked away, and the 2 siblings remained engrossed in their own worlds, while the elderly gentleman grew increasingly restless. They had received word that they were to assist a girl who had yet to reach the age of 20, and upon receiving this news, they had initially thought it a jest. Their discontent had stirred thoughts of lodging a protest, but the directive from their superiors was unequivocal. They were to attend, regardless of their personal inclinations. Thus, they had no choice but to comply with the orders. They were aware that they were visiting the residence of the illustrious General Xia Xiaomo, a celebrated hero of the interstellar realm. And while they held a measure of respect for this great figure, it did not extend to an acknowledgement of the capabilities of his family, particularly in regard to the one they were meant to assist, Xia Xiaomo. They were indeed aware that his little daughter had previously been nothing but a source of trouble, lacking in knowledge and skills, which led to her being dealt with and subsequently lying in a hospital bed for 5 years before awakening. Although she had become much more sensible and skilled upon her return to consciousness, what difference did it make? Even if she began to study mecha manufacturing and upgrades immediately after waking, such expertise cannot be acquired overnight. It demands a substantial accumulation of experience. For seasoned experts of their age to accompany a young girl, still naive and inexperienced in mecha modifications would be an affront to their dignity. In Chapter 189, titled A Lecherous Old Man, they collectively resolved to teach this oblivious girl a lesson. However, to their surprise, she remained completely indifferent to their presence, displaying a patience that surpassed theirs. Observing Xia Xiaomo's demeanor, the 6 elderly men seated on the sofa exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Old he, do you think this little girl intends to keep us in this state of neglect? One elder softly inquired, nudging the man opposite him. The oldest among them, Old he, glanced at the tea he still held, silently lamenting his predicament. He too had consumed copious amounts of tea and could no longer bear it. Who was truly imposing the lesson upon whom? He set down the cup in his hand and glanced at the few individuals beside him, their eyes fixed intently on the teacup. With a resigned sigh, he spoke up. Little girl, do you know who we are? Xia Xiaomo was initially feigning sleep, but before she knew it, she genuinely began to feel drowsy, her gaze becoming unfocused. Thus, she remained oblivious to his words, until Xia Yuxuan nudged her awake. Noticing her dazed expression, what is going on? Have they left? She asked her elder brother, still somewhat bewildered. Xia Yuxuan remained silent, merely gesturing towards the group of 6 individuals seated opposite them, whose expressions had suddenly darkened. Following her brother's gesture, Xia Xiaomo realized that they had not departed, instantly snapping to attention. Oh, why are you still here? She tilted her head, seemingly perplexed. Upon hearing her words, the individuals' faces grew even grimmer, unfazed by their expressions. Xia Xiaomo displayed an audacious demeanor as she urged them to leave. You impudent girl, at such a young age, how can you show no respect for your elders? We have been sitting here for quite some time, and you Haven Tea even offered a greeting. The younger of the elderly gentlemen pointed at Xia Xiaomo, his words faltering in his agitation. You are such an insolent little brat. Just as he was about to utter more, the elder named Lao Zhao was restrained by the elder he beside him, who subtly signaled him to refrain from speaking. Once Lao Zhao retreated, elder he stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Xia Xiaomo. Little girl, I have heard that you can modify your home and upgrade your weapons. Xia Xiaomo cast a glance at the lecherous old man grinning at her, then leisurely replied, Of course, what is the matter? Old he, upon witnessing her demeanor, remained unperturbed, still wearing a cheerful expression as he said, We are the mecha engineers dispatched by the Alliance to assist you in your work. For the upcoming days, or even months, we shall be collaborating closely. I look forward to your guidance. Given his courteous approach, Xia Xiaomo felt it inappropriate to maintain her frosty demeanor, and softened her tone slightly as she replied, I wouldn't dare presume. After all, you are the experts while I am merely an ignorant young girl. At a loss for words, he was unsure how to respond, as they had indeed heard such sentiments before. Well, let us set that aside for now. Could you take us to see the place where we will be working? Chapter 190. Yielding to softness, Old he realized that this young girl's tactic of intimidation was futile. She only responded to gentleness, not aggression. If he confronted her forcefully, she would only retaliate with greater fervor, leaving him battered and bruised. Thus, to deal with someone like her, one must first adopt a more accommodating attitude. I wouldn't mind showing you my workshop, but I have a few conditions. If you can meet them, I shall take you there. You'd better not push your luck. The previous old man, Old Zhao, couldn't contain himself upon hearing Xia Xiaomo's words and immediately interjected, expressing his profound dissatisfaction. Old Zhao. Old he could not help but furrow his brow. It was quite normal for others to impose conditions when entering private territory, yet today, Old Zhao's behavior was peculiarly atypical. Not only Old he, but also the other experts accompanying him sensed the oddity in Old Zhao's demeanor, prompting them to frown in concern. Xia Xiaomo, however, remained unfazed and directly addressed them, stating, If you wish to enter my domain, there are a few stipulations. First, do not touch anything inside unless you have my explicit consent. Second, while working, refrain from pointing fingers or dictating my actions. Most importantly, nothing within the manufacturing room is permitted to leave. Remember, absolutely nothing. She extended her right hand, raising her index finger as she gestured back and forth. If you can agree to these 3 conditions, I shall grant you entry. Surely, you understand the significance of this matter? My requests are not unreasonable, are they? Not unreasonable at all. Apart from Old Zhao, the others had no objections to her stipulations. Suddenly recalling something, she tilted her head slightly before turning back to address the group. Oh, and before entering, you must organize the items in your spatial nexus. Apart from the materials you carry with you that are necessary for your tasks, no other items are allowed inside. Upon finishing her instructions, a robot materialized before them, holding 6 material boxes to facilitate the organization of their necessary supplies, which they could then carry into the manufacturing room. Well then, that is settled. Old He took the lead, first producing his spatial hub, placing materials and similar items into a box, labeling it, and then handing the spatial hub over to Xia Xiaomo. Brother, these expert spatial hubs are now entrusted to your care. Once the work is completed, please return them, he said, passing the hub into her hands. Xia Xiaomo accepted the hub with a gentle nod. Observing that Old He had surrendered his spatial hub, the others refrained from further comment, retrieving their own hubs, organizing their materials, and presenting them to Xia Xiaomo. Once everyone had submitted their spatial hubs, Xia Xiaomo added, to ensure fairness, I shall also relinquish my spatial hub. With that, she removed her hub from her finger and handed it to Xia Xiaomo. All right, now follow me. She turned and led the experts towards the back of the living room. After a considerable detour, the experts trailing behind were left panting with exhaustion. I say, little girl, how much longer until we reach your workshop? Old He inquired, propping his elbow on his knee, breathing heavily. You're already out of breath after such a short distance? You all need to exercise more. Her words earned her a collective eye roll from the group. We are all old. How much can these aged bodies endure? Old He retorted. Little girl, give us a straight answer. How much longer until we arrive? Xia Xiaomo glanced at the sky before responding. We shall arrive shortly. With that, she continued onward. Upon reaching a thicket brimming with thorns, a subtle movement was made among the prickly branches, and to the astonishment of all, these thorns, which ought to have remained stationary, parted gracefully to either side, as if imbued with life. Before them lay a pathway wide enough for 3 individuals to traverse side by side. For the experts accustomed to dealing with mechas, such phenomena were not entirely unfamiliar. Thus, they regarded it with a sense of nonchalance. However, the follower, Xia Xiaomo, momentarily paused, pondering inwardly about when his younger sister had constructed this space and why they had remained oblivious to its existence. It seemed evident that this younger sister was no ordinary individual. Thankfully, her intentions towards family were not malevolent. Otherwise, they would indeed find themselves in a precarious predicament. Amidst his bewilderment, he felt a quiet sense of relief. The group followed Xia Xiaomo along the newly revealed path, weaving through the dense thicket until they arrived at a wall. Is this the end of the road? Xia Xiaomo inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded his sister, curious about yet another of her tricks. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaomo began to explore the wall, her fingers grazing a slightly protruding section. Upon pressing it, what had once appeared to be an impenetrable barrier transformed into a secret passage leading underground. At this moment, Lao Zhao approached the entrance of the passage, peering into the darkness with a hint of skepticism. It's pitch black in there. You're not hiding something sinister, are you? His words prompted frowns from the experts, their expressions tinged with evident discontent as they regarded him with incredulity. Yet, upon descending into the passage, they were met with a revelation. The interior was not as foreboding as it seemed from above. Instead, it was illuminated, revealing a world quite different from the oppressive darkness they had anticipated. It remains a mystery how the architect of this concealed passage managed to cloak its interior in darkness, rendering it imperceptible to those outside, while allowing those within to perceive the exterior as usual. My heavens, is that not a piece of moonlight stone? Such a precious material. How could it possibly be utilized as a mere lighting fixture here? One expert, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, pointed toward the luminescent stone embedded in the wall. The other experts, who had previously overlooked this detail, were drawn to the stone's brilliance by his exclamation. Particularly, the elderly, he hastily donned a pair of spectacles and rushed over to scrutinize the stone closely. As he examined it, he remarked, indeed, it is moonlight stone. Judging by the radiance it emits, this particular specimen must be of a similar age to our own. Are you suggesting that this dimly glowing stone has existed for centuries? Precisely. Observe the light it emanates, pure, gentle, and not at all harsh on the eyes. And feel its warmth to the touch. Do you recall the moonlight stones that were gifted to our laboratory last time? Those specimens pale in comparison to the ones we see before us, both in hue and tactile experience. Chapter 192, The Secret Base 2. It is unexpected that a material so rarely encountered in our daily lives is employed here for illumination. A tone of resignation permeated He's voice. Just as the experts lamented the squandering of such a resource, Xia Xiaomo interjected. How much longer do you intend to remain here? However, this time they no longer regarded her with that condescending gaze, and their dissatisfaction with the assistance offered to Xia Xiaomo had somewhat dissipated. Who could tell where this goodwill originated? Only old Zhao continued to regard her with a disgruntled expression, revealing a sinister demeanor in the shadows where no one else could see. Xia Xiaomo paid him no mind, leading the group towards her secret base. She had initially hesitated to bring them here, but at that moment, there seemed to be no better place to store the materials she had extracted from the virtual network. After all, it was hardly appropriate to send these elderly experts to a virtual internet CAF. Although the virtual network had now been materialized, their age still posed a concern. Thus, after much consideration, she resolved to utilize this secret base, which she had painstakingly constructed alone for over a year, for the majority of the mech modifications in the interstellar realm. Once the modifications were complete, she would employ a memory-erasing device to obliterate their recollections of this place, as it posed no harm to the human body. Throughout the journey, the experts were enveloped in astonishment. They had not anticipated the abundance of rare materials and ores that lay before them. The previously mentioned Yaoyu stone was just the beginning. Merely the iron brackets affixed to the walls, crafted from cold iron, were enough to instill a sense of shame in them. One must ponder. How could an individual possessing such precious resources and the ability to create a space like this possibly be deemed inconsequential? Alas, little girl. It appears that the tides of time are indeed shifting. We, the older generation, may soon be overshadowed by your brilliance. He couldn't help but express his admiration towards Xia Xiaomo. Faced with such praise, Xia Xiaomo did not feel particularly remarkable and merely responded, "You flatter me." Just then, Lao Zhao, who had always harbored a grudge against Xia Xiaomo, emerged, clutching his stomach and supported by a fellow expert. He urgently said to her, "I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom. Is there one nearby?" "Indeed there is," Xia Xiaomo replied, raising an eyebrow and casting a meaningful glance in his direction. He felt a twinge of guilt, silently questioning whether his secret had been uncovered. As he pondered his next move, Xia Xiaomo pointed towards a corner not far away, saying, "The restroom is right at the end of that corner." Upon hearing this, he hastily uttered a thank you and hurried off towards the restroom, still clutching his belly. "Is Lao Zhao always like this?" Xia Xiaomo asked nonchalantly, tapping her fingers. He, caught off guard by her question, paused before responding, "He is not usually like this. I wonder what has gotten into him today. It's as if he is transformed into a different person. In the past, he was not like this. He was quite pleasant when he was with us. I cannot fathom why he has changed since arriving here. Ever since we got here, I have sensed something amiss in the atmosphere surrounding him." After finishing his thought, he shook his head and returned to studying the materials in his hands. "Oh, so, are you suggesting that he only transformed into this state after arriving at my home?" Xia Xiaomo pondered while stroking her chin. Is there something amiss?" He lifted his head, scrutinizing the materials, and gazed at Xia Xiaomo. Xia Xiaomo's eyes flickered. "I'm still uncertain, but I shall find out shortly." With that, she turned and sat down at a nearby table. He, still in place, furrowed his brow as he observed the silhouette of Xia Xiaomo, quietly contemplating the implications of her words. "What is the matter? Has something occurred?" Noticing his younger sister's keen interest in the old Zhao, Xia Yuxuan sensed an anomaly, though he couldn't pinpoint its nature. Upon seeing Xia Xiaomo seated, he approached and took a seat beside her, inquiring further. Still lost in thought, Xia Xiaomo, upon hearing her brother's question, gently bit her fingernail with her right index finger and said, "I suspect that old Zhao might very well be parasitized by those entities." "What? Are you certain?" Upon hearing her words, Xia Yuxuan's pupils abruptly constricted. Xia Xiaomo sighed. Earlier, He mentioned that he was not always like this, that he only became this way upon arriving here. Moreover, today marks my first encounter with this old Zhao. We bear no grievances nor enmity. So why would he direct such animosity towards me? Those entities, however, are different. They can discern a person by their essence. As long as the essence remains unchanged, they will detect any disguise. During that rescue mission, one of them transmitted a signal, which might have inadvertently carried a trace of my own essence. Several years ago, I had an encounter with them. Their means of communication is unlike ours, making it entirely plausible for them to recall my presence. Moreover, have you noticed that since my meeting with this expert, he has consistently regarded me with disdain, as if he wished to devour me whole? On several occasions, I have purposefully approached him, yet he has always recoiled as if to evade me, even in the absence of parasitic entities. His motives for aiding me this time are undoubtedly suspect. Xia Xiaomo expressed her suspicions and thoughts candidly, feeling parched. She hastily poured herself a cup of tea from the table and drank it down. Beside her, Xia Yuxuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, deep in thought. His speech lacked its usual sharpness, and he appeared somewhat anxious. With his arms crossed, his eyes intermittently scanned the surroundings, his left fingers rhythmically tapping against his right wrist. This sequence of movements seemed entirely natural, thus evading the notice of those around him. However, the Xia siblings, who had been closely observing him since his arrival, detected something amiss. Chapter 194. Determining identity. The tapping of his fingers on his wrist was remarkably rhythmic, deviating from the usual manner of tapping that typically occurs at a singular point. His strikes landed at various locations, with the largest gaps extending several centimeters apart, reminiscent of someone typing on a keyboard. Nevertheless, his actions appeared so casual that, without meticulous scrutiny, one would scarcely notice the irregularity. At this moment, although Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan were uncertain whether he had been parasitized by those entities, they had already concluded that his presence here was not merely to assist in the modification of the mechs. The siblings exchanged glances, and Xia Xiaomo conveyed through her eyes, he must not be allowed to enter the core area. Xia Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. What should we do then? He is an internal member of the Alliance's upper echelons, and we lack evidence to take action against him. Xia Xiaomo furrowed her brow. We can only keep a close watch on him. Once he reveals his true intentions, we shall deal with him. And then I shall see who dares to object. However, he must not be permitted to enter the core region. Xia Yuxuan shrugged his shoulders slightly in agreement. The two then quickened their pace to catch up with the experts who were eagerly examining various materials. Little girl, where did you acquire these materials? Many of them are things we have never even seen before. Lao He approached, holding a translucent, round, green stone, and leaned closer to her, inquiring. You need not concern yourselves with the origins of these materials. Just know that their sources are entirely legitimate. Xia Xiaomo clapped her hands and led the group onward. After approximately 5 minutes, they arrived in a spacious hall. Surrounding the hall were several large and small bookshelves, filled to the brim with books. One curious expert pulled out a stack of scroll-like books and opened one, instantly captivated. He held the scroll with trembling hands, his expression one of astonishment. What is it? What have you found? The other experts, noticing his peculiar demeanor, were filled with curiosity about the object he held. What could possibly evoke such an expression? They approached him and took the scroll from his hands. Is this a blueprint for the development of mecha weaponry? Some of these illustrations pertain to our current research, yet here lies a complete set of diagrams. This is simply astonishing. Upon hearing his words and witnessing the intricate designs within the scroll, the group erupted in excitement, hastily gathering to examine the stack of manuscripts. Old Zhao, meanwhile, withdrew a book from the shelf, scrutinizing its contents with a frown. What on earth are these illustrations depicting? After a few moments of disinterest, he feigned engagement, not wanting to reveal his true identity, and continued to peruse the material like the other experts. Xia Xiaomo and Xia Yuxuan had been observing him intently at this moment. They exchanged a knowing glance. It became abundantly clear that this elderly man, having surpassed his 60s, was no longer the person he once was, but merely a vessel controlled by a parasitic entity. The book he had previously held was an analysis of mecha disassembly. His brief utterance was sufficient to confirm that he was no longer himself. One must ponder, what mecha modifier would be incapable of comprehending the components of a disassembled mecha? Though they had ascertained his identity, they recognized the necessity for caution. They could not act impulsively without substantial evidence. Chapter 195. Truly. A member of the Xia family in the past, eliminating a high-ranking internal member discreetly would not pose much of a challenge, but the circumstances had changed considerably. We are currently situated in a time of war, and the safety of the Empire and the entire interstellar community relies heavily on these mecha engineers. Consequently, the higher echelons of the Alliance place great significance on the lives of these individuals. Moreover, if old Zhao were indeed to be parasitized by the insectoid species, taking action now would undoubtedly lead to alarming the enemy. Should those cosmic pests alter their plans as a result, the consequences would be dire. Thus, it is imperative to await the opportune moment. Xia Xiaomo lingered at the rear of the group, deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded lightly. Yes, upon reflection, we cannot act just yet. Premature action may inadvertently alert our adversaries. We must allow him, to reveal his own flaws, ensuring that everyone witnesses it. Xia Yuxuan, having listened intently, stroked his chin, and after a brief pause, he too nodded slightly. Then let us keep a close watch. Indeed, we shall take turns to monitor. We must not allow him to create any disturbances here. Very well. While you modify the mechas, pay close attention, and during the night, I shall take on the watch. How does that sound? Xia Yuxuan softly inquired. Excellent. It is settled then. Ah, these experts, engrossed in their material studies, have traversed quite rapidly. With that, Xia Xiaomo quickened her pace to catch up with the experts ahead, with Xia Yuxuan closely following. This is the Tianqing mine. Can you believe it is the Tianqing mine? Just look at its verdant hue and feel its exquisite texture. It is simply perfection. And over here, this must be the exoskeleton shed by the insectoid queen. Such a specimen is exceedingly rare to come by, yet here it is, in abundance. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I could scarcely believe that such a place existed on this planet, housing a plethora of materials for the fabrication of mechas. Even before approaching, the siblings from the Xia family could hear the astonished, perplexed, and incredulous voices of the experts echoing around them. What is there to fear? All these items have been acquired through legitimate means. Even the leader has no authority to question this. Moreover, given that we are at a critical juncture for the Empire and the entire galaxy, anyone with a modicum of sense should recognize what these materials signify. Should there be any undue commotion, the entire interstellar population would surely harbor discontent. I trust the leader is not so foolish. Xia Xiaomo smirked, exuding an air of indifference. You seem to possess the audacity of a lion, unafraid of anything. Observing her demeanor, Xia Yuxuan playfully flicked her forehead. Indeed, we, as members of the Xia family, should embody such fearless tenacity. We truly live up to our lineage. Of course. Xia Xiaomo lifted her chin, embodying a playful defiance. Xia Yuxuan shook his head in exasperation. Look at your audacious demeanor. Let us hurry along before they drift too far away. Do not forget, there is still an unstable element within. Chapter 196. Almost discovered over the course of several consecutive days, the two took turns discreetly observing old Zhao. During the day, Xia Xiaomo kept watch in the manufacturing room, while Xia Yuxuan took the night shift. However, this fellow was excessively cautious, and thus far, they had uncovered nothing, not to mention anything further. On this night, Xiaomo lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She resolved to get up and take a stroll, and fortuitously found herself standing before Lao Zhao's door, only to discover it slightly ajar. This could imply two scenarios. Either he was not home at all, or he had yet to retire for the night. However, the light inside was off, effectively ruling out the latter possibility. She glanced around, failing to spot any traces of her elder brother's presence, leading her to conclude that he must have ventured out. A spark of inspiration struck her. She gently pushed the door open and stealthily entered, tiptoeing to the bedside and cautiously drawing back the bed curtains. Indeed, there was no sign of anyone on the bed, not even a shadow. She proceeded to the table, thoroughly searching every nook and cranny of the room, but found nothing. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the courtyard, accompanied by footsteps. She quickly sought a concealed spot to hide, straining her ears to discern the commotion outside. Peeking out, she caught sight of Lao Zhao, appearing travel-worn, with his pant legs soaked and mud clinging to his shoes. Lao Zhao, are you there? Yes, I'm here. Just a moment. I'll put on some clothes and come to open the door. Curiosity piqued, she peered out again, observing Lao Zhao hurriedly rolling up his soiled clothes into a bundle, swiftly tossing them behind the cabinet without a second glance before rushing to the door. You nearly scared me to death, she muttered, giving a kick to the dirty clothes at her feet. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she quickly opened the window and leapt outside. After carefully closing the window and erasing any traces she had left behind, she turned to leave. Upon turning around, she was startled by a large head. Just as she was about to cry out, a pair of strong hands covered her mouth. Sure, it's me, your brother, Xia Yuxuan whispered, one hand silencing Xia Xiaomo, while the other placed a finger to his lips in a gesture of quietude. Don't speak, let us go over there. With that, he turned and led Xia Xiaomo away from the scene. Brother, how did you suddenly appear there? As soon as they reached a safe place, Xia Xiaomo could not help but inquire. Xia Yuxuan playfully flicked her forehead and replied, How can you still ask? Do you have any idea how close we were to being discovered? Well, I didn't actually cry out, and it's not entirely my fault. After all, who told you to appear suddenly behind me? It was only natural for me to be startled. Xia Xiaomo weakly defended herself. Still making excuses? He reached out again to flick her forehead. Upon seeing this, Xia Xiaomo quickly covered her forehead and jumped 2 meters away, adopting a don't come any closer expression as she looked at Xia Yuxuan. Come here. I'm not teasing you anymore. Really? Xia Xiaomo was somewhat skeptical. Indeed. I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? Hearing her brother's serious tone, Xia Xiaomo cautiously approached, still shielding her forehead. Xia Yuxuan took a deep breath before stating, "You were right to be suspicious. Old Zhao is no longer the person he once was. To be precise, he is no longer entirely human. Has he truly been infected by the insect race?" Yes. Xia Yuxuan found it difficult to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Although they had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning, a flicker of hope still lingered in his heart. However, the events he witnessed tonight shattered that last vestige of optimism. He had initially believed that Lao Zhao, who had been silent for so many days, would no longer be under some parasitic influence. At around 2 in the morning, he concealed himself in the underbrush, fixated on Lao Zhao's door, convinced he would remain indoors. Yet, at that moment, the door he had been watching swung open. Lao Zhao cautiously peered out, scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. Upon finding none, he stepped out of his room. He first surveyed the area, ensuring there was no one around, before quietly closing the door behind him. With careful steps, he traversed the garden and leaped over the wall. Xia Yuxuan followed closely, noting that Lao Zhao's route was exceedingly obscure, marked by frequent turns as if he were navigating a labyrinth. After an hour of winding paths, Lao Zhao seemed to sense no imminent danger and cautiously approached a house, where he knocked 3 times on the front door. In this era, most menial tasks were performed by intelligent robots, and thus the door opened swiftly, revealing a peculiar-looking automaton. However, Xia Yuxuan's primary focus remained on tracking Lao Zhao and uncovering his identity. Yet, once Lao Zhao entered, the intelligent robot promptly closed the door behind him. As Xia Yuxuan approached the closed door, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The walls surrounding the door were rather high, yet upon closer inspection, he noticed that the sides of the doorframe were somewhat lower. With a determined leap, he believed he could clear it. He retreated a few steps, took a powerful jump, and grasped the top of the wall with his hands. With a push from his legs, he vaulted onto the wall's edge. Lao Zhao was in the courtyard, engaged in conversation with a woman. Their words were too faint for him to discern due to the distance. Concealing himself at the wall's crest, he observed their discussion until it concluded. Once Lao Zhao departed, Xia Yuxuan leaped down from the doorframe, initially watching the receding figure of Lao Zhao before becoming lost in thought, staring at the grand door before him. He pondered that Lao Zhao's late-night rendezvous with the woman suggested she was no ordinary individual. After much contemplation, he resolved to remain and uncover the true identity of this enigmatic woman. With renewed determination, he ascended the doorframe once more, only to find that the woman had entered the bedroom and shut the door behind her. Chapter 198. The sudden appearance of the cat. He leaped from the wall into the courtyard, striving to lower his profile and minimize the noise upon landing. "Who is it?" a voice inquired from within the room as soon as he touched the ground. In a swift motion, he rolled into the nearby flower bed, seeking refuge among the blossoms. Then the door to the room swung open, revealing a woman of striking allure, her waist swaying as she emerged, deftly fastening the buttons of her garment. Clearly startled by the sounds that had just escaped her, those very sounds seemed to emanate from this very place. The woman gradually approached the perimeter of the garden wall, surveying her surroundings without discovering anything amiss, and began to stroll towards the blossoming shrubs, positioned at the very edge of the floral thicket. Xia Yuxuan had a peony perched atop his head, swaying gracefully in the breeze. He dared not move, remaining still amidst the foliage, striving to conceal his presence as much as possible. With each step, she drew closer, 10 paces, then 5, and Xia Yuxuan silently braced himself for confrontation. The moment she detected him, he would strike. Just as she was about to take the final step that would expose him, a tiny white kitten leapt from the underbrush, bounding onto the wall and leaping outward. What a relief! Xia Yuxuan exhaled softly. At that instant, a piercing meow echoed in his ears, causing him to look up suddenly. The scene before him made his pupils constrict in shock. He beheld the woman's fingers transforming into countless slender, living threads, which snaked their way to the wall. At the other end of these threads was the very kitten that had darted from the flowers and leapt atop the wall. In that moment, the kitten found itself ensnared by the living threads, its limbs bound and suspended in midair, struggling futilely to break free. Humph! How unworthy are frail creatures to cling to existence. The woman gazed at the cat struggling helplessly in midair, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The cat, fully aware of its inability to escape the bindings that ensnared it, cast a pleading glance towards the hiding place of Xia Yuxuan, as if silently imploring for rescue. Xia Yuxuan, taken aback, found it hard to believe that a mutated feline could exhibit such a human-like expression of desperation. For a moment, he remained frozen in place. Noticing Xia Yuxuan's inaction and lack of intention to rescue her, the cat sank into despair. gradually relinquishing its struggle and lowering its head after a fleeting glance at the blossoms. Countless living threads continued to coil relentlessly around the cat's body, threatening to envelop it entirely. At that moment, Xia Xiaomo suddenly leapt from the thicket, swiftly bounding to the cat's side and severing the threads that bound its limbs. It was then that he realized the truth. These were not mere threads, but a network of numerous nematodes, and what lay before him was not a human being, but a shell filled with writhing creatures. The severed nematodes continued to squirm on the ground as he cradled the bloodied cat in one arm, while gripping a dagger with the other, his gaze fixed intently on the human before him. "Who are you to meddle here?" The figure seethed with fury upon the sudden appearance of this intruder, convinced that it was that scoundrel Tuburi who had lured this human into the fray. Chapter 199. A toast refused is a penalty. Drink. You need not concern yourself with my identity. How swiftly you pests of the universe have acted, arriving in the human realm to stir up trouble in such a short time. Humph. This era is inherently a domain of the powerful. The mightiest race shall lead. If humanity can dominate the stars, why cannot we, the insectoids? Let us not forget. The circumstances that have led us to this point are largely the fault of your kind. If you have any sense, hand over that little creature in your grasp. She absent-mindedly stroked her long hair that cascaded down her sides, speaking with an air of indifference. Is it merely a little creature? And what of you? You are but an insect inhabiting a human form, lacking any right to demand its surrender. Xia Xiaomo gently caressed the wounded white kitten he had just rescued. The once pristine white fur was now marred with blood, revealing only a few patches of its original color. He dared not apply too much pressure, only lightly touching the uninjured areas. Just as the kitten seemed on the verge of succumbing, it suddenly lifted its head to glance at Xia Xiaomo, only to let it droop once more. Alarmed, he pressed his hand against its chest, relieved to feel its heartbeat still strong. Given its severe injuries, the immediate priority was to extricate themselves swiftly and transport it to an animal care facility for treatment. Xia Xiaomo's heart was heavy with worry, fearing it might not endure much longer. Humph. Since you refuse a toast and choose a penalty drink instead, do not blame me for being ungracious. The woman, irritated by his refusal to surrender the cat that had provoked her ire, grew increasingly impatient, transforming her hand into a myriad of writhing, insect-like tendrils. She launched an assault towards Xia Xiaomo. Cradling an injured feline in his arms, Xia Xiaomo was cautious not to make any sudden movements or exert excessive force, deftly evading the relentless swarm of tendrils. This situation was untenable. He needed to devise a means to eliminate this loathsome creature clad in human guise. Encircled by the dense mass of tendrils, Xia Xiaomo relied on his agility, leaping and dodging with finesse. Stay put for a moment. Once I deal with that wretched pest, I shall take you to receive care, he reassured the cat. I know you comprehend my words. If you can hear me, move your right paw. No sooner had he spoken than the cat's right paw stirred, prompting him to gently place it into his pocket. He carefully tucked the feline into the ample space of his pocket, grateful for its size, as it appeared to be but recently born. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a suitable refuge for it. This territory belonged to the creature, and any placement would be perilous. Keeping it close was undoubtedly the safest option. Once the cat was securely stowed, he summoned a luminous sword and began his counterattack. The blade, sharp and radiant, sliced through the onslaught of tendrils, severing them with precision, leaving a cascade of defeated appendages strewn about. You dare to sever my tendrils? You infuriate me. I shall not let this pass. I will ensure your demise. The woman, having witnessed the destruction of most of her tendrils, was now truly enraged. With a furious roar, it began to enlarge, soon transforming into a colossal green nematode, surrounded by numerous slender and elongated tendrils. Should one fall victim to its grasp, they would be ensnared and suffocated to death. In Chapter 200, the battle against the mutated nematode, upon hearing its furious cry, Xia Xiaomo realized he had provoked this creature and promptly summoned his mech. This revealed insectoid was far from trivial. Its power had amplified severfold. Situated in the outskirts, where few dared to tread, the creature was emboldened to unveil its true form without fear of human witnesses. Xia Xiaomo, seated within the mech, gazed at the verdant monstrosity not far away. Gripping the lightsaber tightly in the right hand, he angled it to the side and charged forward. Midway through his advance, he leapt into the air, raising the lightsaber above his head, and descended upon the ground-bound creature. With a swift swoosh, the lightsaber sliced through one of its tendrils that had been raised in defense, severing it cleanly, the dismembered appendage tumbling to the earth. Twitching momentarily before becoming still, its vibrant green hue shifting to a dull brown. Having successfully struck, Xia Xiaomo quickly retreated to create distance, preparing for his next assault. The severed tendril elicited a pained roar from the nematode, which lifted its massive head and twisted its body, charging towards Xia Xiaomo's position. Standing firmly on the ground, Xia Xiaomo raised his saber in defense. The creature's immense bulk collided with the lightsaber he had braced, sending him hurtling backward. In midair, he adjusted his posture, striving to ensure a safe landing. Alas, the strength of this creature is truly formidable. The impact has rendered my hands numb. Xia Xiaomo rubbed his wrist, grumbling quietly to himself. The insect, witnessing that Xia Xiaomo did not tumble to the ground as anticipated, was consumed by rage and charged at him once more, raising its head defiantly. As it twisted and writhed towards him, its numerous tentacles flailed menacingly in all directions. From a distance, it resembled a long, breathing vine adorned with barbs. Xia Xiaomo clenched his fingers, channeling his mental energy to direct the mech wielding a lightsaber forward. The approaching insect was undeterred, extending its elongated, barbed tentacles to ensnare him. Xia Xiaomo skillfully commanded the mech to sever these relentless tentacles that surged towards him. As some were cleaved, green liquid erupted, splattering onto the mech's exterior and blooming into clusters of verdant flowers. It soon became apparent to him that this insect relied primarily on its barbed appendages and the immense strength derived from its massive form. Its power stemmed from its own twisting motion, with the smaller barbed tentacles in its abdomen contributing to its formidable force. Thus, the key to immobilizing this creature lay in severing all its tentacles. Yet, with such a multitude adorning its body, achieving complete severance would prove to be no simple task. At this rate, it could take until dawn to achieve even a fraction of that goal. Thus, he devised a plan. He activated the flight system of his mech and skillfully maneuvered through the onslaught of thorn tentacles that relentlessly attacked him. Before long, he noticed that the tentacles pursuing him had diminished. Upon halting, he confirmed his suspicion. The creature's tentacles were entangled with one another. Chapter 201. What do you intend to do? He expertly controlled the mech to hover within 2 meters of the now-bound creature, scrutinizing the massive tentacles that had become ensnared. The intertwined appendages continued to writhe, striving to break free. At such a close distance, he could even observe the barbs on the tentacles undulating rhythmically. A closer inspection revealed that these writhing barbs were, in fact, the very same parasitic threads used to ensnare the cat moments earlier. Do not underestimate these threads. Once they latch onto you, if not addressed promptly, they will burrow into your flesh, spreading through your veins and ultimately transforming you into a lifeless husk infested with parasites. Therefore, should one fall victim to such a creature, the most prudent course of action is to sever the connection immediately. The vitality of these threads is wholly dependent on the host creature. Once detached, they perish instantly. To eliminate any lingering threats, Xia Xiaomo decisively dispatched the creature. After confirming its demise, he maneuvered the mech at maximum speed to transport the severely injured mutated cat to the veterinary clinic. So, are you suggesting that old Zhao has gone out to report the situation to that creature? Xia Xiaomo mused, stroking her chin, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, he did seek out that creature and engaged in conversation for a while. However, the distance was too great for me to discern their words. I surmised that it was most likely a report concerning our current preparations to modify the mecha equipment to confront them. Xia Xiaomo pondered deeply, but could not pinpoint a matter worthy of his report. The only valuable information might be that they are indeed in the process of modifying their mecha. Yet, Xia Xiaomo waved her hand and remarked, "Fortunately, dear brother, you are astute enough to have eliminated that bothersome insect. Otherwise, we might have been faced with unforeseen consequences. Indeed, little sister, it has now been established that old Zhao's true identity is confirmed. What do you intend to do? What else can be done? We must draw the snake out of its hole. Such a large, foul creature in our midst is akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment, leaving us utterly obliterated." Xia Xiaomo sighed. The presence of such a bomb beside her made her uneasy. The potential harm to those around her was a grave concern. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative, determined to unearth the foul creature's hidden intentions. If it were an ordinary person, the resolution would be straightforward upon confirming their identity. However, the gravity of old Zhao's identity complicates matters significantly. If they were to resolve the situation with him hastily, not only would the internal alliance be in disarray, but even the elderly gentleman currently collaborating with her would likely object vehemently. At present, the interactions among these individuals appear quite harmonious. However, when compared to Lao Zhao, it is evident that their trust lies firmly with him. Therefore, Devising a strategy to contend with this insect masquerading as a human requires careful deliberation, and one must not act impulsively to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, how should this be approached? This matter requires further contemplation on her part. Chapter 202. Has the ability disappeared? Observing his younger sister lost in her thoughts, he could not help but tousle her hair affectionately. Reacting to this, Xia Xiaomo quickly shielded her head and took 2 steps back, pouting at Xia Yuxuan. Brother, I've told you countless times not to mess with my hair. What if I end up getting silly? Chuckling at his sister's words, Xia Yuxuan shook his head in mild exasperation. Sister, let us discuss this tomorrow. You should rest now. Rejuvenating your spirit is essential for continuing our work. I'll keep an eye on him. All right, brother, I'll head to bed now. I am feeling a bit drowsy. Goodbye, brother. Xia Xiaomo yawned before addressing Xia Yuxuan. Good night, little sister. At that moment, less than a kilometer away, a shadow swiftly traversed the night sky, finally alighting upon the rooftop of the Xia residence, surveying the entire city. Strange, despite being here at the epicenter, why can't I discern the source of this sensation? Has my ability vanished? Jun Moxie murmured to himself as he stood atop the Xia family rooftop, gazing into the distance. A cascade of ebony hair danced gently in the breeze, while a cloak of black attire melded seamlessly into the nocturnal shadows. The dark mask adorning his face lent an air of enigma to his presence. He withdrew a stone from his pocket, closed his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them. Perplexed as he murmured, "It hasn't vanished, but why can I not locate it? How odd." After surveying his surroundings once more, he turned and leaped from the rooftop of the Xia residence. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaomo, still in the bathroom, had yet to commence her bath. Thanks to her formidable mental prowess, she sensed an anomaly the moment someone ascended to her rooftop. Hastily, she approached the windowsill and strained to listen for any sounds from above. After an extended period of silence, she finally drew back the curtains to peer outside, just in time to witness a masked figure alight from her roof, heading southwest into the city, soon engulfed by the encroaching night. Who could this person be? What was their purpose? Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaomo muttered to herself before grabbing the towel carelessly placed on a nearby chair and turning away from the window. At that very moment, Jun Moxie, who was sprinting ahead, suddenly felt a strange sensation and turned to glance at the windowsill where Xia Xiaomo stood, catching a fleeting glimpse of her departing silhouette. Meanwhile, on another front, Xia Yuming and his companions pressed onward toward the heart of the Forbidden Zone, encountering numerous perils along the way. Tragically, 2 members of their team had already perished, leaving only 6 of the original 8. The weight of their fallen comrades cast a pall over their spirits, plunging the entire group into a somber silence. Just how vast is this forbidden land? We have been traversing this place for several days. In this tranquil atmosphere, the youngest among us, Zhang Mulan, could no longer endure the silence and spoke up. Chapter 203. The sudden appearance of a deep pit. We should be nearing our destination. We have walked for quite a while. Yin halted, surveyed the surroundings, and strained to listen to the sounds around before responding. Feng Shiro took a sip of water, wiped her mouth, and then addressed him, asking, "Do you have any idea where your son might have gone? It isn't wise for us to wander aimlessly in here." Yin shook his head, his large ears flopping with emotion. "I cannot be certain of his whereabouts. I can sense he is nearby, but cannot pinpoint his exact location." After hearing his words, the group fell silent once more. It was at this moment that a chilling animal cry echoed from the direction they were headed. The sound startled everyone, causing them to lift their heads toward its source. Only Yin, upon hearing the cry, abruptly raised his head, determined the direction of the sound, and dashed forward. As he ran, he exclaimed, "I can hear it. That is the voice of my child. He must be in some peril. Boss, what should we do?" Zhou Yusin inquired, jumping in front of Feng Xiao, her eyes wide with concern as she observed Yin's vanishing figure. Feng Xiao glanced at the receding silhouette of the clan leader, her brow furrowing with worry. The ferocity of that cry indicated the presence of some imminent danger ahead. They recklessly charged forward, potentially alarming the lurking danger. However, the chief of the Flame Clan had already dashed ahead. Feng Xiao gritted her teeth, resolving to take decisive action. What else can we do? We must hasten forward. Did we not come here in search of the little one? Follow my command. Our target lies straight ahead. Advance swiftly in formation. Understood. With her orders, the group swiftly arranged themselves and moved forward in unison. Clad in their mech armor, they quickly caught up with the chief, only to find him anxiously pacing in place. "See for yourselves," the chief exclaimed, shifting his imposing figure to reveal the scene ahead. Before them lay a vast chasm, its depths obscured by an interminable darkness. Could the sound they had heard emanate from this very abyss? Had the little one fallen into it? Fang Shiro was struck by her own thoughts. The sheer depth of the pit made it impossible to discern any descent pathways. And if the little one had indeed fallen here, could there still be a chance for survival? Indeed, I am certain the sound came from this chasm. And I can detect the distinctive scent of our Qian beast clan lingering here. There is no mistaking it. The chief continued to pace around the edge of the pit, desperately seeking a route downward. Yet, despite his repeated attempts, no path revealed itself, and his growing concern for the child began to manifest as agitation. Xia Xiaomo approached Yan's side and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Do not fret. You must have faith in your son. Such a vast chasm cannot possibly escape his notice." Although intended as a comforting remark, Yin became agitated. He repeatedly flicked his ears and anxiously exclaimed, "But he has only just been born a few days ago. How can I possibly rest easy with such a small child?" Chapter 204. Do not be agitated. Calm down, calm down. In times like these, we must remain composed. Xia Yuxuan quickly interjected, noticing Yan's distressed demeanor. Yan inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress his worries for the moment. Our primary objective now is to devise a way to descend from here. As we all observed earlier, there is no visible path leading downward, so I propose we consider. Upon hearing Fang Shiro's words, the others immediately gathered around, attentively listening to her proposed solution. Our mechas have all been modified, and I trust you are all familiar with their various functionalities. If anyone is unclear, please step forward. Fang Shiro did not immediately divulge her plan, but instead posed this seemingly random question. After a brief pause, observing that no one came forth, she continued, "All of your mechas are equipped with flight systems, correct?" The group nodded in unison. "Excellent. My idea is this. Since there is no route leading downward into this deep pit, we shall simply fly down. However, for safety's sake, we must be prepared to operate manually at all times, as we have no knowledge of what lies beneath. Furthermore, it is imperative that we descend at a gradual pace, striving to maintain a steady average speed so that no one collides with one another. That concludes my remarks. Is there anyone else who wishes to add something?" Fang Xiao swiftly articulated her thoughts, raising her gaze to the few teammates engaged in discussion before her. Ultimately, her eyes settled on the contemplative figure of Xia Xiaomo beside her. After a moment's reflection, she approached him, suggesting they step aside for a private conversation. "Are you considering withdrawing? After all, you were brought in midway. Although we rescued you, you are well aware of the current circumstances here." Before Xia Xiaomo could respond, Fang Shiro initiated the dialogue. Xia Xiaomo raised an eyebrow. "Are you attempting to cast me aside at such a critical juncture? Do not presume that your beauty will sway me. Let me be clear, your desire to expel me is futile." Upon hearing his words, Fang Shiro was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Xia Xiaomo. With hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "What nonsense are you speaking? I am concerned for your safety. Who is casting aside whom? Are you truly likening yourself to a donkey? Hey, I have accompanied you this far, and we are on the verge of uncovering the whereabouts of the little one. Are you suggesting that I leave now? Is this not the very definition of casting aside?" Xia Xiaomo replied, somewhat nonchalantly. In no time, a perfectly intact leaf was reduced to a disarray of fragments. The others nearby, who had been eavesdropping since their departure, shuddered at the sight of the leaf's tragic demise, instinctively shaking themselves, fearful of suffering a similar fate. At last, Fang Shiro forcefully cast aside the mangled leaf she had been kneading, rising to her feet and declaring, "Are we all prepared? If so, let us embark." Chapter 205. I shall descend first. Ready? Then let us descend. Without hesitation, she strode towards the deep pit. As she approached its edge, she paused for a moment, inhaled deeply several times, and extended her arms, poised to leap downward. Wait. Just as she was about to jump, her arms were seized by Xia Xiaomo, his voice resonating in her ears. "Allow me to descend first. You are their leader. I shall investigate the situation below. If it is safe, I will call for you all to follow. But there are no buts about it. It has been decided." With that, Xia Xiaomo leaped directly into the abyss, leaving Fang Xiao to grasp at empty air as she attempted to catch him. Watching his figure swiftly vanish into the darkness, she hurried to the edge of the pit, crouching down to peer inside, only to be met with an overwhelming void of blackness. "Leader, do not fret. His strength is formidable, and his mech's configuration surpasses ours. He will be just fine. Indeed, leader, you need not worry." The team members, noticing their leader crouched at the pit's edge, appearing utterly despondent, gathered around her, offering their reassurances in a chorus of comforting words. Who is worried? Certainly not I. Fang Xiao quickly stood to defend herself. Oh, not at all. The team members exchanged knowing glances, silently thinking, what a farce. All right, I must admit, I'm a tad worried. His father is a high-ranking general in the Alliance, and he himself holds a military rank. If anything were to happen, it would be us who bear the brunt of it. Observing the disbelief etched on their faces, Fang Xiao felt a pang of guilt and hastily defended herself with these words. The others clearly remained unconvinced. Their playful banter lightened the previously solemn atmosphere considerably. Xiao Yiduan nudged the person standing beside him, Zhou Yuexin, and inquired, "Hey, do you believe what the boss just said?" To which she replied, There is 3 parts truth and 7 parts falsehood. After uttering this, she turned her head away, silently thinking, don't think I'm unaware. The boss clearly has a fondness for Xia Xiaomo. There is certainly a significant amount of embellishment in her words. It seems our boss's springtime is just around the corner. Lost in her thoughts, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Xiao Yiduan, observing her, shuddered slightly and instinctively distanced himself a few steps, inwardly lamenting. Why does this woman look so terrifying when she smiles? Enveloped in her own fantasies, Zhou Yuexin remained oblivious to his subtle retreat until Zhang Mulan interrupted her reverie, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you thinking? You look so infatuated that I'm surprised you haven't started drooling." Zhou Yuexin, caught off guard, swiftly wiped the corner of her mouth and responded, "Me? No way. Oh, you're quite bold to tease me." No trace of the so-called saliva was discovered. And it was then that I realized I had been tricked. I lifted my hand to tickle Zhang Mulan under his armpit. "Haha, I dare not. Please spare me." Zhang Mulan shouted as he ran away. Let's see if you dare to play tricks on me again." "I won't. I absolutely won't." Zhang Mulan quickly patted his chest in assurance. Why is there still no news coming up? Fang Xiao muttered as she paced back and forth at the edge of the pit, speaking as she walked. Chapter 206, 1, 2. 3 jumped just as she was growing increasingly anxious. A communication request came through her mech. She promptly accepted it, and as soon as it loaded, she hurriedly inquired, "How is it? Have you reached the bottom? Is it safe down there? Are you all right?" The barrage of 4 questions left Xia Xiaomo momentarily stunned. But after regaining his composure, he chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you worried about me?" "No, I'm concerned about the situation inside." Fang Xiao quickly denied. "All right then." Xia Xiaomo chose not to press further, pausing for a moment before continuing. "I've reached the bottom. This pit is much deeper than we imagined. It's quite dark here. I scanned the area and detected a passage, though its destination remains unknown. So far, I haven't discovered anything that poses a threat to our safety. Thus it is currently quite secure. As for me," he paused, lowering his head. Fang Xiao on the video communication side immediately felt a surge of concern and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you? Upon descending, you will understand. Oh, and remember to position yourselves with your heads facing upwards and legs downwards during the descent. Activate the internal depth gauge of the mech and prepare for landing when you reach approximately 3,000 feet. Understood." With that, Fang Xiao ended the communication. "Everyone gather, Duan. Your mech is of the strength and agility type, and you shall lead the Flame Clan chief down." "Yes." The others activated their mech's flight systems and engaged the depth gauge. After jumping, they adjusted their positions to maintain heads up and legs down before reaching the 3,000-foot mark. "Preparing for landing. Is that clear?" "Understood. Now, find your positions and await my command." Once several individuals had positioned themselves around the deep pit, Fang Xiao glanced at them. "Prepare, 1, 2, 3, jump." As her words fell, they leaped together, their figures vanishing into the abyss of darkness. The descending individuals felt enveloped by the darkness immediately upon their jump, relying solely on the activation of the red line scanner to ascertain the status of their companions. They observed the rapidly fluctuating numbers on the depth gauge, continuously adjusting their bodies. As the numbers climbed higher, their postures gradually steadied. "Prepare for landing." Fang Xiao issued the command as the gauge indicated they were at 2,800 feet. Several individuals received the command to activate their auxiliary flight devices, and as they descended, the thrust of the devices gradually diminished until they reached the ground. Upon landing, Fang Xiao immediately spotted the passage that Xia Xiaomo had mentioned in the earlier video. Waiting for them, she scanned him thoroughly with her device, finding no abnormalities, which relieved her mind. Observing their safe arrival, Xia Xiaomo approached them. After taking a few steps, he noticed Fang Xiao scanning him. Raising an eyebrow in the darkness, he chose not to speak but instead cooperatively extended his arms for her examination. Once the scanning was completed, Fang Xiao became aware of her actions and felt a flush of embarrassment. She cleared her throat awkwardly, attempting to dispel the sudden discomfort that had arisen within her. The other team members merely smiled subtly, their lips curving upward in unison. Even the beastly eyes of the Flame Clan leader, just placed on the ground by Xiaoyi, gleamed with amusement. Chapter 207. The Labyrinthine Cavern. Is everyone all right? Fang Xiao began to redirect the conversation. All good. Everyone replied in unison, shaking their heads. Since we are all fine, let us proceed, remaining vigilant at all times. The group entered the solitary passage, which remained shrouded in darkness. The infrared scanner provided a rough assessment of the tunnel's length. They were uncertain of the dangers that may lurk within, yet they understood that the small object they sought might be located at the very end of the corridor. As I traversed the corridor, I soon arrived at a spacious area where the mech's infrared scanning device could only evaluate a singular, short-range passage. Surrounding me were numerous entrances, each identical to the other. What should we do now? With all these entrances looking almost the same, how could we discern which one the little creature would choose to enter? Zhang Mulan activated the lights on the mech's head and examined each passageway. If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a labyrinthine cave. Elder Yin, can you locate the entrance through which the little one has ventured by detecting its scent? Fang Xiao recalled how, earlier, Yin had sensed the descent of the little creature through its aroma, hoping to employ this method once more to find the correct path. I can detect the essence of my child, yet I am unable to ascertain which entrance he has chosen. The scents here are utterly chaotic, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Now, the entire team found themselves in a quandary, for they were certain the little one was present. But the multitude of entrances rendered them clueless as to which one he had taken. Fang Xiao and Xia Xiaomo furrowed their brows in contemplation, and even Zhou Yuexin and the others could not suppress their frowns. Just then, a faint voice from Xiao Yi broke the tension. The group turned their attention towards him as he stepped forward, saying, I just counted. There are a total of 7 entrances here, including the 7 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, along with Elder Yin. That makes 7 individuals and 1 beast. Fang Xiao pondered for a moment. It is indeed feasible, but this will inevitably lead to a considerable waste of time. Xia Xiaomo, reflecting on Fang Xiao's concerns, considered the lack of superior alternatives and recalled the configuration of his mecha, unable to suppress his thoughts. That won't be the case while we navigate within. We can unleash the speed of our mechas. Given our current equipment and sufficient energy, we should be able to discover the true passage in no time. Fang Xiao contemplated briefly before nodding. Did everyone hear what Duan Duan and Xia Xiaomo just said? Is there anyone who didn't catch it clearly? She inquired once more. Yes, there is a report. What if we encounter some extraordinary circumstances during our exploration? Indeed. Chapter 208. Something's amiss. Just as Fang Xiao was about to step into the cave, Xia Xiaomo, who had not yet entered, called out to her. Fang Xiao turned to look at him, her expression unmistakably asking, What is it? Xia Xiaomo exhaled, intending to articulate something but ultimately condensed it into a single phrase, Take care and stay safe. Sighing, he clenched his fist and, with a heavy heart, turned to step into the last remaining cave. You must be cautious. The young man, remaining in place, raised his head and silently prayed, Father, if you are watching from above, please bless me in my quest to find your grandson. As Fang Xiao ventured into the cave, she soon discerned something amiss. Although she had been walking for some time, the absence of even a single small creature was peculiar. Logically, given that this was a forbidden zone, it should have been untouched by human presence. Even if life thrived within, the surroundings ought to have borne some signs of habitation. Yet, the area was almost devoid of dust, as if it had been meticulously cleaned, starkly contrasting with the path they had previously traversed. Something was decidedly off, profoundly off. Contemplating this, she instinctively reduced the speed of her mech and began to tread cautiously. After marking a concealed spot, she extinguished the lights on the mech's head and carefully proceeded forward. Not long into her exploration, she heard a noise akin to shoes scraping against the ground, followed by the unmistakable murmur of human conversation. How could there be humans here? Startled by the sound, she instinctively retreated a step, only to inadvertently kick a small stone. The stone clattered against the opposite wall, echoing in the silence. No sooner had she realized this than she heard a voice call out, Who goes there? Go check it out. Footsteps approached her direction, sending a chill of dread coursing through Fang Xiao. The newcomer was a man clad in a gray combat uniform, with yellow hair and a pair of distinctive mustaches beneath his nose. He approached the spot where Fang Xiao had just been, scanning the surroundings. Finally, scratching the back of his head, he muttered, Strange, no one here. Having spoken, they departed. Is that so? Yet, I distinctly heard voices. Oh, do not be so paranoid. Apart from us, who else would come to this secluded place? You have a point, given its obscurity. The creatures outside deemed this a forbidden zone and would hardly dare to tread here. Indeed, let us hasten our departure. If we tarry, the leader will surely reprimand us. Ah, then let us be swift. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed, gradually fading away from Fang Xiao. Clinging to the cave ceiling, she exhaled deeply upon witnessing their departure. She then leaped down from the top, contemplating the direction they had taken before turning to leave. Chapter 209. Recent strange occurrences, what news? Have any discoveries been made? Fang Xiao inquired of the group. None. This place is merely a cave amidst more caves. Leader, did you uncover anything? I have made some observations. Fang Xiao hesitated, pondering whether to divulge her findings. What have you discovered? Noticing her reluctance, Xia Xiaomo prompted her. Upon entering this cave, I found evidence of human habitation. Fang Xiao secured her weapon before recounting what she had seen and heard within. After listening, Xia Xiaomo stroked his chin and, after a moment, inquired, Are you suggesting that not only do humans reside here, but they also have a leader? Indeed, I overheard them mention having a leader. Fang Xiao nodded. Is this not a forbidden area? How can there be humans here? Xiaoyi expressed his confusion. I find it strange too. What kind of individuals would venture into this forbidden place? What could their intentions possibly be? Fang Xiao furrowed her brow. Suddenly, she raised her head abruptly and looked at Yan. Shifian, have there been any peculiar occurrences in your vicinity? For instance, have animals mysteriously vanished or met untimely ends? They have been claiming that these incidents were the doing of our Qi Yin clan, which led to a fierce battle. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. She continued. Moreover, in recent days, I've heard that more animals have inexplicably disappeared, and the mutated green snakes in the forest have significantly dwindled. That makes sense. Fang Xiao exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Hearing this, Xia Yuming felt a fleeting insight arise in his mind before remarking. Are you implying that the sudden disappearances and deaths of these animals are somehow linked to the individuals present here? Indeed, if I am not mistaken. Those animals are likely imprisoned somewhere within this cavern. Do you recall the news from half a month ago about a team of explorers who ventured into these mountains only to vanish without a trace? Yes, I remember. Those individuals were reportedly researchers specializing in mutated flora and fauna. Zhang Mujin recalled. Immediately connecting to the news she had casually glanced at on her holographic device 2 weeks prior. The news reported that a team of experts in mutated flora and fauna had vanished while exploring a certain mountain range. At the time, she merely glanced at it and moved on without much thought. However, upon hearing the boss's remarks, she immediately recalled that the information mentioned precisely this range. Are you suggesting that these experts did not simply disappear? What then happened to them? Zhang Mujin furrowed her brow in contemplation. If my conjecture is correct, those experts must be engaged in some form of research within that area. Consider this. What sort of individuals would inexplicably capture living mutated creatures? If the intention was consumption, there would be no need to capture them en masse, especially since some of the creatures they apprehended are inedible. I cannot fathom any other purpose than research. Chapter 210. The need for clarity. Was it not stated that they had vanished? How could they be conducting research in this forbidden zone? Xiao Yiduan scratched the back of his head, his mind whirring in confusion. Are you foolish? It has been said they suddenly disappeared, and recently. Many animals have inexplicably vanished from here, which means they were captured for research purposes. The disappearance of those experts might very well be a ruse, a cover for their illicit studies. Zhou Yuexin scolded, playfully slapping the back of Xiao Yiduan's head. He did not take offense but chuckled lightly, looking at her with a hint of grievance. I was just processing the information. Could it be that my child has also been taken for their research? Upon hearing their words, Yin became anxious. It is all my fault. I should have watched over him until his birth. It is all my fault. He incessantly berated himself, suddenly engulfed in panic. Chief Yin, please do not despair. Do you not recall that the little one ran to us of his own accord? Throughout our journey, we have seen no signs of him being captured, so I believe your child has not fallen into their hands, comforted the twin sisters, Zhang Mujin and Zhang Mulan. Seeing the bewildered chief, regardless of whether he has truly vanished or if there are other reasons behind the capture of these creatures, it is evident that their actions constitute unlawful research, which we have fortuitously encountered. Therefore, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. Let us not forget that we are soldiers. Moreover, we must seek the whereabouts of the little one. Thus, irrespective of the dangers that lie ahead, we must bravely venture forth. At that moment, Xia Yuming stepped forward. We have no objections. Wherever the leader goes, we shall follow. The team members exclaimed in unison. Fang Xiao felt a surge of emotion. You are all remarkable. My sentiments echo yours. Since they are engaged in illicit activities and we have stumbled upon them, we must intervene. Otherwise, more sentient mutated creatures will suffer harm, deepening their animosity towards humanity. Thus, we must unearth the truth behind this matter and prevent them from continuing their nefarious deeds. Leader, issue your command. We shall heed your words, they urged in chorus. Indeed, leader, please give the order. Several team members lined up directly, expressing their intentions through action. Fang Xiao's eyes glistened with emotion as she said, Thank you all. She then issued a command. Everyone, check your gear now. We depart in 5 minutes. This included everyone, with Xia Xiaomo also beginning to inventory items in the spatial hub and inspect the configurations of weapons and mechs to prepare for their impending mission. Brother, that pesky bug has seemed rather calm lately. Has he sensed something? Xia Xiaomo inquired, resting her chin on her hands while gazing at Xia Yuxuan across the desk in her personal lounge. That is unlikely. We have been exceedingly cautious in our surveillance. He should not have noticed us. If he had, he would have slipped away long ago, Xia Yuxuan replied, engrossed in a manual on mech assembly without looking up. You make a valid point. If he had detected our presence, he would surely have fled, Xiaomo remarked, lowering her hands from her chin to smooth her hair that cascaded down to her chest. Indeed, we must continue to monitor him closely. His current tranquility may signal that he is planning something significant. Patience is essential. Chapter 211, The Password Lock Understood. With that, the two resumed their respective tasks. By the way, Xia Xiaomo abruptly halted her motion of handling the parts and turned around. I wonder how second brother is doing. Is he safe? Upon hearing Xia Yuming's name, Xia Yuxuan also paused his reading. Do not worry. Your second brother is quite clever. He will be just fine. Although he expressed such sentiments, uncertainty lingered in his heart, for it had been an extensive period devoid of any news. Brother, what if I venture to search for second brother? Xia Xiaomo suddenly proposed. In response, she was met with a scornful glance from Xia Yuxuan. Do you believe you have the luxury of time to wander? What will happen to these experts if you leave? They still require your assistance in modifying the mechs. Moreover, let us not forget that there lies a formidable bomb within, one that could detonate at any moment. Indeed, you are right. Why have recent events multiplied so? Xia Xiaomo lamented. It's all the fault of those vile pests from the cosmos. Instead of remaining in their domains, they insist on meddling, which is utterly infuriating. One day, we shall eradicate them, she declared, her fists clenched in indignation. That day will surely come. Xia Yuxuan echoed her sentiment. Meanwhile, Xia Yuming and Fang Xiao's team had delved deep into the cave, skillfully evading several inadequately guarded checkpoints. Perhaps due to the fact that this place had never been trodden by human feet, the guards appeared somewhat languid, mostly congregating to engage in idle chatter. However, even so, infiltrating the innermost sanctum without alerting these individuals was no simple task. After a series of evasions, they arrived before a door constructed from advanced technology. This door required a password for access. Two of you remain alert and notify Xia Yuming immediately if anyone approaches, he instructed before stepping forward to scrutinize the keypad. Does anyone in your team possess the capability to decode the password? He inquired after a brief moment of contemplation, directing his question towards Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao was taken aback upon hearing the news, then shook her head. The only one capable of deciphering had already perished in the previous battle. Now, reflecting on her fallen comrade brought a pang of sorrow to her heart, yet she understood that this was not the moment for grief. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress the turmoil within and focused all her attention on the password lock affixed to the door. Is there no other option? Then I shall attempt it, she declared. Although I lack the skill of a decoder, I have witnessed my younger sister dismantle such locks before. With a bit of caution, it should pose no issue. Xia Yuming examined the password lock for a considerable time, realizing that his sister had previously disassembled it. Its internal structure was somewhat intricate, however. Without a professional decoder at their disposal, they could only resort to a desperate gamble. Is everyone in agreement? He inquired, turning to the few individuals nearby. No objections. Hurry up, or it will be disastrous if someone arrives, Fang Xiao urged. Xia Yuming wasted no time, retrieving a laser dagger, a temporary electronic disruptor, a pair of gloves, and an assortment of peculiar tools from the spatial hub. Can these items really unlock the door? Fang Xiao asked, crouching beside the curious array of tools. Indeed, I observed my sister using these exact items. Thankfully, I found them intriguing and took a set from her back then. They have come in handy, at just the right moment. Xia Yuming replied, a hint of pride in his voice.